Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? How are we doing today? Woo. I love it. Hopefully everybody had a great time. Everybody celebrated the way how they needed to celebrate. Hopefully everybody didn't get too drunk. Hopefully you didn't consume too much alcohol. Hopefully we are doing well. And you know how we like to start our day with great productivity. And the first way in the day how we do that is by saying good day to one another. Because I say good day to you and I want you to say it back because I could feel that great productive energy. So good day to you, my people. How y'all feeling today? Hopefully you're doing well. What is today, Friday? Woo! Oh, damn, I forgot it was Fully Friday, too. I forgot to add that to the description. We could get a little wild. We could get a little crazy. It is Fulio Friday. And speaking of Fulio Friday, I think it is very interesting what is going on in Minnesota and this thing with Nicki Minaj. I think that is crazy and wild. It's a very interesting time. But before we talk about that very interesting time, I do also find it interesting. And I'm going to call his name out. Because for whatever reason, he is afraid to have a conversation. I don't know why he's afraid to have a conversation. He feels like he's the big man on campus. But maybe if he had stopped having all those XXX on the top of his value system, then maybe he'll be okay. Shout out to, I was jamming on New Year's Day, listen to some great music, listen to a great DJ. Oh my goodness, that DJ was rocking. I was having a good old time, by the way. Just to say it out loud, you know. Shout out to my new favorite DJ. Hey MJ, how you doing today? My new favorite DJ had me up late at night. I ain't used to being up that late at night. Yeah. That's a shicey bum, I know. That's the shicey, I know. Shicey. I believe the real reason why they hate me so much is because they can't be, but they cannot understand. They cannot understand, Shicey, about how can somebody be 100% themselves every single day. That's what I think it is, Shicey. They mad because something they try to hold back themselves and they try to put out this fake image of themselves. You understand? Like they're afraid to just let the world see them for who they are. So they keep this goddamn mask on, and so now they be mad at me because no matter what they say, I am who I am. It don't matter what lie they say about me. It don't matter what lie they say about my wife. It doesn't matter what lie they say about my children. I'm going to be me always. And no matter what lie they come up with, it doesn't really matter. And they fight it. They will fight it tooth and nail to try to prove their point. They scared, even though they watch every day, they scared to comment, they scared to hit the like button, they're scared to share, all those things. It's crazy. But in real life, we ain't really worried about them. You know what I'm saying, actually? It's because some of them, they need to go walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way. If they just do at least 2 push-ups a day, that would help keep that estrogen away. And the truth is that they want to be revered. They want it. The truth is that, like, Shiesty, the truth is this. Those 7 fears of men that I did the other day, a lot of the men that hate me, they are mad that I expose that every day about them. They are afraid to be irrelevant. They are afraid to appear unintelligent. That's why they hate me. They are afraid of the truth. That's the real biggest one. They are afraid of the truth. They run away from the truth like it's the goddamn plague. If only, maybe if we was to try and disguise health as the truth, maybe these men would start running. Maybe then they would start to run in 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way. Maybe that's what we got to do. Maybe we got to start saying, you know what? Women hate or women love the fact that, and we used to tell these men that women hate the fact that you are in shape. Maybe they'll go and get in shape more often because they love to do and talk about the things that is opposite of women. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we was just to tell them, hey, women hate that y'all are healthy. Women hate the fact that y'all are righteous. They would do the opposite. Maybe we got to do something like reverse psychology or something like that. You know, maybe that would help the situation. I don't know. Maybe. But hopefully y'all hit the like and the share button. Shout out to my people. Hey, Beachy. How you doing? Good day to you, beautiful. How are you doing today? And so today, I want to have a conversation about this whole goddamn Minnesota thing. And I want to show you that, like, it's a very weird situation when you think about it. Because we have people that is literally 70,000 people, roughly, or a little bit over 70,000 people signed a petition for Nicki Minaj to get deported. I think that is wild. What's up, Natasha? Happy New Year, baby. I think that is kind of crazy to me. And I don't even know why that is. Why is that such a thing? It can't be, Natasha. It cannot be. And the conversation surrounding the fraud allegations in Minnesota has become one of the most, I think it should be one of the most heated online debates of the year, in my opinion. When the story first surfaced, social media exploded. Well, I don't know if I should say social media. I think it's 100K now. Whoa. I don't know if it's social media, but I think mainly the political media exploded with reactions and commentary and speculations. And I think many people frame this situation as a major scandal involving misuse of government frauds. And the expose quickly spread across different political platforms. So I think this thing that Nick Shirley have done was great. It's awesome. And the fact that it's places like, it's people on these political platforms acting as if, oh, well, I don't know why we should listen to him. He's just a YouTuber. People keep trying to use this YouTube thing as a way as discouraging somebody. Oh, you just a YouTuber, boy. Girl. What up, Reese? This whole idea that you are just a YouTuber as a form of an insult is wild to me. Because Nick Shirley did more investigative work than anybody on CNN or Fox or anywhere else, for that matter. It was regular, everyday people that exposed this whole situation in Minnesota. The one guy that Nick Shirley was walking around with and having this conversation with, he already did the research for Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley was just the one that had a big enough platform to expose it. Unlike these political media parties. And the public response was immediate, right? It was frustration, disbelief, and demands for accountability. But what made the situation even more controversial was the way different media voices interpreted the story. Some commentators argued that the fraud should be viewed strictly as a criminal matter involving individuals who allegedly exploited a system. Fine. Others, however, they introduced a different angle. Shout out to the beautiful Red Sensational with the 199. Good day, Sharon. And the hashtag SBG. Have a great stream. Thank you so much for all that you do. Shout out to Red Sensational. I'm glad and happy that I could see her name in the chat. I could just feel her great productive energy every time I see her. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And shout out to your new journey on TikTok. What up, Davey? What up, Haitian the Sensational One? Grand Rising, good day to you. Yes, Red is well. She's doing great. And she's over on TikTok doing her damn thing. Now she's smiling right now. I believe it. I can feel that smile. These cucumbers are good. You got to eat your water sometimes, people. It's delicious. Right? So others introduced a different angle, suggesting that the attention the case received was influenced by racial biases or narratives tied to white supremacy. And that's where it gets a little strange. This framing, right, to me, it sparks a second wave of debate where mainly people online question why the focus shifted from the alleged fraud itself to a broader cultural and political themes. And this framing, goddamn, really? Nick Shirley is a what? Damn. Goddamn, MJ. MJ said Nick Shirley's a goddamn fraud too. I guess it takes one to know one. Goddamn. I did not hear this. You know, MJ gonna have to put me on the game. This is why when me and MJ do our thing, it's gonna be, we're gonna get our schedule together. We are gonna get our schedule together. So this way she won't be mad at me no more, too. Shit. Damn, Nick Shirley. God damn it, Nick Shirley.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Haitian the Sensational with the $5. Love for the new year. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for all that you do. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share. And if you can, thank you so much, Sensational One. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Damn, that's crazy. All right, MJ. Speaking of white supremacy, all you gotta do is say it once and they pop up. All you gotta do is say it once and they pop up with their nonsense. Especially the stupid ones. Oh my goodness. The stupid ones are hilarious. They really believe that they mean something, they have some kind of significance. It's so weird. And they don't even know that they are irrelevant. It's so weird. What?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Miss J, Purica, Puriciosa PR with the $26. Happy New Year, trolls. Thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. and today, as of right now, Miss J Porica Preciosa is the sponsor of the show. Thank you so much. Yes, you are a very Superman. Mm-hmm. It shows. It shows. For some reason, you love my attention. I'm just letting you know, I'm a straight man. You know? For some reason, you can't stick to topics. You only got this one topic in your mind because that's the only topic that you could attempt to argue, but you are horrible at it, by the way. You're horrible at your argument. Nobody knows you at all. We don't know what show you got. Nobody follows your word. You are just a lonely man that haven't had any company of any humans in the past 5 years. You by yourself. You stay by yourself. It's probably just you and a damn dog. And it's okay. Because some people can be by themselves with their dog and be happy, but for some reason, you are not happy with it being you and man's best friend. That's because you are a sad individual. It's crazy. Well, you gave me a cup. What are you gonna give me more? The fact that you got to explain and tell us where you went viral shows that nobody cares. Idiots go viral all the time. That's usually what goes viral. Somebody that is a straight up idiot that do something stupid. That's what usually goes viral, right? The reason why we are talking about the Minnesota thing, right? Because it's stupid that the government allows so much fraud to happen and go unchecked. That's why everybody's talking about it, because it's stupid. It's crazy. Whatever, BATL. There's a lot of things that people do that is unprofessional. They say us YouTubers is unprofessional anyway, BATL. Shout out to BATL is trying to make me hold me accountable. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And it's just so sad that men like him, you gotta be, what up, Kasim? Good day, Kasim. We're gonna risk it all for that $9 billion. Me and Kasim. Anywho, now that we back on track, and because this strange lonely man wanted my attention so badly, so I had to give him a little bit of, I had to give him a little bit. I mean, I do what I got to do. And so the critics that are framing this argument as a racial situation. Argue that they are bringing white supremacy into this discussion, and we are saying that it felt like a distraction, in my opinion. Right, bringing in this white supremacy into this whole Minnesota situation is a distraction from the court issue and the alleged misuse of taxpayer money. Right, I think that them feeling the conversation should remain centered around accountability. And who? I guess so, Shicey. What's up, Prism? What'd you say, Prism? Exactly. It's only the second day in the year, and the menace is already twerking. It's an omen at this point. Yeah, I agree. He's more like a virus than going viral. Absolutely. And so we know that we should this conversation about the damn Minnesota fraud situation and the Somalians, and we should remain it centered on accountability and transparency, right? And the integrity of public programs. That's what we should be focusing on. You know what I mean? Supporters of the framing, on the other hand, argue that racialized narratives often influence how certain communities are portrayed in media, and that context matters when we discuss in public perception. I get it. And the tension between these two viewpoints created this digital tug of war. On one side, where people are insisting that the fraud allegations should be treated as a straightforward legal matter. On the other side, there were those who believed the media coverage reflected deeper societal biases. And the clash highlighted how differently people interpret the same event depending on their worldview, their political beliefs, and their experiences. Meanwhile, I believe that it's just the inconsistencies in the public outrage. That is the real issue that we have having. And if we could just get it consistent on the outrage that we are collectively feeling, instead of certain celebrity face harsher scrutiny for personal controversies than individuals accused of financial crimes. I think that is the real situation. Like these while the online petitions and campaigns they target entertainers, while this large scale fraud case, it don't generate the same level of viral activism. That's the problem. Goddamn dog just wound up having happy feet out the blue. Sit your ass down so I could eat some more food on screen so I could get BATL upset. Okay, I see you, Natasha. I see you. My bad. You know what I'm saying? But like the fact that so many people are more upset and willing to have a petition where it's up to 100,000 people petitioning for Nicki Minaj to get out the country, and it's not the same kind. We should have 10 times that of people petitioning all of the illegals that stole money from the U.S. government to get them out of here. How is it not generating the same level of activism? And this comparison is the discussion, and this is why it's about selective outrage, media priorities, and the media priorities and the emotional economy of the internet. And so I think what this entire situation reveals is how fragmented public discourse has become. A single story can spark multiple narratives, each shaped by ideologies, identity, and platforms where the conversation unfolds. The Minnesota case has it's become more than a legal investigation. It's became a mirror reflecting how differently people see the world and how quickly discussions can shift from facts to framing. And in the end, the debate isn't just about fraud or media coverage. It's about how society process information, how narratives are built, and how easily conversations can drift from accountability into a cultural conflict. And the story continues to evolve, and so does this public reaction to how everything is moving. That's my main concern about everything. And we really need to get a hold on it. Let me get BATL upset real quick. Let me smack a little bit too, real quick, because it's really good. Yeah, they probably sweeter now. Okay, because before that they had me. It was tart. It was tart before. Oh man, make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. What? Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the Rim Prism. Hugs and kisses. Happy New Year to the Bracy family and the SBG gang. Ah, yeah, let's go. Thank you so much for all that you do. Keeping me well informed. And let's make that I would like to have that conversation. Let's see if that person is willing to have the conversation about the passport bros. I don't mind it at all. I don't know who he is, but we can have a really dope conversation, I believe. That's right. That's right, Bubba. She is legally here. She's not here illegally. She is not here illegally. And I think that is a interesting situation. Why I think that's why it's so interesting to me is that people are literally trying to petition that she get deported, and she hasn't done any crime whatsoever. While these Somali fraudulent, the government is people that's in the government that's acting fraudulent is the people themselves there. Those people should absolutely get petitioned. Ain't nobody thinking about your ass, Davey. Oh, the piss is good. Ain't nobody thinking about flying you nowhere, Davey. And I just think that it how social media picks its villains, and they pick it the same way reality TV picks contestants. With no logic. Good day. Thank you, man. Mills, happy New Year to you as well. No logic, no consistency, no just vibes. One day the internet wakes up and says, you know what? Today, this is the problem, and boom, petitions, hashtags, think pieces, TikToks with dramatic music.
Is that one of them?
Ooh, probably.
I think so.
Somebody sent that?
No.
I think he's like a mayor or something, maybe. I don't know. Let me see.
Ooh.
Let me see.
No way.
I think so.
No way.
I think so.
Mayor cannot look.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. No, he's one of the people that
Daycare.
yeah, he's one of the people that got a
So he's
daycare.
one of them.
Yeah, he's one of the daycare fraudulent people.
Oh.
Crazy. That is crazy. You see those glasses he got on?
You see that mouth breathing?
The mouth breathing. It is. Hey, look. I know they don't want to say that FBA and Africans don't look different, but clearly,
I don't know who says that.
clearly, we look different. Oh my God, he look. But he got those are chrome heart glasses though.
What kind?
Chrome hearts,
What are they?
like 2,500.
Well, I mean, how much money he stole?
So you know what I'm saying. So I think that's crazy
But
in itself already.
the lens is so thick, it makes it look like. What the hell?
Yeah, he look crazy. He looks crazy. He looked crazy. That one dude, I think he's the most vocal one or something like that. Like, I think he's been on the news. I might have to find him on TikTok or something because he looks crazy. And so, meanwhile, we have real scandals, right? Scandals be out here. The real scandals be out here doing parkour in broad daylight. Cause seeing this dude that was running this goddamn daycare with 0 kids in his daycare, he out here fresh to death. Cause see, he got him a pair of chrome heart shades, he got his polo on, he got his Louis Vuitton on. Like, this man don't even care. He's on a news conference, just I guess maybe he don't think people know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe most people just don't know chrome heart glasses when they see them. I get it. But they do know what a Louis Vuitton bag look like. They do know what a Porsche look like. Brand new, too. In the goddamn news conference. It's crazy. Like, it should be a petition to get his ass deported. Got the nerve to steal from our U.S. government and then be wearing chrome heart. Man, I'm telling you. I know, Brian. That's true. Only me and Kasim would notice that right away. Like, oh, you scamming. We know you scamming. Mm-hmm. Right off the bat, that's the first thing I noticed. Like, what? You have the nerve to be scamming and then wear that at the press conference? That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy to me.
About to be a situation.
Conversations with MJ with the 10 I says these type of situations are complex because it's spoken in conjecture, cultural and political ideologies. People don't want to separate the two. It's always been this way. Damn. Black, please. Thank you. Great. That was a great super chat. I love that. And we take this situation in Minnesota. And the folks online, I talk about the fraud cases. They talking about the fraud cases like it's a goddamn Netflix documentary. People are shocked, confused, outraged, but only for about 48 hours because that's the internet's attention span. And after that, they move on like nothing happened. Fraud, millions, government money. Anyway, what's trending is what they come back with. And I think it is up to us to really we need to keep the focus on the focus sometimes. And that's why I waited a while to even talk about the story, because I wanted this story to live on a little bit so we could just keep the conversation going for just a little bit longer. Just for a little bit longer. Because like all you got to do is let a celebrity sneeze wrong and suddenly the internet becomes the Supreme Court. People start having petitions like they're collecting Pokemon cards. They demand justice. We demand accountability. We demand deportation over an argument. They demand deportation over an argument. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't like the things that Erica Kirk is technically doing. I don't like the whole T-Pusa. What was the name of that organization? T-Pusa? Right? That's the name of the organization, Erica Kirk, right? What's the name of Erica Kirk's organization? I think it's called T-Pusa, a T-Pusa. T-Pusa. That's not the name of it? I think it's called isn't like T-Pusa.
Oh, it's point T something. Point,
Somebody, see, it is. See, look, Bubba Homeschool, it's Tapusa.
You talking like you Somalian.
Bubba Homeschool just put it out. It's Tapusa. I knew it was Tapusa. That's it. So you know we got Erica Kirk's Tapusa on full display. And she had Nicki Minaj a part of it. Haitian the sensational one with the $2. Be back, bro. Happy New Year, Nation. Love. Thank you so much, Haitian the sensational one. Shout out to the Time Watch with $2. Bless the new year. Thank you. That's their name. Tapusa. Like it is kind of interesting because we did have back in the days, we had this girl named Topanga. Everybody used to love Topanga. And now coming in 2026, we have Tapusa with Erica Kirk. At least everybody on a certain side, they love Tapusa. Yes, Tapusa. Pussa. That's I don't know how y'all pronounce it. I don't know how they pronounce it. Do anybody else pronounce it differently than Tapusa? Because when I seen it, I was like, why is she representing Tapusa like that? I was like, I don't think Charlie would like Erica promoting her Tapusa this way. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think he would like that. You know what I'm saying, Bubba? Bubba, what you think about Erica's Tapusa? And her promotion of Tapusa? I'm just saying, Shadow. All right, so we have people who want to get Nicki Minaj. Now Bubba Homeschool, Erica has nice Tapusa. My bad. Ogun mad at me now. God damn it. Now Ogun mad at me. I apologize. I'm just saying they trying to get Nicki Minaj to port over a goddamn live stream. That's all I'm saying, Shadow. Over tweets. And it's wild. You got one situation where people are talking about millions of dollars, government programs, investigations, and internet is like, interesting. Then you got a celebrity who says something spicy and society, social media. I'm sorry. Let me drink some more water. Let me slow down. What up, Uda? Let me slow down. And then social media turns into a digital mob with torches made out of ring lights. God damn it. And the funniest part, the internet acts like it's the Department of Homeland Security. We need to remove this person from the country. It's like, listen, Bubba can't even remove spam emails from his inbox. Relax. But for some reason, that's how social media works. It's not about the issue. It's about the moment. Outrage is like a goddamn trend. People don't want justice. It gotta be clear. Yes, Miss J. They don't want justice. They want entertainment. They want the drama. They want something to argue about while they're supposed to be working. That's the real thing. What's up, Victorious One? Good day to you. Oh, the comparison is hilarious too. On one side, you got people talking about fraud, government frauds and investigation, like real stuff. And on the other side, you got people mad at a celebrity who, love her or hate her, she contributes to the economy every time she drops a song, sells a ticket, or launches a product. Every time. But the internet doesn't care about that nuance. The internet cares about the noise, and celebrities make noise. Fraud cases? Not as catchy. You can't make a TikTok dance about federal charges. So today, we are going to break it all down, not to take sides, not to point fingers, because when you point fingers, you got three pointing back at you. And that's why when I talk to somebody, all of it is at you. Hey, that's how we do it over here. All the things.
About to be a situation. Hey.
Shout out to Shadow, the Titan Wiles with the $5. This is common in our culture. Nikki disagrees. She is an enemy now. But we're siding with her against Meg the Stallion. When she said, hop on a good foot. Okay. I feel you, MJ. It's never gonna look how we want. I feel you on that. So, I want to have this conversation, and hopefully we can have some good people to come up and have the conversation about this whole situation, and not to take sides, not to point fingers, but to laugh how wild the digital world has become. Because if you let social media tell it, the biggest threat to society isn't crime, corruption, or fraud. It's whoever went viral last week. And that's the truth. The internet doesn't run on facts. It runs on feelings, and those feelings change every 12 minutes. I got through it. I got through my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Let me get the thing ready. How about this? Let me put it in the stream. Let me see where we at with the goddamn likes and all that. Let's get the likes together. I have faith in y'all. Okay, let me drop the link. See if anybody want to have this conversation. The difference between getting the goddamn Somalis up out of here and getting Nicki Minaj up out of here. social media is bipolar. Yeah, they could be. Social media is definitely it's very situation when you really I think CNN reporter that brought that up is just wild. That try to make it seem as if it's anything than what it is. And sad to say that all the people that is caught up in the fraud, whether they are part of the government or not, they all need to be handled with the proper situation. They need to be deported up out of here. You're a criminal. You are taking $9 billion away from the U.S. government and sending it to another country. And so while people are trying to get Nicki Minaj petition up to 100,000, I believe it is up to say they want to get her deported, even though she is a legal human being. She has a green card, for what I understand. She's not here illegally. She's just not a citizen. And for people to be more upset that she spoke to Erica Kurtz to Pussa is wild to me. Like, I don't understand why Nicki Minaj can't talk to Erica Tapussa. Erica Kirk and Tapussa. I don't understand why, but now I do have somebody that is going to enlighten me. Welcome to the show, the beautiful MJ. Good day, beautiful. How are you doing today?
Hey. Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year. Like I said, this situation is complex, right? Because it can go any way. The narrative can go any way. It can go, you are looking for fraud, you're looking for people who are not acting in the best interest of United States, or you can flip it and say, no, this is these are scapegoats. People are being used as scapegoats to hide bigger agendas that's going on behind it. And I just think like it's really going down like a deep rabbit hole. My solution pretty much is let everything play out the way it needs to play out, quite honestly. And the reason why I say that is because at the end of the day, if there are ethnic groups or different groups that's doing stuff that can actually harm our economy and make it harder for us actual workers, then we should be doing something about it. If we have people who are not necessarily aligning with all the, I guess all the morals that they said that they had when they were first coming up, and that's one of the biggest issues with what's her name? What is it? Maga Minaj. That's one of the issues with her that people have, is because she ran on being heavily supportive by the LGBTQ community. She ran on, being promiscuous and, doing every whatever you want. Like, people tend to forget that it was not that long ago that she had videos of her dressing provocative, one being called Anaconda, one that was all bases of twerking and stuff like that. Like, so there are so many things that she was an advocate when she was growing her career that made people feel comfortable when, hey, I want to do it too. Now to come back and flip and say, no, that's not right. No, you don't call yourself a girl, you call yourself a boy, just be boys, right? When you start to do that, people are going to look at your character. Right now, people are going to expect that everything that you was doing before was, how can I say it, was a grift, or it was a way for you to obtain as much money that you did. And then now, since you don't need them anymore, or if you're moving on to, I guess, greener pastures, now you can just throw them under the bus. And I think that even her doing that right now, in the time that we are in America, is kind of crazy, because that certain things or certain policies, even rules, even amendments are trying to be changed due to off of people's personal preference, not because it's actually the right thing to do, but it's what they want to see. So even having that type of voice and having that type of following will change masses, you know, and can change and affect people in you know, in a big way and their life. So I say, like, it's complex because, like I said, in this country, cultural and political has always been intertwined. They have always been spoken simultaneously, and even rules that was you know, implied for us to follow happened because of those two ideologies were involved in it, and the majority won at that particular time, and that's when we had certain changes done. It's not like necessarily everybody woke up one day and was like, I don't want to be a racist anymore, I don't want to be a dick anymore, I don't, you know what I'm saying? That's not what how it ever happened in history. You know what I'm saying? You had to get the whole masses involved, and then they were able to come down and agree on something, and something was actually changed. So I'm just, you know, I'm weary why she did that now. And with this whole Somali situation, the fact is they're probably not the only group that has been doing fraud. But this put a big spotlight for people to stop, you know, going with the narrative that everybody that's coming over here is goodwill and good intentions for America. And now they're going to be starting looking. People are going to start doing their due diligence. And then the bad thing about it is they're going to be bad actors who are also criminals and scammers themselves, using them as a scapegoat so they can cover up what they're going on. So I just feel that is very complex. It's going to continue to always be messy. And because we created this messy type of paradigm, we can't escape it, really.
I like it. And to speak on the last part about it, so you think people have the people that's trying to blame, how can I white supremacy, and they are saying it because the Somalian people look a certain way, and that's why it's being exposed as so horrible now, where it got people of the dominant society, dominant looking society, they are doing the same amount of fraud, but nobody's talking about them, and that's why the white supremacy piece is put into this whole situation in Minnesota.
My issue when people use that whole white supremacy situation with this, it's somewhat of a grift towards me, to me personally. And the reason why I said this is because the dominant group, when it was certain situations, they were able to pin it as this is just black people, what black people do, right? And nobody had a problem with it when we were like pretty much the face figure for all the negative things and stuff like that. And a lot of other groups was able to hide under that. They were able to other themselves from being black in this country when something negative happened. Now that is now specific. Even the media, social media is not even, I would say, like the news, regular news is watching social media. And now they are even taking the initiative to call it specifically to who this is pertaining to, right? That's a big issue because now you having a real spotlight putting on you, and there's not a general term, oh, this is what black people is doing, right? So I think the ones who's talking about, oh, this is a form of white supremacy, these are people or an individual who have felt very comfortable when they have never really experienced white supremacy. You know, they have never actually experienced going toe to toe with that, you know what I'm saying? And being spotlighted and called out, you know, specifically to you. They haven't felt anything when it was just, oh, a black person.
So when it was just, hey, the blanket and black, they had the excuse to say, no, but I'm Somalian.
Exactly. But that's one of the reasons why a lot of you know, immigrants and foreigners, when we talk about I guess the black experience or the black American experience, they can't really relate. And that was one of the reasons why they have always said to us that it just seemed like you're just complaining, you're whining, you're crying. I'm never experiencing that. I don't have to go through that. I act like this, I do that, and this never happened to me. Now, when it's okay, specifically on you, and you're being called out specifically, now it's like, wait, hold on. This is white supremacy. Hold on. You know? And so I think that's what I said. I just think that's just a reason to throw it there. That's like the next best thing. But honestly, this is something that many people have told you that this was going on, but you didn't want to believe them initially when they said it.
Yeah, and I think that I'm glad that it's you know what else I'm really proud of our people, that we are staying out of it. We are minding our business, and we are allowing the appropriate person or the appropriate people to get blamed for what they are doing.
Absolutely, 100%. The best thing that we did when we listened to our ancestors and they said, sit your black ass down, it was the best thing for them to tell us back in 2025. Because now we can actually be held accountable for the things that we're actually doing, and so can others. So can others. This is not saying that we don't do anything. Come on now, like we're not saying that. But now we don't have to have a blanket put over us about every single thing. And then when everyone else wants to other themselves due to their cultural and or their ethnic differences, they're not being held accountable for that. Their reputation is not being tarnished over it. They get to scapegoat and say, I'm the moral minority, when clearly, in fact, obviously you're not. Because if you're bringing over a lot of the things that you was doing in your country, you're doing it over here too. So I think it was the best thing. Delineation, that separation was the best thing that could possibly happen to Black Americans. Definitely.
And I think regardless, I know people, some people agree with it, some people don't, with the whole FBA situation or ADOS and everything. However, I think it was a necessary process, whether we're going to subscribe to it or not. But the fact that the conversation sparked up the way how it did, and it's such a heated argument and debate about it, it gives the Somali people the proper evaluation. And now it is not Black people doing this in Minnesota. It is just Somalians are doing this in Minnesota until they can prove otherwise. So while I know it sparked a huge tension between the diaspora of Black folks, clearly it was a needed situation. And I just want to piggyback on what you said earlier, is that, hey, we do our shit. Very true. Good day. She's so lucky. How you doing? Happy New Year. We understand that it is a group of people that are FBA that do some horrible things in America. However, the most important Black people or the most successful Black people in America are the ones that was foundationally here. And the ones that are, because for a long time, it's been just going that if you from another country and you just have the skin complexion, that you are doing things that why the natural born Black Americans can't do it, or why they not doing it. Like, that's been a talk for a very long time. And then now we can start to see that we can separate ourselves and say, hey, there's been a lot of goddamn fraudulent things going on with other cultures for a very long time. While I'm over here trying to do it the legit way, I should have been trying to get the piece of that $9 billion. Cause shit, I ain't gonna lie, MJ. I don't mind doing I do some 5 to 10 years for $9 billion. God damn it, I'll do it.
I think a lot of people, agrees with your sentiment on that. Absolutely, I do believe that. But the thing about it, I just hate the fact that people even is trying to use that narrative that it's like a full-on like separation and or disassociation to the diaspora. That's not what this is about. Like, it's really not a movement. It's just a aligning with your lineage. And this is something that everybody has done except Black Americans, because we've been in Pan-Africanism mindset since the 1960s, since it was started. We always been in that type of mindset. So we're doing something that everybody else have done: protect their ethnicity, protect their culture, and respect and love and their culture. I don't see that it's a problem, but now it's being I guess this is being utilized as a way. Oh, you're trying to divide and conquer. You're falling into the divide and conquer. We all supposed to be together. Okay, yeah, we were all supposed to be together, and I agree that, but that's not what y'all wanted. Y'all had 67 years, 70 years to prove that that's not what you wanted. So,
and I'm not sure. It sounds like we agree with MAGA. I wonder what part of MAGA we agreeing with. That I agree with. I agree with definitely. If MAGA is saying that we need to, I'm not sure what part. Yes, please, because that you can throw this one out because I got that.
See, but like I said, like I stated again, there goes those narratives, right? There goes the xenophobia being thrown out. Now all of a sudden you have to agree with MAGA just for you to just call out truth. Like at the end of the day, we know MAGA lies. We know MAGA nuts do a lot of crazy shit, but they do say some truth sometimes. So if this is something that MAGA have said, then yeah, there is some truth behind it at the end of the day. Yeah. But that's how you paint it, right? You paint it as, oh, even you saying the truth is negative and it's divisive. It's not being divisive because I haven't seen outside of Nicki Minaj. I really haven't really seen anybody say, go and attack these other ethnic groups and send them home. This is not what people are saying. People are saying, listen, if they don't want to be in America, if they're showing that they hate America, if they're showing that they're stealing from American citizens, then they need to go home. I mean, wouldn't you say that too if someone else was in your country or a U.S. citizen, now an expat comes to your country and they don't want to follow the rules, they want to do what they want to do, they want to bring all their negative behavior that they learn in America over there, y'all be quick to tell them to get the fuck up out of here. So what's the problem?
And listen, I didn't really hear nothing that I could agree with that MAGA Minaj said. One thing I could agree with some of the things that MAGA say with immigration. I just don't agree with the way how they applied their logic to the situation. That's the issue that I have with MAGA. Like, yes, we have an immigration problem, but the way how y'all went at it, no, you can't do it that way neither, though.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. I have a problem with it because even though they're right on immigration, they're absolutely right on immigration. Is like you said, it's their personal feelings and their hidden agendas behind it that would not make me align with it because I don't see the same type of structure being placed on other immigrants outside of the brown paper bag check. Right. So if we're not even going to talk about how other immigrants are utilizing the same type of resources that you're giving to quote unquote the brown folks, then there's going to be a problem because if immigration is going to be for everyone who is not actually American who wants to come to America, it has to be fair across the board, and we're not seeing that. We're seeing that a lot of push of migration from European countries or East Asian countries, and it's been a stifling of any migration from Western African countries or even South American countries.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they're going to let in another 600,000 Chinese people into the country, and I thought China was our number one competition, our number one enemy.
Right.
Because they've been stealing from us, and they do all these negative things that is harming America. That's what the Orange Man said. However, but you allowing 600,000 of they best and brightest over here. You're not just saying, hey, you're saying they best and brightest. So those 600,000 that you're allowing in here from China, they are going to absolutely have high position jobs.
Exactly. But the reason why that is occurring is because at the end of the day, whether you want to talk about cultural differences, whether you want to bring racial differences in it, at the end of the day, in this country, classism wins. Okay? So as long as you have money, pretty much they don't really care what you look like and who you really align with and stuff like that. But if you can bring and garnish more money to benefit, I guess, particular conglomerates, the economy in a whole, then yeah. Because one of the, you took away DEI and DEI, or no, matter of fact, I would say it was affirmative action. Excuse me. You took away affirmative actions in colleges, especially the predominant white colleges, the PWIs, and the Asian community was one of the biggest component to get that erased, because they was duped into actually thinking that black and brown students were taking their spots at these PWIs. Now that affirmative action in colleges is gone, they still are not getting accepted into these PWIs. And they didn't really understand that affirmative action actually benefited you, more than it benefited anyone else, right? So again, you did that, but then now you're going back to the mainland China and you're bringing over their top 1% collegiate students to come over here to work. But you said one of the reasons of doing this immigration and all the stuff like that is because you wanted to make sure that you bring jobs back to America, and that American people can learn and have these jobs, that you claim that we should want to do, and that I shouldn't have to outsource to other countries. But you're clearly saying that you don't think that American people have the capability to run these programs, or to have or hold these high jobs, that you have to still outsource and look for outside talent. So like I said, it's a trickle down effect, because you see what happened with our education system, and everything is just literally, if you see how intertwined everything is, it moves in that way. And that's where I would definitely have an issue with everything.
And it gets so crazy too, because like we see that it definitely needed. We needed this whole separation between the tethers and versus whoever else, because if we did not separate, we would be fighting for Somalis over there in Minnesota, saying they're not getting treated right just because they had a few bad actors, right? But like how you said, we letting it play out, and we're seeing that more and more they're collecting a certain group of people, and now we're going by their nationality and not by just because of their skin color. And that's why the tethering thing was such a huge problem, because those people, like one of the main characters of it, he dressed and looks a certain way. If we would just allow it to be a diaspora thing, right? He dressed like a hip hop person, you know what I'm saying? He had that superficial look of a black person.
Right.
And that is the real danger to people like that. And then when we have somebody like Bubba, I'm so surprised that Bubba is in agreement of the 600,000 Asians coming over here, because we don't have smart enough people. We don't have 600,000 people that could be in those same schools doing the same great things that these best and brightest from other countries are doing. That is wild to me. Yeah, he's a huge MAGA supporter. He's a huge MAGA Minaj supporter, and he is a huge Erica Tapusa supporter. So it's crazy.
Stop saying that.
That's what it's pronounced. I don't know how to Sway producer. Can you pronounce it any other way than Erica Kirk Tapusa?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
You don't know Erica and Tapusa?
I don't even know what name you're trying to say.
Erica Kirk. You know who Erica Kirk is?
Nope.
Oh, that's Charlie Kirk's wife, and she is the new leader of Tapusa. She is promoting Tapusa as much as she possibly can.
I don't know what that means, but more power to her, I guess.
He's just being a whole fool. It's Turning Point USA, but he's using the acronym, and he's saying Tapusa.
I guess they should have thought of that before they made the name. No, I had a quick thought because of the DI thing. I always found that funny, and I wrote in the comments, I don't know if my history teacher was wrong or maybe we forgot, but like DEI and affirmative action was first implemented in colleges, and it was to do the opposite of what it's kind of doing now. It was put in place to not discriminate based on race, because they were discriminating on race and only implementing white people. And so to make it to where you can get into colleges and they weren't using your race as one of the as the only thing or one of the key factors as to why you got admitted, they put this DEI affirmative action into colleges so Black people or other minority groups could actually get in and they weren't discriminated against based on their color. But it's funny how we're doing it the opposite, where we're trying to find any form of discrimination to separate and put certain groups above others with this whole DEI affirmative action, regardless of his race, gender, sex, whatever ethnicity, culture. I don't know. It just seems like it's going down to what was the phrase? The victim Olympics. It seems like it's going down that rabbit hole rather than trying to uphold any, baseline values or, unbiased morality.
I just think that we are recircling back to tribalism in all forms of fashion. That's what I see that's going on, really.
But I got to go back to work. Appreciate you.
No doubt. And I think a lot of people still get what it doesn't necessarily, it gives you an opportunity. It doesn't separate you by, it just gives you a chance to participate. That's what affirmative action, DEI, and all those things were for. It doesn't mean that you are less qualified than anybody else. And the fact
Right.
that Bubba is saying that this 600,000 are not all time, and they are coming here to build factories. Like, we don't have the people here to build factories is crazy to me.
We do. And I think I find it like an insult to the American people, the blue collar workers who's been doing this for generation upon generation. You're telling them they're not capable of doing that. Like, I don't know. I mean, to each his own. People have their own, their right to their own opinion. But the only problem is with, in regards to what Sway was talking about in reference to the college. The reason why affirmative actions, and he's right, it did start in college due to the legacy holders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most people was getting into college because their grandmother and their great-great-grandmother and their great-great-grandfathers were legacy. They were part of the alumni. So they automatically got a shoe in to get into the school.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But
Right.
you notice that part, when they removed affirmative action, they didn't remove the legacy part from it. It's still there.
Right. So
like, this is why I said that it's recircling back into like full-blown tribalism at this point.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Welcome to the show, Andrea. Good day to you. Happy New Year. And what is your thoughts?
Hi, how y'all doing?
We're doing well. Do you want to talk about
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
About Erica Kirk's Sapusa or something else?
Oh, I was actually just listening in on the conversation a little bit earlier. And I mean, what is the topic? Because I heard different stuff. Like, I heard her say something about, tethers, and then something about, I'm not sure what exactly.
Yeah, so you could give us what's your idea on what was talking about, and you could just speak your mind, because what I'm starting to learn is that even though we're having a conversation about a certain topic, everybody have a different opinion of what is actually being said according to their worldview. So you gotta give us your opinion on what you gathered so far in the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to speak like from a tether perspective or whatever. I just want to say, like, I feel like for the most part, like, we understand the FBA movement and we respect what it is. I think where people are getting confused is that they feel like there's more tension than they realized, if that makes sense. Like, I never knew there was like that much tension. Like, I have heard what people said about people using like the kata word or whatever, and that's kind of what fueled like this idea that there's so much disdain. I just wanted to just give a different perspective because I see it from a different perspective. For the most part, when I hear that word used, it is not an insult. Like, it is really not an insult. If they are using it as an insult, they're talking about like the type of people who are like maybe standing at a gas station or something like that. Like, a lot of older people are become conservative. Like, it's actually kind of a normal thing if you look at statistics, regardless of race. And so older people do tend to look at young people, like they talk about young Afrobeats artists like that too. Like, they look at what young people are doing is it's different. They frown on it in a way. Like, I think a lot of older people are like that. Like, they look at the young people, they're looking at the sagging, they frown on that. Like, they're not talking about Black people like Felicia Rashad or like Bill Cosby, they're specifically talking about like urban culture. And so I respect that that might still be offensive, like to even comment on urban culture. But I just think that that's how older people look at urban culture. It's not like about you being literally a Black American. Like it was never about that. I just wanted to clarify that because there is like a lot of like other stuff coming up, like a lot of hurtful things that I don't really think are necessary to de-alienate, like calling people poor and dirty and like we get it, you know, you're different. We respect it. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that for a long time that's how we understood it in the first place, like with the Dominicans and even Tyler from South Africa. It was just a little bit of confusion. But we get it now, like, you know, and so I do think the conversations are getting a little bit hurtful, like if we could just be honest, like but I understand you have the right to be that way. But like to say, oh, we didn't mean like we don't want to do business with you. Like if you bash people, they're gonna kind of think that you don't want anything to do with them whatsoever.
So, first thing, there is definitely a difference between a tether and a Black foreigner and a Black immigrant. I don't think anyone has a problem with a Black immigrant and a Black foreigner, okay? But a tether is someone who will cosplay to be a part of a particular culture, but then demonize that same culture that they're cosplaying. That is a tether, okay?
Okay.
Second, I know you're trying to say that it's the older folks who will use a kata. That's
Right.
not true. A
Okay.
lot of the hurtful things that have been said about Black Americans are coming from young folks. We
Very
have
interesting.
many videos out there that you can tell that these folks are in their 20s, in their 30s, or their first generation in U.S. citizens. They are saying this,
Okay.
right? So
I
we
understand
can't
that.
say we can't.
I do want to give pushback for the stuff online, those videos and stuff, because we know how the algorithm works. Like those are cloud chasers. So I was talking about like in like real life, you know what I mean? Like those are cloud chasers. Like they see the grift, like they see this FBA versus and so they're trying to like I don't really classify them as like the people I see every day, like when I actually hear it. I've never heard a young person actually say that. Most
Well,
of the young
here's the
Africans
thing
are like in
about
the
that.
culture,
Here's the
they're
thing
in the
about that in
mix.
real life, right? We
Right.
know that those things are being said in real life. They might not be as blunt as they are online, but we know definitely that those things are being said in real life.
I know, and I'm trying
I
to tell you the
so like
context. Like I'm telling you, like from what I've seen, most of the young people are they become very Americanized to the point where like you can hear me, like they're in the mix. So most of the young people like America and like Black American culture and like that. They're in the mix. It's the older people who don't really who tend to frown on that. And
uh
I'm just telling you because it's my you know this is my actual lived experience. So that's what I've actually seen. Like most
I
young.
understand that, but I'm just gonna have to disagree because I'm not going to just put it on just it's just only the old folks that have that mentality because it also been some old folks have gone online and have challenged the younger ones who are saying it, saying why are you doing things like this? They have actually came in and said that y'all are literally making us look bad and you should know your manners. You're not representing us correctly. So
Okay, well, I haven't seen that, so I would just
yeah,
have
I've
to do
seen
more
a
research.
several old aunties, old
Right.
grandmas, and all of them coming out saying like,
Oh,
no,
wow.
this is not right.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. That's a
Yeah,
positive
they
thing.
stepping up. They're
Yeah,
stepping up.
okay, because from my experience, they're usually the ones kind of like pushing back, like not even just on, you know, Black American culture, but like on Afrobeat, like on all that stuff. They don't really like it. So, but that's interesting to hear that. Mm,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it and I understand. Like your lived in experience and in knowing you and knowing what you do, you know, you're not like the people that you see like online, the grifters and all the stuff, the ones who's trying to popularize
Feed,
this back and forth.
right.
You know,
The
I get it. I definitely
right.
get it.
And you know when do you remember when Elon Musk he put that thing on Twitter where you can see people's location?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know how they caught like a lot of people in third world countries like feeding into American, you know what I mean? Like they would be online tweeting stuff.
Oh yeah,
And did
absolutely.
you hear about that?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
they're
I've seen it.
grifters, right? A lot of those pages, they're not even actually Americans or anybody who have anything to do. Like a lot of that stuff you see online. You know what I mean? And so I
Yeah,
feel
I mean,
like
it's
they're
gonna be
adding fuel
hard.
to a fire that we're not even like they're adding fuel to our fire and we're the ones burning in it. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's going to be hard because like that's me talking about the bad actors. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, there is going to be bad actors that's going to jump on whatever trend is going on right now,
Right.
and they're going to add fuel to the fire. But we just cannot diminish the fact that, you know, these particular things are happening. You know, and there also a reason behind it, which you kind of agree that there is a reason behind it. I can
Yes.
understand that you're tired of it. I think a lot of people are tired of it, but things have to, you know, things have to play out the way they need to play out. And the way
I
how it's playing
respect
out
that.
right now, how Black Americans are not don't even have to speak to each other about what's going on. They just know that we just need to fall back and do what we have to do. That is what we need to do. Um, yeah.
We respect that. And I wasn't gonna call because, you know, last time, but I just wanted to give like a different, you know, perspective. I think sometimes that does like make a conversation a little bit interesting. And so I won't hold y'all. I'll let y'all have, you know, your space or
Well,
whatever.
thank you for coming, Andrea.
Of course. Y'all have a nice rest of your day.
You too.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yeah. Shout out to Andrea. And that just goes to show how, according to your worldview, you can hear a conversation completely different than what it was meant to be.
Yeah, that's because people have, you know, they have things that they're gonna hone on because it's more important to them at that particular time, right? And even though our conversation was about how cultural and political ideologies intertwine, that was a prime example right there. Because from instead of, you know, understanding where our conversation led to the point where we even brung up other ethnic groups and what is going on within the diaspora, it's also led to why you see some people are more upset about MAGA Minaj versus what is all that scamming that's going on down in Minnesota to a particular ethnic group, you know? So from even that's where the conversation started. But even seeing some things that are similar with other things that's going on, that's how you get people to come up and express themselves. And it's always a good thing to express yourself, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to the show, The GOAT. Happy New Year to you. And are you here to talk about Erica Kirk and her tapussa or something else?
No, I just got here for real. I seen the title and just shit popping up to see what the topic was. What y'all talking? You say Erica Kirk and TPUSA?
Yeah, tapussa. Yeah.
Don't mind him, GOAT. He's
So no, I don't know, fam. I'm looking at a lot of that because, for example, I don't know where y'all was going with the selective outrage part, but I don't like the idea of Black people involving themselves in stuff that we really don't care about. And what I mean by that is Nicki Minaj was not relevant in terms of conversation. Her music do numbers though. You know what I'm saying? Her music is, you know what I'm saying? I just read some shit yesterday that said she's the first woman to stream 1 billion, some shit like that. So, I mean, it's not her music, but her name, she was about, you know, she's about irrelevant pretty much. What I've seen is a rejuvenation of her name through hate watching. And whether or not we give credence to hate watching is another topic. But I'm here to tell you that hate watching might be the most beneficial part of being a social media content creator or entertainer. So the selective outrage that people are showing in terms of her standing next to Erica Kirk is problematic because Erica Kirk shouldn't be no different than Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, anybody else we talking about in terms of that political realm. And if you're only viewing it from the I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican side, again, that's selective. We're not dealing with it from a Nicki Minaj ain't our voice. Cardi B wasn't our voice. Meg Thee Stallion wasn't our voice. None of them should be in these political realms being used to juxtapose them next to a politician. These are entertainers. Leave them in entertainers' lanes. We're not doing that across the board. So I think that's the issue when you start seeing people come for Nicki. The immediate response is, well, shit, y'all didn't come for Meg. Y'all didn't come for this one. Y'all didn't come for that one. And I'm saying, stop pedestalizing the entertainers in totality. Just leave out the talent part and all this other shit. Entertainers don't belong at the top of a political conversation, but what they're there to do is drive people who don't pay attention to politics to the conversation because Nicki's in it. That's the problem.
You know, I agree with you, Goat, because one of the statements that I said down in the chat is that, you know, we wanted people to start getting involved, right? We wanted people to start paying attention. The problem is we just can't control what people are going to pay attention to or how that's going to look for us. So what this highlights is that a lot of people who said that these people didn't have that much influence on our lives and how we move, they tend to do have that much influence on our lives and how we move. And it also showed a spotlight about what we actually really cared about.
And I agree. And the main problem I have with the selective outrage Goat is that so many people are willing to be invested in trying to get some fake deportation petition about Nicki Minaj, and we don't have that same, or the social media world doesn't have that same petition against the goddamn Somalis in Minnesota. They took $9 billion away from America, while Nicki, she put millions into the economy with her music and her sales and whatever else that she put out. Like, we could talk about her twerking and all that, and her being whatever she is. However, she brought plenty of money into our economy. And so therefore we need to be focusing more on deporting the bad actors that's doing all the fraudulent things. $9 billion of fraud, by the way, and get those people and get them deported and have the focus on their proper focus and not just worried about one individual that is going to take away from America. We need to get her out of America. Her millions of dollars is going to go to another country.
But that's my point, right? Like, at the end of the day, if you look at both of these situations, we don't really care about fraud, right?
Damn.
We care about the person that we put up on a pedestal, if they're going to continue to follow whatever we want them to follow, whatever ideology that we want them to accept, right? But we don't care about necessarily the fraud. It would be completely different if it came out that Nicki Minaj, not only did she do what she did at Turning Point USA, but she also scammed the government as well. Then I can understand the outcry, right? But the fact that you said she has done nothing but actually, you know, supported our economy. Yeah. But she's getting, you know, she's getting more backlash than versus people who is actually being found out on record to scam the economy, to take away from your community, to the point where you can't get certain grants and loans and other resources before, because now it's just seemed too much fraud is coming out by having these ready available resources for people to do business and stuff. That has never been a problem. We have been okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's the play though, because Turning Point USA built their foundation off of the going at black people, black people responding to it. Candace Owens, Hodge twins, Brandon Tatum. That's how they built their base. What I'm wondering is because now they don't have Candace, is that what Nicki's there for now? Damn. Will she be placed into that same position?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think they could be possibly using Nicki Minaj as to replace Candace Owens, because Candace Owens is literally kind of like destroying the whole MAGA movement from inside and out. And, you know, she was able to get into spaces that nobody else was able to get into. And now it doesn't matter what they do, like Ben Shapiro, all of them, they'll try to attack her and it's not working. She's still able to stand because I guess she understands how they move, and she understands their playbook, and they have to find a way to control that. And I think that's why they brought in Nicki Minaj to do that.
So now the thing is that, do you think it's going to actually work? Is it going to get more? I don't think it's going to actually work. That it's going to get more black folks from her, I guess, the left side that they assume that she has. Because I don't think it's going to work. What it did was actually backfire. It's going to get more people to lean left even stronger, because now they're going to just kick her out of the situation. That's why they got this whole petition of 100,000 people to deport a legal citizen, legal. I don't know what to call her, a legal alien. It's just crazy to me, and we need as a group of people to get the focus to be proper and have the focus on the right focus, and not allow the distractions to win all the goddamn time. Because while they keep telling us that we don't care about what these celebrities say, they absolutely 100% care. The fact that they say that us YouTubers are just YouTubers, guess what? A YouTuber exposed the whole Minnesota government. He was just supposedly just a YouTuber. But with his influence on YouTube, and they got so much traction on people reviewing it, therefore now it's on CNN. Gosh.
Yeah, that's another one. You know what I'm saying? Media propaganda is crazy though, man, because that story should have been out in 2022. I feel like some of that is happening because of Trump being in office, and because people are willing to pay more attention to it and call it out. Because when it first happened in 2022, and it was the white lady, her story got, it got covered, let's say, but it didn't do this. You know what I'm saying? So now that Amy Bach is locked up, her case over with, her case gone, and you ain't got nothing but Somalis left, now it's everywhere. But, as long as she was in court and she was the face of it, it wasn't this loud.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people didn't know about that white lady.
Right. And I think that's why people are allowed to say the white supremacy thing in this conversation. And that's the real dangerous part as well. Because when it was how Go just said, he named her name. Like, so, Go pays attention for real. And when it was her, they did not want to use her as the face of millions of dollars of being frauded out of a government, and how the government is also in participation of this goddamn fraud as well. But now that they have black folks, supposedly black folks involved in, now we can have a face for the goddamn thing. But what I do like is that they didn't realize that we have a whole FBA 80s tether movement going on. And that, so now they have to separate it and keep it separated. Black folks, whoever consider themselves black or FBA, they ain't going for it. They like, hey, those are Somalis. They ain't black. Get their ass up out of here. So I think that is an interesting turn of events. It's kind of like what happened with DNA. When they tried to introduce DNA to the court system, they thought it was going to put more of us in jail, but it did the opposite. That's what I think is happening with this whole Somali situation in Minnesota. And it's going to go down into goddamn Ohio too, because they have another high population over there. So now over in Minnesota, we're going to see a lot of people looking at Somalian people in a strange way. They ain't going to look at them as black anymore. They're going to look at them as Somalians, and they're going to look at them as scammers, and they're going to start having a tough time, I believe, across America, in my opinion.
Now, I hope that happens is what I say. That's what I'm hoping happens. What I fear is going to happen, though, is that they're just considered black. I mean, because keep in mind the little kid that the white lady called a nigger earlier in the year last year, and it made all that money in Minnesota. That was a Somali kid. You know what I'm saying? So they don't view us no different. You know what I mean?
Great point. That was a Somalian family. But also I believe, before I bring a shout out into the show. Also, I believe, that's why it didn't register long enough. It's because people are starting to really separate. They like, oh, that was a Somalian. I don't think it's worth for us to really it's really showing how important black people are to America. Because if it ain't a black person that is representing like he is a Black American, the media do not hold on to it the same way as it now that they are saying that it's a Somalian. They don't hold on to it the same way. All of a sudden, I don't see a whole, but you know what I'm saying? It doesn't stick the same way. If it was one of us, if it was me, a Black, everywhere. So it's showing that, hey, we are the main topic at hand in America for sure. Welcome to the show, Shadow, the Titan Wasp. Why I keep calling him Titan Wasp? That's your full name, Titan Wasp?
Yeah, that's the full name.
Okay, that's why. All right, I thought I was tripping. What's your thoughts?
I mean, you're not wrong. They're going to see the Somalians as, well, Black people did this in America. But I mean, like I said 2 days ago, Somalians are some of the biggest Black hat hackers in the world. Like, this cyber criminal ring has been existing since Tor was a thing. So, I mean, I feel like the game that's being played is kind of ridiculous, and the whole story behind Nikki is just retarded. It's kind of typical of what we've been doing most of our lives, going from being kids to adults. Like, oh, somebody doesn't really fit into how the crew's feeling, so we're gonna feel some kind of way about it, and now we're gonna ostracize somebody. But people were twerking in the club with her not 3 weeks ago. So, but now all of a sudden, oh, she made an appointment with Turning Point USA because she's at the age and she has enough money to realize, hey, maybe I need to look to what party I'm looking into to try to preserve me and my family's wealth. Again, this is what she views as conservatism. Because of that, that's why she chose to do what she did. It's a wise business move on her part, in her opinion. But now, because people aren't agreeing with her, all of a sudden, now she's non-gratis. That's ridiculous to me.
And I want to ask Shicey Bone, what conservative ideology I'm trying to push? I ain't trying to push no conservative ideology. Does it sound like I'm trying to push a conservative ideology?
No, I don't hear a push for conservatism. I mean, right now it sounds balanced, but I mean,
you sound moderate.
I would wondering though what he meant by a wise decision though, because she probably threw after this, fam. I don't think this was a good decision because MAGA's not going to listen to her music, bruh.
No, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I don't see the road ahead being paved for her through this move. I'm saying, like, not necessarily that everything was good before this, but this certainly doesn't put her in a better light, I would say.
So hear me out. I'm not speaking on her future potential, right? I'm speaking what she already currently has in assets. She's thinking, look, I might be kind of done in the game. So now I'm going to protect the assets I already have. Yeah, the culture is she's going to be blacklisted. But as she said in her own songs numerous times, nigga, I'm rich. You can't do shit to me. I mean, it is what it is. It's not like they're going to take money she already has. That's why she sees it as a wise decision, as from a normal human's point of view now, not a celebrity who's currently still trying to see clout. Yeah, she went with a massive, I guess, purpose when she went to go see Erica. But at the end of the day, she's still making the decision as a family person who's no longer in the spotlight. Does that make any sense?
Yes and no.
Yeah. Go ahead, MJ.
I was going to say yes and no. And the reason why I said I'm saying that is because I can understand if she is going more on the religious route, and she wants to align her politics due to her religion. That's understandable. But the issue is that she's still going to have to make money. She is not as rich as people think that she is. It just came out that she owes back taxes on her property that she has right now that's averaging in the millions, right? So I only find this as a benefit to her if her new goal is to get out of the music industry and to be on television, to do talk shows, you know what I'm saying, to be a public speaker. Then I can understand that's the new route that she's going to do to, to provide for her family. But if she still decides that she's going to be in the industry, I don't see that right now. I say she'll have a certain point where she's going to be able to make a lot of money off of her new album that's supposed to be coming out in March. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of songs in reference to the hate that she's getting and things of that sort, and people are going to opt in to at least initially buy or Spotify her music when that drops. But after that, she's going to fade in the water when it comes down to the music industry. So unless her new go-to is to be like a public speaker and to speak on behalf of TPUSA or whatever, then I don't see that this was actually beneficial in the long run.
And hold on, let me say something too.
I agree.
Hold on 1 second. And so also, I want to say that she is. I want to agree with MJ on. She is trying to become a public figure and speak. And a lot of these rappers are attempting to do the very thing that Taz has been doing for many years. And we started to find out that they don't actually have the talent like that we pushed out there in the first place. They don't have the time to actually communicate to people that way. They only can have a communication in a fantasy world way and say how they got the, they can rap very well. They could put words there. They got very good voices for that. But when it comes to actually showing their opinions, they don't have that skill. And plus it costs too much money for them to actually produce the proper kind of entertainment where it's just talking for them to actually make it sustainable. Like we see with Jim Jones, they had to get 4 hip hop guys and they barely scratching the surface of what somebody that is known on YouTube to do. We see Fat Joe and Jay, like, they putting a lot of money for those videos to get in front of our faces. They're not doing it organically just because they have a great influence by talking. And so now they got to turn to talk show hosts, and it's not going to work for them. It doesn't work because in reality, nobody actually cares about them for opinion wise. It's good for a viral moment, but every day speaking to them, nobody actually cares about them. And it's showing with how powerful somebody, Nicki Minaj, is for a viral moment. However, when we try to translate that into a business, it's going to be bad business for somebody like Minaj to attempt to be MAGA Minaj and try to pussa because she been promoting her pussy for so long that it ain't going to work for Tapussa in the long run. Go ahead, Shadow.
Hold up. All right, I'm back. All right. So TPUSA. So we're gonna keep that what it is. You're right on 2 fronts.
You like me using the word Tapussa?
No, I'm not gonna do that. So Nicki Minaj has been very, very sexualized for the last 15, 16 years. Fine. But you can see even in her last 10, she has been trying to branch out in multimedia facets. Like she's been trying to put her feet in other things. And one of the things is a lot of she hasn't even been really good in regards to movies, but she's got her name, she's got her IMDb with a good roster on it. She's been exposed. So just saying that she's gonna step away from music, but if she keeps herself present, and because again, the short attention span of social media, I think she can still make money via social media and advertising cloud and et cetera, just because of everything she's already done. She can lose 10 million followers today and still have enough followers to make $50,000 a month or $50,000 a week on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like she's live streaming, and she did this very thing that you're doing right now, and she live streamed to have people super chat to come on and talk to her. It's not going to see the money that she's made, but it's going to still keep her relevant. And that relevance is what's going to keep her essentially relevant.
So yeah, but it proved that it doesn't, because they tried to they pay for those views. That's the issue that's happening. They need a whole machine behind them for people to pay attention to them.
What was his name? Steven. What was the sports commentator? Steven something.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen A. Smith. Yeah. You remember when he switched from main TV to YouTube, and then when he switched to YouTube, his YouTube got big enough that they started kind of bringing him on different kinds of appearances. He did the same thing when he switched from he said when he talks,
No,
he says,
the
"I'm not
part that you're
conservative."
missing is how much money that he is pushing into it so he could be in front of us.
Right, but he's pushing money in as an investment so he can get back out into where he was. And
Right.
in
And
reality, I mean, it's not a bad
He
investment has
never
strategy.
been
left
shown.
TV though. Stephen A. Smith still on ESPN though.
Right. That's the
Yeah,
part that
right.
that's the part.
Didn't he leave? I thought he left ESPN for a little bit. Is that
No.
another thing?
Nah, you
No,
probably
go ahead,
think about
Go. You
Shannon
gotta
Sharp.
go.
Okay, so you might be thinking about Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
I think
maybe
I'm
something else.
conflating the two. That's very possible.
Yeah, you probably
Yeah,
thinking
because
about
because so he can't quit his day job to do the YouTube fully. That's what we're trying to say. So he still need his day job. Without ESPN, he ain't doing no YouTube. He ain't gonna say, you know what, YouTube is making me so much money, I don't need to be on ESPN no more. He would not do that because it costs way too much money to actually have the infrastructure to move forward. That's why we had the whole situation with what's that basketball player name? He gets married to a YouTuber. Gilbert Arenas, right? So like we see his situation that he had to give up more than half, more than 50% of his company just to get it to where it's at today. These people do not have the talent to do it on their own. It's just what it is. They don't have that kind of talent. They need a machine behind them to produce what they are producing. And once they try to live off of that alone, it costs way too much money to invest for what they are getting out of it.
Yeah, they're scaling their audience because it's literally a risk, right? Because if your audience known you for one thing and now you want to branch out to another, you can lose your audience. So they're trying to scale it in a way to benefit them so they don't have to start at rock bottom.
Right. Because they cannot deal with the embarrassment of having only 50 people in the damn chat. That's embarrassing to them. So
but you know how over the last 2 days, I kept saying controversy creates. I'm tired. Controversy can create sensationalism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look at what we're doing right now. We're talking about Nicki Minaj switching over in a way that in reality, like me as somebody who's a moderate right, I understood why she would have done it. Like I can see the practicality in why she would do it as a normal person. As somebody in the entertainment industry, I feel like she's trying to create, it's a shock value issue, but I still think it's a bad idea for her music career. I think her music career is going to be dead, but I also believe everybody's going to forget about it in 3 weeks because, internet.
Okay, I think Goat got something to say about that. We're bringing Afro Nerd. Go ahead, Goat.
Oh no, just right quick. I would say forget maybe on the surface level, but there's no forgiving.
Yeah.
When it comes to standing next to Trump, when it comes to our people, bro, like niggas ain't cool with that. And I would say even the main reason is because it's somewhat to outrage the black community. Everybody knows how you gonna be, what type of reception you gonna get from going up there on TPUSA stage and talking about Trump is a handsome man and throwing your shot at JD Vance. And I mean, this is all after you done married that PDF file, and you know what I'm saying, people done already dropped you because of that. I just don't think like continuously walking into walls can be helpful for your career.
That's a ball. Welcome to the show, Afro Nerd, ADOS, FBA conservative. Are you here to talk about Erica Kirk Tapusa?
Yeah, we can go there. Happy New Year, by the way, brother, and to all the folks that are online. Look, man, I've been talking about this for years. We're going into 26 now. It is 26, and we've been taking it lightly about really what I call neo-minstrelsy. So I'm not shocked that a minstrel is siding with a racist. We've been seeing it for so long; it's been normalized. I think we're using too many. Usually, I'm the one that's verbose. We're kind of going around the subject. We're going around the pool as to what we are clearly seeing. Time and time again, we see business being able to be created, wealthy business structure off of this minstrel stuff. Malcolm X talked about this 60 years ago. But our minstrels, I say in quotes, were far better. So when he was complaining about Lena Horne and trumpet players, I mean, everyone knows this clip where he was very concrete about how the black community has been used by having entertainers as leaders. No other community has that. as popular and as wealthy as Jerry Seinfeld is, he's not considered a leader of those of the Jewish faith. But when you see much of what we have as entertainers, Snoop Dogg could be a leader at any moment. 50 Cent could be a leader at any moment. I mean, Lil Wayne could be a leader at any moment. It's like you see
Leader of who?
This
A leader
is
of who?
no, but you know who, man. I'm speaking very clear. We can't do this in 26.
If I knew, I would not have asked.
The leader of black people.
No,
I'm not.
Black as a general public.
Right.
That's
I'm saying as an image.
That's cap.
Right?
That's cap.
Well, let me explain why I think it's not cap.
All
Because you have the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. The Anti-Defamation League is an organization created by those of the Jewish faith to keep their names out of your mouth. Right? They get $100 million a year, not 1 million, $100 million a year to make sure that their image, that they're not defamed. Literally, they're not to be defamed. Even the way that YouTubers speak on YouTube, it's always, cloaked in. You can't speak about a certain kind of people. You know what I'm talking about? Everyone's scared, as they say, right? We can learn something from that, though. There's no black equivalent of people not being able to talk negatively about black people, even if it's other black people. There's even a term with Jewish folks, and self-hating Jewish, self-hating Jew. There's even a term for that. So anti-blackness in rap music has been going on for about 30 plus years. It's been normalized so much that we can't even see it. When Nicki Minaj does this, I saw a Nicki Minaj video years ago. The video was called Only. Chris Brown and Drake. And she's in a desert with guns a-blazing and just inward.
Bro.
And I'm like, yo, what's going on here? You had Motown, you had all this kind of stuff that was like positive, where black folks, you can see people moving in a certain direction. And now this is 24/7. Even when Charlemagne in New York, he'll talk about wokeness and positive black stuff, but then his background music is anti-black. How does that work? So when Nicki Minaj switches up like this, it's par for the course. It's an embarrassment. And she needs to be shut down. We can't be shocked by this. I just found out that the Zeus network has $1 billion valuation. The Zeus network.
Shit, really?
Yes. It has $1 billion valuation. Black
Hold
folks
up, I need to see that.
You look it up. The owner himself, I mean, he self-touted it, but he said it's $1 billion valuation. So, I mean, I can go on and on about all these different platforms that are anti-black. It's just a whole thing with us. And when it's positive, it's here for a minute, gone tomorrow. So unless we start to root out in 26 or even create a black version of the ADL where we can actually get control of our imagery, where we don't have to worry about these quasi spokespeople that are zip coons. We're going to be doing this for the next another 30 years. And I've had people argue with me when people talk about Meg Thee Stallion.
Okay, got it.
And we can't talk about her, but she's in the same crew. I mean, all this stuff is what it is. It's too much. It's too much. We give a pass, and you wonder why people look at you, why Chinese people are saying the N-word half a world away.
You never once laid out how they're a leader. Like, none of this has nothing to do with what makes them a leader.
So, do you remember how during the Super Bowl when Kendrick Lamar?
Hold on, y'all. I want Taz and Afro to parse it out. Go ahead, Go. What you were saying, Go?
Yeah, because he was just going on and on and on about nothing. I just wanted him to kind of lay out what makes him think 50 and Lil Wayne could be leaders. Because I'm saying not only are they not leaders, they couldn't be if they wanted to be.
Afro Nerd?
I don't know, man. In 26, when I start speaking and I start giving out facts, it's always I'm going on and on and on. I respectfully will listen to you, right? I'm not going to dismiss what you say, even if I disagree with it. But when I speak, it's like you're going on and on and on. I gave you a litany of what is happening with it, which is certifiable. one of our greatest leaders. Malcolm X talked about this 60 years ago, but I would not say he was going on and on and on. He is a hallmark in our history. He spoke about this. He forewarned.
Nigga, you ain't him. Get to the point. The fuck you talking about? You ain't Malcolm. Make the motherfucking point, nigga. I know what he said. I'm saying you can't make it.
You're proving my point with your emotionalism and having to go through the N-word. I said in 26 we need to stop doing that.
Let me try to mediate. So Afro Nerd.
Or interpret. Try to interpret. I don't speak nigga well. Go ahead.
Afro Nerd, how can you substantiate that 50 Cent and Lil Wayne had the ability to be a leader within the Black community other than music?
Well, I don't consider them leaders, right? It's not my job. I don't consider them leaders. What I'm saying is the culture and the political structure at large sees them as leaders, right? Or they're used by leaders. When Kamala Harris has to get Megan Thee Stallion and other minstrels on stage, right? She uses them as a way to bring you in, right? So, and also the fact that, I mean, you literally have political leaders. When you had someone like,
slow down. I want to talk to that point.
Can I say something real quick?
I don't know why this is difficult.
No, it's not. No, because I think you conflating things. Because just because they use the entertainer, hold on. If they use the entertainer to bring in more attention, and it's still Kamala being the leader. Just because she's using some entertainer doesn't mean that those Megan Thee Stallion is a leader in some kind of political situation. So go ahead, MJ, and then we'll get Afro to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is that a lot of, I guess, pop celebrities, or it doesn't even have to be a rapper. It was literally actors and actresses that started being political spoke pieces for whatever politician was going up to be reelected for whatever. So we can't just say that it's just only rappers. The only reason why rappers and people in the music industry is being used more now is because they're trying to get in touch with the youth. Right. But this is something that has been going on and playing on in our politics for a very, very long time, using certain actors, even from the 50s and 60s and 70s to be, to support whatever movement that they wanted to. We need to start removing, that, if we have a real issue with it. And the second thing, I understand your gripe with the music today. This is not your music, Afro Nerd. I understand it. But at one time, all our music was looked as bad and negative. Even the ones that you like now was looked bad and negative. Like you thought rock and roll initially was, accepted. It wasn't, right? That's why it had to be co-opted and it had to be become mainstream for everybody to accept it. When it was just I forgot the lady's name. But when she was doing it, stuff like that, it was looked as negative. It had a negative light to it. So that has always happened. That's something in history that a lot of things that we initially have done, it came off negative at one point, and then when it was commercialized, then it became something good. So my thing is, like, I understand you don't like this music, but you can't use history in that way to say that this is the only thing that's making us look bad, because even blues at one point looked very bad. It looked like we was double worshipers for playing and listening to blues. So I'll drop that.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay, so much of what you say is true. I'm not going to negate that, right? The difference is that the current music, listen, I listen to current music, so I'm not going to say I'm a saint where I listen to everything, right? I love music, period. I think the talent is not really necessarily there. But what I'm saying is you have a genre now where we could talk about blues music. We talk about the history of blues in the African-American cultural standard for music. There's always been double entendre, right? There's always been double speak. But it wasn't to the degree that it is in rap music, this current strain, where it's in your face, it's very vulgar and visceral, straight at you. Before it was you had to kind of figure it out. It was in code. Now it's not so coded. That's the difference. I think that also when you repeated what I had said, it wasn't just rappers. I said entertainment. Black entertainers going back 60 years ago when Malcolm X was very clear about it, he talked about these people are being positioned as leaders, right? Where you don't necessarily see Robert De Niro or all these other people in the same vein as a spokesperson.
You're right into that point.
That's the issue. So we have to be honest that black leaders, white leaders, political leaders, they know who to get and why to kind of get black folks involved. And it's dangerous to get someone like that who's politically ignorant or just ignorant to be your spokesperson.
I understand that, but I'm just talking about history. The whole point that Ronald Reagan was able to be a president is because of what? He was an actor. So it's not just only things like that being used with us. It's just something that happens in our U.S. history.
Schwarzenegger.
I think that's true, but there's a difference between Schwarzenegger or Ronald Reagan being an actor going into politics versus someone like Nicki Minaj and what she does. Everything is comparable. And when she's on stage doing some pretty vulgar things. I have yet to see. Maybe you could say Trump. Maybe Trump is Nicki Minaj. Maybe you could make a closer comparison because you see clearly his behavior. He curses. That might be the first time we've seen a white N-word, a white O-N.
I mean, Clinton got pretty close.
What the corny shit is this, bro? Like,
and you see,
cornball, bro. What is he talking about?
Bro, listen. As an adult, can we stop this? Like, if I would take everything you say and I won't disrespect you, but as soon as you hear me speak, it's the cornball. You hear somebody got to be the articulate person, right?
Yeah,
you go to your doctor. You go to your doctor. You want to speak? You want your doctor speaking like this? What do you want, bro? What do you want, bro? I'm talking to you as a man. Can you just take it? Can you just take it? It's always on and on. What I can listen to you. Go on and on for yourself, but respect my opinion. Love it or hate it, but you seem to be kind of twisted, and that part right there is like we can't keep on doing it. You represent why we are where we are right now.
I know. I do.
The minute you hear something, that's different, you trying to go get at my head for what?
No doubt, fam.
And we stop doing this at 26, bro. You got it. I'm not doing this. I'm being the adult in the room. I'm not going to do this with you.
Bet. I appreciate it.
You should be able to take that, like Puffy. Take that. Okay.
Pause like a motherfucker. So that's what I said about these weirdos, fam. So check it out. So
now I'm weird, fam. You see what I mean? See, this is a minstrel right here, and we gotta keep on dealing with this. Imagine going to a Dr. Goat speaking like this, going to your attorney Goat. You see how this falls flat? I'm not taking this at 26, man.
So
come
get your
on, man.
Stop off the panel then. You ain't gonna take it.
My man, Wall Street. Come on, Wall Street. Let's get it, Wall Street.
Like, well, let me say what I'm saying, though, fam. Let me say what I'm saying, though, bro. So, look, here's what I would argue based on what you just said. What we just saw was an outright rejection of Nicki Minaj. So, if anything, it points to what Malcolm was pointing at as actually being somewhat relevant right now, because when he said reject those entertainers, they're not your leaders and whatnot. That's what you see with Nicki Minaj. You see people rejecting that. Now, again, I wish it was like that in totality, but it's a start. So to use Malcolm's phrase in this situation is completely off base. It doesn't even fit. This actually fits exactly what Malcolm was speaking to. Stop pedestalizing entertainers. That's what you see right now, an outright rejection of Nicki Minaj, speaking that she's some type of leader or something. So you're way off, dude. But I know you're trying.
Sataz, can I challenge you real quick?
I respect your opinion. I'm going to keep it short. The issue is it's a continuum, right? So we should have been seeing this. We should have been heading this off at the pass. We saw the bridge was out 30 years ago, and people have been forewarning you about this, right? Reverend Calvin Butts, the late Calvin Butts spoke about this before, right? I can't remember the other woman.
That's why Ice Cube dissed him.
But there have been people telling you this stuff is whack for 60 years, and now you're saying, well, we're just getting to it now.
Being a preacher,
that's the problem. So we had a whole bunch, bro. I'm looking.
That was the Reverend Calvin Butts, bro. He was a preacher, but being a preacher is whack. Like, who are you to say? Like, come on, fam. Like, we don't all have the same opinion.
Why is he whack? Like, specifically.
Because you're pushing
because he's a preacher. We doing that.
You're pushing a religion and all that dumbass shit as opposed to black power, black nationalism. There's no inspiration behind that outside of a spiritual context. And so if you might be a church dude, that's great for you. I didn't support the Reverend Calvin Butts though. I supported the rappers that was dissing him.
Okay, so I see where you're getting at. See, I'm different. This cat was an educator. He wasn't just a reverend. He was a president of a school out of Long Island, I think CW Post. So he was about dealing. He was at Ice-T's head 30-something years ago. So he's pretty clear about this.
Ice Cube.
No, Ice-T also. There's a video with him I forgot, not New York Hot Tracks. You know what I'm talking about, Sharon, going back many years. Ralph McDaniels, that show. He was, you go to YouTube right now. He was at Raps. Yes. Yeah. No, not Yo MTV Raps. It was the one that was on UHF channel years ago. Ralph McDaniels.
What's good with it, Willie?
Anyway, he was on this show. Go to YouTube. Him and Ice-T were going back and forth. Yes, Video Music Box. So it was Ice-T he was going at. And this has been going on for a long time. And now after 35 years, we say, well, we had enough of it. Now we see that black folks are getting more in their feelings about Nicki Minaj.
But bro, do you know the youth don't care about how you feel about none of this, bro?
You and I aren't on the same intellectual level. So we're not going to be able to agree, bro. We're not going to be. I'm very clear about this. You want to go somewhere else? You
beneath me intellectually, dude. Don't confuse your dumbass self. What fuck you talking about, bitch ass nigga?
I get it. You're kind of emotional right now.
Would you like to debate me,
bro?
Would you like to?
I was clear. 26 black people. Let's be clear. Let's stop doing this monkey shine.
Would you like to put your intellectual prowess to the test against the goat fuck nigga? Is that what you saying? Because I do debates. You determine that shit by debate.
The first sign of a loss of a debate is you having to call me out my name.
I won't call you out your name on the clock.
You can't even stay clear and clean.
Do you hear me?
You're being disrespectful. I don't have the disrespect. Well, yeah, of course I'm corny. So
on the clock,
you're the cool one, right? Speaking this way, you sound like Nicki Minaj.
Relax, fam. Relax.
Minus the weave.
What I'm telling you is I don't have to curse at you on the clock. But off the clock, you're a cornball.
Yeah.
You want me to
I'm very clear and specific about the situation. All I'm hearing from you is expletives and emotion. We can't do this.
Show me how 50 Cent can be a leader, bro. I'm telling you, there's no way possible.
It's not for me to determine 50 Cent as a leader. It is the culture and the political infrastructure that does that. Right? So when 50 Cent can go to Shreveport. See, let me teach you something. When 50 Cent can go to Shreveport, Louisiana, so he can giggle and laugh, giggling and laughing. I'm tired of giggling.
Because I don't want to ruin the show.
Can we stop the giggling Negroes in 26? Can we stop that?
I don't want to ruin the show.
Because we already have. See, 50 Cent is buying a multi-million-dollar studio in Shreveport, Louisiana. He has to deal with the local politicians even there to get that done. So he's involved in the infrastructure and the political platforming in Shreveport, Louisiana. Now you can ha all you want. Right, I'm spitting out facts. I haven't heard any facts from you right now. Right, all I'm hearing is emotion.
So let me give you
emotion and name calling.
So let me give you
as a grown man.
He's not a leader in Shreveport, Louisiana. Do you understand that?
No, what I'm telling you is that he is used by the leadership. He is
finally you get it.
No.
See, now we agree. Wait, now we agree. Now we can agree. I can agree with that. He's being used by leaders. He's not a leader. He's not the leader. He can't be a leader, but he can be used by some other leadership. I agree with that. It's just rather unfortunate you are incapable of articulating that, but you call yourself articulate.
No. You want to use euphemisms, and I want to speak direct. When these people represent you,
that was pretty direct.
Stage, he's a de facto leader.
Not necessarily.
There's you, and there's Malcolm X. Malcolm X said these people are leaders. So me and Malcolm are.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hold on, Shadow. So Afro, the problem is that if if I'm leading something and then I grab somebody that has more of a bigger following, so I could garner some relevancy from his type of audience, is that person being the leader, or is it me using that person so I can further my leadership?
There's a word for that.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn. Y'all gotta let me do my goddamn show. Stop interrupting. Hold on.
Well, thank you. I was hoping we was gonna leave that in 2026, but I don't know. This is only 2 days in.
The real Prism, hugs and kisses. The Toy Boss says, no GOAT disrespect. I'm in my Mr. DJ music voice. Bye, nigga. God damn. And okay, and shout out to Time Watch for $5. This is common in our culture. Nikki disagrees. She is the enemy now, but
Where did that
okay, perfect. There's $20 to bring Afro Nerd back, or he could bring himself back if he'd like to continue the conversation. I think he don't realize that he was failing to present his argument properly. And because he has a lot of thoughts and he gets distracted easy, I'm assuming. What up, ADS?
The only problem is that his argument is based on his feelings, and I'm not debating one's feelings in 2026. You can feel however you want to feel about anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And when we just want people to understand, like, it has to be a difference of just saying something and then substantiating something. Those are two different situations. Your feelings, it is what it is. However, when we just go by what we can see, or if it's anecdotal, factual, statistical, those are two different conversations.
Yeah, and it is what it is. When it comes to this situation, I mean, it does play out in a way where we can see people ain't just blindly following a celebrity. Now, right. I think her attachment to Trump had something to do with that. But that, I mean, again, you got to articulate it that way if that's what you're saying. Yeah. At the end of the day, though, the problem still is people are supporting celebrities in a way that's beneficial to the celebrities. People don't just turn off the TV and forget that these are entertainers. And I think that's got a lot to do with where we are now. We doing this Twitter shit, this YouTube, social media, all these different things that bring people closer to celebrities. 30 years ago, like he was referring to, there was no everyday conversation about a celebrity. We didn't see him. We only knew what we knew about him. We heard rumors, and you might see something in the magazine, this and that, but it wasn't an everyday, the celebrity is in your face. That's how they doing shit now. And so with that, times will change. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I didn't get his arguments. I listened and listened and listened. That shit got annoying, bro.
Can I make his argument then?
And wait, before you make your argument, another thing too is that so now that we can see them and have them communicate with us on a daily basis, we starting to realize that they are not that celebrity mask is falling off, and we like, hey, what you saying is stupid. Hey, stay in your entertainment place. You better off just rapping rather than actually communicate. We starting to see that a lot of these so-called entertainers cannot even hold the intellectual conversation whatsoever unless they only talk about their industry, which is either acting or music. When they get outside of that, they are beyond a conversation, and that's what's really happening. And that's why the celebrity gossip and celebrity this is dying out, because nobody's actually caring about them. Because once we get into who they are personally, we see that they are not the people that we would rock with in real life, and that's why the celebrity is dying.
But then again, it goes back to Ghost's point. It beats his argument, because we are seeing the changes that I guess our leaders before was trying to warn us about. We are seeing the changes now, and he's undermining it.
Right.
It might not be how you want it to look, but it is happening.
Absolutely, 100%. And we're starting to see that it doesn't matter what skin color you are, you could be a total idiot no matter what skin color you are. And now we need results. So we see that we have a intellectual dummy in the chat right now, but it's okay. He'll be all right. It seems like Wall Street really want to say something. Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, I know where Afro Nerd's argument is coming from. Like, he's fairly conservative, so he sees it as a benefit to entertainment, maybe switching gears, so to speak, with this whole Nikki thing, and it hasn't been about pushing black progressive arguments, and he may see that as a positive. I just feel like we pick and choose when we want to allow these celebrities to have an impact. Because when Diddy's out here saying, vote or die, a lot of these same people weren't talking not supporting celebrities then. If the celebrity was on your side, it's like, all right, I support that. Vote or die. Take that. Right?
Okay,
And then we
pause.
get to
Okay,
the
hold
reckoning,
on,
and
Willie.
now
Hold
what?
on, Willie. Hold on, Willie.
Pause is
The, the,
right. That was a good pause.
yeah. So the problem is that when Diddy was trying to get people aware of voting, he was just saying vote or die. He didn't steer either way, left or right. He was just trying to get the emphasis on young people getting involved in politics and get involved in voting, and you could choose your own way. So that's not the same as MAGA Minaj trying to lean towards a conservative way, where her whole lifestyle, from what we've seen and what she wanted to let us see, was opposite of conservatism. And that's the issue that people have with her, because she is literally being a walking
Yeah, nah,
contradiction.
Shimon, that's wrong. Initiative. That ain't have nothing to do with just telling voters just to vote. Now, that was a Democratic initiative. That's a fact. So I'm saying, once the narrative switches and now we get that celebrity who we've supported in the black community supporting something else, that's really easy to shoot down. I just can't accept it from just the level of it being celebrity. Because again, when the celebrity works
Okay, so Wall
for
Street
us,
Willie. So
when the
would
celebrity
you
is
agree?
promoting
Would
what
you
I want to
agree that
hear, and don't get me
Wall Street
wrong,
Willie?
I don't hold
No,
on, I'm
hold
gonna
on,
land
slow
right
down.
here.
Hold on,
And
hold
don't get
on,
me
hold
wrong.
on, slow down,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
but I
hold
want to
on,
I want to be
hold on, hold
clear.
on. You don't need to clear. You don't need to clarify. Hold on. So what I'm gonna get
No,
you to,
I
I
do,
want.
because you're
No,
about
you
to try to
don't.
spin it. We know
I'm not.
what you do. You're about to put it in the
I'm
blender.
not saying you know what I do. Please,
God
you
damn.
have no idea what I'm gonna do. So what I'm saying, Willie, would you agree that MAGA does not support immigrants?
Absolutely.
Okay, so MAGA Minaj is literally a legal alien. She's an immigrant.
Okay, what's your point?
Okay, so that's one point number one. Okay, point number two. Would you say that? Would you agree that MAGA does not support the alphabet community?
No, they don't.
Okay, MAGA Minaj, her whole career is in support of the LGBT community, correct?
Okay.
All right, so therefore, so just those two things is the reason why MAGA Minaj looks crazy going supporting strictly that side of the field and not just support voting or just supporting politics. And that's the issue that they have with somebody like MAGA Minaj and being on and being on Erica Kirk's Tapussa.
So you cut me off to display an extraordinary grasp of the obvious. Like,
No,
nothing
so,
that you just said is a shock
God
or a
damn it.
surprise to anyone. But it doesn't refute my point that we pick and choose when we want to have an issue with celebrity. When celebrity is on one side of the argument, we have no problem with it, even when we know now, after the reckoning, right, that vote or die was being pushed by a whole monster. But at the time, we didn't have a problem with him utilizing his celebrity to our advantage. At that point, I was, on the left side
Thank
when
you.
Obama was coming in,
no,
right?
but
So
so hold
now,
on,
now
hold
that
on.
the argument, hold on, now that the argument comes from a space of celebrity that's not the prototypical black opinion, argument, conversation. And again, what I wanted to clarify was I don't support Nikki at all. She's looking like a whole goofy out there, but that's only to us who know her. What she's doing now, you got to realize her music is very popular with a lot of young white girls, right? So she can be a valuable tool in their plan, right? So I see the grift happening. I'm not surprised by it, but I'm saying we can't now demonize celebrity because now you're demonizing what's my man who went crazy right before he died, Jim Brown, right? And Harry Belafonte, and you had a lot of elements of celebrity that were pushing a message, pushing public agendas and initiatives. I'm not going to demonize it just off the strength of celebrity. I'm going to deal with each celebrity on its individual level. So if you're asking me, is Nicki goofy? I will tell you yes, and this is why. Then I would lay out the things that you just pointed out, right? But it's not simply based on celebrity. And I yield my time.
Dumb. Goddamn.
Yeah. If you say so.
Can I go after? Look, I understand
yeah.
why Taz was disputing, but there's a bit of ingenuity in it. You have to understand, like, just because you're an influencer, the reason why he was saying de facto leadership is because a lot of people will follow a lot of things celebrities do. But get this, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, and fucking Megan Thee Stallion all do the same style of music. But people are dropping Megan and Cardi at the same rate that they're dropping Nicki at because her views don't align with what the general public is. That's where the leadership argument comes in. But get this, Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power got more sales after Power than he did in his entire career. So I'm just saying, there's a point where influence does actually change the culture to some extent. So to say that it doesn't is disingenuous.
Right. So the thing is that what we do need to understand is that Cardi and Meg, whatever the case is, they ideology and their music also coincide with people being themselves. And so if Maga Minaj is having a career about being free and about being whoever you want to be and pursuing those things, and then now politically you saying do the opposite, that is the problem. And people are waking up to it. People are not just looking at, oh, Nicki Minaj is part of Erica Kurt's to pussy, and so now we just because we are a fan of Nicki Minaj that we're gonna just go run to Tapussa. They're not going to do that, right? So that shows that the people are waking up and saying that, hey, it's not just because you are a celebrity and I supported your music, meaning that I'm going to support you politically. And that's what we've been needing for a very long time, for people to start waking up and have their own thoughts and really think about what they are thinking about and focus on the focus. And we recognize in the grift before we could not recognize the grift. And so that is the importance of what's happening now. And so also we need people to keep on moving forward with that recognition to say we should not be focused on trying to deport a legal alien, but we should be focused on deporting people that is literally frauding our country of $9 billion and get those people out of the country.
So, and there's something you said to Willie that I didn't like, so I need to put a nail in that coffin real quick. MAGA is not against immigration, it's against illegal immigration. That's different. That's why the Nicki Minaj story actually makes sense, because she's a legal immigrant. She's a legal immigrant of the United States.
Now, I gotta disagree with that, though. Yeah, MAGA's against immigration in general. Like, they want to kind of tone it all down and push back on it. Like, even
they're
the
literally
legal side.
selling gold cards. They're selling gold cards.
Their argument is we're letting...
That makes no sense.
Hold on. Their argument is we're letting too many people in, legal or illegal. And you know what? I agree with them. So I'm not even dealing with that argument. I'm just saying...
I don't know why you're saying that. That's not the argument. That argument you're making a bad faith argument. That's not what it is.
So the argument isn't that we've been allowing way too many immigrants in, period? That's not the argument?
Illegal immigrants. It's a very specific argument. Bro, I'm lean conservative.
You're not understanding what I'm asking.
Don't play that game with me.
You're not understanding what I'm asking.
I know the argument. You're asking, are they saying that there's too much immigration? No, the argument was there's too much illegal immigration. The whole issue came from the open border. Again, that's subjective statement.
Wait. When you're talking about policy, when you're talking about illegal immigration, it's basically just a crime. They're not going through a process to become illegal immigrants. Like, you don't go apply to be an illegal immigrant. I'm saying they're even against birthers, right? They're even
What
against
you
the
talking
kids.
about?
But
You're
hold on,
literally
anchor
skipping
baby.
entire
Can I
steps.
finish? Can I finish? They're even against the anchor babies, right? What I'm saying is they are against immigration policies that are inclusive to
Nope.
everyone
Why
and
are they
everyone.
against anchor
And I'm
babies?
not
Stop
even.
making half-ass arguments.
Can I
Why
finish
are they
my
against anchor
point?
babies? You
Hey,
keep
Gay
making dumbass
Godfrey,
arguments.
what are you talking
You're
about,
making
Gay Godfrey?
You're making a
Are
dumbass
you really
argument.
saying that the Republican Party wasn't against the whole anchor baby movement and all of that? Are you
No,
really
I'm
saying they
saying
didn't
that
push for policies to
to
stop
fight
that from
anchor
being a
babies to
thing?
stop.
Yo, Gay
Yes,
Godfrey, you
because
gotta
people will try to
relax.
get illegal immigration.
Let me finish
No,
my point first,
then
and then you can
make a
have
fucking
a
competent
period.
point.
Let me finish
Then make
my
your point
point
make
first, and then you
sense.
can have a period. Right? What I'm
God damn,
saying is,
bro.
all right, go ahead, Gay Godfrey, you got it.
You keep making dumbass statements. Stop making half-ass remarks. No, they were not against full immigration if it was legally done. Anchor babyism is literally about having a baby after you come to the country illegally. That's what the issue was. And then using that baby to get citizenship. Make your fucking point right if you're gonna make it. Don't make a dumbass argument.
Go ahead, PWI Willie.
See, this is the growth I'm trying to show in 2026. Like, I'm not arguing with dumb niggas no more. I will let them sit where they are, right? But the fact of the matter is, bottom line, right? The Republican Party is not pro-immigration. They feel like we should curtail the
You're
legal
retarded.
immigration as well, right? Now, what Goofy will do is they will speak, make their point, say nothing, and then still try to cut me off when I was on mute, right? I don't think anybody can argue that the Republican Party is saying across the board, we letting way too many of them in, right? We want to get rid of the illegals first, pack them up, get them up out of here. But we also saying we want to turn the dial back with the overall way that immigration is being done in America. They're saying there's too many people coming in here. And that's not even something I disagree with. So I don't know why he's fighting me on that point. Like I'm making a demon of the Republican Party for saying that. I don't even disagree with that. At this point, 2025, there was a point where I would have disagreed with it. But when I'm looking at what's best for me as an American black man, I'm not even against that point anymore. But
Willie, I'm
yeah.
not arguing what you're saying. I'm arguing the fact that what you're stating is inaccurate. It's inaccurate on its face. What you're saying is just not true, and you're spreading misinformation based on that. That's what I'm saying. The issue is they literally just made a law about gold cards, about getting more immigrants in, but having them do it the right way. What I'm telling you is what you're saying is factually not accurate. The issue with illegal immigration, period. Hey, we're getting too many. Again, you start the quote, but you stop it midway. It's we're getting too many illegal immigrations. It was a point that went across MAGA like a firestorm. It's curtailing illegal immigration. Your argument is not what it is. And what I'm saying is you're misrepresenting what the facts are. I'm fine with the fact that we can even agree on the same point.
Yeah, so what I'm
But
saying
what I'm
is
telling
I'm
you is you're
looking at
wrong.
history, right? When I look at Barack Obama's presidency, right? The whole his birth certificate issue, right? They didn't care whether he was a legal or illegal immigrant, right? We got a problem with all these people who are not what you would call a Christian American conservative, right? The ones you
Christian
fighting
nationalists.
so hard for that you'll never be a part of. I'm saying
Christian
I know
nationalists.
them people. I know them people. They want to shut down all of this immigration. When you look around the world, when you look at what's going on in Great Britain, when you look at the ultra far right parties in Germany, right? They're trying to shut it is a common theme. They want to have full autonomy of their countries. They don't want to let nobody in. That's a fact. If you don't see that, it is what it is. But we could leave it there. You know what I mean? Ain't no need to challenge me on that. Anybody that looks at it will see that.
You just named three. You just named three fucking countries that all talked about illegal immigration.
Slow down. Hold on. Go ahead, go.
So, okay, so what I'm not hearing from Shadow is the understanding of how Trump presents it, because I get his argument. I'm not even saying he's completely wrong, but as far as how MAGA presents it, they're not presenting it as we want good immigrants, we want better immigrants. They talk about illegal immigration within the same framework that they talk about immigration. And so if you think about it, even going a step further, Donald Trump himself has even told American citizens to go back where they came from. He specifically told that to congresswomen, right? So I'm just saying you can't make it seem like he's presented the argument the way you're presenting it. Because I don't completely disagree with what you're saying, but you can't put him on the record or MAGA on the record saying it the way you're saying it either.
He want Iman Omar's legal ass to go back home.
So Taz, actually, you know what? On occasions, I've actually heard exactly what you're saying. So I do agree with you. But I can say I can actually bring up points where they have made the exact argument I'm making, which is why I'm making it. I'm making it specifically, especially when they made regards towards the big, beautiful bill, because one of the contentions was further support for illegal immigration. And he was like, no, we're not doing that. It's what drug out the big, beautiful bill when it did. I'm not saying, look, I believe immigration as a whole is something that people should be able to do as humans. It's one of my least conservative things. But I believe immigration is part of any world function, you know? But at the end of the day, I also have the firm belief that if you do go somewhere, then there's a process to do that. And when you don't follow that process is no longer legal. And that's where illegal immigration comes in. But like the whole gold card thing, the whole buying visas, that whole thing is literally in support of bringing the best and brightest from around the world. That's one of Trump's big. It's literally about the best and brightest.
No, it's about the
That's how it's advertised. Wait, that's how it's advertised.
No, but
hold on, it's advertised. That's fair. Look, we know what it is, but on its face, he said we're trying to get the world's best and brightest to come to America.
Yes, and so I'm saying to you how the Republican Party, especially MAGA, advertises immigration is, pack all of y'all up. Legal, illegal. If you're dealing with advertisement, right? Let's be clear. MAGA is advertising, pack all of them up. So you kind of killed your own argument there.
I'm not saying MAGA is even advertising that. I'm saying that you're misrepresenting what MAGA is advertising. I understand where you're coming from and why you see it that way, but I'm telling you, it's a misinterpretation.
Right. So, but the thing is that, like, you cannot have it both ways, and that's the real issue. They want to act as if they are looking for the best and brightest. At the same time, they shitting on anything that's in America. We got to get these 600,000 Chinese folks because Americans can't do X, Y, and Z. That's just not true.
Hold on, and I actually do agree with what you're saying now, but now that's a whole different conversation. That's no longer about Americanism, that's about capitalism. But my issue isn't that what it is. Our argument right now is the fact that y'all are saying that they're talking about deporting legal immigrants. That's not what the issue was. The issue was legal immigrants who committed crimes or illegal immigrants. It's a very specific argument. That's why the whole issue with Harris never going to the border came up.
There's more to the argument. Another portion of the argument is curtailing immigration, period. Stop letting any of these niggas in here except the ones we. All right, it's 1,000 of y'all. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, y'all, come on. Everybody else, right? Before legally, they were letting in 1,000. Now they want to say you 5 Negroes. Come on. That's the Republican argument. That's the only part you're leaving out. I can
but they were
understand
also
what you're
talking
saying
about.
in terms of domestic situation where we are now with the people on the land now. The other portion of that immigration argument is somebody waiting at a consulate right now trying to get over here. No, they are anti that.
Not only that, let me ask the question to Shada. Do you believe that the ICE group are detaining legal citizens as well?
Okay, so ICE, I've got a personal beef with ICE, so I'd leave that conversation alone. But I do believe they have picked up legal immigrants as well, but those have also been released. I don't believe they've deported legal immigrants, no. Or to no permanent measure.
So you saying it's okay to detain legal citizens for months at a time?
I didn't say that.
All right, so what is it that you're saying so I can understand what you're saying?
I'm saying that it has happened for sure. ICE has absolutely picked up a number of illegal immigrants.
Okay, so all right, so if they picking up legal, so what I'm saying, if they picking up legal, right? If they picking up legal citizens, doesn't
that's why I was trying to correct myself.
Right, I understand. I'm talking about if they are picking up legal citizens, doesn't that defeat your argument that they are not doing things to legal citizens?
No, because you have to understand what ICE's primary duty is as immigrations, customs, and exports. So they're just going after what they believe a directive is, which is to curb stomp basically illegal immigration. The problem is they're not acknowledging the fact that there are very clear legal immigrants, legal people here, people who have been born here, that in their opinion, they're arresting people just off the streets, to be fair.
So now let me question you this. So do you think they are doing it to rich, legal, questionable looking immigrants?
If they were not in the area where they were supposed to be, probably. But again, now it's a lot of assumptions.
This is hold on.
Wait, hold up. Wait. So understand what I mean by supposed to be. Understand what I mean by supposed to be. Because keep in mind, every major city has India Town and Koreatown, but I'm saying when they were targeting specifically Hispanics, they were looking primarily in specific areas and snatching people that they quote unquote fit the bill. To me, that's profiling, and that's wrong. So yes, profiling is wrong.
Yeah, but they only profile.
Back the truck up, pack them all up.
Welcome to the show, Detroit Coalition. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Good day. Happy New Year's to y'all.
Same to you.
I just want to throw this in here. You know, if we're talking about doing it the right way, you know, this is got misconstrued all last year as well too. What part of due process,
right?
You know, when we're talking about doing things the right way and deporting people the right way, what part of due process are we missing? Right? Because I know that if Josh, you've been arguing the point that if they are deported incorrectly, then there's a system to fix that and bring them back. But if the system that put them out of the country incorrectly is broken, then how are we trusting the system that brings them back? If that makes sense.
And here's my argument on that fact, because you made a very good point. That's a good segue. One of the big issues is due process is a right of citizens. So when they're trying to pick up, hold on, hear me out. Wait, what?
That's wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong.
By legal definition.
It's a constitutional right.
Hold on.
I think that's wrong as well.
Hold on, Shadow. So hold on, Shadow. Do you believe that due process is an American standard, or is it just an American citizen standard?
It should be.
I believe it's a right protected by the United States Constitution.
Okay, we understand that.
Everybody.
It's protected by the Constitution, but is it for people that's in America, or is it only for people that's American citizens, is what I'm asking you.
I believe the Constitution protects, I believe it's right here. It's the Constitution protects American citizens.
Everyone.
I think it's the Supreme Court case by Heath. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. You said you think so. That's where you're wrong. So the Constitution protects anybody that's in America.
See, I agree with what he's saying, but see, it's bad because he ain't ready for the argumentation. He don't even know that the important parts of that. I know what I'm arguing is goes against the Supreme Court, but I argue against their due process.
Right, that's the difference.
We could debate that. You know what I'm saying? I argue against their due process, but the Supreme Court has given that.
Right, and so Shadow. So just so you understand, so it's a difference if you want to argue against the Constitution. Hold on, so I'm gonna put you on mute because you have some win. But if it's a difference between if you arguing what the Constitution is saying versus what is actual. So the Constitution says anybody in America is given due process. GOAT is saying that he believes it should only be for American citizens to get due process. That's the GOAT's argument, I believe. Am I correct, GOAT?
And no, that's my argument as well. But like I said, I think it's the Rahif case from 2018.
No, but legally, well, I just want you to understand that. So that's okay to have that argument, but you do understand you got to have the understanding of legally the Constitution protects any human being that's in America, no matter what their legal status is.
Except by law, somebody who's an illegal immigrant does not have a right to purchase firearms, which is protected by. But that's because the Constitution doesn't protect everyone.
Hold on, no, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. It doesn't matter your legal status. You are still protected by the Constitution if you are here.
Then that means the illegal immigrant could go buy a firearm legally, which is not true. It was literally.
Because I think maybe it gets misconstrued, and then we get tied up into our own little personal how we feel like the Constitution should work and stuff like that. In our country, if you come here, however means you come here, let's say you come here illegally, that does not mean then our country illegally deports you. We have to take you to court like anybody else. We have to prove that you are who you say you are or not say who you are. So we have to prove you have standard of burden of proof that you have to prove as a prosecutor that this person committed this crime. That happens in court. It doesn't happen in somebody's front yard because somebody who's playing dress up goes up here and says that this person doesn't have identification. That's where you miss where you're promoting that you're happy about ICE and things like that. And if they are getting people who should not be here and they go through the due process of proving that they shouldn't be here, they shouldn't be here. They should be gone. That due process is missing. And without that due process, all these deportations that you guys are like happy about are all illegal. So you're supporting an illegal system just because you want it to fit the personal beliefs of yourself. That's not how the Constitution works.
It should change. Yeah, I mean,
that's not how the Constitution works.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm familiar with that. Like I say, we can speak about it ideologically. I'm very familiar with how the Constitution works, but let's do this ideologically speaking. Ideologically speaking, they come across the border illegally in the first place. Having lived in Mexico and watched this practice happen, instead of sending your troops all over the country, they should be down there at the border. They should be actually trying to stop them from coming in the first place. Once they get here and start integrating into cities, sanctuary cities that provide them better opportunities at times than Black people, I think we have to challenge that. That's why you saw Chicago with an entire movement of Black people saying, hey, let's flip red. Some of this stuff is not benefiting us. There needs to be more argumentation that benefits the Black community.
I understand that point. I understand that. Let me ask this, though, just because you used the Chicago example, right? Have we kept track of how these people made it from Mexico to Chicago? I just want to make sure people like really know the play that's going on here. Have y'all paid attention have y'all seen any news articles about a caravan of people walking from Mexico to Chicago? Have y'all? Anybody?
No, because that's not how it's happening.
I woke up, stretch out the bed. Hello, good morning, family. I know y'all get people and take them down, but how y'all doing in this New Year's?
What's up, Eden?
Good day to you.
I'm responding after Goat. I think Goat was about to speak. I just want to say hey before we disagree, because I know we're gonna disagree. So I just want to be nice.
Let us finish the conversation.
Just hop in when it's time, bro. Like who's about to respond?
It was Goat. It was on Goat. Go ahead.
I don't think that was me. I think somebody else had the mic.
All right, perfect.
How are these people getting from Mexico to Chicago?
All right. So first of all, a lot of these people don't understand. It's not due process
from Mexico to Chicago, bro.
I'm pretty sure it's either buses, trains, using modern technology is how they get in from one place to the other one. But see,
and then you start looking at Texas and see how many people that Governor Abbott put on buses to all these different cities.
Absolutely. They use our transportation. So first of all, these people are not getting. I got you.
I got you. But let's break this down. If a person plead guilty for a crime that they committed, they are getting due process. This idea that these people are saying that they're innocent, like these people, they have immigrant lawyers, immigrant judges that's just for this. So when they go in front of a judge and the judge says, "How do you plead?" They say, "Yeah, I came here illegally and I did this illegally." And they say, "Cool, your penalty for this is deportation." That is due process. They took them through they're not just rounding people up and not taking them through the court system. This is the biggest lie with deportation. That people
You
just,
was gonna get in here with some dumb shit, man.
this is
You
the
know that there's a
truth.
backlog of immigration. There's a backlog of immigration cases that if
No,
whoever's the president, if they had put judges in place, then they would have this place in court. That's true
no, they
too.
have
And you
they
gotta
have
get
this
that,
court. Hello, I'm just telling you what's
brother,
happening. Let me
man.
speak for Washington, all right, because I'm familiar with it.
Please
These
talk
people
to
go,
yeah, whatever is going on in Washington
all
State.
right, cool. I don't know what's
'Cause this
going on in
shit
y'all
is
state because y'all might think that people just getting sent. They typically go to immigrant court and they ask them a question. How do you plead? And they say, "Hey, we guilty. We are here illegally." And then they get sentenced to deportation. That is due process.
Incarceration first.
They
You're
had a
talking
chance.
about a portion of people who actually had the chance to go to court. What we're
All of them
talking
go to
about
court.
is
They're
the
not
mass
deporting people
deportation.
without going to
You are
court.
wrong about that. You are lying
All
just
right,
for
give us
whatever
what's the
reason,
case?
man. You came in here
Tell,
just to lie, just for nothing.
no, I'm just telling you.
I
Tell
don't
me
get
the
it.
case.
You're not helping us get up. But I just want to be clear. You came in spouting some stuff, basically lying just to
I'm
promote
not
whatever you
lying.
feel.
The
How you're
MS-13
Brother,
proving
man.
that I'm lying?
dude that they
There are
said was
plenty of
like
cases.
ICE is
MS-13
a
CCOT,
federal
something.
CCOT. Those
agency.
people who went
Hold
to
on, ICE
CCOT,
is a federal agency.
those people who have gone to CCOT, they have not gone through due process. They did not go before a judge. They didn't. They got deported. They got just deported. That's
That's
what
the most
ICE has been
popular
doing.
one.
Get them out of
That's
here.
They
not
all
That's
have
what
a
true.
y'all
federal
Most
want.
number.
popular one
That's
is
what
the
the people,
They all
Supreme
have a
Court
federal
said.
number.
And I'm
Everyone
they
saying
do not
that's the
have a
has
lie.
a
court case.
federal
You can have
number.
a federal
Hold
number
on one
without a court
second.
case.
I just
The
want to know
most
what's wrong with that though, because the question that you posed was how were they getting up to Chicago? I wanted to get that standpoint
Yeah,
because again, when he,
because
for example, I
go
knew
ahead.
you was going with the Governor Abbott thing, right? But so Chicago's a sanctuary city. It prides itself on bragging about how people can come there from anywhere and benefit, right? If you're priding yourself and promoting yourself as that, why wouldn't the place that is saying we are not that send those people there? Because if you're being
Because
forced
it is a cop out. Because instead of taking care of what they're supposed to take care of legally with due process, they'll put them on a bus and send them to another state. So the one who is illegal is the governor putting them on a bus because he was supposed to send them through due process in the state of Texas. If they came there illegally, guess what you can do?
let's have a
Hold on. Guess
Whoa,
what
whoa,
you can do
whoa,
as a
whoa, whoa,
governor?
whoa. There's a misinterpretation there too.
Hold on a second.
They didn't
Man,
go.
like,
Okay.
please, bro,
Okay,
please,
hold on,
please.
y'all. Everybody, just hold on. Let everybody get a chance to get their full thought out, so we could just mine out the conversation. It's okay if we get things wrong or whatever, but let the other person get their full thought out, and we could just have a conversation, a discussion about it. I should say. Go ahead, finish your thought. Go.
Because so I'm only challenging what he's saying because if he's saying due process, that should not start when it's time to get their ass the fuck out of here. If I can't for example, Abbott can't do anything about them coming in because the president is allowing them to come in. He can't control the international border. That isn't within his power. What
Then
is
how did he get how did he be able to put these people on the bus if he couldn't control? You know what I'm saying? Like so
they were already
in,
illegal past Texas.
Oh yeah, it's an easy answer.
Listen. Go ahead.
You're here illegally based on Joe Biden allowing you to be here. But I don't want to take care of you in my state. You can't make me take care of you in my state. So rather than have you walking around in my state illegally, we'll ship you to somewhere where they will give you sanctuary. He did them
which is illegal.
What? No,
which the government was doing was illegal.
Like, fam, it's illegal for him to come across the border.
Right. So it's okay when the governor does something illegal because they did something illegal.
I just want to be clear. It's illegal.
Is that what you're saying?
Order. You tied the governor's hands. You tied the
No,
governor.
he didn't tie his hands. He still has due process where he can send them to court. If they can't prove that they are supposed to be here, there are deportation measures that are already in this country. What this
Sanctuary
was,
doesn't work like that.
So you want the
Sanctuary
judge?
doesn't work
this
like
was a
that.
sanctuary thing. I get it. It's a
Hold
buzzword,
on.
and if you a MAGA supporter, then all these little buzzwords help you out. 'Cause y'all
So
like
you,
to
hold,
float
I'm
balloons
talking
that
about
fly around.
sanctuary city.
you
Y'all like
think
these little
people are
float
being
balloons that fly
deported? Hold on,
around, shit like that.
I'm trying to get an understanding. You think people are being deported and the judge is not being involved in it?
Don't ask me no stupid shit, man. That's what
I
I'm
don't know why
saying,
you
bro.
can't
Like
have a
you
conversation
are
when we talk about
just because
politics.
you
He can
not.
have a
That's
conversation
okay.
about everything
You
else,
asking
and
a
then
Yes,
every
that's
question I
condescending
stupid.
question,
ask
like
is
Yes,
you
he
stupid
would
asking a
have
after
got
that.
condescending
deported without
question.
going
That
to
is the
court.
crazy part. Every
You
other
Yes,
asking
he
it in
conversation
a
would
we
have
can
got
have,
condescending manner
deported
and then when we
when
without
you
talk
going
don't
about
to
even know
court.
what's
politicians,
going on.
every
Yes,
question is stupid. Hey,
that's
I haven't
stupid.
attacked
Because
one
Yes,
of
you are making a
his
condescending.
questions
yes,
yet.
Okay,
it's
man.
stupid.
If you
It is a
don't
Deport
valid
know
question
people have
though.
been
and you are
deported
sitting here
without going to
promoting
court.
MAGA
Let's
shit, then
put
you
that to
are
bed.
stupid as hell.
It's not even
Absolutely.
about
I'm
MAGA. We
calling you
having
that,
a conversation. That's the
Wow.
problem. Is
brother.
that
I
you so offended?
listen.
Like every time that you MAGA offends you so much,
Oh,
you
you
can't
know,
even have a conversation.
it's the fact that somebody like you and all these other black folks I see in here see some kind of attachment to this, which means to me, either you
We're,
supportive of. Hold on, let's see all the things that you support now, because you're all about it, right? Everything this
Let me
man is wants to
respond.
do, that you
Let me
with it, right?
respond to the stupid point. This is
Okay,
remedial
I'm just
fuck.
saying. So you cool with people being judged based on the color of their skin, right? You cool with
What?
people being judged on whether they speak
That's not
English
what
or
matters
not.
about.
You cool with people. This is all in. You can't take one part of MAGA and say that's your own and not claim all of it. So if you're gonna
Yes,
claim
you
all of
can.
it, if you're gonna claim a part of
Hey,
it, y'all
before you
trying
go into
to,
something
you're
different,
trying
before
to,
you go into
you're
something
trying
different,
to, but that's not how this works.
let's deal with this point that you're trying to make. My understanding of this conversation came from Barack Obama. Do you remember when Barack Obama told them to quit bringing their fucking kids to our border when they originally got put in cages in 2014? I know you new niggas who don't really know a lot like to call everything MAGA, but some of us was around when Barack did it.
That's a
Some of us
fact.
was
The
around when
deporter in
Barack
chief.
said it. This ain't
Barack
got
was
nothing.
literally he has the highest
Hold
deportation rate
on.
of
Hold
any
on, y'all.
president.
Hold on. Nobody need any cheerleaders. Goat is handling it. He's substantiating his argument,
You got it,
and
Taz.
let
Got it.
Detroit and let Detroit get a chance to respond. Finish up what you're saying, Goat, and Detroit, you get a chance to respond, so we can just have everybody have their thought. Please go ahead, Goat.
Okay, so I'm just saying you can Google these articles from 11 years ago. It's the same exact argumentation. It was illegal. It was called, oh my God, I can't believe he's putting the kids in cages. The same exact conversation existed under Barack Obama about illegal immigration. At that time, they had those caravans of people coming in. They was at the border. It was a huge issue about it, and he fought against it. He was against that immigration. He was against those caravans coming in. So it's not a MAGA talking point. Not at all.
Go ahead, Detroit.
Right. The main thing that you're forgetting is that Barack Obama and the Obama administration and the Biden administration and even the Bush administration followed due process to deport people. That's the part that you were missing out on. Yes. Was it a shit show? Yes. But you still follow laws. You still follow norms and stuff like that to get people out. You said people didn't come here legally, then you legally get them gone. This is a very simple point in this country. But if you don't, if you have a view on these people are doing this or taking stuff away from our community and this and that, I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, but it's a way to get you to demonize them. And now, they are considered less human or less righteous of having due process, which is afforded to every being in this country. Not that you have to be a citizen, that you are on this country. And that's what Sharon was just saying. So anything that has to do with outside of due process is illegal. So the way that people are being deported now is illegal.
What we're trying to tell you is the same way that they was deporting with Obama is how they deporting now. The media just spent the narrative that they was doing something different.
Bro,
They still have
there's
to go to
cases
a
you can go
court.
and find.
Hold on, sir. I'll
You
let you
can
finish
find the
in full.
cases.
If
You were saying a
I'll
point,
let
man.
you
You trying to
finish in
back up
full.
what you trying to
No,
back up
like
what
you
y'all
don't
was just saying
understand why
without saying
how
nothing
you're
different.
more
You're not saying anything
aggressive on this
different.
conversations than other
You're not saying
conversations.
anything different. Because when people are in here lying, that's when I get turned up. Sharon will tell
Is
you
there
that. When
different?
old boy was on here the other
You
day,
have
when
no
old boy was
proof
on
that
here the
I'm
other day as a
lying.
narcissist, When old boy
I'm
was
not
on,
saying you're
prove that I'm
lying.
in.
I'm
That
just
I
saying
am.
you're
You want
wrong.
to? I call.
I'm gonna bring
Right.
you in
I'm
really
not here to
quick.
prove that
I'm
you
gonna get
are a
some
liar,
light.
bro. I can call you that, and you
I'm
go
gonna
figure
prove
out
you
where you
wrong.
messed up at.
I'm gonna
I'm
prove
not
you
here for that.
wrong.
I ain't got to prove you wrong. You go do your research like I did.
You didn't, clearly.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
You want to get into
Then
your, now? You
due
want to get into
process
the
comes
MAGA
in
stuff
at
now?
arrest.
Hold on,
You
let's
support
hold
a
on. Let's
pedophile?
keep it on the hold on, y'all. Let's keep it on the topic and not add the insults into already difficult conversation.
Well, I'm not doing no insults, bro. I'm
Yep.
just saying, like, so
Go
for
ahead.
example, can you just share my screen? Because this is how I would rather do it personally. I would rather show you what I'm talking about, right? That way you can actually go do the research and not say you did it. Like maybe somebody should have warned you who you was actually talking to. Now I do this shit, right? So I'm not just telling you something. I told you 11 years ago this same conversation was happening. Now, whether or not you decide to go and do some further research is up to you. I just literally had
So let me ask you this: Was it,
topic.
if that's the case, then what makes what is going on now right?
Because they're getting due process.
Right or wrong. Like, what do you?
No. You're
Hold
saying
on,
what
let-
Obama was
hold on,
doing
y'all.
was so wrong back then, and
Hold
if
on, y'all.
if
Hold
he's
on,
not
y'all.
offering due
Let me
process,
set the
go
stage for
ahead.
you, Detroit. Hold on. Let Detroit and Goat have the quick back and forth real quick, y'all, without interruption. Go ahead, Detroit, and Goat.
Yeah, I didn't say
Yeah,
that
I would
about
just say
being
if
Go ahead.
well, no. I mean, it is a right or wrong thing because if you're saying that the way that Barack handled things was wrong, and if that's the case, if people were not getting their due process or whatever, I would say that that's wrong too. But to be okay with it now because of I don't know what reason. I put all these reasons why people are okay with it now because I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the color of skin or because of the language that they speak, or you feel like they've taken away from jobs that that are ours or resources that could be for us or things like that. Whatever it is, there's a reason why people are okay with people not having their due process now. Regardless, if either one of them are doing this, let me say this because I'm not deriding no political leader. If what they're doing is wrong, then it's wrong. It don't matter about whether they're Republican, Democrat, liberal, far right, whatever it is. It's wrong. I'm not going to then sit here and be okay with it just because the results that I want are coming out in my favor, whatever that is. If it's whatever group that you think is taken away from Americans and you feel like this deportation, this way of doing it is correct, if it's not legal and it wasn't legal then, why are you okay with it now?
Yeah, so I never said I was not okay with it then, though. I don't know where that argumentation comes from. I didn't give a fuck then. I don't give a fuck now.
Right,
So,
on
again,
either side.
like I was telling you, I was trying to make
So for
sure
the ones
you.
who did give a fuck,
Just
that's what I'm
let me
saying.
respond, bro. Let me respond.
Yeah.
So just to make sure you understood that you didn't know what you were talking about. Okay, I don't give a fuck either way. I know the facts, though. That's what I'm telling you. And so when you presented it as Obama didn't, oh, he definitely did, the same way he put them kids in cages and all that other shit. But y'all follow the media and you only know what the media told you. So you're completely unaware of that. This is the second go around for this same conversation. And some of you only picked up the conversation when Trump's name got involved. That's unfortunate.
No, that's not the case, bro.
There's
Listen,
nothing.
like I said,
one more sentence.
Go ahead.
There's nothing that I just said that I can't show you right now. Don't ever doubt what I'm telling you. I doubt what you're telling me because you can't show.
Let me ask you this:
prove it.
Show me the due process. Show me where due process. Do you agree that due process is something that is for all people that's on this country, that's on this land?
I said that in the beginning. I personally do not agree. However, I acknowledge the Supreme Court says that.
Okay, so when you're talking about everything you saying on here is true, right? Then how can I believe that when you said that?
Because
that's not true.
Ron
just told us what.
Hey man,
that's your belief.
That's your belief. And I said that, which is why I wanted you to attempt to debate me on how you would be correct. But it seems like you're like 30 minutes ago. You're 30 minutes behind what you're supposed to be debating now. You're supposed to be laying out why I'm wrong in what I'm saying. Why I'm wrong as far as
you're wrong about the people that aren't supposed to have.
Be able to walk across the border and automatically become citizens. That's the
That's
gateway to
not what due
citizenship.
process means, man.
Cross the
That's
Graham
not what
Way.
that means, man.
Yes,
It's
it
not the
is.
fact that I'm not explaining it correctly or now I'm not debating the right point. You are missing it, brother. When you walk, if somebody walks across the border, they don't become a U.S. citizen. Due process is not guaranteed to U.S. citizens. It's guaranteed to anybody on American soil, which means no matter where you came from, we have to prove that you're not supposed to be here. And in that process, you have the ability to prove that you're supposed to be here.
And
That's
if
what
these
due
people,
process is.
but if
And
these
if they
people,
can't, then they get deported, right?
okay,
If they can't, they get deported, right? But not getting picked
yes,
up on Monday and now you in CCOT on Thursday. That's illegal. And the only reason why people are okay with it, once again, I'll go back to my point. The only reason why people are okay with it is because it fits some kind of narrative about the people that are being deported.
being detained is not illegal. Let's break this down one by one, right? Me picking somebody up on the street and they're innocent until proven guilty, that is not illegal. So ISIS can pick you up and detain you until you have your date in court. If they said 95% of these cases, they plead guilty. If
Who
somebody
said that?
plead guilty,
Who said that? Where
okay.
that stat come from?
All right, cool. Do you have a stat to refute what I'm saying?
Why you got to have somebody else's stat?
No, see, that's the
Brother,
point is
it's
you're
just
refuting with your opinion.
no,
You're
you are just
literally
giving. You
refuting what
gave
I'm
an opinion,
saying.
brother. You said this is a
I'm
fact
literally
without no
posting
proof
it
of
right
it. Then
now
you
in the
had
chat.
somebody else to look it up for
I
you.
know
I'm
that's an
posting it
opinion.
in the chat
That's
right
an
now.
opinion, man.
Nope, what I'm posting is law.
I know, but hold on. So majority of these people get due process because they plead guilty. When they plead guilty, that and they go to a judge, and the judge says, "Hey, are you here illegally? Can you prove that you got citizenship?" They say, "No, I am here illegally." They plead guilty, right? And then the judge says, "I sentence you to deportation." That is called due process. Like we keep saying that they're not getting due process.
Yeah, man.
You
Let me
misuse.
say this, brother. You
Okay, go
are
ahead.
you are basically saying the fantasy that you wish is happening. Honestly, the way that you were explaining it, I wish that were the case for most people. But there are plenty of cases. Let me get on my tablet here too while y'all want to look up stuff. There are several cases that are going on right now where people are being deported without going through a judge illegally because they were citizens of the United States. So are you telling me that people who are citizens of the United States have not been deported during this ICE wave here this last year?
Yes,
Nope,
the
you're
argument
mistaken.
is the
Why they're
same
being
thing went
deported
on
though?
under Obama. Yes,
How are they being
people have
deported
been.
if they US?
Yes,
How are they being
people
deported
have
if they
been
get due
deported
process
without
like
due
you're saying?
process. Yes,
How are they getting
but the
deported if they
argument is the
going through
same
the
thing went on under Obama.
That's okay.
Because
Okay.
they're
If
not
both are
trying to
wrong, then
prove
don't. If
citizenship.
both are wrong, stop bringing up Barack. If they both are wrong, you basically are saying that Barack was wrong, so it's
But
okay
you
for Trump to
dealing
be
with
wrong too.
dudes. But you dealing with dudes
Yeah,
that don't
I'm
think
telling you,
either one
Barack
was
was
wrong.
wrong, and so that's a precedent. That's a precedent. Do me a favor, share my screen one more time, please, bro. I mean, because if we're talking this government shit, I just needed to be understood. Because Bomb in the chat saying I'm wrong about Obama putting kids in cages. Okay, child detention
No, you
centers,
definitely did.
2014. You can Google this stuff. All this stuff happened before, all of it. And so the problem is the heightened awareness around Trump. Nobody cared when it was Obama.
Yeah,
Nobody cared.
Obama had them kids sleeping
Hold
on
on. Let people finish their
aluminum
thought,
foil.
please.
He was literally nicknamed the deporter in chief. Why are we even pretending this is fake?
Okay. Okay, let's slow down. All right.
Let's stop talking about
All
Obama
right,
and
hold on.
let's talk
Let's
about.
not hold on.
Okay.
Let's not overtalk
I
anybody,
just,
please. Hold on.
my
So
only
go ahead,
point,
go finish your thought.
my
Go
only
ahead.
point in doing that, Eda man, is making sure we understand that we're seeing a continuation of policy, and if
Yes.
anything, we're seeing following the current precedent. We're not seeing no change or nothing amazing happen, and y'all just didn't start paying attention till too late.
No, go listen. I felt that you made that point and concrete that point 15 minutes ago. That's why I moved forward. But I do
Okay.
understand
All right.
why you
All right.
made
So
the
hold on. We
point.
don't hold on. So now also hold on before we got two more panelists as well, but I want to try to maintain us trying to maintain conversation, let everybody follow. So now when you get detained, should you be able to have bond hearings and those type of things when you're getting detained for your legal
Well,
status?
our current legal
You do.
system.
You generally
Hold
do.
on. Our current legal system, you only get a bond based on a judge. Are you a flight risk? They're saying that like if that judge feel that you're a flight risk, you're not going to get a bond hearing. You're not
That's
gonna get a
also not
bond.
true. I'm a federal
That's
convict,
not
guys.
true.
I know this process.
The
I'm a
judge
literal
would
federal
deem
convict.
the judge would deem in the bond hearing that you're a flight risk, so they're not going to give you bond.
Absolutely.
Okay, now hold on. So are these detainees getting a chance to bail themselves out? Is the question.
So the answer to that is, in some cases, no. Some cases they aren't getting full due process, right?
Hold on.
The overall
One more thing,
argument.
Willie. Hold on, Willie. Would you say that is majority, or is
But
that
wait,
the?
before we go
I
there,
want to
let
have
me.
some clarification of what you believe that it is. Is it majority are getting the bail opposite position, or majority of them are getting detained without bail?
So I'm not going to pretend to have the numbers on that. So I don't have the numbers on that. I was just breaking down the argument, right? Yes, there are people being deported without being a bit, going through due process, right? But no, that is not a thing unique to this administration where everybody's losing their mind like Trump is the first one that did it, right? There are people who don't have an issue with it being done on either side. That's the whole kind of just to capsulize what we've been listening to for the last 30 minutes. Yes, people are being deported without due process, right? No, Donald Trump was not the first one
All right, stop
that's doing
rambling.
it. And
Okay.
some of us don't care.
Okay. I don't need rambling. Okay, so I just need to get to the point, and then we can get everybody to speak.
That
And
was
so
it. That was the
now,
point.
if are we saying that bail is bail a part of due process? Is my next question.
No. So, illegal immigrant by law must request through ICE's order court system for a bond. If they do not request for a bond, they do not have to have a bond hearing by law.
Okay.
And you can
Anybody
look
else
it up.
agrees or disagrees with what Edelman just said about the bail situation with detention?
They
read the law.
determine
That's the
bond at
law.
the initial hearing.
He read the law. That's the law.
So everybody agrees that like you don't deserve bail with due process.
I didn't say that. I said you must request. That's what I said. You must request from ISIS or the court system.
And that
You
must be
must
done at
request
the
it.
initial hearing.
So
It
hold
must
on.
be done at the initial
Now,
hearing,
going back
which
to my
happens
point,
within 90
they
days.
don't have a hearing.
Hold on. So what I'm trying to get to is that, so for example, majority of people that is detained for deportation situations, they are held without no bond whatsoever, and they don't have no option to get bond. That's what
Correct.
happens. That's what happens in majority scale. So they do not even have the option of bond. So I just want to know what is everybody's thought on the bond situation, so they can have a right to fight the situation that they are in. Because while you are in jail, you are legal. So if they came and grabbed me because they say I look Somali in the chat,
right?
So I'm gonna mute you while you on the truck. So if they just detain me and I don't have the option to bail myself out or even ask for help to bail myself out, any kind of situation, put up whatever the case is to bail myself so I can fight the case properly, are we still gonna call that and consider that due process?
That's a strong man, because you saying, based on what you saying, is you didn't have the opportunity.
Correct.
Y'all literally just made that up. Y'all say, "Oh, we just gonna say that they didn't have a hearing, they didn't have all these stuff," and a lot of us are literally just guessing that they didn't even have the opportunity.
No, I'm not guessing. Majority of people that is detained for immigration, they do not have the ability to have bail and bond. They are held without bail or bond.
No, because it's a request. That's the point that I keep telling you. Like everybody that want bail or bond have to request it. They're at their first court hearing. So you keep saying that they don't have the ability.
Just
what I'm
because you
saying,
make
so
a
if I get locked
request
up,
don't mean
okay,
you're
hold
gonna
on.
get it.
So what I'm trying to get. So if I get locked up right now for a criminal offense, do I got to request a bail or bond, or do I?
Yes.
No, I don't.
In your first court hearing,
will request a bond.
Your attorney requests on your behalf. They ask for bond. It's It's something that you ask for.
I mean, well, sometimes the state will offer it. Like, you know what I mean? We're not trying to hold him like, yo, send us bread, you get
No,
up
but
out
the
of here.
point is, it's not a judge doesn't just give out bonds. It's usually requested of the judge by someone, even if it's the state, if it's your attorney, somebody requests bond. That's how the court system works. They just don't give it to you.
I think it's times where the judge will make a decision as well, saying, all right, I'm offering bond. Like, I don't think
Okay.
there's one niche answer to that. But I do get what
Okay.
everybody's saying.
And respectfully, and thanks to Sharon for having me up. Much love to the panel, but I'll make this very
Checkmate.
brief. Yes, and I'll make this very brief. It it bothers me to see Black Americans debating with each other on whether or not illegal aliens should get mass deported, because each deportation benefits Black Americans. What do I mean by that? And I'll
Preach
say this
God.
in closing. I'll say this in closing. Each deportation represents a housing opportunity and a employment opportunity for a homeless and unemployed Black
That's
American.
right.
Additionally, and really this is the last thing I'll say, additionally, if we don't support mass deportations, the entirety of the US will look like New York City, where you don't have any majority Black American communities. Really. So it's a matter of self-preservation.
Right. So the word you're using is mass.
Man, what the
And,
fuck,
and,
bro?
and again, I just need us to understand that the problem that we're talking about is the fast track. The fast track to getting them out of here. That was started by Barack Obama. I'm
Yes.
asking you to do some research so you'll understand why Trump is
Brother
able to
man.
do what he's doing with
No,
the
but Taz, I think you might have missed what I'm saying.
I
Taz,
don't
I
care.
support.
Hold on. He's
No,
not
I
talking
he,
to
don't
what
he's
you're
care what
saying.
you're
talking.
saying.
Hold on. He's not talking to
I
what you're
could care
saying.
less about what you're saying.
He just substantiated
Well,
your
let me. Well, can I say one sentence and mute up,
hold on,
please?
wait, but
I
let him
support
hold on
Obama
before you say it.
deporting all these illegals.
Hold on, but before y'all say stuff, y'all gotta let the other person finish, please. Go ahead, go finish up.
Yeah, like I said, I just think we should please go and research it, because the only reason why a lot of this stuff is happening the way it is because they're still rolling policies over. They're not putting an end to old policies. They're using the same policies. And while Trump may be a lot more robust and out front with it, it's not different. And I just don't understand why
Yes,
people don't deal with
and
that.
I say
And
this in
before we
response.
pass it, and before hold on, y'all,
All right,
slow
my
down.
bad.
We're gonna pass it around so everybody get a chance. We're gonna go Detroit and then Pan Mulattoism. They want both talk on this
Thank
point
you.
right
Thank
now. I got y'all. But bail and bond is a part of due process. If you violate somebody's right to have a bond, it is a part of their due process. But go ahead, Detroit and then Pan.
Hey, don't forget
I'll
about me,
just
Ron.
And I got and I'm bringing and C Rich right out the pan.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, mulatto. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
Peace.
I'll just say this. I'm trying to find what benefit it is to the conversation that's going on in 2025, 2026 now, saying that okay, once again, if we're saying that I guess bringing Barack into this, when you have somebody that is in charge right now, I'm trying to see where the benefit to the conversation now is. Because if the whole thing is, Barack was doing this was wrong, or he wasn't doing it enough and Trump's doing more, I don't know. But either way, due process is on the plate of whoever's in charge at the time. So if any of them aren't operating under due process, I'm not supportive of that. And what I'm saying is that I saw more cases of people losing a due process under Trump than I think I've seen under Obama. And maybe that's my point. Not trying to put one person on a pedestal or anything like that. I think one person is a heathen and is going to go and is going to got a warm place in hell for his ass when it's all said and done. But that's my personal views about that gentleman. But I don't see why bringing anybody else into this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've said this before, if you're going to start giving people the blame for your failures, then give them the credit for your successes too. And I know that Trump ain't doing that with Obama, is he?
Okay, let me read a couple of these super chats before I pass it to Pam. Shout out to HQ, the one her HQ with the $2. People are not getting due process. Many cases told. HQ with the $5. Obama put kids in cages because they had no parents with them. Trump is doing the separation even when parents are available. Also, at the one, her HQ with the $5. Trump's policies of deportation is his way is the most inhumane. Dehumanizing folks for something that amounts to be a traffic ticket is the problem. Go ahead, Pam.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I'll make it brief as possible. Taz, with all due respect, and you know, when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. I gotta admit, right now, you're looking at this from the wrong angle. It's not about Trump versus Obama. What it is about is acknowledging both Trump and Obama deported a lot of illegal aliens, which is a good thing. They both did good in that regard, at least.
I know you're a fucking idiot, and so maybe that's why you don't get that I didn't put Trump versus Obama.
You might have forgot what you said, brother, but it's all good. We can move on.
I said it's a continuation of policy. What the fuck are your
Exactly. A continuation of positive policies, correct?
Hey, bitch, what the fuck do that got to do with undermining what
Don't
I
get
said?
triggered. Don't get triggered, brother. It's all right.
Why are you attempting to undermine what I said while you agree with it?
Brother, you agree with me. The point is they both did good by deporting the illegal aliens,
Right,
right?
but I'm not putting my personal emphasis on it. What I personally feel don't fucking matter.
No,
What
it's
did
not
I say?
about an opinion. I'm saying tangibly it benefits the Black American community, right?
But what did I say that was incorrect?
What you said was you need to study more instead of realizing that no, I'm acknowledging that both Trump and Obama did a good thing when they deported these illegal aliens. It's not one or the other, it's both.
So I said nothing that was incorrect. Okay, cool. So now let's deal with this bail thing, the bail and bond. So I think it is part of due process, but I do think it's not guaranteed. They don't have to give it to you. So I didn't know. I didn't quite know what y'all
Well,
was
brother, who doesn't
doing.
know that though? Who doesn't know that?
There's
But
plenty of
that's why I
people that
didn't
don't
know.
know that. So if you know it, then
That's
that's
why I
fine.
didn't
If
know
you
that
know
was
it,
Jesus.
but it's
Okay,
okay.
so it's people that don't know that people get arrested and get denied bond.
Hold on. It's not about you. We having a conversation with 130 people right now. So it
No,
ain't just
Sherrod,
it
I'm not
ain't
denying
hold on. So it is very important that we clear up the fact that just because you have a right to have a bond hearing and that is a part of due process, it doesn't mean they have to grant you the bail or the bond. So, but what I'm trying to, the reason why I brought it up is because a lot of them are held without no option of being bonded out.
It's around. That's the point I'm making. Who doesn't know that people get denied bond?
I'm almost finished. And so, if we are in agreement that that is a part of due process, they are not giving people the proper due process because they are not giving them they taking one of the options out.
Are illegal
That is
aliens
not
entitled to
fucking
due
true.
process? Just so I'm clear, are illegal aliens entitled to due process?
Yes, by legal definition.
All
Hey,
right,
can I
well,
jump in here,
if you want
Sharon,
to give
man?
them that, that's your choice.
Hey, cause
It's not about
they
it being
all the
our
way off,
choice.
bro. Can I get in here real quick?
Yes, go ahead, C.
Because
Rich.
you know, I just talk about the law. I'm not gonna get off in all that opinion about who's supposed to be who not. The bail is excessive. The amendment that talks about bail is the 8th Amendment against excessive bail. But federal law gives states the right not to give certain people bail if you're a flight risk. And like in Indiana, if you have a murder case, that's the only case that's not bondable automatically. But if you go to court and you ask for a bond hearing, and you can ask for a bond hearing, and they will still can set you bail. I've known people who got bail on murder cases in Indiana, but the courts give state leeway to determine on what reasons why they're not gonna give you bail. But all states in the United States have come to a consensus that everybody gets a bail. When you come to court, when you get arrested, even before you are arraigned, you actually have a bail. Once you get charged, they set you a bail. Everybody gets a bail. Now, they don't have to give you a bail, but pretty much the lower courts have come to an agreement all around the United States that everybody gets a bail. This is why you know that when you go, even if you go to a bondsman, they know that certain charges gonna carry a certain amount of bail. Some police know that, but they just don't tell you because they don't govern that. But this is what I'm saying about illegal alien. When you're an illegal alien, you do not have a right to due process under the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Hold on, brother. Under the United States Constitution. I sat quiet and listened to y'all. I've been listening to the show since Ron came
Nigga, I'm
on.
agreeing with you. Make your point, brother. Go ahead.
Okay.
He's saying that he don't need no cheerleaders and all
well,
No, I'm
cheerleaders.
not cheerleading. I'm just asking why y'all cheerleading for illegal aliens. That's the part I don't get.
Rich, let me set you up, C. Rich.
Under
I
the
got you.
14th
Hey,
Amendment.
look, hold on, I got you, C. Rich. Hold on. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, agree on mute. God damn it, he don't need the extra. Agree
But
on
yeah,
mute.
but why cheerlead for illegal
Agree
aliens?
on mute. It's okay. Go
I
ahead,
got a
C. Rich.
challenge
Finish
when
it
he's
up.
done, though. Go ahead, bro.
Under the
Yeah.
14th Amendment, you that's the due process clause. They do not have a right to due process because when you are an illegal alien, the United States court does not have jurisdiction over illegal alien. When you go to court, the first thing you do is you get arrested. The first time you go to court, you go to arraignment. When you go to arraignment under the United States, the Supreme Court handed down, that's when prosecution is initiated against you, is when you get arraigned. That's when you go to court. They explain to you what you charged with, what your bail is. You understand what I'm saying? And by law, by constitution, they supposed to tell you, explain to you the nature and the cause of the charges against you. Now, the cause of action is what they tell you is what you did. They say, well, on such and such a day, somebody said that you did this against in the state of Indiana, whatever state you in. But the cause of the action, but the nature of the action is when they supposed to explain to you jurisdiction, because under you now you know that you have two type of courts. You have a civil court in the United States and you have criminal court. Then you ask them, is it civil or criminal? Of course, they're going to tell you criminal if it's criminal court. Under criminal court, you have different jurisdictions. You have what they call common law court, which they have to have an actual injured party. But then what you get convicted of is what they call admirably maritime law, because the court's actually dealing with you as a corporation. This is why your driver's license is in all caps. This is why your birth certificate is in all capital letters. And this is why your social security card is in all capital letters. Because once you become a citizen of the United States, just look at your paperwork and you'll see it. When you go to court, all your paperwork is in all caps. And everybody stay intelligent, you know that that's an improper name. That a capital, anytime a name is in all caps, that is a corporation. So America is a corporation. You can look it up. They have a corporate number. And they deal with you as a corporation. So when you're illegal, back to illegal aliens, they do not have jurisdiction over illegal. That's why you never see them go to court and get prosecuted. When they took over that apartment complex, I think, what was that, Colorado, when all they first came over here, you see none of them went through the United States court system. ICE get them, they take them to a detention center, and they deport them. Because courts do not have you have to have legal jurisdiction over anybody. They don't have legal jurisdiction over illegal aliens. This is why
fam, that's completely wrong.
Hold on, but we get your point, brother. Let Taz go
let me
next.
finish first, then you can disagree.
But brother, you're long-winded, bro.
Because when you go to
That's
court,
wrong.
they have to
I'm gonna wait
establish
some more.
jurisdiction. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, now that's wrong.
All right, hold
Like
on.
you
All right,
have.
hold on. So I guess we got a couple people that disagree. We got Wall Street Willie and we got the GOAT. Let them please get their thought out. Try to keep it as short as possible.
Can you add me as well, please?
And yes, her HQ. Stop trying to rewrite the Constitution. See, Rich, everybody, body gets due process.
No, you
Can you say it? No, I want you to say it. That I'm after the GOAT. I need to hear it.
Based on what? But what I'm saying, all you got to do, I said the 8th Amendment. All you got to do, and I showed you that's what bail is, excessive bail. All you got to do is just Google what I said. All you got to do is look at the 14th Amendment, due process. The thing is, if you never researched the law, you can't tell me I'm wrong. I researched the law.
I can tell you you're wrong. I can tell you're wrong in 6 different ways.
Hold on. So, see, Rich, we gotta let the people, hold on, Rich. The people on the panel is going to explain and substantiate why you are incorrect. Please allow them to say the full. I got you. So, a full statement. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why I preface my entire statement from the beginning about Supreme Court cases, in my opinion, was because I understand that constitutionally this is about people and not just citizens. So that's why when you start looking to the Supreme Court, what they affirmed in 2001 under Zavitas versus Davis, right? Because you said you fuck with the law. Zavitas versus Davis, 2001. They confirmed in that case that due process applies to all people in America, not citizens, all persons, which includes unlawful immigrants, limiting indefinite detention. So in other words, it's already been adjudicated, fam, and we talking 2001. And even before that, they ruled that undocumented kids have a right to public education 20, 30 years before that. So we have to understand that all of this was put into play for people to benefit, not just citizens. And I actually disagree with it. That's how I'm so well versed on it. I disagree with that language. I think it's supposed to be for citizens. But if it's for people documented, you got to stand by the Supreme Court decision that's been made.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd have to look that up, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, okay, like when I was locked up in the 90s, I ran across a couple of dudes that was locked up, and they had citizenship, but they was not born and naturalized in America, because they came out with the law, I think like late 80s, early 90s, where if you wasn't naturalized in America, although you had citizenship, if you caught a felony, because you remember they was going to deport Slick Rick, because he was born in England, even though he had U.S. citizenship. Once he caught the felony and went to jail, they was talking about deporting him. So America can deport you even though you're a citizen if you catch a felony. Although you wasn't naturalized in America, but you became a citizen. But if you catch a felony, they can deport you. They came out with that law in 89, 90. Because like I say, you remember they was talking about deporting Slick Rick. But see, the thing, what I'm saying is, and I'm not arguing with nobody, bro. Everybody got their opinion. I'm just saying that America, anytime you go to court, the first thing they have to do by law, because you can look at the Supreme Court, tells you that you can challenge jurisdiction at any time. You could get out of jail. You could do a 10-year bit, come home, and if you go through and you realize that they never had jurisdiction, you could actually go back to court after you've done the time and challenge jurisdiction. This is Supreme Court precedence. You could challenge jurisdiction at any time because they have to prove jurisdiction. That's when you go to arraignment. That's when they establish jurisdiction, when you get arraigned. That's the first process you go through when you get arrested, when they charge you with a crime, with a felony. So what I'm saying is illegal aliens are not citizens. They don't, American courts, that's why you never see them dudes go to prison.
Yeah, but look, jurisdiction, right?
They go to an ICE detention center, and if they can't prove citizenship, then they get deported. You never deal with jurisdiction, though. You have never.
That is literally part of due process.
Is being on someone's land.
The American courts do not have jurisdiction. If you not
one of the elements of jurisdiction is being on someone's land. If you're in America, I have jurisdiction over America.
No, you don't.
And
not
what you do in America.
It's called interstate commerce.
Hold on one mic, because I'm trying to get in after
y'all
Willie,
got the
whoever
feds
next.
hats on and y'all trying to get Morris.
God damn, y'all talking federal law like y'all done
Hold on. We're gonna get everybody in. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie. Hold on. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie. One mic, y'all.
Nah, it was simple. I'm saying when he brought up jurisdiction, one of the elements of jurisdiction is the land you're on, right? So it makes sense that America has jurisdiction over American land. So I don't care where you from. If you do a crime over here, we have jurisdiction over our land, and yeah, we will lock you up.
That's
I don't
not
understand what's
okay.
Yeah,
okay, that's where he landed. Hold on, Serious. Hold on. Just remember your argument. Go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk as probably the only person who actually got the fucking federal charge. First and foremost, jurisdiction has nothing to do with specifically the land you literally can violate federal law by affecting interstate commerce. It's one of the major elements in every federal crime in 18 USC. I know this because I violated it. Second of all, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2 talks about the initial hearing. Everyone who gets arrested, which is Rule 1, how you get you get due process during your arrest. If there is probable cause, due process has been exercised in your case. I posted it in the chat earlier, which is why I don't understand why this conversation is still going. The Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure talk about every single step of due process. What people are complaining about right now is the fact that people are not going to their bond hearing because they're already deemed a flight risk because they have no assets in the United States of America. So they have no actual standing to be secure in America. They are deemed what is called an automatic flight risk. People with multiple passports, people with multiple identities all fall under these same things. Just like Taz said earlier, there are certain crimes where you automatically become a flight risk. If your mandatory minimum is 15 years or higher, you are automatically a flight risk in the federal government. Period. All the way across the board.
All right.
Jesus, and you absolutely right. But my question is, who said that wasn't true? What you said is true. Nobody never said that wasn't true.
I think y'all gotta understand it's more than just y'all.
Bro. It's like y'all be getting angry, bro. Just calm down. Nobody said that wasn't
you agree?
What you said is true.
Hold on, C Rich. So you agree with him?
Like, damn.
Hold on. So C Rich, you agree with him?
Relax.
C Rich,
that means they are getting due process.
All right. So C Rich agrees. Go ahead, Eat a Man, and then we got AR as well, and then we got Pam Mulalawism. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think when we having these conversations, everybody say I didn't say it, but there's 8 other people up here, so the response might not be directly to you, but it was said that these people wasn't getting quite the right bond hearing. Second thing is, I think people should, like when I hear people say they never go to court. I had a situation in Washington where I had to go through court in this situation. And I'm telling y'all, this idea that y'all think that they just go to a detention center and they don't see an immigration judge and all this stuff. I get that y'all saying that based on the news, y'all think it's not happening, but I'm telling you the process do happen. Now we argue to what degree it happens to. Y'all going from headlines versus actually sitting in these courtrooms.
Right. But what I'm
saying, yeah, hold on, C Rich, hold on. It might not be directed at you, like he said earlier.
I know that. I'm just asking this question, brother.
Go ahead. I want to get everybody voicing it. Go ahead, AR, and then we got Pam Mulalawism. And we'll bring it right back around to you, C Rich. Don't worry, I got you. Go ahead, AR.
Hey man, happy New Year.
Thank you, appreciate it. Same
here. This is a good first show. You know, you talking about constitutional stuff. I love it. I mean,
we also was talking about Erica Kirk Tapusa as well. If you want to talk about that as well, I don't know.
The agent.
She just grifting.
The
agent. She's a weirdo.
I'll just put it.
Yeah. So to the question in the poll, yeah, everybody deserves due process. C Rich is a bit slow, just to be clear, because Either Man, you said that Either Man might not be talking about him. I am. And it always seems like the people that go to jail or something, they come out and think that they're constitutional scholars because they read a book or two, or trying to find some loophole about how to get out of jail or something. They come on and they spew this dumb bullshit that everybody on the panel is letting him know you're wrong about, and he still somehow thinks he's right. I guarantee you he's supposedly done the research. I would like to see the papers he's written. Show us the papers you've written. Show us the peer-reviewed research you've done. That's what I would like to see, since you've done the research so much.
I you a Pew Research, brother, but I can tell you.
Okay, so you don't have any. All right, tracking.
You asked me to prove something.
Yeah, everybody, like he said up here. He said that.
Question. I can prove it to you.
He said
all you have to do,
sir. You'll get. You spoke for a minute.
Relax. Okay. Yeah. Well,
he said up here and said illegal immigrants don't get.
No, let him talk, because I'm next. So go ahead, AR.
He sat up here and said illegal immigrants do not get due process, and then told you how they actually do get due process.
No, I didn't.
Which was funny. And what's dude's name? Shallow Titan. What's his name? Josh. Yeah, he kind of pointed it out. Like if you're getting arrested and you're going before a judge or an arraignment hearing or whatever, that's part of due process. And you seem to lack the comprehension skills to understand that if you get taken off the street and go through these processes, that's part of due process. If you were to get taken off the street and then put in some random warehouse somewhere and tortured and nobody ever sees you again, then you're not getting any type of due process. That's what you believe. I think that's what it sounds like you believe happens to illegal immigrants.
All right. I think the brother is done. Once again, I'll try to keep it brief. Sharon, with all due respect, even you, I got to say, even what you have done has been pitiful because your own
Is
city.
somebody talking?
Yes, brother.
No,
God damn it.
they are.
Yes, brother.
Go
Please
out.
mute up. Yeah, please. God damn it. Sharon, even what you have done has been pitiful because your own city has no Black American communities, but right now you're advocating for illegal aliens to have due process. I don't know how that makes sense as, from a position of self-preservation, but you're entitled to your own opinion. And then even Taz, I got love for Taz, but even Taz is holding the nuts of the illegal aliens. He's up here advocating about how the 14th Amendment applies to
Oh,
illegal aliens.
Oh
Let the
my
illegal
yo,
God.
who
aliens
we
advocate for
talking to,
themselves.
yo?
Let the illegal
Hey,
aliens
let me ask you
advocate
this,
for
please,
themselves,
bro.
bro.
Hey, bro, so
God damn.
I'm doing what,
Brother,
man?
have some decorum, brother, please.
You say I'm doing what?
Shit, mulatto. I
You
told you
holding
don't come
you
up here.
holding the illegal aliens nuts right now by advocating for the 14th Amendment to apply to the illegal aliens. Let them advocate for themselves.
When did
Really.
you hear me say that?
I wish niggas know how to
Literally, you just
read.
had that dialogue with, I could tell you, let me articulate it. You just had that dialogue with C. Rich saying that the 14th Amendment specifically says people and not citizens. You were advocating for
It
illegal aliens,
does.
brother.
It literally does
Exactly.
say
So
people.
He's
It
that means you're
advocating
literally,
for the
advocating.
it
Constitution. He's
literally
advocating for
says
So
the
have
that.
some
Hey,
decorum.
Constitution.
just right
So
quick.
AR,
Let me respond to that
well,
right
one
quick.
mic at a time, family. One mic
Me
at a time. And I'm
correcting him
address
on his understanding of a Supreme
exactly.
Court
So let the
decision
illegal aliens
is not
advocate for
me.
themselves.
Hey,
You don't
fam,
gotta hold
relax.
their nuts. AR, you don't gotta
Fam,
hold their
relax.
nuts.
Hey,
A
bitch
random,
ass
you
nigga.
don't gotta hold their nuts neither, bro.
I'm always going
Let
to
the
advocate
illegal
for the
aliens advocate for
Constitution.
themselves.
I'm always going to advocate for the
That shit
Constitution
weird.
Oh,
being
so you gonna hold their
addressed
nuts? I
properly.
get it. I get
It
it.
doesn't
I
matter
get it.
who
I
the
get it. Don't you
Constitution
have your own
advocate for the
problems in your own
applies
Constitution.
to.
community? I'm
No,
asking.
I
All right,
don't.
all right,
Doesn't
hold
your
on,
We
y'all.
prop?
don't
Hold on.
agree.
Regardless,
Weird as hell,
please
bro.
let the other person just finish
Uh
their
huh.
thought because when we interrupt, it gets difficult and we can't.
Exactly.
Let's maintain the integrity of the show. Finish your
Ain't
thought,
he
Pam.
holding the nuts
Yes,
of white
sir. And
supremacy?
I do
Hold
have
on.
to say this.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Pam finish.
Yes.
We're gonna let Goat get a chance to respond because he directed it at
Yes.
Goat. We let them have a quick back and forth, and AR Detroit want to jump in there as well.
Yes.
In the meantime, okay, go
I
ahead.
know
And
a Dominican
Sharon, I
vote for
do.
a girl though.
With all due respect, Sharon, I do respect you as a moderator. So let that not be lost in this whole sauce. But yes, to AR, to GOAT, and all the other people that want to advocate for illegal aliens, let them hold their own nuts. You don't gotta be their cock holster. You don't gotta hold their nuts for them. Respectfully.
Do you
Let
think
let
that
go let,
the
let go answer first, AR, because he
okay, my
directed it
bad.
to him
Yeah,
at
I was
first.
gonna say it wouldn't
Go ahead,
matter.
Goat, if
Um,
you want.
like that, it's weird as hell because I know for a fact that nothing I said was advocacy. I'm trying to think what could be confused that way. What I did do though was correct his misunderstanding of what's actually the law. Okay, if somebody's going to sit up here and say some dumb shit that leads people down these dark paths of stupidity, somebody got to correct them. Even when I disagree with what he's saying, even though I disagree vehemently, I literally jumped out there and said, "Hey, fam, I know the policy. I just disagree with it." So I disagree, but we're not gonna let people sound stupid, fam.
All right, go
All
ahead.
right, now.
Hold on,
Oh my
hold on,
bad. Go
Pam.
ahead, y'all. Go ahead,
Go
y'all.
ahead, AR.
It's advocating for the Constitution is advocating for the Constitution. That's all someone should do. If it applies to individuals you don't want it to apply to, or you wish it didn't, then you need to get with your community, the society, and push that point, advocate for it, and eventually try to get a constitutional amendment, a new amendment to say it only applies to citizens or whatnot. However, the Constitution is what the Constitution is. It says what it says. It applies to all persons in the United States. It's not about advocating or this, that, or holding the nuts of illegal aliens or anything. It's about being a constitutionalist. You just want to represent the Constitution the best way that you can. If you want to pick and choose when to apply the Constitution, it's not only going to be for the 14th Amendment due process for illegal immigrants, it's going to be in other places as well. Every single time you chip at the Constitution in the future, it's going to get chipped at in a way that you don't like, and there's not going to be someone willing to back you for that. And on the second point that I wanted to make was this holding the nuts bullshit is really just white. I don't like to say this, so I'm not going to go too into it, but it's very reminiscent of what I would expect white supremacists to say back in the day when white people were advocating for Black people to properly get their due justice under the Constitution of the United States of America when they weren't. I can just see, if you just changed, he says mulattoism, if you just made them a little bit lighter and you took us back to about the 1850s, you'd be hearing the same conversation, the same rhetoric, the same talking points by white supremacists when people said that Black people are citizens, which they are. They were members and citizens of the colonies. They were citizens when the United States was formed. And it took white people also advocating for that to make sure that was properly held and adjudicated. So yeah, if there's a certain group of people that aren't having the Constitution applied to them as they should, illegal immigrants or not, then yeah, I think people that believe in America and believe in the Constitution should speak up.
And watch how brief my response is. And this is directly to AR. You spoke about Constitution amendments. The question is, a constitutional amendment that is decided through voting, correct?
No.
By a what are you asking?
No.
By the representatives or by
He
the
just said it.
individuals?
No.
Exactly. Actually, it is.
Well, there's multiple ways. There's multiple ways for an amendment to happen.
So, AR, watch this. Now, watch how brief my response is. Now, by allowing your vote to be outnumbered by foreigners in your own country, I'm asking a simple question. Does this empower or disempower your own vote?
What illegal immigrant is voting?
Whoa! I'm asking a simple question. The children.
It's not a simple question. You got
actually it is because the children.
That's not a simple question.
Things out of context.
The children of illegal immigrants are they able to vote?
The children of illegal immigrants, were they born here? Were they born in the United States?
That's checkmate right there.
Hold on. Hey, y'all, just talk to the point about illegals being able to vote as such and such like that. Or do they have the right to vote? Do they
illegal immigrants can't vote in federal elections.
Instead of asking a question, go ahead.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's trying to ask gotcha questions, and he's not even doing it a good way.
Well, actually, you already been got because you admitted the children of illegal aliens could vote, right?
Hold on, Pan.
I didn't even get to that part yet.
Illegal. People can handle their own arguments. Go ahead, AR.
The Constitution provides that states can handle their own elections, so illegal immigrants can vote potentially in local elections and possibly state elections, not necessarily for senators.
Exactly. So I'm asking a simple question. Does this empower or disempower the Black American vote?
I'm giving context because I know you don't like to give context.
You cannot run from it. I'm asking a simple question.
Okay,
does
that's fine.
Being outnumbered by Latinos, for instance, because they outnumber you, brother, don't be triggered, brother. My mulatto brother, don't be triggered. It's all right. Okay, so have some decorum. Have some decorum, brother. The point is this:
Hold on again, Pan. Hold on. You cannot tell him to have a decorum when you broke the decorum first because he was speaking.
All right, give him 20 seconds. I'll go next. It's all right. Go ahead.
Why do you think that you can tell someone to give me 20 seconds?
Well, make your point, brother. You're long with
Pan, you're doing it right in real
time.
Oh,
all right.
Okay, go ahead, AR.
So locally, illegal immigrants can vote. Depending on the state and whatnot, the laws of that state, they can potentially vote locally. They can't vote federally. So when we're talking about amending the Constitution, his point is irrelevant for the legal immigration point. As for their children, if they were born in the United States, they are citizens. You can't vote until you're 18. So that's 18 years later. And the amount of damn, he can't help himself.
Yes, let's go point for point, brother. The point is this: you just acknowledged. You just acknowledged.
He can't help himself.
Exactly.
Okay,
you just acknowledged.
Hold on, Pan. Hold on, Pan. No means no. He want to just finish.
Well, can we put him on the clock? How long? Well, just so I know, how long is he talking?
I have as long as I want until you can pay more money.
Oh, so you want to run? I get it.
Hold on, y'all two. Hold on, I got it. Pan. Nobody been put on a clock. We cannot try to introduce a clock now. Get AR, finish your thought.
Well, I'll give him a chance to introduce a clock. If you put up more money than me, then you can introduce a clock for me. Until then, shut the fuck up.
I can tell you're running, but let's get back to the conversation.
I'm not running.
All right, well, let's get back to the conversation. Go ahead, take your
interrupting me. So when it comes to children of illegal immigrants or undocumented, or even green card holders or whatever, they're citizens of the United States and they have the right to vote. They don't just because their parents were illegal immigrants or some other or weren't citizens at the time, illegal or otherwise, they're still citizens of the United States, and their vote holds just as much power and recognition and validity as mine does. And they live here. They live here. So I think he's trying to insert like they have an allegiance to another nation, and so they're going to vote against your interest. They're citizens of the United States. They live here. They're going to vote for the interests of the country that they're in. So
Exactly. And watch how brief my response is. He cannot run
we
away.
don't care about your
Hey,
briefness. How
don't
brief
you
is
realize,
brief?
brother, stop booty clapping. It's all right. Don't you
Well, it
realize
makes money.
that you know, are you going to twerk some more? Go ahead. Keep twerking, brother.
Maybe.
You want some more time?
How much you paying?
Look, he's running. Don't you realize that your vote is outnumbered by Latinos due to mass illegal immigration? Checkmate.
My vote isn't.
Actually, it is. The vote of your ethnicity is outnumbered.
I don't vote
Latinos
by. I
outnumber
don't
Black
vote by
Americans in the
ethnicity.
U.S.
I don't vote by ethnicity.
I didn't ask you what you voted by.
I'm mixed.
You're a mulatto, so that means they
Yeah,
really
but what
outnumber
would
you.
make you think
Checkmate.
that all those
Hold on,
Hispanics
let's have a dialogue. You
are
cannot say no.
totally out of
Hold
line with
on.
what I
AI is
would
cooked
vote
right
for?
now.
Okay,
You
hold on.
cannot say.
Okay, hold
When
on.
you
Hold
make
on.
the
Hold on.
point
Hold
that
on. Hold
people's
on. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Pan, say your statement without asking
Exactly.
a question, so this way you could get a full thought out. Because when you start asking the questions, just
I
so
know
the
he's
answer,
going to try to
you
run. I
can
get it.
interrupt. No, I don't want
Well,
the
these condescending Negroes.
hold on. When you ask for questions, then they interrupt, and now it's a back and forth that we cannot hear
Exactly.
the argument. So go ahead, Pan, say your argument,
Thank
and
you.
AR can say
Yes.
his argument.
The point is, while a random is booty clapping for the immigrants, this is the exact reason why Latinos demographically outnumber Black Americans and mulatto Americans in the U.S. and have a stronger voting power. So my question is, and I'm gonna never forget my initial question: why are you cheerleading for the disempowerment of your own ethnicity?
Okay,
Simple
pause there.
question.
You asked the question. Go ahead, AR, so this way we can answer it so we can get everybody else involved. Go ahead, AR.
Yeah, I don't find it to be disempowering for the Black community, for other people to have the right to vote. Again, it sounds like white supremacist talk. Why are you letting Black people be able to vote? You're disempowering your own community. I don't find that to be the case. It's not a zero-sum game. And he said something. What did he say? Even if you take that to be the case, even if you believe that it isn't disempowering your vote somehow, some way, shape, or form, which is not, and by that logic, anybody being able to vote is disempowering your vote. But that's just a democracy. That's how a democracy works. If that were the case, that doesn't change the Constitution. The Constitution still says they have the right to due process. It still says they have the right to X, Y, and Z. So it's irrelevant whether it disempowers or does some other impact on me negatively or positively. That is the constitutional right, and that is their right to have. And I'm always going to defend the Constitution. I do it every time we talk about the Constitution. I'm up here defending the Constitution and what it says,
Yeah, so now
no
you
matter
see
who
he
it
didn't
impacts.
answer the question, but watch how I put him in this chokehold again, with all due respect. As the total number of immigrants has increased in the U.S.,
He's still
has the
trying, huh?
total, and I know you got to put the illegal
All
alien
right,
dick in your mouth, but you got to pipe down for a second.
hold on. But Pan, the problem with your argument is that you're saying just because they are immigrants that they all gonna vote a certain way.
No,
And
that's not what I'm saying at all. If I wasn't interrupted, you'll understand what I was saying.
Hold on. That is what you're saying, because you're saying just because they are immigrants, they are going to vote against what AR is saying, but that's just not necessarily
No, that's
true.
not what I'm saying. And Sharon, if you allow
try to
me to
steal my
complete my
point.
sentence, you'll understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, as the total number of immigrants has increased in the U.S., the total number of majority Black American cities, towns, and congressional districts has decreased in the United States. So yes, whether you feel it or not, your vote has been disempowered. This is either true or it's not.
He
It's
literally
all
just said exactly what
Not
Sharon
true.
said.
right, literally, but
He
it's okay.
literally just said what Sharon said, in exact
He's
words.
slow.
Hold on. What
Come on,
what
man.
did I
Y'all know
say
he's
that
slow. You
Sharon
gotta
said?
relax.
Don't be so responsive. I
Yeah,
want to
you
get
can't get him
everybody in
out
there.
this head. Like let AR respond.
Hold on. I understand you want to run my panel. I get it, but hold on. Relax, please. Black Beauty, $2. AR, 100. I hope you keep it 100. Black Becky, I'm sorry. I said Black Beauty. Black Becky with the $2. I apologize. AR is my favorite character in the Bracyverse. Oh, I like
appreciate
that.
it.
The Bracyverse. I like that. That's awesome. I know a lot of people want to jump in on this conversation. I think AR proved his point. I don't know if he want to reiterate what he wanted to say.
Yeah, let me know.
I've had the mic for a minute, so I think my point is.
Oh, so you're going to run from that question? Has the total number of majority Black American congressional districts decreased or increased?
Practice in China.
Checkmate.
Hold on.
That's not what a checkmate is.
Yeah, you got to run.
Hold on.
And you don't got to hold his dick, brother.
Hold on.
I mean,
Pan.
make a
He's gonna
valid
talk
argument
himself.
there.
Okay,
That's
hold
a
on.
very valid argument.
Hold on, please. I'm asking you nicely to hold on. Stop just jumping in when you hear something, please. Go ahead. I believe Joshua wanted to go. I know Wall Street Willie wanted to go for a fact. I know those two definitely want to go. Anybody else want to join in on the conversation? Let me know.
All right, bet. Should I go wait, or you want me to wait to see if
No, you got it. Go ahead.
All right, bet. So first and foremost, dude clearly knows nothing about the Constitution. He's just bumping his goddamn gums. The Constitution, and I had to look it up a minute ago to make sure. There are actually specific articles of the Constitution that talk about persons and that talk about citizens. It's a very specific phrase. Taz brought it up earlier, and when I went and confirmed it, I conceded that. He's right. Due process is guaranteed to all persons that have to do anything in these specific sectors, specifically the court of law. Literally, somebody being able to vote does not inherently mean that they are voting against me. That's idiotic. Like, I don't know where the fuck that comes from. As simple as it is.
Brother.
No, hush. Not done yet.
Yes, but get that cock out your mouth.
Still not done. Yeah. So you can't talk stupid to me because I know better. So again, here's the issue at hand. In fact, a lot of Hispanics do actually vote similarly to blacks, which you would know that if you knew anything about actual politics.
Why did Kamala lose then?
But you don't.
Checkmate.
Kamala lost for a bunch of different reasons.
Because of the Latino vote. Checkmate.
The black man, she got less black men than all.
Only 10%. Only 10% voted for Trump.
Okay.
Hey,
Checkmate.
Siobhan, I do want to get in on this.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Not at all.
All right, go ahead. Finish up. Hold on. Let me give you a position to finish up. Kulu live streaming 369 with the 2 dots. If illegals voted, then why did Kamala lose? Is the question, and also Pan asked the same question. Go ahead, Joshua. Finish up your thought, and we're gonna add Edelman and Detroit into the conversation.
Because the right to vote, the right to hold office are not granted to persons.
Yes, Wall Street Willie. I got you. I'm sorry.
Are not granted to persons, they're granted to citizens. The right to vote is a citizen right, not a person's right. Due process is a person's right. Y'all are talking about how these illegal immigrants, every person who gets arrested is automatically starting the process of due process. And the due process regarding law is the Fourth Amendment, I believe it's the Fifth. I don't know. I'm right now.
Okay.
I'm just mad at it. But
yes. Okay.
When you get arrested, that the assumption, fuck.
That's okay. All right, slow down. Gather your thoughts. I'll bring it back around to you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
I'm just saying, Mulatto, it was a horrible argument to make that the Hispanic and Latino voting bloc even represents one thing, right? So when you say they are opposed to what we're doing, my argument would be you don't get Barack Obama without a portion of the Latino vote as well. You don't get AOC without Black people voting for her. You don't get Jasmine Crockett without Latinos in her district voting for her. There's not this animus, this defining line between the two.
Think about the Kamala laws,
saying. That made no sense. But
think about the Kamala laws.
And hold on. And about Kamala, when we talking about Kamala, we're talking about legal people, right? Your argument is about
the children of illegal aliens, exactly.
Hold on, but your argument is about illegals.
The children of illegal aliens is what I spoke about.
Hold on, it doesn't work in the argument regardless because
how doesn't it?
Because we talking about legal versus illegal.
Exactly. The children of illegal aliens vote, brother. That's why they outnumber you now in the U.S.
Those are citizens.
Hold on. So
exactly.
The problem that you're missing, they children do not outweigh the legal Black people in America.
They do, brother.
No, that's because when we say that the illegals outweigh, we talking about the mother, the father, and the children. But if you just talk about the children, they do not outweigh us. So, and it's just okay for us to just have a real conversation about it, please.
When you say that, what do you Sharon, when you say that, what are you referring to? Because as far as I'm tracking, there's about 11 to 12 or so illegal immigrants in the United States. So when you say outnumber, who's outnumbering?
He's talking about. He's saying that illegal people that are illegal, people that
No,
cannot
that's not what
vote.
I said. What I
Yes,
said
it is.
was
You're saying
illegal
illegals.
immigration is the reason that Latinos outnumber you right now in the U.S. That's what I
Right.
said.
So, but what we talking about is people that have the right to vote for the president. When you talk
Exactly.
about
The
that,
children of the
oh my
illegals
So, so,
vote,
I,
fucking
brother.
so
God, Jesus, let me finish
What
the
part you don't
statement,
understand?
please. If you allow me to finish, then you will understand what I don't understand.
Exactly.
So, when we're talking about illegal people versus legal people, I do not think the Latino community illegally has anything to do with outnumbering. That's what terms of voting for president.
Well, may I ask why you believe that?
So yeah, I
Because the
think what you were
children of
saying
illegal
is
aliens
correct,
vote.
Sharon.
The children
He's
of illegal aliens
conflating
vote in the U.S.
he's conflating legal
Respectfully.
immigration
Yes,
and
Exactly.
also legal, Latino, actual Latino citizens, the ones that have
Exactly.
taken the citizenship and all that, and also combining them with illegal immigrants and saying they all outnumber you. That's why so and so lost the election. Except that, to your point, and he's not understanding it. You got to understand, some of these people really can't comprehend certain
They
things
have a
too. So when
larger
you're
voting
talking to
base than
them,
you, brother.
you
You
got to
don't understand that?
realize that you can't say certain things to them. You kind of got to break it down. So when you're talking about,
All right, but
this illegal
Latinos have
immigration
a
population
larger
can't
voting bloc
actually
than
vote,
you.
and the citizens can, let's just not get into the age issue of having to be 18 years old to vote, and also if you have a felony and all that other bullshit. Let's just say, you just have these two groups. He doesn't understand what you're saying regarding illegal immigrants being in the country, but they can't vote for president, so
No,
they
they
are
have more
irrelevant when we're
legal
talking
voters
about
than
who
you.
lost.
They have more legal voters than you. You're incapable of doing math. It's simple. Really. Latinos have a larger voting bloc than Black Americans. Why are you holding their dick right now? Let them advocate for themselves.
Okay,
But
and
what's the
white
point in
folks still
saying that if
outnumber
they
all of us,
vote
right?
with us in a lot of scenarios?
I don't.
What's the
Why
point in
you
saying
guys
that?
don't have to feed into
Yeah, he's
the
cooked. Yeah,
talking
y'all
points
got to run.
that
I'm
he's
just asking a
giving.
question. Why
No,
are you
I'm asking
advocating
you.
for the
He's
You
not.
disempowerment
He's
of
acting
your own
like
vote
all these Latinos are
mathematically?
voting on one side of the
No, I
voting
never
block.
said that. What I said was 80%
So
of
what
blacks
I'm
voted for
saying to you
Kamala, and
is when
Kamala
you
still
make this
lost.
point that they outnumber us now,
Exactly.
right? What is the point if
Yes. The
40
point
to
is
50%
80%.
of them vote with us? What's your
The
point?
point. Then let me answer that. The point is 80% of blacks voted for Kamala, and she still lost due to the Latino vote. Respectfully, that
Right,
is the
and
That's
also
point.
due
not
to the white vote, right? The
Exactly.
65%
not a
of the
So you're
Latino
citizens
vote.
that are
advocating to
white
be more
too, right?
outnumbered by foreigners.
And you
He's
are advocating for being more white than anything else
No,
because
I'm
you're
Here's the
talking
advocating for
about
problem, right?
self-preservation.
Here's the problem. I would
which sounds like
Yeah,
argue,
a
go
white
ahead.
I
supremacist
would
talking point.
argue
I mean,
that the
that's
Yeah.
black,
a
I would
straw man, but go
argue
ahead.
that the
No,
lack
it's okay. It's a real
of
man.
black voters
All right,
was a
brother.
are
vote
you are
against
you dual
Kamala.
streaming,
When you're
Pan?
trying to
Are you
pretend
dual
like
streaming?
black people in mass were just trying to vote for Kamala, I would argue that this was one of our largest times of blacks not voting. I would argue that blacks staying out of the vote was almost a vote against her, right?
Correct.
It was.
So you sound crazy just making it like she was our
Well,
candidate.
really, let's just talk about the raw numbers. Right now, there are over 60 million Latinos in the U.S.
Slow
There
down.
are
Do you
only 40
understand the point
million
I
Black
just made?
Americans.
Before we figure out if we can go
Hold
further,
on, brother.
do
Did you
you
miss the
understand the
point?
point that I just made?
I heard exactly
He's
what you
not.
said, and I
He's not here to
responded.
understand anything other than he just wants to do his
Brother,
talking
you
point.
don't
That's why I
got
was
a
That's
asking
the
booty
if he
clap.
was.
question.
I'm trying to have a
That's why I
dialogue
was
with Willie
asking if
right
he was
quick.
dual streaming because it seems
Now,
like he's
Willie,
just here to do the
now,
clout
Willie,
chasing
I
stuff. He's
heard,
not here to have the
not only did I
conversation,
hear what you
which is
said,
why he keeps
I
on going to the
responded
talking
directly.
point.
Take that dick out your mouth, AR, please,
But
brother. Have some dignity. Wipe your knees
what
off.
if I don't though?
I guess you're LBGTQ enthusiast. Fuck it. But the point is this, Willie. I get your point, and that's why I responded directly. There are over 60 million Latinos in the U.S., but there are only 40 million Black Americans in the U.S. I'm asking, mathematically, does this empower or disempower the Black American vote? Simple
It
question.
depends on what black
It does
American
not
you
affect the
talking
black
to.
vote at all.
It's
We
simple.
don't
It's
all
simple
have the
mathematics.
same,
It
we
doesn't
don't
affect the
all
black
have the
vote at all.
same blueprint,
Is
plan,
there power in
There you
strategies,
go,
numbers?
and
Detroit.
goals,
Can
just
I ask a
like
question?
Latin Americans.
Can I ask
What
a
are you
question?
talking about? It
All
depends
right,
on
go
who
ahead.
you're talking to.
So on a federal level, for Black Americans to be increasingly outnumbered by immigrants, you're saying that this does not mathematically in a democracy
All right,
impact the Black American vote?
Hold on one second. Are you streaming my stream without letting me know?
No,
I don't know
don't
if
even
he
know
is.
why
I
you
was
were
just asking
asking
a
that.
question because of how he's talking.
Yeah,
I
he's
wasn't trying to say
distracting
that
you,
he
brother.
is.
He's trying to give you ADHD because I'm cooking him.
I wasn't
The
even
point is
talking to
this.
him. I was talking to you when I asked
The
the
point
question.
is mathematically, in a
Can you,
democracy, one
Pan,
man, one vote.
can you,
Why are you
since you
advocating for
seem
your
to
vote
know
to be
so much,
outnumbered?
since you seem to know so much about the
Brother, wipe your
electoral
mouth off for a
process,
second, brother, please.
can you break down how the
All right, go ahead.
electoral college and the population
Thank you,
plays
Natasha.
into each other, please?
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that. Now,
Yeah, thank
within
you.
the House, God damn it. Now, within the House, representatives are generated through congressional
I
districts.
said the electoral. No, I said the electoral college.
All right, brother, make your point. Fuck it. God damn
No,
it.
I'm
Since you
asking
want
you.
to
You're
talk
not
over me,
answering.
make it.
I asked you a question.
I
Oh,
don't know. I don't know. So you make
want
your
me
Hey,
to
point.
talk.
hold on. I need y'all to slow down because y'all don't understand how
Just
difficult
asking
it
a
is for
simple
people to
question.
watch y'all just bicker like bitches. I need people to just be able to substantiate their argument without cutting the next person off. Y'all make people run away from the goddamn channel when y'all just bicker. Be a fucking man, substantiate your argument. Don't ask no fucking questions. Just substantiate your fucking argument. Please. Just jumping back and forth over every 2 words is not good for conversation. Go ahead, AR, and then after he finished, and then we got Wall Street Willie, and then we got Pan for the meantime. Go ahead.
Sean, he's not here to have a conversation. So you're saying have a conversation with someone that's just here to spew talking points. He has no coherent thought. He can't get you from A to B and explain how things actually work. He's just going, oh, they outnumber us. Oh, doesn't, oh, hey, I'll keep it brief. I got him in a chokehold. Oh, he's running. He said like the same, it's almost like someone that has dementia. And I don't think he has it, but when he talks, it just gives me those vibes of someone that doesn't realize they said that shit 2 seconds ago and it didn't make sense then and it doesn't make sense now. I asked him a simple question: if he could break down how what he's spewing right now, how that, because he hasn't talked about the electoral college at all. The way he's talking, you would think that we're in a direct democracy where everybody just votes, one person, one vote, and the electoral college doesn't exist. So I'm asking him if he could correlate the two so that we can better understand his argument. And he started talking about the House of Representatives, which has nothing to do with the electoral college.
Exactly. Hold on. And watch how brief my response is. I'm really a master.
I told you he was going to do it.
Okay, it's
You'll
okay.
notice.
Hold on. It was Wall Street Willie and then you. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
Yeah, no, I'm caught up on that point. I didn't even factor the electoral college in it. My larger point was you're trying to use the Latino vote like it's one block that all votes one way against black people. I would argue they vote against their own interests internally, right? They don't all have the same plan. So depending on what side of the political argument you are as a black person, they may be with you or against you. I know a whole lot of Puerto Ricans that vote for the left. Amorare. Shout out to all the Puerto Ricans out there. And I'll land my plane.
Yes, and it'll literally be one sentence. And this is directed towards AR, the booty clapper, with all due respect. In the House and in Senate, the Hispanic caucus has a larger demographic and larger voting block than the Black caucus. So you cannot gaslight me, even though you gaslighted yourself into believing that in a democracy, demographics don't matter. The question is, and I'll hang it up with this: why are you advocating for immigrants to outnumber you in your own country, knowing that this will disempower your vote demographically?
You see what I mean? Yeah, it's
I can answer that question real quick.
kind of pathetic.
Oh, I guess you're going to run. Let Detroit get in because you're going to run.
Do you know what the
You my
electoral
mulatto
college
son,
is?
brother.
Hold
Hey,
on,
y'all, I
hold
got
on.
love for you. You my mulatto son. I got love for you.
Well,
Let Detroit get in.
I'm about to die again.
I'll just say real quick, because the things that are going against what do you want to say about the Latino community, whatever. All I know is the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The reason why most Latinos have the rights that they have in this country is because of those. And if those get stripped, which seems like is the play, then our rights are stripped. Because that's the only thing that gave us the rights that you are espousing to. I'm sorry, I'm shoveling snow to y'all, so I'm out of breath.
You ain't
But
gonna
I
lie,
know
man.
that,
You good, man.
That interest is that. Some of the things you're talking about, like why would I vote for, an interest that's not mine? That we have the same interest. The ones who have been pushing against that are who you are sounding like. White folks in this country have always been talking about how we are less than and we don't belong, and why you want to support them? Why you want to support the blacks? Oh, you gave the blacks a job and you sound them the same way as a black person or whatever
And
you
brother, can
consider
I
yourself to
respond to
be.
you very briefly? My
No,
question is, when we look at
that's not a
gentrification,
response to the question.
Yeah, he
exactly.
wasn't.
Watch
He
how
was
brief.
just
Watch how brief my
he
response
just
is.
wanted to make a
When
statement.
we speak
I'm
about
still waiting
and
on the electoral college thing you didn't
get off your
address.
knees, bro. It's all right. Don't be triggered. But to Detroit, with all due respect, when we speak about gentrification, we're speaking about the ethnic displacement and ethnic eradication, specifically of Black American communities. You have to acknowledge that immigrants are also complicit in the ethnic displacement process. Immigrants are also complicit in the gentrification process. Pardon me. If you want to forfeit your communities to foreigners, that's on you. But your grandkids will call you a coon, respectfully.
Brother, your children might be calling you a coon right now, how you
My
sounding.
kids love
So
me.
I,
My kids
you talking about the
mulattoes.
next
They love me.
generation and everything like that. Like that don't make no sense, man. Listen, if you talking about taking over and things like that, and gentrification,
Exactly.
taking over communities, it's white folks that gentrify. It's white communities. It's
Not just whites,
corporations.
but
It's
I
white
agree it is
corporations.
whites.
It is white
It's not just whites
corporations
though.
that do most of the gentrification.
Have
Now
you been
wait
to
till
Harlem?
Hey, Pan, stop being so
have you been to
reactive to
Detroit?
every single word,
Oh, I thought
please.
we could have a dialogue. All right.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
not
no, no,
you are
no, no, no.
interrupt. Hold
I'll
on,
let you. I'm about to
hold
mute myself
on.
because the
I
same
need
guy
y'all
who
to
been
just
talking
hold
about
on. Let
holding
me
nuts
let
is the
me
same guy who be cutting people
hold
off all
on.
the time, like you a big old gobbler yourself,
Y'all
bro.
been cutting
Hold
me off.
on.
I'm not mad.
Hold
It's all
on.
right.
Hold on. It's not all right. I need you to stop interrupting. Let people finish their thoughts, please, so
All
you
right.
can address the whole premise of what they're saying. Stop picking out one word. Go ahead, Detroit.
No, that was it. 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, and that white corporations are gentrifying more than Latinos whoever can.
Yes and no, brother. I brought up particular examples of communities where blacks are not just being displaced by the whites, the white boogeyman. You also have Hispanics, Africans, and Asians complicit in the gentrification process, such as in Los Angeles, such as in Compton, such as in Boston, such as in Harlem, such as in Northwest DC. So
Now that ain't the
if you
case in
don't have the
Harlem.
ability, hey Sharon, are you going to be a bitch or are you going to tell your panelists not to interrupt me? Respectfully.
I'm gonna be a bitch.
Hey,
Go
I
ahead.
just
All
hit
right
the
then,
bounty.
Finish what
Hit
you're
the
saying.
bounty.
Finish what you're saying.
Hit the bounty. Done.
Yeah, finish what you're saying.
Yeah,
You
the
finished?
point is this, with all due respect, you all can be fixated by the white boogeyman, but while you're fixated on the white boogeyman, it's Edgar and Jose and Wong and Habib that's taking your shit over as well,
You
respectfully.
forgot the
Right, the
Shaws.
Latin and Arabic boogeyman, right? So no matter what, be
No,
afraid
I'm
of a
saying we're
boogeyman.
fighting multiple
It's
opponents, is
been
my
money
point.
with me.
Can I
I
come
ain't
in?
got no
Yeah,
I don't know
problem.
we're
about I
fighting
don't know about
multiple
New York and
opponents.
some of
Hold
these other
on.
places, y'all,
What
but
is
It's
going on?
Detroit
It's
ain't got
been
too many
money with
coons
hold on,
me.
like
y'all.
this,
Hold
man.
on. Hold on, please. Hold the decorum, please. It is an important topic. Everybody needs to hear everybody's voice, one at a time. Just so y'all can settle down a little bit. I don't know, Brunsburg. You could join into the conversation now before I bring everybody that's already involved in the conversation back in. Everybody hold your points. I got y'all. Get ahead, Brownsburg. What would you like to add to the conversation?
I just want to agree with Pan mulatticism before he left the panel. When talking about gentrification, yes, at the study, it's about white corporations. No disrespect. I hope it doesn't violate TOS, but Jews always had a hand in displacement of black. Well, I'm in New York, so black neighborhoods, famously like Harlem, Crown Heights, and Brooklyn. But when we talk about immigrants, yeah, they have a definite hand in the displacements of Black Americans. The whole entire thing is that they race bait, and they try to go along with the whole entire premise of, I'm poor just like you because I came from another country and I'm coming to America for the opportunity. And that's the reason why I'm on the fence. Like, I don't care where you came from. I know that you're trying to push us out the neighborhood, and especially Africans. Africans ain't your friends. I don't know who. I mean, I know some of you brothers might be Pan-Africans, or y'all believe that going back to Africa, we from the motherland thing.
No,
I'm quick not to
Pan-Africanism
say I'm
believes.
quick not to say nonsense, but I'm gonna say Africans ain't your friends either, because they will displace you automatically. So I do agree with immigrants also being enemy number one when it comes to displacements of Black Americans in their cities and towns.
Cool.
Okay.
So I'm gonna keep it extremely short.
I got you, AR.
Right. I don't even like most of you niggas, right? Let alone to say that these Africans should be my enemy or whatnot. Like, I'm not even united with all of you niggas. I'm saying I don't have these individual issues with the immigrant community the way y'all are saying y'all have. I'm saying most of it doesn't affect me. There is no African boogeyman that is going to stop me from doing anything I'm doing. So now I get the right as an American to choose the immigrants that I rock with, right? Sometimes I gotta remind the immigrants, don't forget, y'all weren't the chosen immigrants, right? The chosen ones were the Irish and the Italians, right? But we're in a brand new point in time, and now I'm even an American. So I get to choose the immigrants that we rock with and we don't. But let's be clear, we cannot pretend like the entire Hispanic voting bloc is Republican, right? Because if you're saying against blacks, I don't understand how you say that to a black Republican. How do you say to Tim Scott that all the Latinos are against him if they're voting Republican when he's a Republican? You see how goofy the argument can become when you just take your time with the argument, right?
Okay,
Again,
good.
shout
Good
out
place
to
to
all the
land it.
black colonists.
Okay, good place to land. We don't need shout outs. Good place to land.
I just wanted
We don't.
the ABA,
This is
the
not. We're not.
Anti-Brokers
Hold on. We
Association.
don't need shout
All
outs.
right,
This
I'm
is
gonna
not
go
a
back.
goddamn award show. Go ahead, AR.
He left, but when he comes back, I was hoping, because he didn't answer it when I asked, and I asked twice, maybe even 3 times, if you could ask him what the Electoral College is, because I had asked the other question about correlating it with his discussion. He couldn't do that, and then I just asked a simple question of if he knows what the Electoral College is, and he wouldn't answer it. He just started rambling about some House of Representatives, and they have more demographics and some other stuff, which again, not anything to do with my question. And other dude left who I was just about to address, but. Yeah, I think that it seems to be that the states, I mean, some might even argue that it was kind of not built into the country, but since the country founding, the anti-immigration attitudes towards at least specific people, and that's changed over time. One of the first, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first acts that Congress ever passed in the first Congress was the Immigration Act, which restricted immigration to or from certain white countries in Europe, and restricted it from pretty much everywhere else. So it's kind of been a thing in the United States since the beginning, and it kind of ebbs and flows. And it seems like right now we're just kind of more at a point where people are anti-immigration for some reason. Anti-immigration in a country built on immigration is wild, but it's kind of like pulling up the ladder after you. And that's what some of these people like to do. I mean, some of these people still work at McDonald's, and I think that's part of the issue as well. They're working these minimum wage jobs that are they can't compete in other areas, and the ones
That's
that
not nice, AR.
it doesn't. Some things that are true aren't nice. I can guarantee you, these people, 9 times out of 10, these people that spew this rhetoric are not successful. They're not. They work and live in the communities that illegal immigrants can afford to live in, and can just move here and get the jobs. Which that means that they're low skilled. Illegal immigrants don't even speak English, and you're losing out on jobs to motherfuckers that can't speak English.
You
They don't know the customs
on that one, AR.
So,
I agree.
They feel threatened by them the most, and you have other people that are not in these communities or work with ones that are in higher industries, we'll call it, and they see the contributions they make, and they're not threatened by them because, like Willie said, yeah, if someone gets a job here, that's fine. I'm just gonna get a job over here, and whatnot. So I think that also plays a part, and that's the rhetoric you hear from a lot of these people, and where it's coming from. I think it's a personal issue for them, because it is. It's like they try to make it as personal as possible when they speak to other people, but it's really not. Like, I don't have any issue with immigrants. I live around a lot of Indians. I live in an area that's very IT heavy. There's a lot of curry around here, and I don't really have any issues with them. They can't drive. By far the worst drivers I've ever experienced in my life, and they're in Teslas. It makes zero sense to me. You're in a car that can almost drive itself, and you still can't drive.
And they do smell like herbs.
It's crazy. That's my only. That's really my only complaint, though. I don't have any issue with them working in IT or X, Y, and Z. I don't have any issue with Hispanics coming over here and doing jobs that I don't want to do or that other people don't want to do. Like, what exactly is the discussion to be had? This voting bullshit doesn't make sense. They're not voting against you just because they vote. That doesn't make any sense. Illegal immigrants can't vote in the federal election. If you don't want them voting in the state elections or in the local elections, go to your town council, vote for people that will make a law, that will pass a law that says they can't. X, Y, and Z. So, and at the end of the day, all this is mute, because at the end of the day, the Constitution says what the Constitution says. So it doesn't matter who's against it and who's for it. The Constitution still says that. If you don't like that, then start a referendum.
Nice. Okay, I like it. Anybody else want to talk to this subject? Or are we good with this subject?
Yeah, I want to ask an AR question. Do you think America's anti-immigration or anti-illegal immigration?
It really. I mean, I don't think you're talking about general, like historically speaking, or right now.
In general, let's talk now. Let's speak with the last 10.
I think it's
future 10.
I would definitely say that it really depends on the demographic, low key. As you can see, a lot of these supposedly pro-black individuals, they try to paint it as illegal immigration, but then you saw the other dude come on and agree with them and start saying, it's they start throwing out names that are also legal immigrants. So they don't ever really talk positively about the legal immigration. They also talk negatively about the legal immigration. So I think for a lot of these people, it's immigration, not just illegal immigration.
No. So I don't think just because we don't have a problem with them processing the law, it means that we have a problem with them being here, right? So I have no problem if they stay or if they get processed correctly. Okay, I'll just tell you, like, some of us just saying the current administration is just following the law. That's why we don't have a problem with it either way, to be honest. Like, my life ain't gonna change, AR.
And this all came up
I didn't know what you had said before, so I'm not sure. I was talking about dude came on and said most Africans are legal immigrants. So obviously he's talking about immigrants from Africa, like legal immigrants that maybe are here on a visa or whatever. He's talking about them. Other dude was talking about just Hispanics in general, like his talking points. He would shift from specifically talking about illegal immigrants, but then start throwing in some stuff. Oh, well, it's voting against you. They're Hispanic, therefore they vote against you. Well, if they're Hispanic, and they by virtue by being Hispanic.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to ask one question. Up, y'all. What white supremacy argument we are making? I would like to know.
He's probably talking about dude that I had brought up before, making essentially white supremacist arguments for being anti-illegal immigrants. As in, the more of them there are. Oh, look, he's back.
I believe C. Rich.
Peace, family.
Yes, sir. You got something you want to add right now, or you good?
Well, I got a phone call, but
let me say this,
oh, my bad.
man.
Go ahead, Steve Rich. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother. Hey, let me say this here, right? Hey, man. I want to say, bro, I appreciate you letting me up. You know, when I come up here, I speak on certain facts. You know, the first time I came up on your channel, we was talking about the 14th Amendment with the one brother.
Mm-hmm.
Look here, man. My thing is everybody up here, they share their knowledge. I don't debate, brother. I share the knowledge. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. When Taz came and he gave me the case, I said, all right, brother, I'll look it up. I didn't go back and forth with him. I'm saying, man, the problem with a lot of brothers, man, we like to insult each other. I don't insult nobody. You see what I'm saying? If I disagree with you, I'm gonna base it on my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But my thing be this here, man. It's too many big eyes and little U's up here, brother. Everybody up here shared information, and I know that you had to do some type of studying to share the information that everybody up here shared. Like Taz, he gave me a specific case. He didn't just pull it out the air. That's why I accepted it, and I say, hey, man, I look it up. I could be wrong. But what I'm saying is, the brother, brother, I never been on a panel with you, brother. All that shit you said, I understand where you got that from, bro. Brothers got to stop, man, insulting each other, bro. It's too much arguing. It's too much emotionalism. But I just want to say to my brother Sharon, brother, you know I mess with you. You run a good show. I don't agree with you all the time, but one thing, I respect you because you let everybody get their thing off. You a lighthearted brother, and I respect you. So with that, like I say, I don't argue with. I debate. I share the knowledge. So with that said, brother, I appreciate you letting me up. You know, I come up every now and then. You know, I'm not a YouTuber. I just pop up every now and then. You dig that? But I appreciate you, brothers, and I'm gonna let y'all have it, and I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. I appreciate you, Ron.
Yeah, everybody but Emmanuel. He be like, hold on. Go ahead, Pan. Pan been trying to talk. Go ahead, Pan.
Oh no, I really wasn't trying to say anything, but since you passed me the mic, it'll be so brief. One thing I noticed as Black Americans or descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we gaslight ourselves And what do I mean by that? We can acknowledge that taking the community that used to be majority Black American and gentrifying it to where Black Americans are no longer the majority, we can acknowledge that that is a problem. But we don't have the foresight to acknowledge collectively throughout the entirety of the U.S. the total number of majority Black American communities is decreasing due to mass immigration. It's like we are unable to assess that. And in the long run, it will hurt us, really, because we're forfeiting our communities.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me. Hey, I'm out of here, bro. Appreciate you, Sawan.
Peace, brother.
Yeah,
Much
I
love to
appreciate
you.
all y'all brothers dope, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Be easy, y'all.
So do anybody believe that immigration is really diluting the Black American? Because that's what Pan is saying. He's saying it dilutes us. And
Well, it's definitely eradicating our communities mathematically, for sure.
I don't think it dilutes us. I think if you are actually a student of history, right, you realize that Italians, the Irish, they weren't always considered whites, right? Whites decided to bolster their numbers, right, when they realized we're about to let these niggas off this plantation and one day they're going to be able to vote, right? So they dealt with the numbers and they bolstered their numbers. They didn't view it as my good brother Pam Mulatto views it as this dilution. No, they strengthen their numbers. They strengthen their core. That's what Pan-Africanism is all about. Habaragani, peace and Pan-Africanism.
And Willie, before you leave, and this is part of the, with all due respect, this is a part of the gaslighting that I'm speaking about. Willie, you're from Harlem. You're from New York City. There's not one majority Black American community in the entirety of New York City, but you do have Little Haiti. You have Little Caribbean. When we go to Lordton, Queens, and the Jamaican area and Cambria Heights, you have majority African and majority Caribbean communities. So the question is, how does it benefit Black Americans to allow ourselves to be outnumbered in our own communities?
Well, I think that's when we got to
Because
start having a
where he was
conversation
asking
is,
me, the man, chill out.
okay, I thought it
So
was to the panel.
the simple answer to that is, and it's a very simple answer. You ready, Mulatto?
I'm listening,
I
brother.
know my enemy. They're not my enemy, right? I've never had Senegal, right? You talked about Harlem. Only foreign neighborhood in Harlem is Little Senegal, 116th between, I say, about St. Nicholas Avenue and what, 5th, right? That's the one. You view them as this boogeyman. What I'm telling you is them Senegalese people ain't my problem. Even more, I've had a great relationship over the years. They was selling white tees for $2 a t-shirt. I never wore the same white tee twice when I was snapping my fingers and doing my step, right? This isn't a
But brother,
new this isn't
you
a
might have
new
missed the point,
relationship
brother.
we have with these people. We have a relationship of commerce with them. We have a shared culture with them, whether you want to believe it or not. We've had shared progress with them. So the point I want to make is at the end of the day, they're not my enemies. I'm always looking at what my enemy is doing, right? And
Okay,
it
great place to
seems
land
like
it.
when you shoot at them, right after you do that, you buddy up with Nick Fuentes, listening to y'all talking points. You
Okay.
get what
But
I'm
you didn't
saying?
answer the question,
Hold on,
but I
hold
guess
on,
E's
man.
next.
Hold on. Let me welcome. I got a celebrity in the building. Welcome to the show, Q Butter. I don't have a soundboard, but
Yo, what's good, Fanny? What's good, Fanny? I ain't no celebrity. I'm regular Q Butters, man. What up, man?
you're a celebrity in my eyes. All that good work that you're doing, that's celebrity to me. So shout out to Q Butter. Thank you for joining the panel.
So I think when we talk about our population issue, that's our problem, right? When we talking about we're being diluted or we're being outnumbered, it's just other groups of people are having more kids than us, and that's the game. So if we want to compete from a population of being able to maintain our voting rights, we need to just be able to compete with having just as many kids as them and live in some of the situations they will live in.
That's math.
E, that's a great point. Can I ask you, how will we maintain majority Black American communities while we are simultaneously advocating for mass immigration and illegal immigration, which is the reason we're outnumbered by Latinos right now?
So you said we're advocating for, hello, when you say we, you mean black people as a whole? Because I don't think black people as
Yeah,
a
for the most part, we vote Democrat. You know that, brother.
yeah, so yeah, I got what you're saying now. So yeah, but I just think that what it comes down to is I think the average, and I might be wrong, but when last time I looked, the average household of the Latino family is 7 versus 2, right? So over time, we will always be outnumbered, right? I don't think it's an illegal thing. It's just that we have to put family first in our community again.
Now, E, that's a great answer, but I'm asking, since we are already outnumbered, how does it benefit us to advocate for ourselves to be more outnumbered due to an influx of more immigrants? How does that benefit us tangibly?
Well, I think that we should change. I don't think we ever got anything from the Democrat party. We should change our ideology. So I'm agreeing with that point that we should
Yes, sir.
change and try something different.
Okay, let me welcome Q Butter into the show. Q Butter, do you agree that immigration is watering down the black community?
No.
Why or why not?
Only thing that water down the black community is making babies with other people.
Oh, come on. You have to say that, man. There's too many mixed people on the panel for you to be talking like that's crazy. I hurt my feelings.
Now, he's entitled to his own opinion.
I mean, just biologically speaking, we all take in the living environment in high school in order for a population to grow. You know, you have to make babies with the same population. Last year, 2024, 21% of abortions committed in America was done by black folks. Then you look at the same period, we had almost the largest group gender war. We have a passport bro group that's like, nah, fuck that, go make babies with other people. You know, we got to clean up the home.
So now
that's a great point.
So now, do we equate the ideology also with the race? Because AR could be a mixed person, but if he agrees with black ideology and black politics, whatever that could be, right? It's just, for example, would that still be beneficial to the black community or no? Anybody?
Well, I can respond, but I'd rather one of the other gentlemen
I'd rather
address
you
it.
not either. So that's we're in agreement.
Well, I'd rather you take my dick out your mouth, my mulatto son, respectfully. All right, well, since it's dead air right now, he's a mulatto. He will always be a mulatto. That's what we are. Whether we gravitate towards the blacks or the whites, genetically, we will always be mulattoes.
Right, but when it comes to voting, does that change if his ideology is a part of whatever the black ideology is? Isn't that still the beneficial to the black community?
If he votes in a way that benefits black Americans, of course, that could be acknowledged by black Americans, really. But the point is, and I'm mad the brother Q Butter left, he is in Brooklyn too, just like you are in New York City. He's saying that immigration does not dilute the black American community, but in his own borough of Brooklyn, there's not one majority black American community. So I really believe, I'm seeing firsthand that we are gaslighting ourselves into
That's not true at
believing.
all.
Okay, so name them. Name the majority black
Best
American
Side is
community.
still a majority black American community.
Now, Sharon, you gonna let him tell that lie?
No.
All right, then. I mean, like, let's not gaslight ourselves. Really, we don't have any majority black American communities in New York, and we're still advocating for more people to come in and ethnically displace us. How does that benefit our future generations? Really?
How did the black how did those communities not become majority black anymore? Well, actually Q Butter's back, so if he wants to keep, talking shit about us mixed people, you can, I guess.
Oh no, look. This ain't no shot at no mixed.
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, it's just I'm just saying, like, in the last, just looking at the numbers, we have to focus on the family. Now, honestly, it wasn't even the shoot at 21% of our black community is, having abortions. 21% of abortions committed in 2024 were, in the black community. Then if you look at the standards that we have in our community, they say intellectualism slows down birth rates. And we do have the strongest and the highest educated group of women in the community. So of course they're not jumping out the window saying like, yeah, I'm gonna have a baby, which I'm choosing my career. And so these things are all contributing to the slowing down of our birth rate. Like these are publicly discussed issues, you know what I'm saying? Like abortion affects birth rate. The gender politics in the black community affects birth rates. Like we've had the FBI put out warnings on people within the manosphere. They had warnings for Black women to be mindful of dealing with the males in the manosphere, like during COVID. Like, do we forget that? You know what I mean? Like, there's real things that are contributing to why our Black family isn't growing.
One of the biggest factors that, as well, and probably the strongest correlation, is also quality of life. As quality of life increases for the average person, they have less children, which is why you see, especially in the Western countries, as like GDP per capita goes up, you know, X, Y, and Z, they get more affluent, they have less children. The richest people have, I mean, Elon Musk is excluded, they have less children than the poorest people, for various reasons. But quality of life is probably the strongest correlator that I can think off the top of my head for birth rates.
Just quick question. Just, I don't mean to offend any of the mulatto people, but I thought if you had any Black blood in you, you're still Black. Like, is that not a thing?
Depends on who you ask.
Not anymore.
Yeah, we have real genetics. Like, your child is half mommy, half daddy. There's no religion. That's what it is.
It used to be that way, but in this day and age, people are able, because you got to understand, we got people that look like, I think his name is David Chizzo from the New York Knicks. You cannot tell that he has a Black father unless he tell you. You'll look at him and think that he's white. And so, you know, that's the issue. Edgar Hoover, we don't know what he is. He probably was white too, all Black. We don't know. It seems like his daddy was Black. We don't know. So in this day and age, it's more about knowing who. We're not allowing it just to be like you could pass for a Black person anymore. It ain't just passing for a Black anymore. You gotta be a little bit more deeper than that. So now that's why it's like it's kind of like almost a new concept in a new race that is you a mixed person instead of you a Black person. And that's not a thing anymore. That one drop rule don't exist anymore. It is what it is.
And it's
I guess I don't even mean socially.
Yeah, Q.
Now I was gonna say understanding the alliance, like Obama for all standards was a Black person, but you know, we saw that he didn't have a pure alliance of Black people.
Well, that's the politician. He was a politician. That's what I'm saying. It's like just because you Black, listen, just because you Black doesn't mean that we all gonna be on the same page. Like, we gotta get to this point where we say we can't discount somebody's Blackness just because they don't vote the way we want to move like we think Black people supposed to vote.
Oh no, I don't disagree with that. I think, you know, you should hold a person to their actions publicly. So Obama getting rid of the statute of limitation on federal debt for the public nation was one of the most detrimental things any president could do, getting rid of the statute of limitation of federal debt. Pardoning Monsanto, you know what I mean, giving Monsanto the Monsanto Indemnification Act was an attack on the American people. Denying reparations was an attack on the Black people. Like, I can go in on Obama. You know what I mean?
No, listen. I'm not a fan of Obama, but I believe politicians all do this.
I am.
The biggest problem that I have is that people feel like it was a difference before you came up here between Obama and Trump. I'm saying both of them ain't no good because they're politicians. I've never met a good politician. So I think we need to stop holding these politicians to a standard that we believe they're supposed to go out and do something for us.
I only brought that up to say, like, the same way FBAs are asking for clarity in terms of a person's background. It's the same conversation with a mulatto person. Like, you need to understand the depths of their allegiance. It's the same thing with a person that's not from America who's Black. You want to understand the depths of their allegiance. And it's just, I was saying it from that component. Yeah, it's not just, you're not just throwing a Black card on somebody.
I know, but according to
we need to have that conversation.
But according to FDA, as long as you have one African American father, one parent that's African American, you consider Black. So, for example,
see, that's where I was going.
No, listen.
Until you start talking to him.
Let them have the conversation, y'all. Go ahead, Edelman and Q.
So based on FDA, for quote unquote, especially when we start talking about reparations, anybody that you can trace one of their parents back to African American or a descendant from slavery is the term that they like to use, they are considered. So it's not that these people are mixed, it's that these people that maybe their Black side is not traced back to African American or whatever word you want to use.
No, I agree with you,
Descendant of
but that's what I was saying.
slavery.
Obama fit both of those characteristics. He wasn't a descendant of slavery, and he was a biracial.
Absolutely. So we would say Obama wasn't, but then it just kind of get muddy in the waters when we say, oh well, hey, mixed kids, because all mixed kids ain't the same based on that ideology that the FBA believe in.
No, I agree. I just think it's a matter of like when we say the black community, understanding what the black community is, and even in the term delineation is basically saying like, all right, let's quantify who's who and where they are. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Even if the immigration problem, when we say how many people are actually in the country, you know, the immigration conversation is literally because Biden let 10 million immigrants in the country. You know what I mean? But at the same time, immigrants pay taxes. America's about taxes. So it's a business deal. Like, you let 10 million people in the country, you just added, let's say 70% of them, 60% of them pay taxes. That's more money for the country.
But it doesn't weigh out, especially if you start looking at the amount of government assistance they took too. So it wasn't like they was overpaying in taxes and not getting Medicaid. They weren't getting food stamps. It depends on what state it is, but they got theirs
It
back.
is.
Let's be clear. It didn't go to us.
Well, going to us in the business of the country, you know, there's a view of investment. So social servicing is a form of tax investment to the constituents because eventually they're going to make money. It's not just to say like you're helping people out for no reason. It's no to say the tax code says that you have to better the welfare of people. Why? Because they're going to make money.
But no, but that's what I'm saying is like these people not stupid, Q. Like when I go to I done been to the welfare office because I work along with the welfare office. I see them pulling up in brand new Teslas, and they getting their food stamps. Like they understood. Like I think we think that stupid people came into our country. They said no. I need to work on the table. I need to find a way to make money that's not taxes, so it doesn't affect my food stamps. It doesn't affect my housing. We see a whole bunch of mother and father inside of houses, and they out there and they just banking. They making money. They started
That's the
roofing companies.
America.
They doing all these things that avoid tax paying. And I'm not. So it's a lot of smart people who came into the country that's not paying taxes.
Paying taxes and receiving government servicing and taking advantage of it are three different conversations. And I think everybody, if we're going to scrutinize the communities that take advantage of it, I have no problem with doing it. What's the football player that took $10 million in social servicing? You know what I mean? Like, what, 3 years ago? The Jewish community, they don't do government sanctioned marriages. They do community marriages. On paper, we're not married. So the husband owns the property, the wife is on welfare. I go right now to Lee Avenue on North Street Avenue, them Jews, none of them are there, they're married on paper. They all collecting Section 8, and the husband is collecting the money from the wife. That's why they put me onto that. They like, yo, Q, you know what you could do in New York City? No. You're the corporation. Yeah, you go down mad these neighborhoods. Yeah, the husband's the corporation, the wife is the connection to the city. So I mean, like,
and listen, I'm agreeing with you, Q, that other people are abusing it, but I think it is a difference when you have a U.S. citizen abusing it and an illegal immigrant abusing it. That's what they're saying. They saying, hey, you don't even supposed to be here and you breaking law. Yes, we should also deal with the people that are supposed to be breaking the law.
Illegal immigrant. It has Nicki Minaj is considered a legal immigrant. Like, illegal immigrant has different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about criminal immigrants. That's one thing. Nicki Minaj illegally entered the country. Nicki Minaj has wildly contributed to the world of America. You know what I mean? Like, it's a real reality in some spaces, how people and what they do to get to the country and what they do when they get to the country. And I'm not in a support or against, it's just that's the reality with some people who've gone to the country. You know what I mean? That's why they also got to deport Nicki Minaj movement. But all those record execs that made all of that money with Nicki Minaj, those perfume companies, all of those companies that are invested millions of dollars into Nicki Minaj, she's not going nowhere.
No. Listen, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that it's a rare group of people that it's like kind of like AR brought this up earlier. The immigrants that's coming over and they in the tech field, like they helping us father science and technology. I am saying that it is a positive group. But when we talk about that group, we're really talking about like 5 or 10%. Like when we started talking about the net, like the majority of them is not a net positive. That's the point I was making. But you are absolutely right that we should find a way to keep the net positive. And maybe, are you saying we should get rid of the ones that's not that positive? We should just keep them all.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear him?
I think he having a microphone issue. He probably got a phone call. You there, Q? We'll see.
I love how we just got back to the original topic. Like, it went full circle.
Yeah, we did. We got back to the original point. That was awesome. Go ahead, Q. Let's see if his mic. Go ahead, Q. Your microphone good? You want to check?
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think let's be the exacerbation of the input of immigrants during the Biden administration is the real conversation. 10 million people being allowed in the country was just exaggerated. There's nobody's gonna agree with that in there right now. You know what I mean? Whether even from the tax perspective, it just was like, why the fuck would you do that? And like, bruh, 10 million people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's beyond immigration at that point. That was just bad management of the country.
Yeah, but let me ask you one more question. So, Q, do you believe that what Donald Trump is a reaction to what Biden did, the deportation?
Yeah, but Trump is aligned with a different rationale of Americanism, and you know, in terms of like the Puritan view of like make America white again. And then, you know, what does that mean in terms of, because right now you have the even on the what's the girl that came up with ADOS? Yvette Cornell. Yvette Cornell used to work for this white guy that was part of the anti-immigration movement. And the American First movement is heavy anti-immigration. And it's this whole Puritan perspective that these American people are going after. I think that's kind of overplaying into the conversation as well.
Yeah, so Q, what I'm saying is that I play football, and I realized playing football, the person who threw the first punch never got the flag, right? Like I playing football, the guy punched somebody and hit their face mask, and then somebody will retaliate, or they will respond to the aggression, and they will say, then the flag in football will come to the second person, even though they didn't start it. So yes, I agree with you that I believe that Donald Trump having an agenda. I think that he's doing all this, but this is a response to the misuse of the country of Biden administration. So I think that's what it starts at. And we really can go back farther than that, but I get the point that you're saying is that was kind of the point that we should focus on.
Can I?
And I don't deny that immigration is a conversation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a reality. In the event, and the fact is, you have more people competing with the people for resources within the same environment. That's a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, however it plays out, that's just the reality it is. If you're a carpenter, you got 10,000 more Mexicans in your neighborhood. You do mechanical. You got 25,000 immigrants that's now charging $40 to change brakes. You know what I mean? Like, this changes. Somebody gonna put a wall up, they talk about $50 to put a wall up, $70 to paint a room. You know what I mean? Like this changes dynamics. They're running scooters and bicycles all day long. You know what I mean? You got 30 people living in one house competing with a family with with two incomes, and you got 30 incomes in one house. Like these are things that we got to think about. But it's also things that we also got to look at and say, how can we do the same thing?
Wait, we want 30 people in one house? Oh, I'm sorry.
If you live in a house with, if you got 3,000 square, if you live in 3,000 to 6,000 square feet as a single family home, and your bedroom is 20 by 20 feet, you're living very comfortably. And it just from the IRS component, you're just wasting money. There's no investment level outside of the equity put into your home. That's just is literally just because you want to have the luxury of doing it. It's nothing. It's not business minded. If you put 30 Black Americans in a compound who are all doing $100,000 a year, economically speaking, that is highly intelligent behavior.
Well, that's how New Yorkers think, though. Just to let y'all know, we don't think like that.
Yeah, that's why they live in these small ass apartments for 700 square feet for $4,000. It's crazy. Y'all just got
It's not just in
lifestyle
New
out
York.
there, man.
I got family in Kentucky. I got family in Kentucky. You go there and you see Indians living in one house, and then you come back 10 years later, they all got 20 houses. The Haitian community in Kentucky, the Chinese community does that. When they bring them little Chinese bitches in there to do massages in them little parlors, they live in the basement.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? The
I
Arabs
think
do that. The Arabs is a dude in Cincinnati named Hulk Arab. He started off with living above the store. His whole rule is make 7 times the rent. Don't buy, replicate.
Yeah, we
Like
used to
they
do
got
that.
some.
We
We
used to
used
do it.
to.
And
We
then
used
we
to.
stopped because people like to say, hey, when you get a certain age, you need to move out your parents' house, right? You move out your parents' house and go and rent from somebody else. So we became consumers and instead of being homeowners, right? And then we let Big Mama's house go away, even though she may have paid it off. We let it go to taxes. And then we done this to ourselves.
Yeah, that's big facts. Us losing. I think the biggest loss in the black community was letting Big Mama house go for $1,000 a year, or like even the properties. Like, oh, we say I want to live in the city, I don't want to live in the suburbs, so I'm gonna just let this house go. We gotta find a way to have home ownership 10 generations down. We have to figure that out.
The biggest problem wouldn't be it'd be like us ignoring what happened. Like y'all be acting like we really gave up Big Mama house. The government ain't sit there and make a highway through your grandma neighborhood and say we gonna give you $1,000. Like it's not.
Well, they're talking about yeah, they're saying that like obviously redlining happened and stuff, but and eminent
No, I
domain,
mean
but they're talking about
the
they're talking
major
about
component of why like black people don't own
I don't
things.
think I think that what they're talking about is from more so personal experience or what they saw in their own neighborhoods of people doing it. So even if that were
we talking about
the
when
biggest
we
impact.
saw our family home.
Yeah.
No, so that's
Right.
anecdotal. That's anecdotal. That's not actually covering
Yeah, but that's
the
what they're
facts thereof.
well,
Like
if you have a here's my issue with studies and stuff like that. A lot of times is like they say one thing, but in my personal experience or someone else's, anytime I talk to anybody about a specific thing, they don't align with what that study says. So I'm like, who did this study actually interview and whatnot to come to this conclusion? And I think what they're saying is, yeah, we all agree that the eminent domain, the redlining, all that stuff happened, but they're talking about in their own personal experience what they saw was this thing of people giving up homes rather than the government doing it. And they saw more people voluntarily giving up their home or choosing to give up their home because they didn't want to pay taxes or whatever the case may be, more so than the eminent domain having the impact. And so that's what they're talking about. So we don't have to talk about the eminent domain. So that's a separate discussion.
No, it's part of the discussion. No, y'all talking about y'all only are paying attention to the after effects and saying let's ignore what
We're talking about the last 50 years. Can we stop going all the way back to
let's just act like KT didn't even know.
Hello, because
I know. Because it's easier to not address like what happened and say let's go off an anecdote.
Always it's a new year, nigga. You don't think about being a new you.
Nah, why? You mean in
hold on. I think the point.
Hold on one second. Can I add real quick? Happy New Year to you as well, KT. Why you want to talk about the last 100 years instead of the past 50 years?
No, I'm talking about the whole 150 years. If that the timeline you gave, I'm saying let's not just talk about the last 50. Let's talk about the whole 150 because that plays a big part. We cannot ignore the 100 years prior and then just say like, okay, in these 50 years, this is what's happening. We're talking about after effects.
Okay, man, you misunderstand. Why is that important to talk about the total 150 instead of talking about the last 50?
Because it's a whole conversation. It's not just 50 years, right?
We're not talking about the whole conversation. We're talking about this particular part of the conversation. The people that impacted us the most is the people in the last 50 years.
The people that impacted us the most were the last 50 years after they started doing this. That's what I'm saying. Are y'all
okay? Let me try to.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on. No, we don't want an example because that's gonna make it more money. So I want it to be
KT. It doesn't matter what you say; it's going to be money.
I want to make it very clear and concise what we're talking about. We're talking about in the past 50 years, our community did a certain thing. That's what we're talking about.
So we can switch it up, right? What we did. What about what we did? And
So,
how
but
we
Bum Chair,
Go ahead.
Bum Chair, what I'm saying is in Atlanta, I literally was having a conversation. I was like, bro, leave your apartment, move back in Big Mama house and pay her taxes. Because she can't afford it. Paying her taxes and you getting that house when she died is gonna be 10 times better than you paying for this apartment. But it was like, nah, I want to smoke weed. I want to do this by my.
But that's not something that's talked about in the black family like it is in the white.
Yeah,
that's something white people talk about.
What?
The conversation you just had is the conversation I had with my adopted family. That's what white people talk. White people talk about what to do about their house whenever Nana leaves. That's not something I ever heard in my black family, ever.
Well, all right, so I'll tell you the main reason why we can't go back to a Big Mama house is because a lot of us have our own family. It's hard to share one kitchen. A lot of our houses is big enough to house somebody bed-wise, but as living-wise, it's not big enough to house 2 and 3 families, because usually people need their own kitchen because everybody eat differently, eat at different times, and all these things. So that's the main reason why people are getting out, because they want to make rules in somebody else's house. And that's when the back and forth start to happen. And that's when they say, well, then you need your own place.
Yeah, can I add something?
What about the 10 Hispanics in the same house?
Can I throw this in there real quick?
They just need to make sure Big Mama house get paid. We got a lot of children. Everybody come together to make sure that the taxes get paid and everything get taken care of while they live in their separate homes with their families. Because my grandmother lost her house,
Yeah,
y'all.
that's not gonna happen.
And
because they can't afford it.
My grandmother lost her house over $25. And it was stolen, right? Because they thought it was paid off. Everybody thinking it's paid off, everything good. And then the bank decided to send some notices saying it's not paid off, that they owed less than $25 on it.
So,
but nobody was paying attention to the mail.
Okay, go ahead, Q Butter.
Yeah, I get the Big Mama part, but I'm speaking more about just the fact that you have working adults who need a place to stay, who, if they live in a shared space, spend much less money and can put more money into their business endeavors. So look at it to say, like, you got 4 cousins who are all working at Walmart, who are all stating that we want to buy and invest into our construction company. So the money that they're making from Walmart, 60% of it's going to go to rent. Now they take that and put that into a room, and their room is inside of Sharon's house that he added to the back of his house. Now Sharon's rent is lowered. They have the ability to buy that truck and get their tools way faster. So when you see these Mexicans doing it, it's a business role. Then what do they do when one of them get their house? They bring 4 more cousins in. They bring 4 more other people in. Just go find somebody. Go find some senators.
That's not what the Mexicans are doing. We are making up stories on their behalf. See, I lived around them for 16 years, right? The Mexicans not even related to each other living in a home together. It could be all men living in a home, they not even related. But not even that. They having their problems, right? Because they got the Mexican cartels or the gang members who come and rob from them. We got to stop making it seem like they just doing things so much better and it's great. They all not buying no home later. That's not happening on the scale in which we speaking about it. And I lived around.
But see, but you know what we're not talking about. Hold on, this is an important part that we leaving out. The Mexicans are working on the table, so they don't qualify. They get their own home. Exactly. Like, I don't know why they can't just go out. Like, they can't prove that they got 2 times the rent. Like, that's the point that I'm saying. Is a lot of y'all think they doing this because they want to. They do it because they have no choice.
Exactly.
That's another great point.
Well,
I think sometimes we do romanticize they strategy, and it's just not real life. Most of them, they doing it out of necessity. They cannot get their own place, and that's why they have to be 30 in one room, 5 to 1 room, 30 people sharing one bathroom. That's not a strategy for them. That's a necessity.
Yeah,
they go outside in the yard. We had to complain about it because they would be. It's so many of them with just 2 bathrooms, and they all outside using the bathroom, doing different things, you know? So they not getting along the way we make it seem, and it's just not that. It's just not that at all.
But nobody really making a point of them getting along. It's more just about
Yes.
like they're
it's
making
not-
a
to
efficient
Q,
move
but
in terms of like living. It's not
uh,
nobody
They
arguing
not-
whether or not they're happy about it. We're saying like, well, not even we're saying, but Q was pointing out, and I'm agreeing.
And they're
like,
not buying homes. They're not saving money to buy no homes because they can't buy homes.
No,
But they're
population
buying trucks and
wise
shit.
but
shows
even
that
if
people-
it's irrelevant to the concept of cohabitation to spend less on rent and other things and use that money. So even if these Hispanics and other people are in a home together and they're not saving their money properly, the fact that they're in if other people that were more financially literate or had the ability to buy homes or whatever and were saving money, they would be able to save more money and do these things at a faster clip if they were cohabitating and had roommates X, Y, and Z. I think that's Q Butter's point. So it doesn't matter whether Mexicans are actually doing it, but the concept behind it is what he's talking about.
It's a form of cooperative economics.
Right.
Yeah, I would just say that I think that there's a lot of.
So let's not go too far past the problem is that we don't have no proof that it actually works.
Yeah, we do. What are you talking about?
No, we do. They have more neighborhoods. They have a bigger population.
Wait, what are you saying we don't have proof of?
We don't have proof that people, 4 families living under a single family house that has one kitchen actually works for the other 4 to buy their
gotcha.
houses.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about like the extremes. Like that's crazy. I'm not suggesting that. I was more so talking about the roommate cohabitation. I know a lot of people, especially in the military with BAH stateside, people will get a house or something, 3 bedrooms, split the rent with the BAH and pocket the rest of the BAH, X, Y, and Z. Or just having
those are 3 single people, correct?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying though, and that's what I think is part of Q Butter's concept.
But that's what people are doing right now.
Hold on, no,
yeah, most people got roommates.
Hold on, the concept.
That's what I thought he was saying.
The concept was multiple families. That was the concept.
Oh,
I've seen both directions work. Like, I mean, like this. It's just an example of people working together. That's what I was saying. Like, an example of people working together and what those things look like.
Can I talk?
Yes.
When they compete with each other. That's all I was saying. Like, we're competing with people who are trying things that are not conventional with us. And so that's part of the reality in the conversation with the exacerbation of bringing in 10 million immigrants. That's the specific connection to it. Like, all of that connected to it. Now, how much does it work and how does it work? We can go into the data on that and we can see how it works. But just having 10 million different from everywhere. You got 1 million Europeans in the country. You got 1 million more Mexicans. You got like 10 million people at one in 4 years is great.
Okay, so can I ask a question real quick just to get into a not to try to divert the conversation, but let's just say there was the powers that be, the more elitist, the ones that study this stuff day in day out. They say, hey, there's about to be a population issue within the country, and we might be at a point where we can't just tell people to have more kids because by the time they have kids, it's not going to make up that gap. The kids get older. It takes them 16 so years to start working X, Y, and Z. So we need that population now. We need them working in different fields, X, Y, and Z. Now we need them paying into X, all this other stuff. If that was the logic behind it, and so they were like, you know what, we have all these refugees, asylum seekers, X, Y, and Z applying. Let's approve them because it kind of solves that problem, and we can deal with the maybe some of the negative side effects of it after they're already here. But the biggest problem, the collapse of the nation, would be the fact that we don't have enough workers to compensate for the people getting older, the baby boomer generation, people not wanting to work agriculture jobs, all this other stuff. What would you guys say to that if that was the logic behind allowing however many people in the way that it happened?
Isn't that what they did in the past, right? We needed more people, so they brought in immigration, and then they made them pledge allegiance to the American flag. They had to leave a lot of their culture, their beliefs. They had to learn English, and so that's what happened. It sounded like a great idea, but now people are saying, well, we don't know where their allegiance is. We know that most Americans' allegiance is with America.
Well, I think they would say a lot of the counter argument, I think, to that, or maybe would possibly be that they don't believe that these asylum seekers and whatnot are Americans yet, at least, and that they don't hold allegiance. A lot, we saw it recently in DC. Like we saw a young lady, 20 years old, in the National Guard, get shot and pass away from Afghanistan asylum seeker or refugee who also worked with the U.S. government, but it's regardless. That's
Yeah,
I guess
it's not regardless,
just
right?
because
'Cause
they're
we
here
don't-
doesn't make them American.
Well, we don't know the particulars
In that
behind. That's the
aspect.
thing about this administration, right? All kinds of crazy shit is happening.
It's the concept. It's not necessarily. I'm just giving you an example, but the concept behind it is that just because they're allowed in through asylum programs or refugee programs or whatever doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean they have America's interest first.
Right, that's what
U.S.'s
they're
interest
trying to
first.
do.
Are you familiar with replacement theory?
I think vaguely,
Exactly.
like the immigration. I think I've mostly heard it from like white people saying like they want to replace whites with all these other people and mix and all this other stuff. I think I've heard it in that aspect.
Well, in the opposite sense, like the birth rates during COVID went crazy. White people before COVID had a negative birth rate in 38%. Then at the top of COVID, it was like 51% of the country, white people had a negative birth rate. Then after COVID, every single state in America, if I'm not mistaken, white people have a negative birth rate. Black people birth rate is right at the edge of, I think, like 1.4 or almost there. But literally the data says abortion is what's contributing to that in pursuit of education, what's contributing to black people. Like it's a self-imposed birth rate issue with black people. White people, they don't really, they're putting all of these things in because Europe is going through the same shit as well. And so they have the influx of Muslims and European immigrants in Europe. But so the replacement theory is that if white people don't get more people to come in and make babies with them, they're not going to have any way of sustaining themselves into the future. Their birth rate in America is going to be like 0.89 or something like that right now. 0.8. It's crazy.
So by 20,
It's
by 2055,
well,
they'll be the minority.
I don't even think it's going to be that small.
If white people make up 60 to 70% of the country and they're at a negative birth rate, then that's kind of like what I'm asking.
No, that's what you're saying. But the reason why I asked that because there's a lot of people that don't agree with the replacement idea that the white birth rate reality is real. There's people that think that's a conspiracy and they think that it's not happening.
I have no clue. That's my first time hearing about them having
That
negative
used to
birth
be
rates.
the
I
black
just
man.
know that. Yeah,
That was the black man's idea. He was saying, hey, we can replace them by having children with them, right? So black men went out seeking to impregnate white women to brown up their area. Yeah, I don't know why. If they want the white people to have more kids, all they got to do is fix the economy.
Well, no, that's the thing. There's a correlation between quality of life and wealth and lower birth rates than there is the opposite. That's why you see all these other very low income, impoverished countries and areas have more kids than those that are well off. So, quote unquote, fixing the economy doesn't necessarily mean more kids.
Yeah, education directly. They almost is like directly correlated now. Higher education, lower babies. Like that's
and I think a lot of people. There's not a correlation between quote unquote fix the economy or whatever that may look like and more kids. That's not the case because it's just not the data doesn't show that to be the case.
Do the shit. Show me where the data shows that.
You thought they were joking in Japan? Remember Japan last year? We had a thing where they was begging people to come to their country.
Yeah,
that wasn't fake. Like there's a real shortage. People ain't making babies. They're choosing careers and cars.
But they're not asking for black men to go.
Not only that it wasn't fake. Right now, it's such a shortage that they selling houses for like $10 because they're trying to get anybody to come over.
They're trying to get people to move over. Right.
That's what. So they've been very anti-immigration for a long time. It's in their culture. And so like all those older folks passing away, they don't have the youngins to pick up the jobs that they had, and so now they have to start shifting towards immigration, and that's a spot you don't want your country to be in. It's not just necessarily. It's not about demographic. I know a lot of this is mostly a black channel and whatnot. It's just mostly black people on here, so we talk about black topics, and that's fine. But as a nation, as a country, we don't want the country to be in the same spot as Japan or Europe, where they are they can't even muster their own defenses properly. They can't. The future of the country is now at stake because they don't have the right amount of people. And at some point, there's a threshold where if you haven't had enough kids before this threshold, then you don't have enough to your point about the replacement stuff, you don't have enough to replace the people before them, and so you have to turn to immigration. And as you know, the U.S. is the most powerful country on earth. We world police. We up this country. The world is based off of how the U.S. dictated it to be, more or less. And we have more at stake if that were to happen to us than any other country. Japan or a lot of these European countries, if shit happens to them, nothing really changes for except them specifically. If it happens to us, the whole world changes.
Powerful in the world, and yet other people was doing it completely different than us, would put them in the situation they're in. Everybody in their country, well, not everybody, but we'll say that they're the most powerful country in the world. That's what Americans are the best at, right? Ego. But in other countries, they wouldn't allow girl children to be born, right? So there we have that little issue. And then, of course, they don't want to mix with each other, these different tribes in Asia and different things like that. So that caused the issue. And like y'all said, immigration, not allowing immigrants to come in caused their issue. And now it's think that's what we want to do here.
Hey, I think the only way your point got like actual credence is if, like you saying that if white people, but like you believe white people being in the lead race-wise, because it's not they're not being replaced, they are being replaced. It's not that the numbers in America would die, it's their numbers are what's declining. So that will only have credence if you're saying like this country will only be great if we have white people in the lead. Population,
but ours are decreasing at a rapid rate.
No, I think it's not just white people, it's citizens. Like Hugh brother brought up the white people with negative birth rates and whatnot, but like he said, black people are not very far behind. It's about
we're like we're like 0.1. We're not.
I think we're like 1.2. I think we're like
not that far behind. And as the black community continues to flourish and get better, or not necessarily better, but more affluent, those birth rates are going to come down. So eventually the black community will also be at a negative birth rate. And that's just national. A lot of these areas,
that would take a really long time. Like what you were saying, Theo, we would have to put ourselves in position to even get there. Like we're still
but literally one policy change would change that overnight. 21% of all abortions committed in 2024 was black women. Do you know the amount of black babies that means that did not come to life?
But it wasn't babies. And number two, you don't know that number, right? Because you don't know how people have abortions. You don't know that white women don't have to go to a clinic to have an abortion because there's a pill. And so they can get those through their personal doctor. So I'm shocked at black women.
Well, I don't want to get into
hold on. It's not an attack on black women. It's just repeating the numbers. It's not an attack on black women. It's just stating that these are numbers we can quantify. Right?
But I'm saying, I'm not saying that the black women aren't having an abortion. I'm saying you're making it seem like the black women are having more abortions than other races, and I'm saying that's false. Other races have ability.
No, white women definitely had more by numbers.
It's not about other people. It's just stating that 21% had abortions, and then that 21% we can quantify. If that is 10 million women, if that's 6 million women, if that's 600,000, we can quantify that over a 5-year period and put that towards our birth rate and say, if you take this percentage, just removing the 21% pushes our birth rate up to like 1.4. That's what I'm saying.
Of us being more of us being poor,
let me word it differently. If you remove abortions from white people, their birth rate is still below 1. That's the difference. Black people's birth rate with abortions will put us towards 1.4. That's what I'm stating. Like just adding in the connection between abortion and the birth rate. Like there's direct correlations between the amount of babies aborted and the amount of people born. Like that's like in New York City, there was a period, I think almost New York City almost had a period where like the amount of people born versus the amount of people aborted was like damn near 1-to-1.
It was more.
Like, that's crazy.
The abortion rate has went down and the birth rate has also went down. So those things are not, I don't know what study you're talking about or you're citing, but if I were to bet that study is done by people that are anti-abortion in the first place. The abortion rate is not the better correlator then there are other metrics that you can use, such as education or quality of
No,
life.
I didn't say it's the only.
No, I didn't say you said only. I'm just saying it's not a great one because.
No, I'm saying it has a contribution. So I'm saying for the Black community, what imposes our birth rate, diminishes our birth rate is education, educational pursuits, family organization, how we understand family dynamics, abortion. Those are the things that contribute to our birth rate issues. Like I didn't say only abortion.
Well, I'm not saying you said only. I'm just saying I think that the emphasis on the abortion.
And y'all making the argument wrong because nobody. He's not arguing about it being a lie, y'all. He just pointing out if we stop that, we can be positive.
He did argue that it was a lie. He just said it wasn't.
The idea that you think you can tell a woman.
No, we talking about who's doing more type shit. Y'all trying to make it a different.
That's a whole different conversation.
Hold on, everybody, slow down. So what Bomb and AR saying that there's no correlation to prove that will actually happen. The baby deletion versus how many people we are birthing into the world is really no real correlation to it. For real.
Well, but I think
that doesn't make any sense though.
Y'all,
I get that, but hold on 1 second.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So that's the argument right now. That's Bomb and AR's argument. Q-Butter and KT, they're on the other side of the argument. So we're gonna allow either man to jump into the argument, Shadow to jump into the argument, so we can have everybody get their voice out. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. So in 2024, New York had 65,000 babies born. In 2024, they had 120,000 baby deletions. If we're deleting twice as much as we have it, we got to agree that is having an effect. Now,
not based on
let everybody make their argument. So and then we could just.
I just want to point out what he. Oh, he wasn't done.
Yeah, just the only thing I'm saying is we understand that it is affecting the Black community. Now, the question is how is it affecting? I think it's more the conversation, but I think we can't argue that it's not affecting the Black community.
Yeah, I can argue that it's not, and I can argue that the number that you mentioned, I'm not saying it's false, but it's skewed, right? We know in 2024, there's a lot of states where you can have an abortion, which means a lot of women from other states went to New York to have abortions. So,
in 2024,
Bomb Cherry, let me reframe it. Bomb Cherry, let me reframe it. Bomb Cherry, this has nothing to do. This is a Black community conversation. I'm not singling out Black women.
Oh no, I know you're not. I know you're not.
Forgive me, that's what it sounds like. I'm not saying it in that way. I'm just saying what contributes to birth rates in America is a reality that people who are educated are choosing not to have babies.
No, I agree.
Right? Black, Spanish, Indian, they're like, no, hold on. Let's focus on making money. And that's a reality. And so when he asked the question, like, are the politicians saying we need more people in? That is a conversation. Is it justified? But is it contributing to the conversation? I think I think when he asked the question, I do think that it is contributing to the conversation.
Well, I would go to that education may affect it more than anything because there are going to be more people educated, both the men and women, who decide not to have children, not to get anyone pregnant for an abortion. And then there are going to be those who end up pregnant, because everything is 100%. And then they're going to go that route. So I would say that education, people being smart about it, is more of a contribution than abortion.
Well,
but nobody's really arguing about what's the more contribution.
Because when y'all ask questions, that makes it more difficult for everybody to get their voice in. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, here's the thing. So just by basic math, if I am to delete a baby, that's one less baby that wouldn't be born, right? So, and the reason I say that is because clearly baby deletion has to have a place on the overall population of whatever race it is. We're not even specifically talk about Black, whatever. The problem is that we're getting to the point to where we're not having enough babies to replace the people who are dying at the same rate. And because we're not able to do it at the same rate, we're going to end up walking into what happened in Shibuya, where all of a sudden now we don't have enough people to take care of the older generations because the people who are old enough are still, the younger is too young, and everybody in between is not having kids. So in Korea, they didn't have an 8th grade class last year because of the 4B movement.
All right.
Like that was the whole thing.
I just want to say this.
Let me read these super chats because they went too far and we on a different topic. Let me just read them so we can just maintain the current topic. Imperious, the black neighborhood unruly pet. Due process is an abstract, Sharon. LOL, you lost. He's funny. Conversation with MJ. We are not being taken over. There's only 4.3 to 4.7 million black immigrants in the U.S. We are still majority according to the black community. Also, Sharon Samuels Reloaded. Why birth babies into toxic environment? Damn. Shout out to a random independent with the Tony Boy. Happy New Year. Same to you, my brother. Great topics today. I appreciate that so much. And we got to celebrate that.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And shout out to my baby girl that created that song right there. She is in China right now, learning education and learning how to speak the native tongue of China because that's what she wanted to do. So go ahead, Katie. I know you want to jump in on this topic. Go ahead, Katie.
Well, I want to ask a question. Why aren't y'all including miscarriages?
No,
there are more miscarriages that happen than abortions.
Those are
no, chill, please, because I waited. Let me just say what I was gonna say. You can't quantify it. Like when y'all saying things are unquantifiable. All he's pointing out is if we add the number of children that have been aborted from the black community, we can then prove that our population would be growing instead of declining. The second thing I was going to say is if we're looking towards the future, right now, currently our problem is black people are uneducated. So the main thing will be it'll take a long time before, even with their population declining, like the things we're kind of forgetting here is policies are in their favor, like in white Americans' favor. So therefore, as time changes and they declines and we start replacing them, policies will become in our favor, from Latinos to black people, whoever the others are who start taking the place of. It will start increasing again because immigration is a part of every country. Like you have to have immigration. So I mean, we shouldn't make it a problem of whether or not we'll become a Shibuya or a Japan. Their problems are they're strictly like locally cultural people. We've never been that way. That's it. Please ask your question.
It's crazy. I'm just looking it up. According to 2024, it says black people and American Indians are the only group that in that period had a negative birth rate, a declining birth rate. White people's birth rate increased. But they had a lot of immigrants coming to the country. It's hard to say. There's a lot of white immigrants that came to the country that's having babies. I don't know.
Well, people.
But my question is, are they including
the educated people, which black people, when I tell them, they just don't listen, right? But there are a lot of educated non-white people who are classifying their children as white on the birth certificates. Y'all just and people, look. The Latinos are doing it. The Mexicans are doing it. They doing it on their birth certificate. They are listing their children as white.
That's why immigration has always happened and continue to happen too. That's what I'm saying. For them, for their numbers to increase, you see they ask like, "Are you a white Hispanic?" They literally ask that on like a lot of applications. So I get what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. The immigration part will always be.
Well, you kind of getting what I'm saying. I agree with that. But you can list your kids as white too when they're born. What the
fuck? For sure, Fat Joe, right?
You know what?
They got a study by Georgia Tech that says, I know y'all might think this is controversial, analyzed by race and the primary findings that report the states with total abortion bans, Hispanic women fertility rate increased the most 3.7%. This was followed by black fertility with women increased by 1.8%, and white women experienced the smallest increase in fertility at the three groups at 1.3% for states that just banned abortions.
So,
and I'm not. This isn't for me stating that. I'm just using the data. I'm not saying I'm for or against anything.
And just to do the math, if we were to translate over to New York, where there were 65,000 born, and however many through abortion,
120,000.
1 point something percent of 65,000 is not 120,000, correct? Even 3% is not 120,000, correct? So that's what I think bomb cherries, and my part of my point is that you can't just say, oh, well, there was this many abortions, therefore that'd be that many or even close to that many people born. And the numbers show that. And obviously the abortion bans are relatively new, so we haven't really seen how the long-term, the short, medium, or long-term impacts of them. But again,
said the number,
like I said, abortion has lower.
It was 120,000 abortions.
Yeah, so 1% of the birth rate. If the birth rate increased by 1%, and it was,
no,
I don't know if it's on the total.
I didn't, not the overall birth rate. This was stating for states that have it or don't have abortion ban.
I'm just saying that 65,000 plus whatever percentage you want to give is not 120. Is what I'm saying. So like, just because the abortion might be banned in New York, for example, and now 100, they might go somewhere else. But let's just say they didn't. Doesn't necessarily mean that the birth rate is going to skyrocket. Is what I'm saying. And again, it's relatively new, so we don't know what the impacts will be. The correlation is much stronger between wealth and babies than anything else, in my opinion.
And we need to know what is classified as an abortion. It's not as simple as it's not as simple as a woman going to a clinic and saying, I don't want to have this baby. Abortion is classified in various ways. A miscarriage, right?
Miscarriage isn't considered abortion, though.
If she need assistance, yes, it is. In other words, if she has a miscarriage and the baby doesn't fully expel out of her body and they have to do a D&C, then that is called a miscarriage.
I think the main hold on. So I think the main issue is like what classified. How do we know who's having children and who's not by race? That's
usually censuses, and birth certificates, censuses.
Birth certificates does not have your race on it.
Oh, you said by race?
Not anymore. That's right.
Yeah.
In certain states they do.
Well, since I only can talk about.
I'm about to say.
But only I know in New York. I know in New York. I was born in Brookdale Hospital. My birth certificate does not have my race on it.
Here in Delaware, they do have race. Not only your race, but the race of your parents.
Montana as well.
Hold on, y'all. Slow down. So I could test for that for Brooklyn, New York. Anybody else knows how they determine?
I'm from Harlem. My birth certificate said realest Negro alive. Like it was printed on my birth certificate.
In Georgia, they still have, like, I looked at my birth certificate, it says African American.
Yeah, most places in the South still got your race.
Yeah, mine said Negro. You know, I'm older, you know.
both my kids say black.
Hey, yo. I didn't mean to laugh. That was funny, though. KT, you saying your birth certificate have your race on it?
Yes, and I just had my daughter, as y'all know, a couple months ago. Even in West Virginia, she got her race on it, and that's currently.
And who put the race? And who put the race on there?
They did.
Really? Did they ask you guys at all, or the mother?
Yeah. Yeah.
They
had, because you got to fill out a paper like work with their name and all that, and give all the.
Oh, maybe you don't have to fill it out.
That's crazy. I'm looking at my son's birth certificate. I didn't even realize they don't have race on it.
Yeah, I know that it's crazy. Yo, Q, it's crazy when you know.
That's a New York thing. Y'all too liberal up there. Y'all move.
It could be a New York thing. It really can. That's why I said I wanted to make sure, because I had to get a new birth certificate when I got my passport, and it was very difficult. And then I looked through and I was like, oh shit, it don't say race on it. That was interesting to me. And also, all my children that I never had to disclose or seen a disclosure of race. And so it's definitely a New York thing, and clearly down south they saying that they still do it. This is very interesting to me.
Yeah, here in Delaware.
But what makes it more interesting is that we talking about the New York birth rate by race. I wanted to know, how do New York do it if our birth certificates does not say race on it?
I'd assume the census. I'd assume self-reporting census.
The census is false too.
I'm about to look it up, Sharon. But I was gonna say, Sharon, I still think though politically though, it would create a conversation for somebody to say like, regardless of without race, somebody would still say 120,000 babies. Like if she's saying were aborted. Now let's say out of the 120,000, 50,000 were, for some other reason, but they were counted as an abortion. You still have 80,000, 70, 80,000 babies that were not born. Tax wise, you're looking at that in 18 years. That's a tax base that's not here now.
But we just went over that though.
Even that's
that you
not.
can't.
No,
You
I'm just
can't do
saying
a one-to-one.
I'm just saying incentivizing why somebody would say as a politician, we want to bring more immigrants in. Like that's the point of it, where you like, all right, we need more tax dollars, and so let's bring these people in and get them. So that to me is the same. To me as a politician, that would incentivize the reason to bring more people in.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get on the steer towards an abortion topic or anything, but damn, babe.
Get to those dishes. Shout out to the cash app. Right? It says, shout out to the cash app, my brother. He says, "Happy New Ninja." Go ahead, AR.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of steer it back to the other topic. Abortion would be here like for the next week, but I don't think it's just about taxes either. You got to think about everything else that makes this country function, which is having the employee base or whatever it be called. We're a consumerist country. We all consume. That's what we do. We're a service-based country and we consume. So we need workers for that thing. We need people in the military, whether that be the immigrants that come in or the people that the roles that maybe the immigrants fill, those people that were in those roles before joining the military. However it works, it's not just taxes, right? There's a lot of other things that also matter, and that's why I was saying like the stake of the country's future plays a part in these discussions when you're that high up, when you have the responsibility of, and I know most people don't agree that Congress does this and whatnot, and big conspiracy and all this other stuff, but when you have the responsibility, when you're in those positions and you have those responsibilities to further this country's agenda, all those things take a part in your decision making. And so that's why I was bringing up the immigration thing versus just letting them in for no reason, or letting them in because they want them to vote their way or whatever. Because I don't really believe that to be the case. I think a lot of Hispanics would not vote Democrat if naturalization was not in the discussion. So
I have a question. If now that we find that some states don't have what your ethnicity is, then how do they know? Like, let's say illegal go in to have a baby and the baby is born. How would anybody know that the baby is, parents are illegal? I guess,
probably because when you're going through the process, you got to like give social, are you a citizen, all that. So even though they might not be taking it from the baby or something, they're still getting it from the parents, which is probably how also they decide whether the kid is whatever race the kid they.
No, they don't fill that out. You don't do a birth certificate at the hospital.
No, not a birth certificate, but I'm saying like you talk to the doctors and they probably put it in the records.
The doctors not don't give out that information.
They don't.
But regardless of the race,
the government.
But if you remove the race component, you still have raw numbers. In 2018, they said 650,000 abortions happened. No. That plus people choosing not to make babies, you are lowering the ability for the country to further itself in the future. You need more people.
Those raw numbers that you mentioned, remember how I mentioned what is considered abortion? That's why women are dying. Like when a woman goes and she's pregnant.
You can just.
No, I know that. No, but what I'm saying is,
you can just take a percentage of the number. Just take a percentage out of 650,000. 150,000 represent what you're talking about. That's still 500,000 people for a presidency. Now you're doing that time 4 years. 4 years at 500,000 babies.
Yeah, but no, because there's other things. Like I know someone who went and had an abortion, like in January. I'm just giving January, and then got pregnant again and ended up having a baby later. That year they got pregnant again that year and had a baby. So that one person represents 2 children that they wouldn't be able to have 2 children, right? They would only still just be able to have 1. So what I'm saying is the numbers, the way y'all are trying to fit it, doesn't fit that way.
And so I just want to clarify the states. I just looked it up. It says is usually the parental race. They do not do the child's race on birth certificates.
Yeah,
in all 50 states.
Well, I want to go after what Bomb just said because she said something very specific.
No, I want to clarify because we trying to figure out something because it's something that we don't really pay attention to. We don't pay attention to things like our birth certificate, what's actually on it, right? Because a lot of times we don't even acquire our birth certificates until we get much older in life, and by that time we just know we have it, we put it somewhere safe, and that's it. But our birth certificate is by the parental race and it's not the child. So. And that's usually it's not on the certificate. Is like how y'all said, is usually done through the Census Bureau and through the census. That is self-report, not actually quantified. So anybody they call you and you could say they called me last year. I could have said I was white if I wanted to, and also black hawk. You know what I mean? I could have said it. I meant to say Happy New Year, Ninja. You know what I was talking about. My bad. You bet. I'm just reading what you typed. So I think that's probably the dangers of the Census Bureau and things of that nature is that it is self-reported. And majority of people never even got that phone call where you have to answer questions from the Census Bureau. Hey, Q-Bet, have you ever answered any questions from the census?
No. They get it from the license for me.
No, they got to get it. No, the census, they get it. They have to call you. So, and they use the amount of people that
they can use your license too. They can use your license if you identify your license to get your racial data as well.
I don't know if North Carolina does calls, but I definitely have gotten the paper to fill it out.
But outside of what you're saying, Sharon, yes to what you're saying. Yes, they there's outside of that, if you don't self-identify, there's no way to do it. But from the political standpoint, though, it's just a blanket conversation, though. It's just a matter of constituents. Like taxes don't care about the military and taxes. It's all about income and outgo. That's we need more people.
So why do we need more people? Because it sounds like, and somebody said it in the chat. It sounds like because I've always said the corporations need more people, right? Corporations need more people because they need more workers, right? But why do we individuals need more people?
Here's why. Because we're having elder population that would need help from the younger population. Because let's say we have 300,000 people who don't ever have kids, right? The people who are going to be their caretakers are going to have to come from somewhere. And 8 out of 10, they're going to have to come from other people who may or may not have had kids.
So that's what's happening anyway.
So first, well, we can do two things. Oh, my bad.
Not good, bro.
I'll probably be longer. So if you want to go, you can.
I was gonna say, so you have population models. So any living organism on the planet, there's a sustainability number. It's 2.1, like for humans. So all animals have a number that goes along with what it takes for their population to sustain itself within a certain area. Mm-hmm. America itself has been below 2.1 for years. And right now, 2025, America's was at a 1.6, which dropped even lower from 1.7. So just looking at that population-wise, it will not be able to sustain itself. And it's going in decline. That means if you stay at the certain rate and no other people come in, 60 years from now, you're not gonna have enough people to sustain it. Unless people start making
sustain, because I don't know what give me
as custodial caretakers.
Like not just custodial, meaning the population itself will die off. Like if you don't have enough rabbits making rabbits in an area because the wolves are eating them too much and it's too cold, and they're not making 7.1 babies per rabbit, their population is going to die off in a period of time.
Oh, okay.
You have rhinos in a certain area. Yeah. So
and that's why the reason I asked, because if we bring others over here, when we don't mix with these people, then how does that benefit? You know what I mean? Like, except for them taking care of us, Black people don't really mix with others. White people tend to not mix with others. So it still will be a decline, right?
But once they become naturalized or become citizens, it changes the numbers, because now you have more people in the country, which can offset that 1.6. Because that 1.6, that over time is an exponential number. So if you have 2 people making 3 babies versus 2 people making 6 babies. And then those 6 babies go on to make 6 babies each. You know, it's an exponential growth rate. It's the same thing with slavery. You didn't have to bring 10 million Africans to certain areas. You only had to bring 300,000 because you're going to force them to make mad babies. They're going to make 12 babies per group. So now their growth rate is exponentially going at a way faster rate. But if you don't have a certain,
we can afford. Now, remember what I mentioned? If they fix the money, then people can afford to have babies. I think definitely in our community, we can able to afford to feed our kids and even just have a roof over the head without worries. We would definitely have lots.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that point. Only because I think that's the underlying premise between the educational choice. You're choosing to go further with your education so you can secure more money. And it's just at the time you wind up doing that, you wind up giving up your 20s and 30s. So your fertility time gets diminished.
Yeah, but that's not even true. Like, what you mean on the men's side? Because that's the belief.
No,
my grandmother, anecdotally, like my great grandparents, they started having babies at 14, like 15, 16 years old. They was
right. And when they
had 14 kids. I don't know, 60.
That's right. They started having them in their 60s. That's right.
But they started earlier. But they started, it was running the whole time. Like, damn, like 14 kids, 15 kids. Versus
Mom, look at it.
At 40, having 2 at 38. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole different time period.
But look at it in different perspective. Even if we waited until we were all 35 to have kids, right? At a certain point, even at 35, some people will be like, well, now I can't have kids because it's harder. No matter male or female, it does get harder to have kids the older you get.
That don't make sense what you're saying. How is it harder to the person who don't have any? They just starting. They don't feel it's harder. Other people may be telling them it's harder, but they don't feel that it's harder. So you got to stop.
Well, forget the harder part, though, Bomb. Think about the time period. If you have a baby at 18, at 36 to 40 years old, your baby is now in the process of contributing to society. That's also how from the taxes perspective. We want to create a tax base every 18 years. That's the reality. In order for a city to sustain itself, you need 60,000 18 to 21-year-olds who are going to be able to contribute to society. If you don't have those numbers coming up every 18 years, your city, this is how some of these cities fall apart. Everybody leaves, the younger group leaves, they go to bigger cities, the older people stay, there's no one to replace it, the population falls off. And it just dwindles.
Even still, just based on numbers. Even still, based on numbers, if I start having kids at 14 and I have 2 kids every other year,
it's crazy.
I mean, you still have more. You'll have 20 kids more, which is different than if I start having kids at 34, which I'll end up having 10 or whatever the case may be.
All right, can I ask a quick question before? Because y'all talking about having kids at 14. Are these?
No, that was crazy.
No, we're not
14 years.
No, he said that.
I said that's my great grandmother. I said back in the day, 1900s. I'm not talking about now. No, I'm not talking about that.
Okay, because somebody was saying that, and I'm trying to figure out who the hell is having who these 14-year-olds having kids with? 14-year-olds or what?
No,
I'm talking about in the I think my grandfather was 17 at the time.
No, not you, but I'm talking about the other guy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going.
It's just a misunderstanding. We were talking about a certain time period, not in today's time. We're talking about a certain time. Period.
Yeah, I would have been on it. I would have been on it, baby. Yeah. But somebody mentioned, I think Natasha said that older women pregnancies have issues, and so do younger girls have issues too. But we don't speak about that, why? Because the men, well, not these men on here, I'm not talking about y'all, but the men like to push getting with a younger girl, right? So they never gonna mention how it affects her life.
Well, let's even put that in context. If we're being realistic, even if you're having kids from 22 compared to 34, that's still 12 years you're not having kids where you could be contributing to the population. It's still a populational issue. I'm speaking strictly, like, let's look at realistic numbers now. Mid-college 22, to 35. If you're saying, no, I'm not going to have kids versus, hey, I am going to have kids, the person who's having kids is contributing to the population where the person who is not isn't. That's what AR was talking about earlier. The higher your education, the less likely it is you have kids.
Well, that's not true, though. I mean, it's true to a degree, right? Education means the person going to step into parenthood with some knowledge. But there's a lot of people who want a family. Right now, my son, he's 31. I just spoke to him today because 2026, I'm auctioning him off. Yes, I am. He ready to start a family. And yeah, and nothing's wrong with that. Like, he now has a career and he's ready to step into this knowing exactly what he has to do as a man.
Okay, and the other thing that I have a problem with people telling people to have children younger. Where's the support for these people? Exactly. Where's the support? Mainly the people who keeps. Where is your support for these people in case they have a problem with these children? Because we don't have families like that anymore than we. Back in the day, yes, I can go to my dad if I had a problem with my son. I can have my dad help me. I can have my grandmother help me. Or my wife. We don't have that now. So y'all asking for.
But that's
people,
the problem.
I'm not. You've been talking. Let me finish. We're asking people to do stuff, but we're not providing no environment to help these people out if they choose to want to do that. The main reason why a lot of people are not having children, who's going to take care of them? If I got to work 40 hours, she got to work 40 hours. Who's going to be here for these kids? You got a lot of kids who are after school babies, or what do you call that? Where the parents are gone and they're just there by themselves.
Latchkey kids.
Latchkey kids, right. I was one of them. So, and you've seen the kind of problems that creates. So why are we so bent on pushing people to have kids when they cannot be there and be effective parents that they could be if one of them was at home? Because both of them can't. Why are we pushing it so hard? Why are we worried about abortion when we're not taking care of the kids we have right now?
Well, we constantly get up there and preach about how that's what we as men should do, right? And like we that is what we should do, and that's the only way we can do it. We have to take on more roles than what you're comfortable with. It's that, like, you're right, we don't have our grandparents, so we have to somewhat be our grandparents and try to instill knowledge in our kids. We can't just say, wait until we get this or why do it. We have to do it or we won't.
Okay, and again, I get what you're saying, but you're not creating an environment for these children. You're not creating an environment. At least when the government, even back in the day, when the birth rates were low, the government had incentives to help these families out.
Right.
No, but
for Black people, and specifically, what is your incentives? What is your helping the communities so they can want to, so these people will be comfortable having children and not worry about if something go wrong, I'm going to have some help. You're not providing that.
How about recreating the actual community?
We have to go
How
back
about
to the
actual community?
No, I was about to say we have to go back to the old times when our population actually was booming. Like when he's talking about our grandparents having 14 kids, they were not in the positions financially. What we're saying today,
you're in a different
those kids. And
we're in a different economic thing than back in the day.
No, listen, they didn't have any incentive besides saying, let me build a bigger family so I can get a better chance. And from you doing that alone,
they had bigger families to get a bigger chance. What are you talking about?
Can you?
Yes, they had family help.
You guys are still talking about
you
this.
keep missing the point that they had help even then. Yes, they may not have the money, but they had the community.
Yes,
we don't have that now. What
fix that?
So you can't have 14 children on $40,000 with a $40,000.
You're in an all-Black community. Like we can't.
Okay,
sit there and be
and
like,
guess
okay,
what? Is that community? Is that community helping them people when they have these children and they having problems,
that hasn't
economic
prevented
problems,
that
and
hasn't
all
stopped them
these
from
things?
having kids.
Are they
You
doing
guys are
that?
talking about stuff
But
that
that
doesn't
wasn't. But
exist. This doesn't actually
wasn't the point
exist.
from either.
You guys are talking as if people, impoverished people, are not having more kids than those that are better, more well off, and they do have more kids than them. So you talking about the community doesn't exist or they need more money and they'll have children? That is just not reality. Reality is
We're talking about
have
people,
more.
responsible people. I'm not talking about broke people. I'm not
But that is
talking
what we're
about impoverished people. We already know they're gonna have more children regardless. They don't care about this abortion stuff no more than we do, or being sexually responsible, because they broke. They ain't got nothing going on. So all they got is their penis and vagina.
And they
We
don't
ain't worried
have.
about
They
them.
don't
We
have this
worried about responsible people.
But
I'm
they're
not
having
worried about
kids.
irresponsible people.
Describe a responsible person to me so that we're on the same page. Because I'm confused about how you're disregarding a significant portion of the Black population, but then also saying that you want to increase or you want to manage or talk about the birth rate. So describe a responsible person in the Black community to me.
Before they
Like
have
random,
think
just
about
a
it.
random, like some traits that they might have.
They think before they act. They think before they have children. They think about how they're gonna feed those children, house those children. Those are the responsible
Okay,
ones.
so those people might also go, you know what? I have a lot of these people that you guys are talking about, these successful people, might go, you know what? This community, that's cool. Like the community can exist. Like I have good parents. I grew up in, not me, but these people, these responsible people, maybe they grew up in a 2-parent household and they have this community that you speak about. But they're like, you know what? I just don't want kids because we're our parents, when you guys growing up didn't leave the country. You guys barely left the city you're from. That is not today's day and age. 18-year-olds are leaving the country to go to Puerto Rico or Europe or China or Japan. They're going other places. So their perspective, a lot of them, not necessarily 18, that was an exaggeration, but the younger generations are leaving the country a lot on vacation. They're going to different states a lot on vacation. This is something that you guys did not do as kids. And so you guys are giving it a perspective from when you guys were growing up. And respectfully, you guys are old. It's not the same US that it was. Everybody has cars now. All the kids have cars. That was not how it was when I was growing up as a teenager. There were specific people that had cars. You couldn't just give your kid a car. Now everybody can afford cars. So they have different perspectives and different priorities. And so the community stuff sounds good, but it's different though.
Everybody can't afford cars.
No, everybody can't afford cars, but the amount of teenagers and young adults that have cars is way, way, way more. And the ones that expect to have cars or be able to get a car in high school or soon after high school is way, way more than when you were growing up.
No, well, I don't know if that to be
It's
true.
a fact. It's a fact.
No,
we don't have to debate it. It's a fact.
No, I don't think it is a fact.
It is a fact. So we can go past it. It's cool.
I don't know what age
generation
group
did
you're
not have
talking
cars
about,
like
but
that.
I am a Xer, right? And so there were the friends who had cars. I couldn't afford a car.
Yeah.
My parent couldn't, but
Okay,
there
so
were friends who could. And my children, right, who are the last of the millennials, well, my children had cars, but they had a lot of their friends who didn't have cars. So what I'm saying is, I saw it looked the same to me when I was younger.
It's a fact. It doesn't matter whether you think it's a fact or not. It's a fact that younger people can have more cars. More people are driving cars
When you
today.
say
More
younger, you
people are
said
driving.
we talking about 16 or you talking about 18?
I said in high school or soon after high school.
High school. So we talking 16.
High school. Yeah, more high schoolers have cars today than when you were growing up.
Okay, what the heck?
So the perspective is the point is that they can read. The point is that the stuff that you guys looked at as luxury is everyday things for these people, and the things that you guys were not able to think about because you didn't have the money, you didn't have the means. They're thinking about. So
it was easy
when they
to
talk
get
about
a car
visiting
back
too.
then.
When you no, it wasn't. When
They
you
were
talk about
cheaper.
visiting,
They had little small ass cars that were
no, they
cheaper.
weren't. So
yes, they did.
So when you're thinking about these things, you're talking about it's because they don't have a community. That's why they're not having kids. That's the perspective of you growing up, because that would be why you didn't have a kid when you were growing up, because you didn't have the community. Kids nowadays are going, why would I have a kid? Or younger adults are going, why would I have a kid?
Okay.
I'm trying to go to Italy. I'm trying to go to Germany. I'm trying to go to Japan. Those things matter more about not having a kid than this community that may or may not exist, which is why you see people impoverished that are around this community still having a lot of kids.
Okay, again, those same kids that you're talking about, why they're not having kids, because they don't want to be hampered down with a child that they can't take care of right now. They'd rather go travel because
Yes.
they don't have that support. They probably seen their mother and father struggling with kids before they were old enough to go anywhere and be legal. So yeah, they probably saying, nah, I don't want to go through what my mama did. I don't want to go through what my daddy did. I'm gonna go travel. That's still the same thing, whether you want to
You
believe that
just
or not.
agreed with them.
So
you agree with them.
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't agree with them.
What don't you agree with?
I don't agree with the whole thing that, oh, because they could travel, they ain't having kids. No, they're not having kids because they ain't gonna have no support.
So what you're saying
They
is
look
that
at
if they felt
they're
like they
looking
could,
at their community.
you're saying that if they
They're
could pawn
looking
these
at their
children off.
community and they seeing their mama and daddy struggling, having children when they were young. They say, "No, I don't want to have that problem because I ain't gonna have that support.
So
I don't
they
want to be
grew up.
struggling." So yeah, I would rather
seeing
go
their
travel.
parents.
I would rather live my life first, then maybe have children if they want
So they want
to.
to live their life first, which has nothing to do with the community aspect. But so what you're
Well,
saying is
that
they
does
grew up
come with the
watching. Okay,
community
that's fine.
aspect
Sure,
because they
sure
ain't
it
got
does.
no
That's cool.
community to
I
deal
don't give a
with.
fuck.
They
Okay,
ain't got
cool.
no community.
So
They
you're
ain't
saying
got
that
no
they
community. So what you talking about?
That's great. You're saying that they
Okay.
watched their parents pawn their children off,
Yeah.
which would be them. They pawned their children off to their the parents' parents, so their grandparents. You're saying they watched that happen and said, "Hey, I don't want that to happen. I don't want to do that.
Or
So
they
I'm going to go live my
struggled with
life."
or they struggled with having them, and they say, "I don't want to end up like my parents."
The way
Yes.
we was
So
raised, bro,
which of your parents?
is
So when you grew
illegal
up in
today.
your community,
We
because
can't raise
in my community,
children.
I
Please
didn't
not
do it.
worry about. Don't make it personal because if we won't go personal,
Was those
I
middle
will take
fingers
it
for
there.
me?
I want to hear the
Or was
anecdotal
I
evidence
just a
of
cannot
what you're
raise
bystander?
saying.
Do
children
not.
the way
Say
God
it.
was
This
I'm
not.
raised.
just
We
trying to
can't
figure
do
out.
that. It's illegal
Was
now.
that
It's
for me,
illegal
or
to
was it
raise
for like the whole
children.
panel, or was it just the top row
Yeah,
that those?
that was for you. That was for you, E.
That's
Dang,
crazy.
I thought you waved at me. I waved back and got a middle
Hey,
finger.
Smitty.
You
Happy New
don't, you
Year,
don't, you don't know
Smitty.
your fingers. I did that. Apparently, you don't know your fingers. But
I couldn't,
anyway,
I couldn't see it, but no, I waved because I thought you waved at me. Then you gave me whatever finger it was.
why
It,
would I
it didn't
be
feel
thinking
good.
that you? No, E. Okay. Happy New Year's, E. It's good to see
Happy
you
New
too.
Year's. That's what I was
I'm
looking for,
glad you're doing
Smitty.
good.
Happy
I'm glad you're
New
doing
Year's.
good. Nah, I just wanted to say briefly and shut up, bro. I want y'all to keep going. Look, so my father is 8 out of 9. He's number 8 out of 9, okay? He was born 1955. My mother is number 2 out of 7. And my grandparents did not make a lot of money. They had nowhere near all of the apps and resources and job, education, nothing. Just fine. I'm hearing, like, the only thing I'm saying is I'm hearing about how difficult it is to have children. And most of us know we got like at least 5 to 6 uncles and aunts. So, I mean, like a lot of us, if you old enough, you do come from that era of, I got a lot of cousins. Like, I got endless cousins. So how were our grandparents able to do it?
Well, because the
Having
kids
8,
was
9,
cheaper.
7
No,
Because the
Hold
They
on.
did it
hold
as
on.
a community.
Well,
Exactly.
no, the kids are cheaper. So like we seen them pass down clothes for 3 generations, right? You didn't get a new pair of shoes. Like I'm
Because they couldn't
telling you, like
afford.
the ideology of kids nowadays versus back in the day is totally different. Like
All day
growing
long.
up in Georgia, the whole school was poor. Nobody had Jordan's on, right?
Well,
Compared to now, the whole school got $150 shoes. So I get people say, well, that's trying to keep up with the Joneses. It's just a whole new ideology. They couldn't just spend money at the click of a button like we can too. So
nah,
we can spend
got the
money. And
money.
it's just
That
a
don't
new.
mean we can spend it. We
9
still not
kids.
good
No,
with
hold
9
on.
money.
kids. Hold on. Let me land it. 9 kids. 9. 45,000 between both my grandmother and grandfather. And they
yeah,
were
but a
able to,
house costs
and
$10,000,
all of my, let me just,
$5,000.
I'm landing it. Y'all can bomb on me when you're done, when I'm done.
Okay, I'm done.
But my point is that not one of my aunts or uncles turned out to be like shitty, high education, live in great communities. You know what I'm saying? The whole 9. And they did it under $50,000 with 9 kids. And they had not a fraction of the resources that we have today. That's
Okay,
all
so
I'm saying. That's it. I got you some mic. Thank you, Shabbat.
Okay.
also we can't
One.
forget that it costs $40,000 to put your kid in daycare today's time. It didn't
Bad
cost
Depends on
you
where
money.
you live.
y'all forgetting that's a different lifetime than we have now. Somebody said ideology. The ideology of people now is different from back then. Y'all
But
not taking that to account. Oh,
We're
sir.
literally leading their ideologies. We're the
No,
parents
no,
and the
it's not.
grandparents. Yes, we
No, it's not, sir.
then who raising your children?
No, it's not,
Is
sir.
it you?
So,
Or like that's
so
what I'm saying.
let's
Like, so
ask this
can
question:
are we supposed
who got second generation, third generation hand me downs on? Like we don't understand
Right
that
now, or when we were kids.
No, I'm
right
about to say
now.
when
So
we were kids, I'm
Right
adult.
now.
So
I'm
no,
an
the
adult.
Most of us
Would
are
you
we
even
all have
wear a
bodies.
second, third
$1,000
generation?
phones. Most of
Property.
us got $1,000 phones in our
Close.
possession today, and y'all know that them Apple phones cost a lot of money. My children, Xboxes and PlayStations and all the shit they had growing up, is not where I grew up. We was
The quality of life
outside
has improved.
skipping jump ropes and shit that cost, even then, like to get a basketball would cost a lot. Everybody in the neighborhood didn't have a basketball. There may have been 2 people in the whole neighborhood with a ball. So we did grow up different. And the way we grew up is illegal to raise our children the way I grew up. We woke up in the morning, was outside, and we didn't come back in until that damn street light came on.
Yeah, the way we raised in the 80s is way different from the
No, I'm about to
2000s.
say they ain't
It's
illegal though.
Y'all not taking into account the things that's happened between the 80s and now. It's a whole different person
Y'all not.
who
Because it sounds like old people are still giving old people rhetoric, and I think that the people who are closer in age to the younger generation, maybe you guys should use some of that old people wisdom and just listen instead of thinking because when you were younger, instead of thinking because what you would have done when you were younger, that's why kids are doing it today.
That don't make sense when you're saying do it the way the older people did it, and then you're telling us that we need those of us who live it, but because we're older.
I like how you disagreed. You disagreed that more college or more high schoolers today have cars on average, but then went on spiels about how there's more Jordans, how there's more cell phones, all these expensive products can now be afforded.
Yes, but a car do not cost $1,000, but if you go back 20 years, you can get a car for $1,200.
And minimum wage in New York City is $17, and it wasn't $17 in the 80s.
Nah,
what is your point? People make more money.
But you can get a $1,200 car.
You can 100% get a $1,200 Toyota or Honda. Yeah, you can.
You gotta do some work to it.
My first car in 2005 was
Hold on, y'all. I try to get to where we will all just settle it down, but it's not so. We're just arguing to argue now. So now, what I want to get to understanding is that we all understand is a clear difference on why we have less children now. Just Smitty pointed out easy. It costs about $30,000 for one kid to go through daycare. So if we have 2 parents both making $40,000 to $50,000, in reality, the other parent that's making $40,000, $50,000, that whole $50,000 is going to childcare and food. So it's not going to actually benefiting the actual family. It got this whole idea that 2-parent incomes is better than one, but in reality, that second income is just really going to maintaining the child and a little bit of food. So they really only probably making an extra $2,000 a year versus the extra $50,000 a year, and so that's why people are having less children today.
You know why, Sharon? When they say we had people that will watch the kids. Yeah, because nowadays we have something also called vouchers. My point is there are so many different benefits that we do have to supplement if you do need that assistance. I'm fully aware the family dynamic is totally broken down. I see that, right? But I'm just saying, how is it that the folks who came before us had not a fraction of the benefits, technology, everything we have, bruh. And they were able to make that bad boy shake. And for some, we got everything at our fingertips and we do all the panicking. That's all.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, we are not panicking now. We are doing things properly. Bomb Cherry said it very plain and simple. The way how we was raised from the 80s and before it's illegal now. You cannot just I used to go to different states without a goddamn phone in my pocket. I went to
You can't spend on.
I started
Is
in
that illegal?
I started
Y'all
in
better say it's not
yes,
legal.
to let your child to go across state lines at 10,
Without
12.
a cell phone?
Without a cell phone, that's illegal.
Absolutely.
We
They
didn't
get
have cell phones
No,
back
it's
then.
not.
hold
That's
on,
not
hold on,
illegal.
so hold on. Do you think that is legal to let your 10-year-old to walk outside by themselves without you being present?
Legal?
Yes, I
legal.
absolutely do not believe it is illegal to have a 10-year-old walk outside by themselves. That sounds ludicrous.
Then you don't hold on, and then you just don't know the law. That is called child neglect.
Yes, that's illegal.
No,
That's
hold on.
illegal.
Okay, no, bet. Hold up. I'm gonna give you the elements of neglect.
Hold on. No, hold on.
There are elements of neglect that you are ignoring.
It's literally
child neglect. Okay.
Dude, somebody just got in trouble for their kid walking down the street by themselves, right? 10, I think they were 12.
They was 12.
And and they got charged with neglect. Yes.
You can't even leave your kid. What my mom used to do to me
So I
when I
just
was
looked
younger.
it up. It said no, it's not illegal. It's literally something called a free range. Like, so kids have a choice to go to a certain amount of feet before it could even be
You
looked at
said
as
free
neglect.
range like a chicken? Like
Okay, so hold on.
Yes, that's actually what it's called, though.
Okay, hold on. Slow
No,
down.
I'm
Slow down. So this is when we get just silly, right? I said states. I said another borough. So what is the range to you? Okay, tell us what range is it?
Well, I can look that back up because, I said, I'm telling you what they said. But even then,
what's the range? How many feet?
we're
gonna see if we have an
I
argument.
just said I don't know. I just looked it up. Now I'm explaining that it's not illegal. That's kind of what you need to address because you said it was illegal.
You gotta explain. You are not misunderstood. Tell us what's the range because you're trying to. This is what I'm saying. It's no. If the range is like 1,000 feet, then there's no need to bring up the conversation whatsoever. Because
No, you said is it legal?
Because anything after 1,000 feet would be illegal. Correct?
You said, is it legal? It was really simple. And beyond that,
hold on.
Even if we're talking about you having your child in another borough with somebody that they know.
Hold on. Are you understanding? You said after a certain range. So if that range is 1,000 feet, you realize that you are agreeing with me.
God, Jesus Lord.
Sharon, basically, let's say 4 blocks to the nearest basketball court and
So
park.
it depends on the location, the child's maturity, and neighborhood safety. It's no pure terms and regulation. It's about the child's maturity, the considered neighborhood safety. So again, if you're going from one borough to the next, and I guess they consider both of them safe, and you're mature enough, quote unquote, that is not illegal.
so you're agreeing with us? It can be illegal, huh? God damn.
No, it's not illegal. Period.
Okay,
like that's what it said. Even when you
I got the actual answers in most jurisdictions. I went and looked it up.
Hold on. What would be considered mature or not?
10 years.
Why are you asking me what? Go look up the law, cuz I didn't
say
what maturity would be.
You the one brought it up.
Bro,
so
it's 10 years old.
Y'all brought it up. It's illegal to do it.
I don't know why is it so hard to be on a clear point. The reason
10
why
years old.
Hold on. The reason why I'm asking you because you bringing up things that you said you just looked up. So therefore, I'm asking you questions about what do you mean? Because you are trying to muddy my water and say, no, Sharon, a kid could go wherever they want.
No, you said it's illegal. And I ain't say shit about they can go wherever they want. Never once said that.
But I think the point is I was going to the corner store to get stuff for my mom at like 8.
And they used to write alcohol and cigarettes.
Read and with a little note getting cigarettes from my parents, you know.
Yeah, you use able to go get all kind of stuff.
We talking about what people allow versus what's legal. Like, cause y'all talking about we are talking about it was different in terms of what society would allow us to do.
It was illegal.
It was illegal for me to go to the I'm telling you today, if I sent my 8-year-old to the store by herself, it would be illegal, bro. I don't know why we argue points that is proven. That is an illegal thing to do. Let her cross the street, walk all the way.
Again.
We used to walk almost a mile to the store by ourselves.
Boy, you don't stop with that granddaddy ass. I walk 5 miles in the snow bullshit, my nigga. You had a neighborhood store. That bitch is around the corner, cuz.
Everybody didn't have a neighborhood store.
Bro, that shit's not a mile away.
Look.
Unless you really in the country.
Hold on, so hold on, KT. Are you missing?
Man, Ek and Mark go to the store all the time, and both of them are under 10.
Hold on, so hold on. I think both of y'all missing the point. Are y'all saying that if you send your 10-year-old child 10 miles away on their own, that you will get no repercussions whatsoever?
It's
extreme definition.
Illegal.
You jumped all the way out
say,
there.
like
Okay,
you
so
talking
I'm
about they
gonna
just
ask again. So I'm gonna ask again. Do you think legally you would be in some kind of trouble if you send your 10-year-old child 10 miles away by themselves at 10 years old?
Yeah, if you send
yes,
your
but that's
child 10
always
miles
been
away.
illegal.
I was about to
That's
say, if you
always
send
been
your
illegal.
we talking
Alright,
about
so-
if your
okay.
child
That is
go
not-
outside and his friends say 10 miles away, are you doing something illegal?
That has not always been illegal.
Child
No,
Endangerment Act of
that's what I'm talking about.
1936.
That's not illegal right now.
Hold on, I don't
Child
understand.
Endangerment Act of
Hold on.
1936.
Hold on, I don't understand what's the problem, right? It's okay just to answer the question, and we can move the question. We can keep getting lower and lower. We can start at 10, then we can go to 5, then we can go to 1, to whoever y'all want to disagree with. Again, I'm gonna ask a question so you motherfuckers could just answer the question and be a man. Do you believe legally you can get in trouble if you was to send your 10-year-old? Matter of fact, not even send. So this way y'all can stop being stupid. If your 10-year-old child was to travel 10 miles away from you without you at all, and do you think you could get legally in trouble with that? Yes or no?
Yes,
KT?
because that's
Okay.
child engagement.
Okay, pause. You said yes. KT, do you think you could get in trouble with that legally?
Yeah, you can get in trouble with
Okay,
that. Yeah.
thank you.
Could you?
Okay,
yeah.
so now let's
so
do
you're
the
talking about the
conversation. So let me
possibility.
get you to understand. So now
So
let
let's
me
talk
get
about
you
the
to- hold on.
legality.
I don't need you to muddy it no more.
I didn't muddy a
so
thing.
now- so
you
now
not you
again-
going off
so
track
now
to have
again,
a point.
I don't know why
Teron.
you talking while I'm talking. So again, when I was younger, that would not get my parents did not get in trouble for that. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
No, that
And
was
My
still
question is,
illegal.
could they? Wait.
That was
Could they
that
have
was
gotten in
still
trouble?
illegal.
No, they couldn't. No, they would just bring your ass home. You would be in
The
the back
Child
of the-
Protection Act
Hold
of
on,
1936 says
What I'm trying
otherwise.
This
what I'm
man
trying to
lying
get-
like hell. That's what I'm
hold
saying. It
on,
was
'cause I
still
lived it.
illegal.
Hold on. What I'm trying to get y'all to understand. If me, when I was a child, 10 years old, and I was 10 miles away, 20 miles in a different borough, and something happened, the police would just bring me home.
As I said from the beginning, we talking about what society allowed, not what's legal. Because nigga, what you talking about has always been illegal. And if we talking about if it's illegal for you to send your 10-year-old to be 10 miles away from you, know that's not illegal.
Hold on, slow down. So if that was illegal, why didn't the police pull some charges on my parents?
The same way that they didn't charge people with lynchings, brother. That's what they allowed. It was society and time.
No. Hold on.
You asked two different questions.
Hold on. I need you to keep with the conversation.
You're changing it.
Who changing it?
You did.
How?
You just named two completely different scenarios.
Who?
Here, you asked two questions. One, is it illegal? Yes, it's been illegal since 1936. The second question is, if I were to do it, why didn't my parents get charged? That's a social stigma because parents were okay with doing it back then. But stop, hold on, because parents aren't charged now at the same rate they weren't charged then.
You are wrong.
Maybe it was more.
Talking about y'all young people.
I'm looking at the law right.
Listen, it don't matter what you're looking at. You need to go and read. Don't just look at it, and go look at it back then. What has it changed? But see,
was
the difference
ratified in
is, if I
72 and
send my
86.
children, by the way, a lot of children, there was a commercial. Hey, do you know where your kids are?
At midnight, right? When the lights came on, right? I remember.
Not when the lights came on.
At 9 p.m.
Yeah, I was 30. I'm 37. I know what y'all are talking about. My grandma talks about it all the time.
Okay, so
what's the point?
Okay,
how does that help?
Okay, so the point is the way how we raised, the way how we were raised, and we did the same thing now. We'll probably get our children taken away. So this is what I that's why I don't understand why y'all even making an argument. And y'all notice, Bro Speaks, the way how you was raised, do you think if you was to raise children the same way now, would these parents today get in trouble for it? Bro Speaks.
Yeah, because somebody will
Slap
probably
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn, I don't know what you did to Miss Sherry Berry, but she ain't having it, Bro Speaks. She says, drop bro speak. So it's $20 to bring back bro speak, or he could put the $20 up himself. He said, I think I said drop him. My bad, Sherry Berry. I was not moving fast enough. I apologize, Miss Sherry Berry. So bro speak, you got a few minutes in the back, or $20 to bring yourself back, or anybody that want to bring them back. So yeah, so now I just want to get KT and Shadow to understand that's what I'm having a conversation about. And it is literally like we seen people today's time, parents get arrested for their kid walking to the street by themselves under the age of 16. Is what I'm trying to get you to say. So it would be illegal for the things that we was doing or our parents allows us to do. These parents today are literally getting court cases that we could question because all the kid did was go to the store, is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
It's the difference between legality and acceptability.
Yeah,
and you're trying to conflate the two.
Social norms. And again, it's not we're talking about legality. Like you said, under 16, they may have got a charge for it, but they may have got arrested for it, but I doubt somebody got charged with that, because legally, if you're 10 and above, you have something called free run.
They getting charged.
I just gave you an example of the police came to that person's house and arrested.
Now, if they can point out there's some neglect with it, right? Like somebody 16 and under, and they do this, they doing this at a weird time. Yeah, that's where you're not adding the context to this.
So
we're talking about legally speaking. Can your 10-year-old
hold on? I don't need you to add any fake nuance to it. It was in the daytime. The kid went to the store to buy some chips, came back, and they arrested the mother for child neglect. Came to her house, knocked on her door, and arrested the lady.
I need to see the details of this.
Yeah, I'm about to say, can I ask
I need
you
the details
what
of
is this case?
Well, so they say, God damn.
So they say that it's only 16 states. It says it's 16 states that has a legal minimum age, and these are all new legal minimum age. So you got Illinois, Colorado, Mississippi, Kentucky, South Dakota, Tennessee, Washington, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Kansas. And then it lists the minimum ages before it. In other states, they says that it's blurry based on maturity level, right? So both of you guys can be right. Depending on where you at in the world, some places might never have a legal minimum. I'm reading right here, if I was to go to California is a good example. California don't have one, right? So that's still the same. So we got to understand the United States is a big place, and both of y'all could be right. Let's just go from there.
He's right. Yeah, he's right.
But I do think that y'all took it out of context, because even if y'all say, let's just give y'all the argument that legally things haven't changed, even though we can prove it have, even it's still a difference. So now that it's being a difference, says that there's a difference raising kids back in the day versus today. And that's what we was actually, that's
we arguing, what we pointing out is y'all arguing societal, not y'all. He was arguing societal norms. And all I'm saying is, okay, if it's a societal norm that's changed, we are the people who are the adults here. We're the ones who are leading society. So we can literally change the societal norms again.
But no, what I'm saying is, but it's a lot of things that we disagree with. I think children should not be raising children. Like what we seen a lot in the back of the day, it was a whole bunch of children raising children. They wasn't even equipped to raise those children. And we seen a lot of parents struggling. Now people saying, hey, let me go out and get the education. Let me get the income. Let me put away bearing children so that I can be in a situation where I can provide the best life for my kids. My kids want to go play sports. They want to play ALU. They want to do all of these things. I am now equipped better to be able to give them a better way of life. So I think we actually evolve, and we should stay involved, and we should not try to de-involve and go backwards.
Here's where we can, because like you said, you can both be right, and even beyond that, we can come to some middle ground, right? Here's why I'm gonna give you pushback on that. It's not sensible to say that that's actually succeeding and working, because we are literally pointing out how the numbers of decline of population. So that doesn't. That's not.
I was trying to ask, what's the difference in pushback and give back. That's what I was
No,
trying to.
first, Miss Sherry Bear, I can't believe it's 2026. You didn't speak to me. You didn't come up and say Happy New Year's. You didn't speak to nobody. You just want to come and argue, Miss Sherry.
I know, you know I'm old and want to argue. I'm sorry, baby. Hey, everybody, you
Happy
right.
New Year's, Miss Sherry Berry.
Happy
You one of my
New
favorite
Year.
people online, by the way.
Happy New Year, Miss Sherry
Hey,
Berry.
hey, real quick though, real real quick. I just because KT and you and E. We also have to remember there are so many parameters that have been put into place when it comes to really being the adult and teaching. I'll give you one small example. I don't know if you just go through it.
I can tell you a small example. Let me ask either man this question. Where you go pitch in on a warehouse? I'm trying to start a warehouse.
I'm sorry, Miss Sherry Berry. Can you say it one more time? I apologize.
I'm trying to start a warehouse.
A warehouse.
Yep.
Yeah, I can get you a warehouse. We can talk offline. Yeah, I got you, Miss Sherry. Miss Sherry, I'd do anything for Miss Sherry. Outside of leave my wife. That's the only thing off limits. Anything that
Well, I ain't
caused me to
leaving
leave
my
her,
home.
listen, I do anything for you, Miss Sherry Berry, because I love you so much.
ain't qualified. But what
I know I don't qualify. I know I don't qualify for the Royal Highness of Miss Sherry Berry. But Miss Sherry Berry, you know how y'all raised them kids back in the day. Do you think we doing a better job today than y'all did back in the day, Miss Sherry?
Sometimes about certain things, yes, I do. About certain things, I do. I think parents, like when I was trying to say it years ago, parents are so busy talking about being in love and what it takes to be a family to where your children is walking right out there. They be arguing. They be like, I want to live at my granny house. I don't want to be here. They just parents. Yo, it take a lot. So I'm not trying to put being a parent down because I was a young parent, baby. It take a lot to be a parent. And people don't see that.
Nah, I think,
But they
and
see it
even
today.
what he was bringing up early, that's why I said I got to give it a little pushback because I think a lot of things that people don't want to admit is we talking about comfort versus like sacrifice. Like, yeah, it's hard being a parent. It's definitely not easy. However, again, like if we talking about people growing, us like becoming bigger, we have to do
It's
that.
hard being a
Like,
parent.
for sure, no, yeah, it's hard being a parent. It's hard raising children because, especially like, even when that's my point where I'm saying if you're at 30 having kids, we still don't know a lot. We still, even if you financially straight, until that experience, we learn from experience. Like I think that's what a lot of people leave out of these conversations, but we'll bring up anecdotal experiences to say that's why you believe it's real. But we won't admit like a lot of the learning that we lack is because we lack the experience itself. So like you learn through those experiences. That's why
Yes,
even when they
but you learn.
I don't even know what the hell KT talking about. Right now, we talking
Oh,
about goddamn that.
can I finish the one thing I wanted to say? I wanted to say one thing, bro. All I want because I know we about to go way off, bro. I was trying to make one point, and I'm being polite. You know what I'm saying? There are a lot of parameters put in place. There are a lot of things that really hinder us as parents nowadays and as the adults from truly being fully involved. The prime example I would give is when I went to my daughter's school. Okay. I was shocked that like they don't be trying to let you come to the classroom some places. You know, it's all this is like, hold on, this is man, my kid in there. Like, why I can't go? And I'm just not used to that. I'm used to like mama standing at the door.
What you mean you shocked? This shit been going on for years, and you shocked? Must mean you ain't tried to go, but that one time.
Oh, okay.
But when we were kids, our parents would come to the classroom.
Real quick, please, real quick. I don't know where that came from. I'm talking about when I first realized that took place. I'm talking about back when she was in elementary school. She's now getting ready to graduate high school. When I realized that way back in like the third, second grade, yes, I was like, what is going on now? Speaking about past tense, not last week. So what I'm saying is that spankings, you like Let somebody see you tap your kid's hand or pat their butt in the grocery store. You can get arrested and they can have CPS called. There are so many factors that come into play that really do society really kind of puts barriers.
Society.
Yeah, you don't get in trouble for tapping your kid. You don't get in trouble for tapping your kid on the hand.
Yeah, you, I mean, well, here in the state of Maryland, yeah, like you'll have CPS called when somebody's yes, you will.
Okay.
Yes, you will.
Somebody make wrong. So you mean smacking them on the hand?
I can't hear, like it's too many voices, bro. I can't hear. I'm just have a conversation.
Get your
I'm
drunk
having a
ass up.
conversation.
I'll let you.
I wasn't talking to you, Smitty.
I'm talking to Smitty. Fuck Smitty too. What is Condor it has?
I'm gonna tell your husband on you. I'm gonna tell your husband. Where your husband at? Call Mr. Berry. I got something to tell
you. Is a con artist, a rat gay con artist ass nigga.
Oh, God.
Nigga with no man. Whoa, in your daughter's locker room. No man would want that. While your daughter getting dressed for gym, because my son go fuck the shit out your daughter.
Wait, oh God damn.
What the fuck?
What's going on, Sherry?
Everybody, how did we get here?
He trying to be this ragay nigga out your body.
We're not. Society has changed. Stop talking about your sons having sex with other peoples, okay?
Yeah,
what does it have to do with the prostitute?
All right. So anyway, what I'm saying is that so I think Eda May already proved that in 16 states that the way how I was raised, you will go to jail for it. If your kid is under 16 and they was to walk a certain amount of distance away from you without no parent guidance, your ass can get arrested. So that is why I said again that it is illegal.
Come on. You drove it back to where you was wrong, bro.
Okay,
hold on. Just prove you were wrong. Can I get that, please? I think Sherry had a good point, and I kind of wanted to hear her out.
Hold on, Miss Sherry, Project Berry. Hold on. Hold on, Miss Sherry. KT to go. You saying that it is not illegal in some states?
Bro, why is you bringing it back here, man? You was wrong. It's all right. It's like he said.
I don't understand. I asked you a question.
Damn, that's crazy.
Are you saying that it is not illegal in some states? Yes.
No, it's 10. Like I said from the beginning, it's 10. It's 10 in 16 states. That's what he pointed out. So not even majority. By a third of the states, most states,
again,
I'm gonna ask the
question again. Is it illegal?
No.
Is it illegal?
No.
In some
because your point from the beginning was not in some states, nigga. Stop.
Literally,
that's you said it was illegal, period. Come on, bro. Like we're beyond that. You can keep it. You can let the shit go.
Okay,
Sherry, that's crazy, right?
It is illegal, period, depending on what he was talking about. He said he was 10 and he was in another state, which means all over this country that would have been illegal.
In those 16 states, is 10. The 10 is the
no, it would have been all over.
Let me understand the argument. So KT, your argument is that it is not in totality 100% illegal.
Nigga, that's what you brought up.
Oh my God. All I'm asking you is the fucking question. Are you saying in totality? The reason that you have an argument is because you say it's not 100% in totality.
Jesus Lord God, Jesus, bro, you brought it up.
It's not even the majority.
You gotta do better this year, man. Stop smoking weed, bro.
It's not a difficult. It's not a difficult question.
It's not even a majority, Sharon.
So okay,
bro, she don't put the phone in her mattress or something.
Okay, so should we ever have a conversation about? So the only time we should have a conversation about any law if it's 100% in the Americas, like in all 50 states. That's the only time.
Nope, majority. Majority.
Okay,
that's
so
about average. That's stupid. That's stupid. So we should have all conversations, and we just need to identify what we're talking about.
That was
I
very
agree
good.
with that. That's one.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I know, but I know people say like like we always say, we should have these majority of our conversations are minority conversations. We agree with that, right?
Major in the
Yes, and we
minority,
always
or
get it.
whatever.
We always get
Major in the
in
minority.
Can we
bickers
get
about
back
it.
on topic? 'Cause
Okay, so now, yes, we gonna get on top, but people need to learn how to frame their
I'm
conversation.
back.
Hold
I'm
on.
back.
Hold on. Hold on, Miss Cherry. So the thing is that we got to be able to frame the conversations properly. Like to have an argument to say, oh, it was only 16 states that you are corrected in and the other ones you are not, is not a valid argument. So it means that I was correct. Now, if you
Why
want
is
to
that not a valid
admit-
argument based on what you asked?
Sharon, no,
the
hold up,
reason why it's
Sharon.
not the reason why it's not a valid
Listen.
argument because I believe, I really believe that I'm speaking to people that do not need every time I have a conversation that I cannot miss one little detail or it's going to be an argument. I'm assuming that we can have an understanding of what the person is talking about without going through this one nuance that is not all 50 states. It's only 16. So now, since it's only 16 of these states, therefore, Sharon, your point is not valid anymore, is my issue. And I want to
1/3 of the 50.
Can I
No,
say
but
real
no,
quick,
no.
Sharon, from the beginning, did you say some states? Or did you say just
Okay.
it's illegal?
Thank you. So even if
So-
it doesn't matter if I said, hold on, let me try to make it clear one more time.
No, you don't have to do
I'm
that.
trying to make it
I'm
clear
asking you a
one
direct
more time.
question. Could you
I'm
just
trying to
answer
make
that?
it clear one more time. I believe
You don't have to repeat what you said. Just could you say
I do.
if you
I do
said
have
that,
to
yes
repeat
or
it.
no?
I do have to repeat it because you asked the question that I already
No, I
answered.
asked you a direct question that didn't involve repeating that. Like
I didn't hear you, Sharon. Can you repeat it, please?
Hold on, slow down. I just answered that question that you asked me. Either man, did I not answer it already?
Yes, he already answered it.
What did he say, either man?
So the reason he answered it, he said,
No. I said, what did he say? Not the reason. What did he say?
he said that he believed that he talked to people with a level of maturity.
No. I'm talking about when he.
I'm about to explain what he said.
No, I'm saying
I'm
you're
about
not
to-
even answering the question.
He's got ultra instinct dodging.
Hey, mute his mic.
Yeah, on God. Like, what the fuck? I'm asking
You
you a
just
direct
asked me
question.
what he
said.
said, and I was trying to tell you what he said.
Right, that's all
Sherry,
you're doing.
Sherry, your mic
why
is
he
muted if
said
you're trying
it.
to talk,
You even
Sherry.
started with why he said it.
Okay, I got you. So what he said is he said that he believes that he's having a conversation with a mature person that
That's
knows.
crazy word.
Yeah,
Hold
so
on.
you're not answering the
Oh,
question
man.
because he
I'm
said
trying
he
to-
said something. You heard him say it. Could you just
slow
repeat what
down.
he said?
Slow down. He's literally give you what I said, and you telling him that.
No, I'm talking about the
didn't say it.
question, Sharon.
Okay,
That's
hold
what you're
on,
saying.
hold on,
You
hold
didn't
on,
say
hold on.
right.
Maybe hold on. Maybe you don't understand the question that you asked.
No, what the fuck, nigga? How crazy? That's what I'm saying. This is how wild you really you're a narcissist. You trying to tell somebody they don't know what they said? What the fuck?
Hold on, slow down.
Sharon, did you or
so
did you
smooth
not
and he wasn't
say
here.
that it's
He was
illegal?
just moving.
Jesus,
He was
it's really
moving.
easy.
Hold on. KT, are you willing to have a conversation?
No.
I'm trying to.
Okay, so if you're trying to have a conversation, I need you to answer questions directly and don't add in any.
Please, then do the same for yourself. That's the thing. You're not
You just
answering
said
directly.
you just said you was willing to have a conversation.
So did you or did you not say it's illegal? Period. Like, did you not say it's illegal?
Correct. I said it was illegal. Right.
Okay. So then the problem would be that you didn't clarify what you were saying, right? Not that because your argument wasn't in 16 states.
Now I'm about to explain what
illegal. Period.
I'm about to explain what he said. Now
You're
this
not.
what he said.
Either man,
is
before you
important.
before you waste your breath, you're not gonna get anywhere.
Yeah,
I know
please
you thought you was like it's 2026. I know KT to go is different. I know he done put down the weed. He done put down the alcohol. He done changed his mind for the better. I know that's what you was thinking. New Year's Eve came about. You was like it's about to be 12 a.m. I just know next time I talk to KT, he's gonna make some damn sense and he's gonna be focused. And
I've
he's
never
gonna
drank in my life.
he's
This how you know you're just throwing in situation,
man.
So me,
It's not the case though. It's the
I
same
get that,
KT
but
from 2025,
well,
bro.
let me talk to the crowd then. If I tell Sharon men need to change, since he's mature, he's not gonna make me think that I'm saying all men 50% need to change. He know that I'm talking about a certain group of people. He don't have to clarify some men need to change. So in these conversations, you shouldn't have to say some or all these things because it's something that's understood with dialogue. Do you agree with that, or y'all disagree?
No, you're asking the audience.
Well, I was
not
asking
just one
Shadow, then Josh.
Okay, there you go.
Josh, do you agree that we have an understanding when we talk about women When we talk about men, when we talk about laws, we're typically having a conversation where we understand that it's a level of error in every conversation or outliers. All right, let's just change.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. If you say something, you're probably talking about that specific subgroup of whatever it is, whether it be a topic, a group of people, or basketball. Like if we say the GOAT, if we talking about the GOATs, and we obviously we're talking about Kobe, and we might be talking about MJ, definitely talking about LeBron, type shit. So
can I? Because I'm the one who mentioned that if we raise our kids the way I was raised, I'm the first one who said it would be illegal, right? And so I'm saying in all the states, some of the shit that we had to do when we was kids is illegal today, right? Me being 4 years old and walking even to the corner store with a note to buy cigarettes. Are you saying that there's a state where that's legal? Or how about the playgrounds and shit that we used to play on? Those are illegal today. So I don't know why he focused on Sharon, but Sharon said at 10 years old he was in another state. Now, so if they would have found that out, his mother would have got, a parent would have got in trouble for that.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, Ted.
Okay, so that's what he said. He gave you an example of what was illegal.
The either man, 10 years old, like you said, that's where we're starting. So, like I said, the classification is 10 years old in those 16 states. Outside of that, there's literally no legal parameter. So
no, that's not what he read. He said in certain states, it's based on how your development. So you missed all kinds of shit in what Either Man said, huh? You missed all kinds of shit.
When he read just
he read
it was only illegal in 16 states. He didn't read anything else. What details did you
said in most of the states it's your development. So you can
it's no legal age in most states. It's about
maturity.
Like I said from the beginning, remember?
You guys are trying to reason.
Like I said from the beginning, remember?
He missed all that.
So I didn't literally read the part where I said this
for a whole year
about maturity. And then he said, well, what's the number? Then he pointed out the example of him being 10. Then Wash came back and brought up the age is 10. So again, y'all sitting here acting like
oh my God. The reason why is because we have to start to describe it literally the precise thing that we're talking about, because you want to try to pick apart the conversation instead of being a part of the conversation. That's what we're trying to get you to say. You're trying to pick out, hey, well, it's only 16 states that is illegal. And I said, just
you were the one who questioned me and said, if this happened, would it be illegal?
I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. All right. All I'm trying to get you to understand what the conversation is about. Right. It was very specific, and you are trying to make it broad that because it's not in all 50 states, therefore you have an argument. And it's a pointless argument is what I'm trying to get you to understand. So in 2026, we can start trying to pick apart the little thing that makes the conversation muddy for no reason.
You literally asked me. You presented to me.
He's not receptive.
You literally said to me, Sharon.
You understand what I'm saying right now?
I understand everything you're saying.
So if you understand what I'm saying, let's move forward.
May I ask before we move
No, you
forward,
can't. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. No, you can't, man. It's 2026.
Yeah, 2026. You still the same.
We're not doing it. You're damn right I am. You damn right I am.
So like,
and I'm gonna keep being
as if somebody needs to change.
Hold on, mute up so we can get past
it. Mulatto, you gonna let this? You gonna let this dude talk to me like that? You gonna let him talk? We supposed to be? That's crazy. We supposed to stick together. You gonna let?
Bro, just let him get his point out so we can move forward.
Okay, so I just.
So you even got him upset with you, and he don't make no sense when he talk either.
Okay, all right. Let's just move forward. Go ahead.
I only wanted to ask really quickly. Did you not ask me the question of if this would be illegal? So I don't. When you're saying that I made the improper, I didn't present to you like out of thin air. This was the premise of anything, right? You're the one who came to me and said that. So when I corrected you,
so again, like you are.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
You getting too listen, Sharon, respectfully, you're getting a little too old to be going back and forth nowadays, man. Your blood pressure gonna go up. You gotta lock in and realize, like,
We've been
slow
stuck here
people
for
ain't you
30
can't
minutes.
you can't always you can't always reason with the slow people. You just gotta let them talk themselves out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So he talked himself out. He talked himself out. He on mute. That's just go to the next.
I've been on mute for the most part.
Oh man.
Look, can I understand this? Half the time y'all are like, oh, we need to talk about the majority of people, and now y'all are like, well, we're only talking about nuances. So so I could keep up with the courses of these conversations. Which way are we actually going to go?
Right.
So let's go ahead and keep.
Well, I think it depends on the
civility
context,
here.
which the context matters, and I think sometimes the context is blurry, and other times it's not. And I think everybody makes mistakes and doesn't realize the context, or doesn't realize that, hey, maybe we're only talking about a subgroup or whatever, not everything. But when those happen, I think the majority of people that come on the panel don't have that happen every single time they're on the panel. And there is one certain individual that every single time they're on the panel, it happens every single time they're on the panel.
But
so I think that's the issue.
Let's say this case, we're talking about laws, right? Something being legal or not. And I would assume, since we're talking to a bunch of people, not just us 8, but a group of people, including 100 people who are watching. We would assume that we should be talking about the majority of the America, right?
We don't never talk majority. None of the conversations we have is for the majority. Majority of women ain't doing this. But listen, majority of men are not doing this.
I'm not.
Hold on, but Shadow, what is your point though?
Man, he asking me the question.
But Shadow, just make your point though, brother.
Yeah, well, I get based off of what I heard, I took it as that the things that were normal, whether that be because I had to step away, so I don't know what all transpired, but the things that were normal back when even I was a kid, or socially normal or whatever, are not acceptable today, and someone will call the cops, and CPS may be at your home soon after for a lot of the things that were normal when I was a kid, and it doesn't matter whether it was in North Carolina or Ohio or West Virginia or DC, New York, whatever. Today's day and age, what you can do to punish kids or to make them do certain things or allow them to do certain things is not acceptable, and you are liable to have cops called on you by some random Karen driving down the street that sees it happening.
And Shadow, is that
and
your
all
point,
of this
brother?
was in context. All of this was in context because we're trying to talk about why we're not having kids the way we should, or why it even matters that we're having this conversation.
Well, no, what I didn't
answer is community.
What I didn't understand. What I didn't
Hold on,
understand.
but brother, y'all notice
Hold
y'all
on.
keep cutting him off. Let him make his point, bro. So
We
can
heard
get
him.
back to it.
He done made the point 3 times. We heard what he said. So the whole point that I'm telling you, Josh, what we did is we took a broad situation that Barm Cherry, she was saying all of these things have changed, and we want to focus on one thing to prove Sharon wrong. But we tell you, if you look at the whole things, we cannot, as a whole, whoop our kids like they did in the past. We can't do all of these things that we normally could do because it's considered illegal today as a whole.
No, listen, and I pointed out that I'm saying that societal differences. Those are like societal norms. Because again, things have always been illegal. They just were society-wise.
Whipping your kids wasn't always illegal.
It depends on how far you went.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all just arguing. Like we all can agree that our grandparents
I'm
can
agreeing
whoop
with you,
different
but
from
what
what
I'm
we
saying,
can today.
Right? You can whoop.
They used to get switches.
It matters.
The police
how
showed
far
up. They
you
weren't
go.
gonna say, "Oh, you hit your kid with a switch and we take you to jail." That was not a thing.
Listen, I've seen people get hit with extension cords and it wasn't a thing. Women used to get beat by their husbands, punched in the face, and it wasn't listen, dude, we gotta stop playing with these motherfuckers up here. This shit getting crazy. We've been on this one little thing for 30 plus minutes. With retarded ass motherfuckers.
Hold on, was the ultimate point? Was the ultimate point he was trying to make is about why we not having as many kids as previous
It wasn't the
generations?
ultimate point, but I think people were just given reasonings as to why they think influenced the fact. Yeah.
Look, my whole point, if I don't get interrupted,
You're breaking
is
up.
this whole.
Cherry.
Can you hear me?
No, you're good. You're good, Josh. Cherry was breaking up.
The whole point of the conversation that we're having all stemmed from why we're not having kids. That's what we kept talking about. That's why we got to where we're going. I don't remember who asked, but somebody specifically asked,
Yeah, I need to get them brakes changed.
Yeah,
The make too much
man,
money
right?
not to have the bad
God
brakes.
damn. Okay, so again, in that conversation, it became two main points. One, that when you're baby deleting, you're deleting a possible person. We had that conversation. Somebody came up with, well, why are we not talking about how we're going to take care of those kids? And then we got to this rabbit hole. It all goes back to the community that we talked about before. My thing is, if we're talking about why,
But no,
damn it, boy.
no, Josh, the whole point that we're trying to help you understand is the reason we even having this conversation, because y'all brought up they did it in the past. Why can't we do it today? And we tell you that's what the conversation was birthed from. We said, hey, things are different from back in the day than now. A lot of things that they did, aka beating the kids, are considered illegal today. And now
Do you
y'all
want
want
to
to argue that
but
that
that's
was
not what the
wrong.
issue. I don't even believe that's the issue. I think the issue we have is we're more
Can Josh
selfish
finish,
now.
please?
We are more selfish in this. Millennials forward are more selfish now than the generations before us.
And that's
True.
crazy.
Hold on.
That is a crazy statement. They sent us
Shots
outside
now.
so they can go drink and smoke weed. See, this is what I'm saying is just because they had us and neglected us doesn't mean that they wasn't selfish.
No,
but
listen,
either
on
man,
all
hold
ends,
on.
there's gonna be some flaws. It's not gonna be no perfection on either end. The thing that I was pointing out and why I said it was because I'm saying not everything that they did, but a lot of the things that we don't do is just societal changes. A lot of the shit they were doing was already illegal, but society-wise, it was accepted, and that's why I pointed out we're the leaders of
Since we want
society.
to go down this rabbit
Because
hole,
everybody has a camera now.
Hold on. When so you saying in today's time you could whip your kid ass with a stick?
I'm saying we're the leaders of society. I'm saying we choose what the
all you gotta
societal
do is
norms
answer the
are.
question at hand, and then we won't have to be. It won't be no argument. All I'm asking, was it legal back then?
No.
It was. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
I mean, I whooped my son's ass in Walmart, so I don't understand the point. It's you can. I took my belt off and
I don't understand why you.
tapped
I
my
don't
son's
understand why you
ass.
missed it.
I don't understand the
why
point.
you missed. Did you whip your son's ass with a stick?
I whooped his ass with my leather belt in Walmart.
Did you whip your son's ass with a stick?
No. Okay. I see what you're trying to do. No.
Okay.
No, I
So
agree.
back then they used to tell you to go ahead and whip your kid ass with a damn stick. And if somebody was to call the cops and they was to come there, they say, "What happened? I whipped my son ass with a stick because he did XYZ." Well, son, you need to listen to your goddamn mama, and they'll drive the fuck off.
Sean, I can give you an even easier one.
This is why I
Who
pointed
here,
out, I'm not
when you
saying
guys were growing up,
everything was
were
illegal.
teachers allowed to discipline you physically when you guys were growing up?
Yes, with a big ass wooden
Okay,
pack.
now
I don't
you
know
got a
when
good
that
point.
stopped,
Yeah.
but that is not
No,
even
that's valid.
that.
In
No
the 90s.
state. I mean, no state can a teacher do that without getting in trouble.
Yeah, it's
And that's
completely.
why I
Yeah,
pointed
it's
out
illegal
from the
now.
beginning, y'all.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
again,
not everything is the same, and I agree with that. I'm saying a lot of the changes could
slow down. So now maybe now you could understand what we are talking about instead of being stupid towards the conversation. Like
No,
we
you
shouldn't
should-
have to go down.
You should
we
consider
shouldn't
yourself
have to-
stupid because this
we
is why I
shouldn't
pointed
have to
out. I'm
go
not
down
saying
point by-
everything is the
Hold
same. I
on,
said a
I'm
lot of it is
I am
societal
talking.
changes.
I'm talking. We should not have
I
to go
know.
by point. I shouldn't have to say,
I
Sharon,
didn't. I
you
didn't.
didn't mention that teacher. Sharon, you didn't mention that switch because we should understand the gist of the conversation. So stop bringing up things that do not matter, please.
No, that's what you're doing. I literally said from the beginning, I'm not saying everything is the same.
Sometimes I think
I'm
you're
not
doing this
saying.
on
I'm
purpose,
saying
Ron.
belts. Did belt whipping just start when they said you can't whip your kids with a switch? No, people already did that. A lot of things are societal changes. That's why I said from the beginning, I agree with y'all. Not everything is the same. A lot of it is societal. That's all I'm pointing out. Like you said, I shouldn't have to pinpoint to you. Listen, I shouldn't have to pinpoint to you because teachers can't whip your ass. Shit, that's not the same.
Hold on. So you saying when it legally changed, that's a society thing? That's what you're saying?
Actually, switching illegal. Sorry.
Huh? So your argument
Switching is legal.
Hold on. Your argument is that teachers can't legally hit your kids because of society.
Yeah, that's like when it get literally it banned, like the law passed it. Why did they pass it? Because people were saying this is something that should change, right?
Okay, so why are you bringing that up? I don't understand. What is the
It's a
argument?
societal change. What the boy, I'm out. I'm done.
All right, so
no, we're good.
Ooh, we good. Right there. He done. Ooh.
And can I go after whoever's next?
A
Respectfully.
using a switch is not illegal. Sorry.
I think there should be a
want to
gap
update that.
between KT speaking and Mulatto and Pan.
And when I
Mulatto
say this, I know
speaking, 'cause
AR,
there's been a lot of dumb shit said.
and I
in the
know
past
AR about to
45
start booty
minutes,
clapping
and we
for
don't need
immigrants when
more.
I say this. I know
See, look,
immigrant.
you just
Pardon me.
came
I
on
know
this
AR.
clout chase.
Brother, you address me first, with all due respect. But watch how brief
Yeah,
my
I mean, I
statement
can do
is.
that.
Exactly. And you
It's not
also are
ever
booty
really
clapping
brief
for
though.
immigrants.
It has to be something.
And AR, stop
It
flirting
might
with
be
me, brother.
early
Let me make my
onset.
point,
It might be
brother.
early onset
Hold on,
dementia.
y'all. This doesn't. I
Yeah, brother.
understand. Hold on. They still need to have one person, so we cannot talk over.
What? Are you up here just calling people or something?
And please allow me to make a brief
Sherry
statement.
is talking. Damn,
Because
can't
we
you hear?
sped past.
Sherry, please
Brother, with
continue.
all due respect, brother, this
Please
is not your
continue, Sherry.
panel. This is not your
I
panel.
just see
The point
like
is, but
you're.
sis, you interrupted me, sis, respectfully.
I'm sorry.
You didn't interrupt
Go
Sherry.
ahead, sis.
You did
Go
not
ahead,
interrupt him. He
Okay,
said,
hold on.
Go ahead,
Let me
sis.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all want to add to the show, or do y'all want the show to go downwards?
Yeah, I'm trying to add to it. with all
You're
due
not
respect.
adding because you're up here lying.
Good Jesus.
You're a liar. Sharon, you have sat here and lied over and over again. And I'm not trying to be funny. I ain't on nobody's side, but baby, you're
All right,
lying.
we get your point, sis. And the brother made a good
Because
point that got sped past. The
my point is,
All right,
we learned whipping and we learned all that. Okay, let's get past all that. I don't want to talk about it no more. But
Trump. What was the last topic before
Yeah,
you guys
hold on. The
got
point
into
is
like the
this.
45 minute?
no,
Hold
yeah,
on, hold
Y'all ain't gonna be cutting Miss
Let's
Shirley
have,
Berry off. Don't let me turn up
hold on.
on
Let's
it.
have
Miss
some
Shirley
decorum on the
barely got
panel.
something to say.
No, just real quick. What was the
Let's
topic?
have decorum
we
on
can
the
get back
panel.
on. Yeah, so we can have
All
decorum.
right, we'll answer
We
your
can talk
question
about the
later,
topic
AR.
after Miss Shirley barely get her turn. Go, Miss Shirley Berry.
what I was trying to
Late, bro.
say, we learned the actual act of making children do what we wanted them to do by whooping our children because we was taught whoopings. Now, take the whoopings away. Use your brain.
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you educate yourself enough?
Yes, ma'am. And to the brother, I don't know if it was KT or the brother Shadow, but one of you all mentioned that we are deleting literally tens of millions of our own babies, and the Black American birth
Well,
rate
I
is
don't
below
give a fuck about that
the Black
shit.
American. Hold on, sis, please, respectfully. Also, the Black American birth rate is below replacement level. My question is, and I already suspect my mulatto son AR is about to start twerking for immigrants. But my question is, with all due respect, if we're not having babies and we're deleting our own babies, how will we preserve majority Black American communities while we are already outnumbered in the U.S. and there's an influx of immigrants?
Well, I
Mathematically, I'm
got a
asking.
question for you. Where
Yes,
you
ma'am.
living at? Where you living at?
I live in Puerto Rico and Maryland, and I got real estate in New
Oh,
York too.
no, you ain't. No, you
North
ain't. You're way over there in Mexico, hugging the white Mexicans.
Carolina. But sis, please, this allow someone to answer the question.
Look,
How
I got a
will we
math
preserve?
question.
I just answered it.
How
So
will we preserve?
I have a math question
Respectfully,
on this question.
yeah, go ahead, brother.
So if I, as a black man, have a baby with a Hispanic woman, what is that? Is
Yes,
that not? What is that baby considered?
yes. Clearly, the baby will be
Hey,
mixed race or mixed, at least multi-ethnic.
It'd be black. It'd be black
it
according to
will be
FBA
mixed.
rules.
Stop that
Racially, yes,
shit.
but I'm answering ethnically. There would be a bi-ethnic child.
Okay, so then,
Biracial.
so if we
Yes,
talk about by ethnicity, are we
exactly.
saying that that child is not also continuing the black race?
No, I never.
That's a black baby. That's what I said. That's why it's a stupid argument. Even if we go
No,
to
hold on, Eda Man. I'm trying to hold on, Eda Man. I'm trying to respond to the brother.
It's why I'm
Eda
asking.
Man, please let me have a dialogue with the brother very quickly. Do you realize that the majority of immigrants that come to the U.S. they are not procreating with Black Americans? So back to the initial question that you tried to run away from. My question is, if Black Americans are deleting their own babies and Black Americans are refusing to have more babies below replacement level, my question is, how will Black Americans preserve Black American communities when you're already outnumbered and there's an influx of immigrants?
By having kids with other races, I'm assuming, if that's what we got to say. I don't know.
What the heck?
Yeah, he's an idiot, so mute up. Is anyone else able to answer the question intelligently? What about
Well,
my
you just
mulatto
asked
son
a
AR?
you just asked a question.
Let my
that
mulatto son
literally,
AR speak. Let my mulatto son AR speak. Go ahead, brother.
this bitch ass nigga.
Oh, he got an immigrant dick in his mouth. All right. Anyone else able to answer? I'm asking.
Hold on, I'm on the
How
phone.
Can I go after this bitch ass nigga?
Ask again in like 5 minutes. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, go ahead and run, my mulatto son. My question is to the panelists: how will Black Americans preserve Black American communities
Going
when
back to
you're
what we were saying
deleting?
from the beginning, bro. We
Go
were
ahead,
just
brother. I'm
talking about
listening.
how we shouldn't
This
make
nigga's retarded.
deletions.
Let the
We're
brother.
going
No, let
about
KG. You go ahead,
we're
brother.
going about how we shouldn't make deletions anyway. Well, that was what the beginning of all this
Yes, sir.
premise was before I was
Yes, sir.
speaking with them. But yeah, we shouldn't have deletions. We should try to get rid of that. But again, it do go back to what Watts was saying too. Like we do have to have some. We will have to do some mixing, like in
Now,
order to
KC.
boost up the numbers.
Now, KC, I heard what you said, but watch how brief my response is.
Hold
My
on,
question
hold
is,
on.
how
What's
does
with this
that
weird ass
address?
catchphrase?
How does that address the
No, who are
influx
you,
of
you
immigrants that are
weirdo?
already outnumbering
It
you in
just
your own country?
seems
No, that
y'all
listen, we
want to
can't.
come up here and talk about the most hurtful things that a
Very
black
hurtful.
woman been through and point your finger. This her. This her. This what black women do. And then you got white men hidden behind whatever they avatar or whatever that thing is called. That'll come up here and coach y'all into just being dummies.
Get them, Miss. That's
And
what I'm
look, she
talking about.
funny, but she's
I
showing
don't
how the
understand
black
where she's
community
coming
has
from.
He's
ADHD.
talking about you, man.
The black community has ADHD. Because
AR
I'm
had to
asking
tell her.
simple
AR had to tell her. He just talking about you. He talking
I
about you.
can't stand y'all.
But even if I try to take what she's saying seriously, what she's saying isn't making any sense. So I don't even know how to respond.
It
Hold
make
on,
a
brother.
lot of goddamn
Brother,
sense.
hold on.
She's
Y'all
speaking
falling for the
above y'all
ADHD.
level. See, y'all can't see. She's
No,
speaking
it
too
shows
high.
it shows that you have ADHD. I'm asking the men on the panel, how will you preserve your own communities
Y'all
when
in
your
trouble
women are
now.
deleting their own
I got
babies
somebody that's gonna
and
set all of
immigrants
y'all
outnumber
straight
you?
right now. I got somebody that's gonna set all of y'all straight. Now y'all in trouble.
We in trouble?
Welcome to the show.
I said
Uda on go.
I said y'all niggas straight.
Uda.
I said it's a new year. I said y'all niggas straight.
Uda, Pan-African, or Pan whoever he is, mulattoes, got questions for you. And
Oh
as a
what?
black man in this community, he want to know. So
No, he's
ask your questions.
Caribbean, so it doesn't apply to him. He's an immigrant, respectfully. I got love for him,
He
but
was
this is
a
not an
God
immigrant.
damn.
He
this dude
Wait,
lives in
did his
Puerto Rico.
homework.
hold on. Let's
He
get
did
it
it some
straight.
kind of
Because,
homework.
hold on. I'm not going to be the only one that they be accusing of half tethering. Uda, are you half tether?
Yeah, I'm born here, but my mother's from another island. Yeah.
What
Which
about your
island is
daddy?
that?
What about your daddy?
My
What
dad is from
island?
another island too.
Which island?
Exactly.
My dad too.
Which island?
That's my
Hold
point.
on.
Now watch this.
My mom is from St.
Hold on.
Vincent.
I
My mom
can't
is from
hear
another
what y'all
island. Yeah.
interrupting. God damn. Have some. What islands?
My mother is from St. Vincent. Yeah.
What? St. Kitts, St. Vincent, St. Ting,
From the islands, man. You know what I mean?
Things about St.
But I was born here though. You know what I mean? So.
And
Yeah.
Uda,
Citizen
I
of the
respect and
United
honesty.
But the
States.
arguments on both sides, I understand them a lot.
Exactly. Now, Uda, very quickly, would you want Haitians and Jamaicans to outnumber the indigenous
Need
people
a
of
man.
St.
Get with
Vincent?
me on
Be
that
honest.
warehouse.
Yes, ma'am.
I would say
I got
no.
you.
I would say no, but I would say you made a good point because of me being from New York. I was listening earlier when you said that Black Americans don't have like their own communities like in New York City. You know what I'm saying? And it's like some true shit because you got the island people got their own. You got like Chinatown.
Bitch, you don't have your own
But you don't
have
have like
you left a
real shit
whole
like that.
country
In
to
New York
come
City,
here.
Cherry Berry.
in New York
Why
City. I'm
are
saying.
you saying Black
Sherry Berry.
Americans don't have a
Sherry,
vote?
please,
You've been
listen.
Sherry Berry. I'm not saying that we don't have communities that we have, but I'm talking about how other cultures and
now
other
we'll
people
win.
label it that,
Will
and they like
we?
give people rights and stuff. Let's like how, let's say like how the Asian people the other day, how they passed the laws for
I
Asian
don't give
people.
a fuck. I don't
I'm
give a
just
fuck
saying.
what I
Other people, but
Uda,
Now watch this. No,
Uda,
Edelman,
hold on,
listen.
Hold on, Uda. I just think you're not traveled enough. Because if you
For
go
me,
to
I've
Atlanta,
traveled so many times. I travel out
okay,
the
hold
country.
on. Let
Nah,
me
the South
finish,
is
sir.
big on
Edelman, you're
communities.
missing the
Hold
point.
on, hold
only
on, hold
thing
on.
it sounds
Just
like
wait.
you
I'm not
travel
trying to
here.
argue with you
I
guys.
travel
Listen,
up.
Hold on, y'all.
if
Hold on. All right. Hold on, Sherry. Yo, that was one of the hardest bitch I ever heard. Sherry Berry came in hard with that shit. God damn. Go ahead, Uda. Finish your thought. Then
I
we'll
know he
let
was
Edelman.
finished. Uda,
No, he
the
wasn't
point,
finished.
What?
Let
he was
Uda
definitely.
finish and then Edelman have a
Say
question
what you
for
want
you
to say, E. Let me hear what you say, E. Tell me what you say, E, so I can understand.
Yeah, so I don't know what y'all got. The black people in New York got going on, but if you go
Not
to the
much.
South,
I've
we
seen
have
that.
whole black community.
I've seen that, E, but I'm saying in New York is not that same like that. When I went down south,
Nashville
That's
what
a
did
pretty.
you
that's a
see?
He's
When you go
saying they
like
that's
down
what
south.
migrated. He's
I'm
saying
telling you
they
that
left
it's
that
a
city
unique
early.
situation. Like, cause even if when I went to Oklahoma, when I went to Atlanta, when I went to North Carolina, like I'm
Yeah.
going to these places and
What do
seeing these
you
black.
Now,
want
Edelman, the point you're missing is that Uda, and I respect Uda's transparency. He just told you he's a Caribbean, and he don't even want other Caribbeans to outnumber the people of his Caribbean nation. My
I agree with
question is
that.
to you. My question to you and my mulatto son AR. My
You're
mulatto son AR.
what's
Why
up,
are you
Shannon? You're
booty clapping for immigrants to come outnumber you in your own country? How
No,
does this
no,
make
no, no, no.
sense?
Let me get that real
Where's
quick.
your sense
This
of
yeah,
ain't even
yeah.
our
self-preservation?
country.
KT
This
versus
ain't even our
mulatto.
country. This
Yeah.
isn't our country.
Ooh, let him know, KT.
This
So
literally isn't our
This is
country.
gonna
So
be
you
whose
good.
saying
country is it?
it's literally white people country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you believe the white man is God. I get it.
No, 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 no,
My
no.
question
We're
is,
talking about
were your
factually what it's built. No,
ancestors?
no, no, no. Stop,
Let's
Center
stop,
have this
stage,
stop. We're
center
talking
dialogue.
stage,
about
center
factually
stage.
what it's built on. It's built for
Exactly.
white people, and
Now
they
those
brought us
white,
here. And then for a very long time, they treated us as if we weren't human. So even
exactly,
with us being here, we didn't have the footing to even make this our actual country.
exactly.
Is this
Now
where
KT,
we're born? We're the
uh-huh.
same as damn near immigrants. Like,
Now
are
KT
we
the
born
God.
here? Yes, but it's go ahead.
Now I hear your point, but watch this. Those whites, whether you
KT,
acknowledge it
don't
or
let
not,
him interrupt you, bro.
those
He just
whites
interrupted
are
me to
your
talk over you.
those whites are your actual ancestors, meaning that you are a descendant of the founders of the U.S. This is your country. So back to the self-preservation discussion.
No,
Uda
no,
just
no, no.
told you.
Stop, stop, hold up, stop.
Uda
Now,
just
now,
told
now,
you.
now. Look, look,
Yeah,
look.
that's
That we,
talk to
cause
him,
we
KT.
not
All right, go
all
ahead, brother. Let's go point for point. We can go point for point. Go ahead, brother.
we all do not. It's a 10% of us, most of us.
Where did you get
Not
that
all
number
of us.
from?
I mean, it's a 10% trace, meaning like your great grandmother could have got
Exactly.
in a situation with the
Meaning that
master,
you are
and
a
then that
descendant
led
of
to
the
you.
founders, right?
No, you're not a descendant. Even they would
By
say you're
blood,
not a descendant.
the blood
Yeah,
don't
you could
lie.
say no. You could say by blood, but by their
Checkmate.
law, no, by their
Checkmate.
law, you're not.
But one
Checkmate would
argue.
be if you have one drop of nigga blood, you're a nigga.
Hold on, you
That's
just
your
hold on. You
checkmate.
just acknowledge one mic at a time, brother. You just acknowledge
You
that you
interrupted
are.
him 3 times. No, KT, don't let him, bro. You letting him hold you, dog.
Yo,
You gotta
stop,
fight
bro.
back.
Shut
And
the
look,
fuck
no,
up. You
and
gotta
look,
He
stop
keep on
and
doing
look.
that.
interrupting
Hold on.
you.
And you
He
notice
keep interrupting you.
multiple
Then tell
people
how you gonna interrupt you and tell you one mic?
and more than one
That was
person.
crazy. He took
You
the
know
mic and said one mic. Stop
my
talking.
mulatto
I'm
son,
gonna finish. That's
my
crazy,
mulatto son
KT.
AR is mad because I cooked him
You
earlier.
don't let Sharon do that to you?
But the point is this:
Word.
KT already
That's
admitted
what I'm
that
saying.
he's a descendant of the founders of the U.S.
Goddamn,
The
KT.
point is,
KT,
the
you
point
gonna let
is,
this half black man do that to you?
Half
You gonna let
KT, half black. This man is half. He live in Puerto Rico.
exactly on the beach
But
with
honestly though,
beautiful
right,
women.
mulatto, but Pan, right? But
Uh-huh.
honestly though, what's gonna change though? What's gonna change it? So if you're saying like if they being outnumbered and these things, so what can be some solutions, regardless
Yeah,
of some hating type thing?
let me
What can
address
be a
that. Let me
solution?
address that. The solution is for because
Solution.
I see that the Black American and the mulatto American may literally be the dumbest species on earth because they have no sense of self-preservation. So the solution is if you are a Black American or a mulatto American, buy real estate in the countries that immigrants come to the U.S. from. That's the solution. Really, immigrants have power in the U.S. It's time
That's
for
crazy as shit
Americans
to say.
to have power in these foreign nations. It's
Can I
called
ask you, if
geopolitics.
you
What I
have no
think is
sense of
this though. What I think.
self-preservation, if we have no
Yes, you
self-preservation, how
don't.
do we persevere through them literally having the government go against us to eradicate us?
Yeah,
We
Mm.
still
let me
made
answer
it
that.
through
Watch
that.
this. Let me answer that. Hold on, Casey. Let me answer that, brother. Do you realize right now, today, you have
True
less
that.
majority. You have less majority Black American communities than your grandfather did. You're
No,
not
I'm asking,
practicing
how do we make it
self-preservation,
through stop? How do we make it through those situations if we don't
brother.
have
Did
a
you hear
sense
my
of
response,
self-preservation?
brother? Did you hear my response? You're not
It
making it
wasn't one
through.
that's answering
Your
the question.
communities are being eradicated, brother. You're not
Yeah, they
making
have
it through.
always been eradicated. That's the point.
How do
No,
we
you had
change
more
that?
Like they've
communities
literally
before.
always been no, but they've always been trying to eradicate them. That's my point,
Exactly,
How
right?
do
and
we
they have
change
done.
that though?
And,
What was
hold,
different from
hold on,
then?
Uda, hold
Because
on,
our,
please, Uda,
our
hold on,
community's
Uda,
been under attack
Uda,
ever since
please,
it's been.
brother.
So what's
Yeah,
Uda,
for
changed?
sure.
listen to what I'm saying. KT the
Yeah.
GOAT. Let's not talk past each other. My point is, and I can acknowledge your points, acknowledge the fact that today in 2025, there are less majority Black American
Yeah.
communities today than there were in our grandfather's generation. You're not
Mhm.
practicing self-preservation. Actually, you're facilitating the eradication of your own communities by advocating for mass immigration, brother. Now go ahead and
Nobody,
make your point.
but nobody's advocating for mass immigration because
Brother,
again, this
have you
isn't
not
our
heard
country.
AR?
No, stop. This
Have you
isn't
not
our
heard my
country.
mulatto
We,
son
Let him
so
AR?
when
land.
you're
Let him
talking,
land.
listen. When you're talking about what
Uh-huh.
America chooses to do, are Black
Exactly.
people making the politics, the laws on immigration,
Yes, we vote for
regardless of who's.
Democrats.
No, let's get really basic here.
Uh-huh.
Voting is a numbers game, correct?
Exactly. Why
Okay,
are
if
you
it's
advocating
300,
for yourself to be more
stop.
outnumbered?
Listen to me. Listen to me. We didn't advocate for ourselves to be outvoted because, first of all, we brought this up from the beginning. White races who was declining the most in numbers.
Exactly.
So for
Exactly.
them to grow, they are the ones who really said immigration. We need
Exactly.
immigration. We weren't with that from the beginning. Now, if you want to say there are a lot of people with it today, that's completely understandable and agreeable. But the point is,
Checkmate.
that's not something
Don't
we ever
speed
made.
past that. Hold on, brother. Don't speed past that. You
I was
admit
waiting.
that
I was waiting.
today,
KT, can you
Checkmate.
finish a
Black
And I'm
point? You're just
talking.
gonna go
Americans,
ahead and
Talk,
interrupt
y'all.
you the
And
whole
I'm
you
time,
admit
bro. This is
today,
crazy.
for the
KT,
last
finish your
60
point.
years, Black Americans have voted Democrat to bring in immigrants that now outnumber you in your own country. That weakens your voting power demographically in a
Yes, most.
democracy.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Josh. I
I
see you want to
swear,
jump in there.
I swear this nigga can't do math. So just because, for fuck's sake, even most of the immigrants are voting Republican, so that math doesn't even make any fucking sense. And even if we did accept that for what it was, everything you're saying is just trying to conflate two different things that have nothing to do with each other. So here's the deal. If a white person has a baby with a Mexican, guess what? That white and that Mexican family both
Hold on, you
raise
in the
that
call with
family.
Mexicans right now?
Yes. That's why I can have this
Mute up.
conversation.
You're a dummy, bro.
You see how dumb that dumbass shit sounds?
Brother,
What
the
I'm
point
saying
is
Like
this.
I can
Pan,
have
look,
this
no, Pan,
conversation
look,
because I live it.
peep this, Pan, peep this, though, right?
Like
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
literally
This.
live it.
Because
Because
look,
he's a dummy.
community, the same community that you're saying, the American community, this community has been under attack forever, right? But what has
Clearly.
changed since like maybe the 60s times or times like that from times like now? What has changed? We got to
Yeah,
see
let me answer that. Let me answer
because
that.
immigration has been happening. All of these
Uh-huh.
things is happening. I think that you got to get back to
No,
family.
let me answer that.
Us
Let me answer
raising
that.
kids in family, and that family structure could start to bring these rates and all of these things up, and you won't have to worry about what.
Now,
Else
Uda, you
doing.
asked me a question.
You know
Can
what
I
I'm
answer it? You said, what has changed since the 60s, right? Within the 60s, we were not, when I say we, I'm talking about Black Americans and
That's all I'm
mulatto
talking about.
Americans,
Yeah.
we were not outnumbered by Hispanics in the U.S. That is a fact.
And that's
Additionally,
the
in
only
the
thing.
60s,
You're a fucking
in
moron.
the 60s, there were more majority Black American cities, towns, counties, and congressional districts. So a lot has changed, and not for the better, respectfully.
Ignorant
Matter of
ass
fact,
nigga, don't
over
you think
And
25
one thing
million.
that
associate the
has
Let me
changed,
land
and
my
we can
plane.
say that we have gotten
And
really
let
far
me land
away
my
from the
plane too.
family structure. We've got away
Fuck
from
is
some of
getting
these
stupid?
things.
Hold on, one
Some of the
last thing though. Let me land my
conversations that
plane
we're
though.
online having right now today,
But
we
let
wouldn't
me
have
land
been
my
having
plane
them
though,
back
brother.
then. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me land my plane. And
Man,
final,
fuck his plane. Blow
over
that bitch out
30
there.
million, over 25 million Black babies have been aborted since 1960. That's a big change, really. If we didn't abort all them babies, we
Yeah.
would not be outnumbered by Latinos right now.
So again, what he's saying is you bringing up a lot of problems and not bringing any solution, and even
Yeah, the
down to that.
solution. Well, I said it
You
earlier. The solution is, and let me say this. Let me say
That's
this.
that
Y'all
Baltimore
women
shit.
like my accent. Y'all women love my accent. But to the brother that asked me about the solutions, the solution is number one, stop aborting our babies. Number two,
Motherfucker, how do you do
advocate
that?
for. I'm trying to answer your question. Advocate for
He's
a
saying
federal.
ban
Advocate for a
abortion.
federal abortion ban.
See,
Number two. Number three, advocate for a permanent ban on immigration to the U.S. Now, a lot of these things, we are not the only people that feel this way. You even got white American descendants of the
Yeah,
founders
the
of the
racists
U.S.
do
that
that
agree
though,
with us on
bro.
this. Who am I racist against? Let's get
But
to
it
that
don't
part.
make sense to do that.
Motherfucker, you
Nah.
are retarded.
It don't make sense to you because, hold on, let me
They
address
won't do
Uda.
that. I'm just talking about when you go into other countries and even foreign relations. That just doesn't even make sense on a business level if you're doing business.
Now, Uda, watch
America's
this.
business.
That's how you know
It
you
doesn't
don't
make
watch
sense
this.
on a business level. If you selling and you doing business, why would you want to limit that? Is what I'm saying.
Now, Uda, watch this. Watch this. You didn't bring up business when I asked you, would you want Haitians and Jamaicans to outnumber people in St. Vincent, right?
I'm talking about people coming here. You're talking about
Checkmate.
banning it,
Exactly.
period.
You did
You're
not
talking about
mention
banning
business.
immigration
You
when the
did
first
not
people came
mention
here was
business,
immigrants.
right? Exactly. You did not mention business, right?
All right. Hold on. So we got
I
two
agree with
new
you.
panelists into the conversation. I believe they want to have a conversation about this. So this way we can I want to make sure everybody get a chance to welcome into the show Kulu. And after that, we have Otis Who podcast. Go ahead, Kulu.
I see Otis been hopping on here more often now that PhD been on vacation. She on vacation. He been hopping on.
Oh,
You remember
ducking
that's
smoke?
out? Yeah,
Oh, he
hey,
ducking
bro.
smoke?
I promise you, last time I was on, she got on and asked him a question. He was talking before she got on. She got on and asked him a question. He gonna act like his mic won't come off mute. He drops off. Then she dropped off to go do something. He came back and started talking again. That was crazy.
It was like Friday, Smokey.
Bro, it was crazy. Debo, man.
He got in the car.
Stop living in the past, hey y'all. Go ahead, Kulu.
That shit was crazy.
Yo, what's up, Sharon? What's up, Earl? I think the guy that's asking about immigration, like taking more of our vote or whatnot, I think it's idiotic because even if we did, let's say, stop immigration and legal immigration and we started deporting however many illegals are here, it still wouldn't fix the fact that we're not producing enough children per family unit to beat the numbers that started way back then. So, I mean, I think it's kind of, like it doesn't make like it don't make any sense to me that we're having this conversation. Like the conversation should be about, okay, how do we increase each family unit to have more children? And then from there, we can start to fight back when it comes to other communities out, pacing us when it comes to our vote. But like, it still doesn't matter, even if we do have majority of the vote, if we don't have a direction for our community to go to, like when it comes to certain policies that we all agree on, that voting number means nothing. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you could say this about immigration, this about illegals and all that, but at the end of the day, it's about how many children is each family unit in the Black community producing and the intelligent level of those children being produced. And, real quick, like about the abortion thing, right? Is I still don't get it because even if these babies, like let's say we didn't have abortion in this country and those babies were then born, right? Those babies would be born in most likely in poor environments, families that don't really care about them, families that didn't want them, and then they would become the same criminals that these people in the MAGA movement complain about, right?
But that's a bad assumption that only poor people are having deletions.
No.
Yeah,
But,
either man, he's African. He's a Tava, bro. You don't gotta respond to his.
I'm definitely not African. I'm definitely not African, but
no. So you get what I'm saying, like because you're basically.
How the hell you know where everybody from?
You're a Tava, brother.
This nigga's a
or a
genius.
coon, one of the two. You a Tava or a coon?
But Kulu, but that's not the conversation they don't want to have. They don't want to talk about who's giving tax credit for people to have kids. They don't want to talk about who's matching savings accounts and investment accounts for kids. They don't want to have that conversation because then now we start having that conversation. Then they have to lead the Democrat plantation.
No, you got politics. You got politics.
Peter, man, you a conservative, bro?
Okay, hold on. Before we get off the rail, shit. Go ahead, Otis. Because y'all don't want to let Kulu finish. Go ahead, Otis.
Grand Rising, peace to the panel, Happy New Year.
You're not
I'm just sitting back listening. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway, I'm just sitting back trying to get in where I fit in. But real quick, as a listener of this show, the past half an hour was very painful to my ears because of certain individuals on this panel who think they're cute and funny and trying to make the crowd or the audience laugh. It was coming off very, very annoying as hell. Just so you know that. And the individuals know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name any names. AR.
I thought you said you weren't gonna name any names. Hey, don't worry. Since PhD Diva ain't here, I got you, bro. Don't even worry. Hey, go ahead. Keep talking.
Yeah.
So Sharon can ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead. But I'm done. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, I know you're done. Yeah, no, you about to do more than just sit back. You about to get off the panel, buddy.
All right, hold on.
Don't worry, PhD ain't here, but I'll do what she would do if she was here. This is me representing PhD, but this is me doing this on PhD's behalf.
Go right ahead.
All right, so what is your thoughts on Black people getting diluted with having children outside of their race?
Repeat the question one more time.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Eddie looked away.
You ain't shit.
Eddie looked away. Hold on.
All the time.
Hold on. A random independent Twitter. Since PhD ain't here, you know who this is for. Shout out to at the one her HQ with the $5. Let's be clear. People are running away from the so-called conservative party. Check the polls. Check them.
I mean, Trump just won, so that's the
Trump's not a conservative.
No, but technically he's the leader of the conservative party.
He's not a conservative.
He's not running conservative policies?
No, not really.
Definitely running conservative.
But the point is, the Democrats lost.
No. Wait, no. Me and AR, we do this. What do you mean, bro?
What do I mean? There's nothing conservative about taking government stakes inside into companies.
It literally is.
For
That's
example,
Project the Agenda 2025 taking from the same place as
conservatism based off of free market principles. No, it's not. There's nothing conservative about taking the presidency and trying to use it as a dictatorship or overstepping your bounds and threatening states if they don't, for example, ban transgenders from sports, that they're going to take away federal funding. That's not small government. Is that? Do you think that's small government? You think it's small government to tell a state, hey, do what the federal government tells you to do, or you're not going to get this?
But you're saying small government. They mean small government is in getting rid of government control, which he's done a lot of, right? Like he's
I'm talking to Josh. I'm talking to Josh.
Actually, AR, I'll give you that. Those are 2 points I hadn't agreed with, but yeah, no.
Do you think he know if he was on the panel right now and you asked him a question about the Constitution, do you think he could tell you anything about the Constitution? Historically or the text? Yeah.
I believe he could tell me something, maybe.
Okay, so when he was interviewed, he was being interviewed by some journalist in the Oval Office, and I think somewhere in the Declaration of Independence was there, and I also think he did this for the Constitution. They asked him a question like, "What's your favorite thing about this?" He was like, "Oh, it's just a beautiful document." They asked him the same question regarding during his first term, I think, regarding the Bible. What is your favorite? Well, do you like the Old Testament or the New Testament more? Oh, I think it's just both beautiful, blah, blah, blah. Oh, do you have a favorite verse? Oh, it's just all beautiful. So he can't tell you anything about the Bible. So he's not religious. He's got about 4 wives, cheated on like 1 or 2 of them while they were in the hospital with porn stars. That's not conservative, right? So yeah, he's not a conservative.
I mean, Trump by definition ran Democrat for the first 15, 20 years.
No, stop.
Prove my point that he's not conservative.
You're talking about conservative lifestyle and not conservative politics.
I promise you, I'm only talking to Josh.
Yeah, I promise you.
And I promise you, I promise you, I still have another 20.
Agenda didn't come from. Okay. You can pay it. You there like I'm gonna care. But yeah, you literally still a Project and Agenda 2025 comes from Reagan. Was he not conservative?
I don't care. As I was saying, Josh.
Hold on one second. Let me just read the super chat.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to at the one her HQ with the 5. Democrats ain't ish, and they still kicking the conservatives' agenda's ass. People ain't going for it. Whoa. Also, the one her HQ. Trump is still y'all shitty party leader. Coolio. Don't split hairs. Shitty and conservative still.
Just saying, he is the leader of the conservative party.
You can call Republican. The Republican Party is more about Trump than it is about conservatism at this point, which is why fiscal hawks are pushed out of the party. If you look at Macy, when he ran against, or when he was talking down about the quote unquote big beautiful bill and talking about how it's going to balloon debt and stuff and raising the debt ceiling X, Y, and Z, there's only like 12 of them that pushed out against that. So the fiscal conservatism is not there anymore. Trump has never been about saving money. So I guess growing up, this is what I always knew conservatism to be: constitutionality, like being pro Constitution and trying to rep that. Free market principles, religious more or less, home and family, and he has about 4 ex-wives. Hegseth, his SecDef, has about 4 ex-wives, cheated on them multiple times. The people around him, his what is it, the press secretary that just got pregnant, her husband's 60. So I'm confused about what about Trump you think is conservative based off of the principles that we grew up on conservatism.
So we're going to go from a difference between talking about him as a person, as a person versus him as a politician and the policies that he's pushing.
We can do.
He's not. Okay, let's talk policies.
All right,
because he is.
So hold on. Let me. I need to make so. Joshua, you saying that he is conservative, and AR saying that he is not conservative? Is that what's going on?
More or less.
I'm saying.
It's okay. It's okay, Josh. It's okay. We can hear a little Spanish. It's okay.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying while Trump may not be moving as a conservative person, Trump is in fact a political conservative as of when he's running.
All right. So let me pause. So, and AR, you saying that he is conservative? Go ahead, AR.
No.
So what is it that you're saying?
He's not.
No, I'm saying like no. I'm trying to understand what y'all disagreement is. I'm confused at it.
He said he's conservative.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
I had to butter him up.
Wait, who just slapped?
I had to butter him up. Miss J, Puerto Rico. Oh, yeah. Buy a. It says bring Otis back and buy a. Sheesh.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. All right. Go ahead, Otis, while you got the time.
Welcome back.
Go ahead, Otis.
The hell with you, Uda. And I don't even know you like that, but the hell with you. Thanks, Miss J, for bringing me back. I appreciate you. I really, really do. It's all in fun. I get it.
Yeah, I don't know why, bro. Yeah, she ain't got enough money. She better ask her husband to send her some money. I'm surprised she ain't dead yet. I was actually hoping this new year that it would come about that she had died, and she hasn't. So if we could start a prayer circle for that, that'd be great.
Well, you come on now.
And I'm out.
Oh, Otis got to go too. She spent 20 on me. She spent 20 on me and 20 to bring Otis back. She should have spent the whole 40 on me.
Go ahead and spend your little New Year's Eve check. That's fine. It's all in fun. I could care less.
I still got a little bit more. I still got about another 20. So if she put another 20, I'm coming back right away.
Spend it.
As a matter of fact, I might go do the dishes while someone's talking to get another 20. So then I'm gonna have 40. So then what?
Go ahead, Otis. What you would say, Otis?
I don't know. I lost my.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
bam. So he put the 20 on himself. He put the 20 back on your head, and he's got
And I got
extra,
10.
and he got an extra $10 in reserve.
So, as I was saying, Josh,
I really
what policies do you think are Trump makes Trump conservative? Like, if you looked over his overarching picture, because using the National Guard, for example, on in cities and stuff, and trying to start a more or less being supportive of a military state is definitely not conservative.
Right. And like I said, there's a few points that you made that I already agree with. The overall fiscal conservative. I believe Doge in its intent was intended to create fiscal conservatism. Hey,
let's stay on Doge real quick. He did not support that. Okay. He literally after he was president, he told Republicans to pass the big beautiful bill, which allowed another $2 trillion in spending, $2 or $3 trillion in spending. So he doesn't care about Doge outside of the fact that he maybe believed that it would cut some programs that would allow him to spend more money in ways that he wanted. Because it's counterproductive to say, oh, I want to spend less or I want to save money, but then open up your credit card for another $2 trillion and not even do anything to really impact Doge. Doge doesn't even really exist anymore. What have you seen happen, and what did he really push for?
So hold on, you trying to ask what happened? What he did? I think I came back at the right time.
We spent more money since he's been president. We spent more money than the previous 12 months. So the first 12 months or the 12 months of 2025, if I'm not mistaken,
we spent more money. Look at the tariffs we took in. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking to Josh, man. And tariffs is another thing, not conservative. Tariffs are not conservative.
No, I'm trying to help you understand this. If anytime you in a business, you say
the debt grew in 12 months in 2025. The debt grew faster than the 12 months of 2024, if I'm not mistaken. So you can take the tariffs into account. That's fine, even though they're a tax on citizens. Again, not conservative. It's irrelevant.
So you agree? You agree coming into president terms, a lot of policy is still rolling over from the last term, correct? Or you disagree with that?
I agree.
All right, so cool. So you asked him, hey, these first 12 months of his term is more debt. A lot of that debt was policy that was already put in place from the prior administration. You agree with that?
And so that's I don't necessarily agree with it, but we can take that to be the case. That's fine. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant again. It's irrelevant to raising the debt ceiling, $2 trillion, and it's also irrelevant to the fact that in his first term he spent more than pretty much any other president ever. So it's not just previous presidency that is the reason. It's his policies. He is not a conservative. He is not. You're going to sit here and try to tell me that he's a fiscal conservative. That's what you're trying to tell me. That's the argument you're trying to make.
I'm breaking down what you're saying. You said, hey, we saw over the last 12 months. And then what did we see in these last 12 months? Sir, I'll let you finish your full thought. And now you want to cut me off. You see how funny you got somebody who can have.
I'm talking to Josh. No,
he want to talk to
what I'm talking to Josh about.
He want to talk to Josh.
I don't find you to be that educated. I don't find you to be more educated than Josh. I actually think Josh is more intelligent than you. Josh's question or Josh's statement was that, or my statement was that Trump is not a conservative. Josh believes he is. I'm asking you if you think Trump is a fiscal conservative. You're saying no. So all that other bullshit that you're talking about is irrelevant because at the end of the day, you don't believe that Trump is a fiscal conservative. So we can have these other policies. Oh, the debt is because of this, X, Y, and Z. You don't believe he's a fiscal conservative. So what is the point of discussing it? He's not a fiscal conservative, therefore he's not a fiscal conservative.
Because being fiscally conservative doesn't mean you're not conservative.
It's one aspect, bro. Casey, why did you speak out of all people? It's one thing. He's saying he's arguing. Either man is arguing fiscally about fiscal shit. He's arguing about fiscal shit. So I asked him, the overarching point, do you believe that Trump is a fiscal conservative? If you do, then we can have the discussion. If you don't, then you arguing little tidbits about the tariffs or this, that, and the other previous presidency is irrelevant because at the end of the day, you don't find him to be a fiscal conservative. The overarching point about him being conservative, either man wasn't talking about, Josh was, and that's what I was talking to Josh about.
That's why I was saying that more or less in what Josh was talking more than anything. Not really, no offense to you, but
yeah. All right.
I want to talk to Josh. Go talk to Josh. They want to talk to dude who working. He can't even talk right now.
I don't need nobody else directing the show. Welcome into the show. It's me, Rosie. Good day. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
She ain't take her meds, huh? She ain't take her meds today. Let her go off.
No, I didn't come up here to entertain you.
Boo.
Happy New Year.
I didn't come. Happy New Year, gentlemen. Hi, Uda. Dump some sunglasses. You killing me. Hey, Kulu. Hey, E. You're looking nice. KT. Oh, anyway. Hi, Detroit. AR. I'm up here to tell you one thing.
You just said you wasn't coming to entertain me.
I'm not here to entertain.
She can't help it. Bro, it's entertaining every single time you come up here.
Listen to me. I'm going to give you a warning.
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing I do every single time you speak. I stop listening and I go do something else. I come back 10 minutes later and you're still yapping. So I'm going to put my headphones down. You're going to do your little unmedicated shit and I'll let it happen. It's funny as hell.
Go fuck your bitch. That's what you need to do. And stop coming up here sucking dick like you always do. Let me explain something to you. You need to find out who the fuck I am, okay? Because I'm not off my meds. I don't drink. I don't take fucking pills, idiot. That's you and your bitches out here and fuck you and them hoes. Let me tell you right now. Let's finish this right now. You don't know me, okay? I will ban you right now, motherfucker, for 500 and you need to pay 1,000 to come back. You know what? You got cookies and milk money, bitch? No, you don't. So what you need to do is take it easy, okay? Talk about somebody on pills, mental. The only mental job up here is you. You're a little boy trying to bully all these men up here, talking about we old and this and this and that. Between you and your bitch, you make what, 200,000? Is that what you said?
Stick and move, big dog. Stick and move.
Okay? You fucking with the wrong bitch. Do you understand me? I'm not your little hoe, okay, that you found on a dating app, okay? We could play this social media bullshit, okay? Because we could play Little Bank, because you're a little bank bitch, because I could kick you off right now, okay? I could kick you off right now. You want to play? Let's play. You got all that mouth. Let's go.
Ron, are you froze or are you stuck?
Yeah, come on. You a man. You like to attack me when I'm in the chat. You like to talk shit up here, throw side subliminals, da-da-da. Nobody ain't crazy up here or mental. Why? Because I'm Puerto Rican? That's the joke? Because I'm Puerto Rican? You mad? You forget when you come here to New York, you call us bums? You bum? You here 24/7? You know why I'm here? Because I work. Unlike you. All you do is come up here playing with your dick baby all day. Playing with the middle of your ass. You want to play with me? Always hiding behind women. Because you are a woman. You bend over. Your bitch got you with a fucking Red Bull in your mouth, dicking you in your ass. You faggot. You want some of this? You found it. Nobody ain't crazy over here. You played bitch the fucking last time. You booted me. And you let Diva take the fall, but it was you, bitch, because I went back and saw the video. Pussy. Drop me off now, because I bet you be banned from this fucking channel for life. Ask fucking Victor, fucking gay ass. Ask him. Ask all the rest of them. You want receipts, bitch? You come up here playing social media. I'm not a kid. I'm 54 years old, little boy. And you're going to respect me. You understand me? I ain't playing with you no more. I ain't none of these little boys on the panel. And you be talking to grown-ass men like they got game. You want to play the game? Let's play the game, because I know it already. I will ban you, bitch. It's $500. He can get it right now. I know Sharon Zell. Do you? Bitch. Let's go. Let's go. You big and bad. Let's go. It's 2026. We one day later.
She said big bank take little bank. That's what I heard. Big bank take little bank.
You know what? I'm itching to spend it. Let's go. Because it's only a fucking tax write-off, bitch.
Puerto Rican princess. Puerto Rican princess right there.
Okay, fuck around. Because you're finding out today. Let's go. Hello, get off your headphones. Where's your bearded bitch? Huh? You so proud of your girl. Wow. You ain't even married. The bitch ain't even pregnant. You up here talking about, Oh, y'all getting pregnant. Y'all don't know what to do. That, but you there living with your girl from your dating app. You so much better. Oh, I got a car. I got a car. I got a car. Fuck you in your car, bitch. Let's go.
Who's she talking about?
I'm talking to AR, the fucking
dang.
Asian bitch, the one that he be attacking all of you and throwing sneak shots.
He's gay. I'm just saying.
Gay as fuck. That's why he be up here attacking everybody, because he want everybody attention. He was just attacking KT, Otis, putting them against each other. I know the game already. Let's go.
Hey, Otis, by the way, you look like you got older. I don't know what happened in the last 24 hours. You look like you got older.
You gotta sit up here listening to this shit. Listen to this shit. It's 2026. Let's go, AR. Because when I leave, I'm gonna tell you, I leave. Your best bet, I'm gonna tell you right now, block me in the chat so you don't see me no more. I'm gonna warn you. Number 2, don't ever address me on this panel when I leave off of here. Do you understand me, bitch? This is what you wanted. You got my attention. Okay? You think you big and bad when you hiding behind the other ladies. When you up here, you can't face me. Y'all like to use each other, and then you want to come up here. Oh, this is just social media. This is just the internet. You're a pussy bitch, and I'm telling you myself.
On a Friday.
You're a little boy. You're my nephew's ages. My nephews don't even disrespect me the way you do. They will never be caught dead doing what you do. You think this shit is funny? You think this is a game?
Sharon, you think this is a game?
Let her have a moment. Let her have a moment, Eat a Man.
No, it's not. That's not it, Otis. Because you know what, Otis? You be doing your thing, and I got it. And I tip my hat off to you. But you never disrespected none of us. Your business is your business.
Thank you, Miss J. I appreciate
that. You're welcome. Hey, let's go. Take off your headphones. Where's your hoe at? Maybe you should put her on the phone so I can tell her what a dickhead you are. Oh, she's a lawyer. I'm IT. Oh, let me go watch dishes. Let me bend over so I can get fucked up in my ass while I'm washing dishes. Because you a bitch. This is what you wanted? Talk about I'm crashing out? No. You got my attention, my undivided attention. Yes, I'm Puerto Rican. You don't like it too damn motherfucking bad. Tell me right now. Talk about the Hispanics like you do. I'm right here. Talk about, well, the Hispanics. I'm Puerto Rican. Proud of it.
Dale, que estamos aquí.
Dile que es un fucking maricón. Es un fucking maricón.
Es un pájaro, eso no es nada.
Soy un fucking pájaro. Ese pone los fucking trajes de noche como un fucking mismo pato.
Silencio, por favor, silencio.
You have to go to my cash app. I will go straight to Zoe. Come here, open your mouth now. I dare you. Don't wait till I leave. I dare you. I'll be right back. Because I worked late today, bitch. I got nothing but time. And I work all weekend. Let's go, bitch. You need to find out who I am. Seriously. I see you on all other panels talking about Sharon, shitting on everybody. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know Sharon?
He does? Yeah. Really?
You don't know?
No, don't say that.
Yeah, please.
Really?
Yeah, they come over here.
Damn, I just got back. She's still talking? That's crazy.
No,
I just came back from doing the dishes. She's still talking. This is crazy. It's been like 10 minutes.
Damn, you just came back to the point. She said that you was on other panels throwing Sharon name out the damn window with the bay and the bath waters and all types of shit.
There you go. Exactly. Where's your bearded hoe at? Where's your bearded hoe at? Oh, you went to go suck dick? That's where you was? Sucking dick? Please drop me like you did the last time. Your mute button is off, dumb faggot.
Ooh, we like to put the word.
That word is harsh. That word is harsh.
I'm sorry.
The word is harsh.
Yeah,
I get.
I get you mad, but you gotta be careful with the
Mariconazo.
Mariconazo. So fucking.
Cuevadoches is a good one.
Cuevadoches is here. Come on,
yo, don't do that, Sharon.
You're gonna wait for everybody to come back from vacation so you can talk. Do it now. Don't wait for everybody to come back. Do it now.
Hey, AR, my dog wanna bend you over, AR.
Come on. You've been looking for it. You've been
My dog
begging
want to
for
bend you
my
over,
attention.
AR. Come on. I got a
You've
bitch
been
boy for
begging
you.
for my attention.
I
Let's
got a bitch
go.
boy for you.
Let's entertain the people, AR. That's why
I
you're
got a
here,
bitch boy
right?
for you.
You're
His
here to
name
make
AR.
money, right? AR, you're here to make money, right? You're here pimping yourself out. Let's go. I'll pimp you, but you won't come back. I promise you. You saw Victor last week trying to come in the back?
I got a bitch boy you can bend over. His name AR. You want him? His name AR. Go get him. Go bend him over.
Do you know how
Go
many
bend him
people
over.
are banned from this channel? And you're next, bitch. And it's $1,000 to come back. You didn't know that? Dummy. Come here. What happened, AR? You don't want to play with me now? I'm mad. Come on. Come to my sandcastle and play. Oh, you don't like women. That's the problem. You like little girls, like that bearded bitch that sleeps to you next to you every night. You got her. Yes, Daddy. I'll poke you in the butt. Come on, let's go. Come on, play with me. Let's go. When I leave this panel, your best thing to do is not mention my name ever again. Don't come at me. Don't block me, please. Because I can't find you in the streets. My block list already is up to 300. Let's go. You ready? Don't ever mention my name again. Don't test me. Do you hear me? Don't test me. You want attention? See? You're an embarrassment to your people on the panel. You're an embarrassment. See how you do it, fellas? You see, this is how you take care of him. Don't let him be sunning y'all and disrespecting y'all with his little milk and cookie money. I got milk and cookie money. My bitch gave me money. You wanted it, you got it. I'm going to leave this panel because the money right there to boot you was $70 and it's already in my cash app. But the 500 is in the bank. Okay, little boy? Okay, little boy? Don't say, oh, the old socks and the pills and all this shit. Tell me now, pendejo. Call me crazy now, pendejo. I'm waiting.
Pendejo. That sounds so good.
I ain't gonna lie. I think you could whip his ass. Rosie, I think you could beat him in a fight too.
Listen. First of all, he's not even who he say he is. That's why he stays behind that avatar. And he comes over here.
It's been 5 minutes. I've been gone for 5 minutes. She's still talking.
I don't give a fuck. You've been 5 minutes, bitch.
Crazy
I got time. The guys are looking at you. They all laughing at you. I know you listening. Come here. What happened? What's the matter? You wanted Rosie to come out? Here goes Rosie. Miss J for you. Come here. What happened? Guess where? It was a whole plot for you to come after me too? You were part of the plot? I've been around too long to understand the game. Do you know the game, little boy? See, I'm not here to make Sharon money. I'm his supporter, you dumbass. I'm not here to smash, bash on people. I come every day. I share him out. We share. It's called support. Now up here looking like an ass, embarrassing your fellow panelists up here, talking to them like they children. You're the child. You're younger than all of them. You're younger than Joshua.
Damn, you cooking today, Miss J.
No, but the thing is, you know what? As soon as I leave, his little pussy ass is gonna talk shit about me, like a little boy. Yeah, of course he is.
Unfortunately, you are correct. He's going to.
No, you know what he did? He dropped me down and let Diva take the blame, and it was him. It was him who booted me. And then he was talking shit in the chat, like a little boy, like the rest of you that be all on those other panels talking shit. Oh, it's the internet. Okay, it's the internet. Pay to boot me. Come on, let's go. Because it's $70 to boot you. You pay $50. You said I'm broke. You know what? Let me entertain you. Because the $100 I'm going to give right now,
What's up, Bunkin? Bunkin came back for the
I'm gonna give
smoke.
right
My
now
guy
to boot
Bunkin.
you, and then another 5 to ban you. How much you want to make a bet? You want to test me, you little piece of shit?
Damn.
Watch this, and I want Siobhan to show it to everybody. Don't fuck with me, okay? You think I'm crazy? I'm far from crazy. I just don't play with little boys. I'm a grown ass woman, okay? I'm
Hey,
grown.
Bunkin, this is your fault, Bunkin. I
No,
told you every time you
and
come around,
brought Bunkin out. That's Bunkin.
I'm blaming the white man.
Bunkin, I'm never gonna bother you again. I promise you for camming up. Okay, just for that, I'm gonna leave you alone. But what is this little bitch's name? AR here, so you could show them what I did.
What?
Okay, so you're 50, right? So you got $30 to save you. Okay, so here, I play with you. I play the game very, very well. Okay. All right, Shimon, check your cash out. Ban that little piece of shit for a couple of. Let's see if he pays what I pay, and then I'm gonna ban his ass. I promise you, and I say it in front of everybody. And he will never fucking talk here again.
Damn, Rosie, are you single?
No, I am not.
All right.
No, I am not single, my love. That's the problem. That's what these little boys don't understand. They think they're playing with little girls. I'm not a little fucking girl. $100, bitch. Just kick him off. Don't even ask him no fucking questions. Just get rid of him. And I'm gonna tell you right now.
Just want the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
And I'm a promise.
I know for a fact Sharon better never tell me not how to run his show again. You better never fix your lips to tell me I can't tell you how to run this show.
You know what?
You are not Miss J.
Hold on, E, not for nothing. No, E, no, for real. I respect you and I love you from the bottom of my heart. You're a sweetheart. I disagree with some things and I agree, but that's not the point. AR be playing in your faces. And AR likes to hide behind, he likes to throw the rock and hide his hands. And he likes to hide behind the bullshit. And I'm not here for the bullshit. I don't fuck with nobody. And people just need to let shit go. And I'm promising you, AR, this is just the beginning of what's going to happen to you. Your best.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that $100 ain't shit. You got to spend more of that disability. You saw talking about promises and stuff. Like, what are promises when you can be about action? Why do I want to be promised something when you can just show me? That's why I want to see you come out of $500. I want to see that disability check cut in half. That's what I want to see. Come out of 500. Because I don't like when people say that, I promise you, I'm going to do this. Just do it. You ain't got to talk about it. Just do it. That's all you got to do. Just show me. We all want to see this a new year. Everybody happy. This shit make me happy. Just show me. Because I'm not even listening to what you're saying. I don't even know what you've been saying. I just saw $100 on the screen, so I sent 100. Send 500 or whatever it is.
First of all, I work for a living, dummy. That's your problem. You like to talk and you don't know shit.
Also, happy New Year, Bumpkin. I hope you're staying warm up there. I know it's cold as shit.
First of all, no, bitch. I'm talking to you. And second of all, you said you got a $500 daily limit on what? Your cash app? So nobody don't find out who you are? You got to hide who you are? Because you want to know what Sharon Zell is? Because he's going to show it to you right now, dumb bitch. And he's by the way, for everybody to know, when I ban you, it's $1,000 to come back. Okay, bitch? Remember that. Okay? You gotta let your ego, you can't let your ego go. That's your problem. Okay? That's what a lot of your problems is. I hope you got $1,000 in that cookie jar. Okay, because you think you're making Siobhan $500. You make them $1,000 when you come back, bitch.
Damn. I wonder if he has it to pay. I'm kind of curious.
No, he ain't gonna. He is gonna do it, and that's when he's allowed to come back. I want to see him pay it. You're absolutely right.
Can you do it, Ayo? I'm just curious. I'm not really sure. I kind of think you have the money, but I don't really think you do. Even though you shouldn't prove it to me, I'm nobody. I'm just a Gen Xer. But do you have the money? I'm just curious because you do a lot of
why am I
talking.
still here?
If you got any last
Why
words?
am I still here, dude?
You
I was
have any?
told
You have
someone was
any?
gonna
You
spend
have any last
500 or
words?
1,000. I don't know what. I don't know how much. 500 or $1,000
You know
to get
why,
me off.
bitch?
Why
Because
why
you
has
have
it
to
not been sent?
understand. I
Why
don't
has
live
it
on
not been sent? I'm
disability.
still here.
I don't live
It is
on
4:49,
disability.
and I'm
You know
still.
what?
I'm
And
still
the
in the chat.
problem
Like,
is
come
you
on.
just like to talk.
Where is the
That's your
money?
problem.
Spend the disability check. Forget groceries this week. Spend the disability check. You don't need groceries. You can starve. I know you're a bit overweight as it is. Starve. Matter of fact.
What? I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. Matter of fact, what?
Trying this.
You're gonna let your ego do something you can't. Your big mouth shut. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Works. That's his problem. He thinks he's smarter than the average bear.
Sharon, it's been a minute. It's 4:50 now, and I'm still here.
Okay, no.
Let me just read this in the chat real quick. Work academics is $2. AR is stupid. He thinks he's smarter than he is. You got problems with Mr. Work too? God dang it.
Can someone explain? I don't got my headset on.
What I
Can someone
missed?
just hold up something and tell me why I'm still here? Why am I still here? I was told I was getting kicked off.
I did kick you off, and you paid to come back. The question is, do you got money to come back? You have $1,000 to come back? Do you have $1,000 to come back?
Someone was detected at your front door.
It's on for about 30 minutes now. Still ain't sent the 500. They don't send it along.
That's your problem, big mouth. You have $1,000. Do you have
If your
$1,000?
disability ain't covering it, you can get someone you know. Just tell them you have an emergency and you need some money.
No, emergency. Listen.
That's all you got to
Siobhan,
do.
you ready? Siobhan, you ready? Siobhan, where are you?
Hold on,
wait.
hold on for a second. Yeah, wait for a second. He's going to come back because I'm curious. I'm trying to see what AR is going to be. I'm trying to see how he's going to respond to that.
Yeah, hey, please. He came in. He said my disability money. He said my food money. Dummy, you need to find out. Well, when you send $1,000, that's when I'll leave you alone.
What was the topic prior to this?
The topic, there's no topic. The topic is me ripping him a new asshole. That's
Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj getting deported.
Joshua, shut the fuck up. Press rewind, bumpkin.
Hey, you might as well.
Shut the fuck. You know what? You getting on my last.
I will actually play that
game.
game.
Do me a favor. Clear your throat. You sound like a dead horse. You are
all that shit don't mean nothing to me.
Listen, baby oil boy.
No, I can't.
Don't try to stand up for your boy. Don't even do it.
So are you banning me too?
Your best point is your best point.
Are you banning me too? Look, I don't give a fuck about none of that.
If you don't shut up, you know what? Oh, why I'm attacking your masculinity? Oh, what happened? You got to protect
that barker shit is boring to me.
No, you boring. You boy, don't even talk. Listen, we had enough of you for the past 2 weeks. Don't talk about boring.
Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this?
Stop boring with your beard. You're not
Are we going to do this?
Boy, shut up. I'm waiting for.
See, here's the thing. I actually have the money to play this game.
Anyway, Shaman, here you go.
No, you talking shit to me now. Let's get this.
Shaman is 1,000 for him to come back. Okay.
Hey, drop that 5.
You mean it, Sharon?
Boy, if you do not know me, you're gonna learn.
That's baby girl. Fuck the dumb shit. Hey, I played this game.
Shut the
I want that life. I'm an actual criminal. Let's play this game.
Voice of yours.
Hey, actual criminal. Quit playing with me. Don't talk shit. Let's get it.
We got it.
Yeah. Man, you dumb bitch. I played that game. Let's go.
Sharon, be careful because my name is on there. Be careful. Okay, you know where it came from. Yeah, be careful. My name is on there. It's not the cash.
You want me to ask him any questions or
ask him if he got $1,000 to come back?
I guess she wants to know, do you have 1,000 to come back? AR random independent. that is up to you. Hold on.
The fuck up in 2024. You sound
Okay. I'm gonna put it. I gotta because I'm gonna put it where I scratch your name out.
Cover my name. You see, bitch. There's no $500 limit on disability checks. You faggot. Or me, gay ass. You bitch. Sorry, take it back. Blame me if you want to.
I gotta clean it up because they got your real. I gotta.
You know what? Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, I gotta do something.
Cover all my. Yep, that's it. See how we do it. This is how we do it.
Wow.
Damn, this tax money goes into this year. Damn. Okay. Anyway, it's okay. This is how we do it. Coming on, no.
All right. So, okay, yeah.
Bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. Anyway, you guys continue having. Bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. It's 1,000. Go get your cookie money up. Oh, you know what? You know how to suck them, them little peepees real good. Go learn how to do it. It ain't no disability check over here ever. Do you understand me? Ever. Okay? You can't play with your friends anymore. Boo. Oh, and by the way, you banned from the chat too. As soon as I see your name, I ban you.
I'm great at helping you organize game nights.
You can't even talk in the. Hey, Echo, shut up. Echo, be quiet. Thank you. Damn. Okay. So, adios, gentlemen.
Got it. Zipping my digital lips.
Oh, nice.
Catch you later, Jalen.
Echo want to talk
Even Echo got respect for Jalen. Gentlemen, have a good rest of your day. I have to get back to work. It was a pleasure. Play nice with each other, please. Thank you. Okay.
You have a beautiful weekend. You have a beautiful weekend, and Happy New Year to you, Miss J.
I will be working this weekend. Yeah, working for my disability check, right? Oh, he's not here anymore.
I don't know why y'all want to play.
I don't get in the way.
That was something, huh, Sharon? That was something.
Definitely. He called a bluff. He didn't believe.
Well, he just did what made you $600, $700.
You can look at it that way if you like. That's that's the way a lot of people look at those things for some strange. I think they only look at it like that when it comes to my show, which is very weird to me. But yeah.
No, CT show too, or any kind of like where bounties are up. I look at it like that.
It's an interesting thing because when I'm having good conversations, nobody say, "Hey, those conversations." You know what I mean? Like it's always weird. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
But
so we're going back to Nicki Minaj yet?
I mean, sheesh. Very interesting. So, hey, listen. It is what it is. She put her money where her mouth. She said she's gonna do what she said she's gonna do. He challenged her. So let's get back to the conversation. Let me drink some water. Like I do find it weird. Like I don't understand. Like maybe some people get mad because I do get some kind of support.
No,
I mean look, it's weird. Like I don't understand.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand. It's weird. But what we was talking about was Josh was saying that how Trump is not conservative, and AR was saying that he is conservative. What's your thoughts, Bumpkin? Is he conservative?
I mean, I think he's 78 years old, right?
Damn.
So
And
I would.
he got some bruises on his hands. They say that's tied to dementia too, but hey, I don't know.
Yeah, he's 78 years old, so I would imagine being that old, you would have to have some conservative values.
Huh?
I would say that you'd have to have some sort of conservative values, because like how progress works is society progresses, and then the older you get, the more set in your ways you are, so that would make you inherently conservative. Even Biden was in some regards conservative to the like that modern progressive level, you know what I mean? In retrospect, it's like yeah, if you catch what I'm putting down.
So based on what you're saying, just based on your logic, I'm just asking the question because I do consider myself to be a conservative, and I was conservative since I was in my 20s. But with that being said, you're saying on your logic, the Democratic Party is shrinking because once you get over into your millennium, the Gen X age, you're going to automatically switch over to being conservative, most likely. Based on your logic, the conservative pool or the side of the conservatism should be much higher than it is, correct?
No, because there's usually more kids of college age that come about. So like you've seen in the Democratic Party, you've seen that shift between as the younger Democrats are coming in, the older Democrats are trying to hold power. And comparatively, the older Democrats are more conservative in retrospect to the new Democrats that are coming into the fold, like the Ilmar Omar's, the why do I always forget her name? What the hell is her name? Ortez. You know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
AOC.
Yes. AOC, thank you. Yes. AOC and those likes. Like comparatively, they are more conservative because that's how progressivism works.
Just saying your views over time will be deemed conservative as time passes because it will be an idea of the old.
Right,
That
because
at one point it was progressive, but 100 years from now, that same
your microphone is low, Sway.
Give me a second.
Yeah, because I could barely hear you for some strange reason. Either your volume was up.
How about now?
Yeah.
Better, yeah. Now I was saying that all he's saying is over time, your thought of progressive is going to become conservative just with time. So that one thought of progressive in the 1950s, now in 2025 would be deemed conservative because it was in the 1950s.
A good example of this is gay rights, by the way. A good example of this, especially with conservatives. Because 100 years ago, right? Most modern day conservatives were not down with gay rights whatsoever, but now they are.
Okay.
But now it's just transgenderism they're not okay with, right? Like it's very difficult to find a modern day mainstream conservative that holds a political office being anti-gay marriage.
Yeah, what he's saying is there's a lot of modern conservatives who aren't necessarily fighting against like gay marriage and stuff like that. They don't care so much about that as much they care about these trans doing what they're doing as much. At one point, if you asked a conservative from the 50s, he would have said down with the gay marriage. Now you ask a conservative, this 30-year-old conservative, he probably doesn't care.
Yeah.
You are correct. We're more concerned with the transgender situation for us, them going into a man's bath. I got you. I see your point. I got it.
I feel like that's a way of conflating the question, though, because it doesn't answer the question of whether Trump represents conservative views or not. We're saying that conservative views have shifted. Is that what you're saying? Because it doesn't answer the question of whether Trump and his way of, governing, whether he actually is a conservative. You're just saying that conservatism has changed.
Yeah, he's questioning the premise of conservatism. He's like, what are we deemed conservative now? Because what we deem conservative now is not what we deemed 50 years ago or 100 years ago. And by definition,
what is conservative now?
Yeah, he would say he is now, but 50
what is
years ago, he would
now,
probably say no.
What represents conservative now?
I couldn't answer that question, to be honest with you.
My definition of a conservative would be pro-life, pro-business, less government in your business affairs.
He definitely not conservative now. He want the government.
Those are the top three. I say those are the top three.
Against,
right. So
against
by
mass
those
welfare,
definitions,
Would you also not say pro-family?
Against
Wait,
mass
would you also not
welfare,
say
against
pro-family?
illegal
Of course,
immigration.
yes.
and by those definitions, he's not. Yeah, by those definitions, Trump is.
Is he against mass welfare or against illegal immigration?
Well,
yes.
He's definitely not for families because he's definitely not for families because he's been divorced and cheated on multiple wives, right?
Goddamn.
But did you what Sway just said though? He did, but he is against illegal immigration, which is a very strong conservative point. Very strong. He's holding up his end of the bargain on that, even though there's a big so he's doing his job on that. So address that
even if he's doing it without due process, right?
I
Which
think
is illegal.
That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately,
illegal,
the problem
right?
is, I think ultimately the problem is the spokespeople are going to lean on the extreme. They're not going to lean in the middle. So if you're going to ask a general, in my opinion, you ask a general Democrat that leans on the full on the left, they're going to say no. If you ask them full on the right, they're going to say no to either way. But if you ask the majority of people, they're probably going to say he's a Republican. He's a conservative.
Well, I believe he's a Republican.
They're not going to
because
say
of what
just because he said grab him by the pussy or whatnot now makes him a Democrat, or he's cool with. He doesn't care so much about baby deletions and stuff like that. I think if you hold certain values, ultimately they won't allow you to line on the progressive side, like general welfare and certain humanitarian belief systems. If he doesn't subscribe to that, where he's trying to like be the guy that saves everybody, generally speaking, they're not going to deem him a progressive or a liberal. They're going to just slide him to the conservative.
And this
Can I say this? Most conservatives, and I don't know the numbers, the conservatives that I know, we look at it as two different ways. One, I will say this, for me, Trump is not a moral conservative for his family. Hear me out. For his family and things like that. Morally, I'd be the first to say it. No, I'd be on the first pedestal. No, but business-wise, economy-wise, he is very strong conservative-wise, and that's what I care about. I don't care. Not them just going to come out messed up. Yes, it's upsetting that he makes the comments that he makes, morally, decisions that he makes for us, his marriages and all that. Yes, that bothers me, but that's morally. Business-wise, he's on the right track. Immigration, on the right track. Everything that deals with business, everything that deals with that stuff, he's fine with me. That personal stuff, of course not. And I think we could decipher or distinguish the two. And I think a lot of people are not doing that. They picking on that personal side, which is rough. I agree. But business side, you really can't come back with stuff. I haven't heard it.
So let me ask you this question, Otis. This Trump, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be, based off of this election, but I could be wrong because I'm very ignorant. But has Trump proven that he's pro small business with this term? Because if he hasn't, then he is not pro business. He's not pro in terms of conservative. He's not pro business.
He speaks verbally big business, but the policies that he's put in that I've researched myself and that's in the tax laws, it's for small businesses. You just got to go do your research because it's not hidden and do what you do. But verbally, he's speaking for the big masses. He's talking to big business. He's talking that Fortune 500 shit. Yes, I agree with you there. But small business wise, it's out there. It's out there. It's there. Yes.
Even though the majority of businesses are small businesses.
Wait, if you look into parts of the big beautiful bill, it actually did subsidize a lot of small farms. It subsidized a lot of small businesses to allow them to grow and get the tax write-offs that they would have lost a couple years ago.
Well, okay, I thought you were going to talk about because of some of the
policies. Some of the subsidiaries that came with the First Step Act of 2017 changed and some of them came back in the big beautiful bill. In the first step act of the FSA, it actually changed a lot of moral issues in regards to, like I sat down, I read the entire first step act. I haven't fully read the big beautiful bill, so I might be wrong on some cases. But in what I've read, it did subsidize farms because we were losing a lot of farmland. It allowed us to start re-drilling. It allowed us to start doing things that we need to do to flourish as a country financially. So to be fair, I think Trump's a constitutional conservative, meaning that things that are protected by the Constitution, he tries to stand on. Before we start talking about
Constitution, that's crazy shit.
Hold on.
They be young and dumb, but we got an old nigga up here agreeing. Lord.
Yeah, I agree with him. I agree with him. Trump, everything what you said, Josh, the last part is 100% correct. He does fight the Constitution, but they don't understand the point that he's fighting. He's upholding an aspect.
He didn't say hold on. He didn't say the Constitution. He didn't say no, Otis.
No, he did. He said fighting the Constitution, but I think he meant fights for the Constitution.
No, that's not what he meant.
That's what I meant. Yes, fight for the Constitution. Yes, I apologize. My fault. He does fight for the Constitution.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Thank you. He does. I do. Yes, he does.
Even Duncan don't believe that.
You need to know. Listen, you need to learn how to read the policies that he's putting. He does.
So why did the Supreme Court decided to vote? Why did they voted against what he did and say it's not constitutional?
So there's a difference between legal constitutionality and constitutionality on its face.
What?
The problem is, hold on.
Constitution is legal, written by lawyers.
But the interpretation of it is person to person, and that changes through Supreme Court.
It's not person to person. We have
all law is interpretation.
God damn.
All law is interpretation. That's why there's so many cases every year that talk about constitutionality. It talks about how this is interpreted, that because you have to have a constitutional conflict in order for it to even get to the Supreme Court. A lot of gun cases back in 2022.
Small government making on their own rules whenever they want, and then somebody got to fight it, and then it goes to the Supreme Court, and they say no, they got to knock it down or they keep it up, whatever. They upheld it. You don't know what you're talking about. You constitutional conversation. Take your ass to the side. Hey, back to
ma'am. Hold up. I literally had nothing to do but study this while I was in prison.
No,
that math doesn't make sense.
In prison after you broke the law, you prison
while I was in prison.
Hold on, slow down. So you saying the law is up to interpretation, or like that's what you're saying?
All law is literally interpretation of what that law is. That's the reason why some laws have been overturned. They were reviewing the entire 922 not 5 years ago, because 922 prohibits firearms.
So regardless of if they overturn it or whatever, for whatever reason, because they had a better whatever's going on. So you're saying that I could interpret the law differently than what it actually is?
That's what the entire that's why you see two different judges on the Supreme Court argue the same case in two different ways. They're both interpreting it differently.
Let me simplify what I'm asking. All right, so if somebody gets go to jail for stealing something, you say I could interpret stealing differently from the judge and say, hey, that's not stealing?
No, the elements will still be basically the same. That's not a big enough thing. Let's talk something constitutional. Let's say a firearm transaction. In the state of Texas, no firearms are made. Legally speaking, every firearm in the state of Texas affects interstate commerce, which allows it to be an ATF case by actual legal standard, because it affected interstate commerce during some point in its lifetime. Because of that, Malona Martinez in 2016 explained that even though a firearm transported through interstate commerce, it literally is still protected by the Constitution, regardless if it transports in interstate commerce or not. It was confirmed in Rosales Morales in 2017. And again, I know this because one of my cases got overturned because of these two cases. These two exclusive cases. It's why I know so much about them.
Wait, hold on.
So,
Yeah, like Shadow's right here. I don't know why we're acting like this. Like, this is how the Supreme Court works. You have different judges that take that position throughout the years, and then they will actually rework Supreme Court rulings. And after that Supreme Court ruling, that is the preference. That's why Roe v. Wade was overturned. That's why these things happen, because they are reworked and they have a different interpretation, and then they re-vote on the matter, and then whatever interpretation wins that vote, it changes. Yes.
No, what happened? The people on the Supreme Court changed, right? And they was against Roe versus Wade. That is the only thing changed.
Yes,
but
okay, but they can't just be like we're against. They can't just be like
they broke the law. Yes.
They can't just be. They can't just be like we're against Roe v. Wade.
Yes,
they
but they did.
You have to actually just look at the Supreme Court ruling.
That's not what they said in the opinion.
Yeah, they have to.
I mean, just the simple fact that if you put
different. No, hold on. This is what I'm trying to get. So this is what we're saying that is an interpretation. No, the law is the law. Now,
well, I mean, just from the simple fact. Well, I was just saying, just from the simple fact that when Bond brought up that if you had a different group of Supreme Court justices up there, they would rule it differently. Then that means it would become subjective and interpreted.
No, they broke the law. They look. When they
hold on,
they
didn't break
the law.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So hold on. Let's break that down. So it's what 6 different people, and then they work out through whatever that law is, and why they would change it or put it and all these other things. 7, right? 7. So like you have to go through. You gotta go through a whole process. But when you saying that it's just an interpretation, once it's in law, that's law. It ain't no interpretation after that.
But then other Supreme
that's not true.
I understand what you mean.
Multiple laws have been struck on this very conversation. Multiple laws have been struck for the very same reasons.
No, I understand both perspectives.
That's what I'm saying. That's not necessarily true.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go Sway, then we're gonna go Bomb Cherry. So this way, I can get their voice in. Go ahead.
I'm always trying to understand everyone's perspective as much as possible. And Sharon, I understand yours when you're saying the law is the law, because if I was to equate it to like our electrical code or your HVAC code, the interpretation he's talking about is when you have an inspector there and he's trying to interpret that code to fit whatever he feels is deemed safety for that situation. But if you know that that's not the code, ultimately you're up to disagreeing with them and proving against it. But you know, some guys don't want to do that because it's a hassle, or they might have to sit there and deal with now a corrupt inspector that's going to make life harder for them. But ultimately, the people who are in position of power to make the decisions based on the code are allowed to interpret it to an extent, and you are allowed to fight them on it, because like you said, the code is the code, but there will be people sitting there to try to interpret that code differently based on different situations or different people. That's the only way I can compartmentalize it in terms of the justice system. The fact that you have people up there given power to make decisions on the law, then it's up to them to interpret that law based on their own human psychology. And I can think of that for our field as well, the code book.
Hold on, Bomb Cherry was next. Go ahead, Bomb.
Yeah, because what y'all saying.
My bad.
It's okay. So listen, for over 20 years, right? For actually 50 years, this law been in place, and throughout the years, they have been trying to change it. But we have a administration now who put in place people who will do his work. So he promised certain things. He put the people in place, and those people did their jobs. So they absolutely. What are y'all saying? The law just changed overnight, or in 1 year the law changed based on a few people? And that makes no sense.
A constant push against it. It's been a constant push against it since the 50s.
Right.
I mean, since 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now the young ladies growing up in this generation have less rights than their mothers and their grandmothers.
That's crazy as hell. Wow.
That's the impact of.
First of all, abortion isn't right.
Go ahead.
First, the same people who just made abortion illegal are the ones who made it legal. You need to go do your
I thought we
research.
got to say baby deletions.
So let's talk realism.
Okay.
I thought that word was a trigger word, like the F word.
No, that's not the same.
It's not?
No, the F word is a slur.
I
The
thought.
other one is a legal, actual.
Well, I mean, there's just certain words like you can't say the small hat people and
You
the
really can't.
jab and
You can
some of
really
that
say
stuff is
trigger.
just
you can't say
some of
great.
that stuff
You can't say the great word and essay
That's
word.
some.
Stuff
That's
like
some
Technically, you're
YouTube.
not supposed to say it without a trigger warning. There has
Well,
to
I'm
be a
just
trigger
saying.
warning
I don't know.
first.
These are
Listen,
YouTube words that people have claimed, but that's not factual. Show me a list that
No,
tells
that's
you.
what that's what I'm telling you. That's why I thought under the not the factual, the YouTube words that people are claiming. I thought the baby deletion word was under that. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
help Sharron's
only in
channel.
the
If it's
black
not,
sector do they do that. In other sectors, they openly talk about what they're talking about.
I'm just trying to respect his channel.
But it's okay. I wouldn't hurt Sharon's channel. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
if Sharon said don't use the word, I have no problem not using the word. I'm sorry.
it's a medical procedure.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a medical procedure. So
They be BSing around here. It's YouTube. Anyway, sorry, Bomb. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, it's
You
okay.
were talking about the
It's
baby
okay.
deletions.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
just
didn't
saying
even.
it's been a law for a very long time. They put the right people in to strike it down, and it affects men just as much as women, and especially in our community. We know this already.
yes.
Hold on, let me read a couple of because I ain't even read these super chats that came in earlier because there was a lot going on. Work academics with $2. AR still did because Sharon feels bad for him. Also, work academics with $2. The topic is AR being fed. Sheesh, he on your top. Hey, work academics with $2. The I on AR screen stands for idiot. Corinne Mackey with the $1.99. She said, "Love, put that crown on." Thank you so much, Miss Corinne. Appreciate you. Yeah, I believe Josh was trying to talk.
Okay, so when there's a few issues with everything that's being said. First and foremost, there was not an actual specified law that protected abortion. What it did, it's actually a protection because they weren't allowing you to be to disrupt abortion because they use it as an autonomy right. They use it as a right, not a law. The right to bodily autonomy. The reason why Dobbs is an issue, like I said, it's a whole different thing. Y'all have to understand in order for a case to even make it to the Supreme Court, there has to be a circuit split in the United States. Like two different circuits have to interpret the same opinion two different ways. And because of that difference, it then has to go to the Supreme Court for resolution. So when we're talking about resolutions in cases like this, like the firearms case, they were trying to argue that felons should be allowed to have firearms because every person is supposed to be protected, have the right to bear arms. In that same sentence, they said, well, what about people who are illegal immigrants? Because that's 18 USC 922O, 922G, and 922F. Those are all different laws that prohibit you from firearms in A, B, or C. But because the Constitution protects persons in the United States for having guns, it's why every year there's 5+ gun cases that run across the Supreme Court. But it's also why you didn't see any major changes into the balance of Republican versus Democrat judges changed. It's why the gun laws started looking different. It's why all the gun bans that used to be out are no longer standing the way that they were. Whether I agree with them or not isn't the point. The point is laws can be interpreted differently by different people. One of the major issues.
New laws. You listen. We even have people who that's all they do is interpret the Constitution. That's all they study. That's all they do, right?
Right.
So, like everybody knew all it took was some people to get up there who claimed they was against it. He put those people through. I think it was 3 judges he got. Didn't he get 3? He got 3 picks, so it was 6-3.
He got 3.
Yeah, you waited for some people to die. You had to wait for the people to die so you could get people in. And the question was, do you believe in abortion? Like these questions shouldn't have even been asked before they was appointed, but they did.
Because they were worried.
But a lot of those questions, questions were asked. A lot of those questions were asked when they were being appointed. They were asked. Comey Barrett answered it first. Comey Barrett says, "I'm a practicing Catholic." Amy Coney Barrett
No.
said she was a practicing Catholic.
They
That was her
said
response
they
to that
said
sentence.
they believe that Roe versus Wade was settled law, which means it's been on the book so long that we don't need to be changing this. That's what they said when they were doing their. That's what they said during their confirmation hearings and stuff like that. Which
But
they
hold
lied.
on, do you remember when they countered her argument? They said, Coney Barrett, are you not a practicing Catholic? She goes, what does my religion have to do with this conversation? Then they explained because practicing Catholics have a no abortion at all.
Right.
There's no abortion.
check it out. So why did she vote? How did she vote?
She voted against Roe v. Wade because
There
it was
you go.
because they believe that they believe infants have a right to life.
They confirmed her
They said-
due to knowing that she was, and that's why they was asking those questions, right? To see if she knows that she shouldn't be touching that law, but then by her being who she was, they knew that's what she was going to do.
Why
That's
shouldn't
what they were.
she touch it? But Bomb, why shouldn't she touch it? Let's
Because
start there.
confirmed. It's
Why shouldn't she
standing
touch
law.
it? Regardless, laws, they have literally rechecked laws consistently. Like, I understand what y'all are getting at, but even though it's settled law, something came up that challenged the settlement. It gave it shaky ground again, forced it back.
No,
how did Dobbs make it to the Supreme Court?
Hear me out. Hear me out. The only thing that came up was different.
Dobbs Jackson make it to the Supreme Court?
The only because
Let's
you
start
have
there.
different district judges. All right,
And we're gonna
because you
really have
appoint
this
district-
conversation. Let's be honest.
Okay. Does the president appoint the district judges too?
Yes.
So
President appoints
the
district
way that
judges and circuit judges.
Right. So the way you can influence the Supreme Court, can you influence the circuit and the district courts? The same way?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if you get enough people in here,
These are lifetime appointments.
right? So if you get people in here that believe your point of view, if I believe that abortions are terrible and this and that, and I get enough judges around the country in the positions where they need to be, couldn't they overturn what I think is wrong, even though it's settled law?
Yes, but again, in order for that to even happen,
yes.
Okay.
This was the problem. This was the problem with when Barack was in office and they were blocking a lot of his appointees, right? Because these things have been questioned about all these judges and everything like that. And nobody really wants like things that are settled law, things that constitutionally have been already litigated and stuff like that, that we have the Supreme Court that made a decision on. Nobody wants to go back on that stuff unless they didn't agree with it in the first place. They don't care about what the people want or what the judges have ruled. They just want their point of view.
Just a quick question. Just quick. Detroit, you said you were saying some laws that pretty much was clear that was going to be set in stone. The only laws I can think of, well, let me ask you, was Roe v. Wade an amendment?
It wasn't an amendment. No.
No.
Those are the only ones I can think of that are set in stone and pretty much are.
Nothing is set in stone. That's
No,
the
I'm
point.
just saying that obviously not because prohibition got, redone and all that. I'm not saying necessarily set in stone, but those are the only ones I can compartmentalize as legally set in stone. Like we pretty much allow those to be our constitutional baseline.
What's supposed to be set in stone is the separation of church and state. Right. So
and it
the
is.
church is the one who, based on your religion, is the one who's wanting to undo Roe versus Wade.
That's not how these things work, though. I'm sorry. I can't. That's not how these things work.
It shouldn't work that way. But
What Bomb Cherry? What is the basis of all morality within people? Like what sets the standard from the beginning? From the beginning of conception, from the beginning of all morality set, let's just say the United States, right? What set, or the West, let's just say the West, what set our basis for morality? It
Tell
was.
us. Why don't you tell us?
It was religion. It was religion. That is the basis of
all of
Western
us don't
morality.
believe in religion. Only those that you believe. Okay, well, so then it doesn't set everybody's morals.
Okay,
like
that's fine.
humanity.
It's murder. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Is murder wrong? Is murder wrong?
He's talking about from a law. He's talking about from a law point of view.
Yeah,
not from individuals.
Legal point of view.
Murder's wrong. Rape is wrong.
Murder wasn't wrong due to religion.
And those are those fundamentally came from the church. They did. And that's from the beginning of
that's
the
incorrect.
Western society.
Only you religious people believe that everything that happens in the world good comes from the church.
I don't know about
No,
the
that's not even what
Only
he's
you
saying.
white people.
Those
Hey, Bumpkins,
morality.
let me translate. Only you white people
murder
believe.
thing, Bumpkins. You
You
probably got
can't
a murder thing.
legislate morality, though. You can't legislate
The
morality.
basis
That's
we
the-
But we
legislate
have
morality.
legislated
You cannot
morality.
legislate morality. If that was the case, then no. If that was the case, right? If we legislate morality, then or if we try to legislate morality, there are a lot of things that we do, drinking when we're underage, smoking when we aren't supposed to smoke, whatever little things y'all think y'all did or whatever, there would be a law there to make sure that you, not only if you did it, you get caught doing it, but retroactively, we'll come back and get you for what you did.
No, hold on, because now you're talking retroactivity and statute of limitation. You're overstepping.
Okay, hold on. So hold on 1 second. Hold on. I want y'all to stay focused. Let's not go into too far into the nuances, but let's try to stick to law.
I'm trying to stick to where he is. I got you.
Hold on 1 second. Academics with $2. These roses for Mrs. J. I hate sneak disses like a tar. Thank you so much. Work academics. He's still y'all crazy as hell. Go ahead, Joshua. So this way, let's keep it on that what we are talking about is in between interpretation and all these other different things that the law is law. We can later all come back to it and change the interpretation. However, once that law is that, it ain't no interpreted in after that. Go ahead, Joshua.
So there's 3 reasons why that's not true. Because under multiple occasions, laws have been struck from state and federal penal codes because the way that they were interpreted deemed them unconstitutional. Not the way that they were written, not the elements attaching to it, but the way that the law was interpreted violated the Constitution. That is constitutional law. Every firearm offense in America, by definition, legally violates the Constitution. But there are ways to interpret the Constitution in a way that will protect it, will protect certain laws. Again, all of these there's still cases that are being hit right now on these very arguments. But again, I'm gonna go specifically to what you said. You said underage drinking, morality, right? There are laws in every state in America that literally goes against underage drinking. And providing underage drinking, huh?
Don't look at the camera. Just drive.
And they changing it. They changing that law.
Hold on, I just want to let don't look at the camera. Just go ahead and drive. We can see you.
But
Don't look at the camera.
This is how democracy works.
I'm in damn standstill traffic.
We can't be if you like living in a democracy. Go ahead.
Right.
Also, let me say, hey, shout out to the Cash App. It says, I got 2 for the church. Thank you so much, beautiful. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right, got Josh, finish it up. I believe Bumpkin got something to retort to that, and Bomb Cherry got something to retort to that as well. Detroit, you? Okay, so all right, so we got.
But whether you believe,
after Josh, go ahead.
Okay. Whether you believe in religion or not, the laws that we have are moral laws based on religion.
Yes.
Okay.
It's I'm sorry to say that, but it is what it is.
It's not true, though. It's not true. So I think Bumpkin is
I can name you.
Hey, can we let Bumpkin go? We done. No, go ahead.
You just tried to correct me on something that's not true. I'm telling you, most of our laws are literally moral.
But it's not true, though. The Constitution, you talk about laws that go different states have different laws. So, and they all, listen, if different states have different laws, what are you saying then?
Okay.
We originally was talking about the Constitution, but now you seem to have a confusion between laws, right, and the Constitution.
Okay. Nope, I can actually relate them both easily because no law can exist that violates the Constitution because the Constitution is based morally. What are you talking about?
The Constitution is not based morally.
What makes you believe that? The right, liberty, freedom, the right to life, the right to bear arms, the right to protect yourself. All of them are literally morally based on the Bible.
Wait a minute. So you got the right to life and you got the right to kill people.
The right to bear arms is not the right to kill.
The right to bear arms is the right to defend yourself.
Those are two completely different things.
Everyone should have the right to defend themselves against an aggressor. That's the fundamental point of the right to bear arms.
The right to bear arms. The right to act. The right to not have your liberty.
Remember, more.
This is like.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right.
What?
So if the panel has a problem with interpretations changing or laws changing, then we all don't like democracy. It looks like, because that's the fundamental of democracy, is that when the people decide it's time to change a law, they vote on it like the Supreme Court do, and then they change said law. That's how democracy works. If we don't like that, then we're not looking at the democracy. We're looking at something else completely entirely.
No, I agree with you. I think
okay.
The Senate and everybody should have did what they were supposed to do.
But the Supreme Court does that as well,
and they
though.
didn't do it. Huh?
The Supreme Court does that as well, though. That's why there's 7 of them. So there can never be a split vote. They vote on these things.
Yeah, we know that. Did you hear what I said? So I said they should have solidified it, right? Put it in the Constitution, which is not. It's just basically a law, and they was able to overturn the law, which they can do. Certain laws, though, they had agreed that, hey, this has just been the standard here for many years. Most of society believe in abortion, by the way, in some form or another. So when you say is it supposed to be based on the people, I agree. And right now, what's going on, the people is not agreeing with this. So go ahead. And the Constitution
is abortion protected by law?
Is what? Shit. Oh, is it protected by law?
Anymore?
Not anymore. Yeah, they changed it, right?
Yeah. Which means that it's not living up to its moral responsibility as a constitution because it doesn't offer equal protection.
Under the law, that's right. The women, right? There's lots of women have rights too. They've taken women rights away.
Wait, equal protection of what? No, the equal protection of what specifically?
Life and liberty, like you said. You the one who mentioned liberty.
Right. No, I know. There's a reason I said that. Right. Because it's the right to life for the infant.
No, but that's the issue.
Wait a second, bro. How you create an infant without the life of the woman?
Exactly.
So without the woman's life, you don't have. Hold on. Let me ask this, and maybe this is too raw of a question. How do you take care of a 13-month fetus? How?
Through the mother, of course. Why? Wait, 13-month fetus?
It's not viable for the mother to actually take care of that fetus for whatever reason is going on that is her personal right, where she doesn't have to disclose her medical information to you. If she makes a decision, or if we say that she can't, then that takes her life and puts it at risk. Isn't that, like you were talking about, a violation of her equal protection?
So now we're finna hit a gray area. We're finna hit one of these gray areas of abortion. That's a minor, that's literally a minor section of the bigger issue that we're having.
The majority of the abortions that happen at 13 weeks, or most women don't even know if they're pregnant or not until that around that time. And usually if somebody carries the baby, right? And if a woman carries a baby longer than 13 weeks, if they know that they're pregnant, they probably are planning on having this baby. So I don't want you to start with a bad premise, because the premise I think you were about to say is going to be about the later term abortions, and that's the majority of the abortions. And even if it is, the majority of those abortions are still going to be women who had planned on having this child. And now for whatever reason, whatever has come up, which is not your or mine personal, information to have or whatever it is, they made a decision on that. So go ahead with your abortion.
And I just wanted to say, didn't he say there was 7 Supreme Justices? Because I could have sworn there were 9.
They're 9.
There's
Oh,
always
okay.
an
I
odd
think it
number.
was
I think
seven.
is the point.
It's 7 at one point and 9 at another. The reason there's
It's been
always an
9
odd
for the
number.
No,
It's
it's
longest.
always 9.
It's
There
been
has to
9
be an odd number.
for
Is the point?
it's been 9
It
for
being
a
an
What?
odd number is
long.
the point. There being an odd number is the point. So there can never be a split point. There'll be a split
Right.
vote.
Okay. Go ahead,
Right,
There can
Josh.
never be an even split decision. Okay, so Detroit, here's the answer to your question. So I wasn't going to go into the late term abortions. That's a retarded argument. I'm going to go into the reason, the documented reasoning for abortions as a whole, and specifically in America. I can't speak on the rest of the world. I can only speak on us. Specifically, when abortion, that 93% of them were not medically necessary. They were used as a form of birth control. That's when.
Thank you.
Hold on.
You're
As a
screaming like
form.
that.
Wait, sorry. What do you say? Thank you for? Sorry.
He thought you made a great point, but continue because I'm good for that.
Okay.
The only point he made.
So, nope. No, there's a point behind it. So because they would use specifically as a form of birth control, i.e. to not give birth, not medically necessary. Medically necessary will preserve the life of the mother. I actually support those. But for irresponsibility, that is not the same conversation. Hey, two adults laid down, made a baby, got back up. Guess what? Then 2 people made an adult decision. Again, there are exceptions to that rule. We all know those exceptions. I don't want to go into those.
But your point was great. The vast majority of them was great. They use it as
So
recreational
you want to
purposes.
legislate morality. So you want to legislate morality.
Not only
But
that,
that's what an abortion ban is doing.
Whatever you
You're
want to
saying
call
that
it,
you
yes.
women are
Whatever
so
you want to call it.
irresponsible that we
That's
want
irre-
to put a law in place because
Wait a
of
minute.
whatever, even no matter what
But
you think it is. I know I'm preaching to some of y'all men, but I'm actually cooking y'all.
No, you're
Whatever
not. What you said,
situation it is, which is
no.
not our information to have as a man, it's not my information to have of why you did this. Just like it's not anybody's information why you decided to have a vasectomy, and maybe after you done impregnated 7 kids, 7 people in a year or something like that. That's not our information to know that. You made a decision on a medical.
they start talking that V word, then they're gonna change it up. Then they're gonna be like, you don't get it right.
I don't have. I'm not here
take
trying to
them nuts
rebuttal.
out.
I just got a quick question to clarify. Detroit, are you saying the law shouldn't try to regulate our morality as citizens?
Yep.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't try to regulate our morality.
No.
That's what they're saying. That's
So
what
we
they're
shouldn't
saying.
have gun laws. Pedos should be able to do whatever they
Hold
want.
on, hold on, y'all. Let him finish answer the question so he can get some clarity. Go ahead, Sway.
And I'll
No,
pause
I'm
for a
just saying
second
because
this is going to
I
line
can
up
think
for
of a
what
lot
Josh
of
was
laws
saying
that
too.
regulate our morality as people.
No,
that
they
you guys
don't
would
regulate your
subscribe to.
morality. They protect your right to life first, liberty second, and then the pursuit of happiness. So we get back to what we were supposed to be doing with the Constitution.
Those
It
are
was
all
supposed
moral
to be to
principles.
protect. Those are not moral principles. Those are your rights as a human on this planet.
Those are inalienable
And that
rights.
is a
Those
moral
have nothing to do with
claim.
moral.
And
Those
that
have
is a
nothing to do
moral
with moral.
claim.
That's a moral principle.
Dude, that's
It
a
is not
moral
morality.
claim you just said.
Hold on. All right, so get Bumpkin, Sway, then Bomb Cherry, so we can get. They want to challenge your thought, Detroit. So this way you can hear all the thoughts. Hold on. So this way Detroit can have the whole understanding of the argument. We're gonna go Bumpkin, Sway, Bomb, and then Detroit be able to answer everybody that is disagreeing. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
The entire idea of rights in general is a moral claim. There is no subjective reality that rights even exist, but that's a moral claim that we as Americans decided upon from our foundation that people have rights. There is no documentation or anything that claims that we inherently have rights. If you are born into the world and there's nothing, no governmental apparatus, nothing. The only right that you technically have, the only thing that will absolutely happen is death eventually. That's it.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So I mean,
All right, go
no,
ahead.
because even if there
I thought
is
you were finished. You
documented
good there?
claim, even if there is documented claim of the stuff he's saying, as a moral virtue, but there are other places that have different documented claims that would disagree. Meaning, all the things you're claiming as a life pursuit and liberty of all that is a moral claim, and it's subjective, because I could think of multiple civilizations and countries that would disagree and have different morals and values that they run and dictate their citizens on. Our government is literally put there to regulate our morality. That's the whole point of it. So I just thought it was funny when you were like, oh, so you want them to regulate I'm like, isn't that the point of the government?
No.
Anyways,
Okay. All right. Hold on. We got one more before you go, Detroit. We got one more before you go. Just try to remember the argument. Go ahead, Bomb.
Oh, it's my turn. So, yeah. So when we talk about morally, right? Whose morals? Are we talking about the Muslims and what they believe? Or are you talking about the Catholics and what they believe, the Protestants and things like that? Or because we could talk about human rights, what most of the people around the world believe that people should have a right to. But in this country, we believe in the right to life, right? Liberty. That these are things that's not morals. Those has nothing to do with morals, as far as I'm concerned. But if we was talking about morals, then a woman should have a right to morally decide what she gonna do with her body, just like you men can decide what you want to do with your body until they change that. When they decide that we don't have enough children being born, and then they start making you be fathers.
All right, so we're gonna go Detroit, and then we got Shadow and Otis after that. Go ahead, Detroit.
I was gonna say, everybody has their own whatever version of morality is, right? I would hope that everybody has the simple understanding that they don't have the right to take somebody else's life, or the right to enslave somebody else, or the right to rape somebody, whatever it is. But the laws are there to protect your morality. It's up to you to morally do the right thing. And if you don't believe in religion or do, I would tell you that's the path right there. So, you know what I mean? Like, they're protecting your morality. Nobody else should be able to dictate that, even the laws. So it's implicit that you are actually going to be a moral being. Some people need laws in place to enforce that they aren't going to be immoral, but it's not to make you moral. Because if that was the case, I hate to say the orange dude name again, but all these laws that were in place, he wouldn't have broke none of them.
Okay, go ahead, Josh, and then we got Otis who?
Okay, so if that's true, then what are prisons for?
That's what you want to land on?
So,
as a business.
So again, now we're talking into something completely different. So here's the deal. All laws are based on some form of moral. I don't like the fact that you do this. And if you do this, you violate somebody else's something. Again, as Bumpkin just said, you literally can't point to a single natural right we have, a right we have from the second that we are born. The only thing that's guaranteed from the second we are born is that we will, in fact, die. And that isn't just a moral argument, it's an actual one. So think about it. The life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? There are literally cultures from all around the world, even to this day, that you're not guaranteed that you're going to be able to keep your life just so their society can continue moving the way that it does. So we have laws to prevent human sacrifice. We have laws that prevent forcing yourself onto people. We have laws and the reason why a lot of people do them is because the laws prevent it from happening. Real talk, if somebody's just going to be a real demon, your laws don't mean anything. That's what makes a criminal a criminal. If I don't care about your right to life and I care more about my right of happiness, I'll blow you off the face. And you can't do anything to stop me. No law can prevent that.
All right, go ahead.
So why do murders happen in the first place then?
Before you go, Detroit, go ahead, Otis, and then Detroit want to jump in, and then we go to Bumpkin as well. So this way, I'm not sure if either man want to jump in there, but go ahead, Otis.
Okay. It'll be quick and simple. I believe that the Constitution and laws are based strongly on morality. I don't know the actual, I don't believe it's 100%, but I do believe it's a high percentage that it is based on morality. I also feel and believe that with this deletion conversation, Well, you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. That's a trick. I'll leave that alone. But I'll land my plan. I'll land my plan right there. Thank you.
Like driving too fast in a car, that's morally wrong.
That's not the Constitution.
No, absolutely no. Hold up, let's go after her. Yes, it is morally wrong because you present a danger to somebody else's life. If you speed and hit somebody at speed, I can actually impact their life. You can impact their liberty. So yes, it's actually a moral law. Realistically speaking, a lot of countries on this planet don't have speed limits because again, but we as a
Germany, they're hoping that people just actually live the moral life that they're supposed to. And some places have rules
but
for it.
America, we have laws.
That don't.
Thank you.
But the whole of the planet is that everybody just does the right thing morally anyway. Now do you put laws in place like a stop sign or a stoplight because people have shown, or like seatbelts in the car, people have shown that they're not going to be moral all the time. So we put these laws in place, right, to protect other people's rights. If you doing all this speeding, it's potentially going to hurt somebody, kill somebody. That's an infringement on their rights. If the same thing, if somebody, go ahead.
But based off what, example.
But based off what you're saying, that means
So
that
you
they
do
are.
agree?
Hold on. Based off what, hold on, wait 1 second. I've been listening. So based off what you're saying now, Detroit, is that these laws are designed to keep people moral because they can't be moral
themselves. You if you're not. It's there to punish you if you're not. That's what it's there for. That's what it's there for. It's not. It's not there to. They don't. If it was about protections, honestly, the original draft of the Constitution didn't include most of us that's in this panel. So talk about
Detroit,
you know
what
about deterring?
We had to do certain things to amend it, right? We amended it. I wasn't finished. We had to do certain things to amend it, which is admirable because that's what life is about, right? You don't get something right, you fix it and you move on from it, and you admit to to what you have done wrong, so you don't get into the shit again in the future, right? That so it's not. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever wants to jump in.
I'm just saying. So was laws created to deter people, not just to punish people?
I don't know. I think godly rules are there to deter people. I think rules of man, like laws and stuff like that, and constitutions. No, I think it's there as a punishment.
No. I'm saying so. Do you believe they say, hey, if anybody else do this, you're going to be sentenced to life in prison? Do you believe that they did those things to deter people not to do those things?
It doesn't matter if the first thing was the immoral act.
But you still ain't answering my question.
Like the laws weren't put in place because the laws weren't put in place because of fear. They were put in place because people actually did these things in real time. So it's like the chicken or the egg. I don't know which one came first, but I would say probably the egg. Because
but if we backtrack it to baby deletions, right? Baby deletions at one point was deemed immoral. They were doing it at one point, and they called those women witches when they were doing it. That's what a lot of the witch hunts. Those women were just performing their own form of baby deletions on women, and they were getting crucified. They were getting put on the stake and burnt. So that was clearly deemed immoral. Now, over times and generations, we have reflected on that. We reflected on it and maybe seem as not as immoral as we once thought as was, to the point where we created systems for women to do it safer than how they were doing it.
You think it was immoral if that woman needed that abortion for whatever reason?
That's a different question. The question was that act deemed immoral at a point that it was justified something to reprimand the person over, and it was. And
these men want to blame these men want to blame deletions on witches, and that shit was so fucked up crazy that women were the healers, so they accused them of being witches, even if they hope you cure cold through herbs and things like that. But it's something that you went all the way to God damn.
Even in that fact,
so you don't understand the point. It's cool, but the idea that if you can follow a thought process of logic, the only point I'm arguing against is your argument you made that we shouldn't do this because we're trying to restrict their morality through the government. But first, that's the implementation of the government. Two, we've already done it and reflected on it and gave them this ability to have abortions at a safer rate. I'm only arguing against your argument. I don't really care if women have baby deletions or not. If I had a law, it wouldn't be to abolish it. It would be to regulate it differently. But that I'm not in position to do that. Like I said, if you try to make this a moral argument, you're not really gonna win if you're saying you're for baby deletions.
No. And I'm not trying to buck what you're saying, but the example that you use, you got to think about. So who was deeming that even back then in medieval times, who was deeming that these people were these things?
Generally, this was in America.
Generally,
I mean, this is like 100 years ago.
No, the answer is the church.
You talking about the age of witches? That's some old. Yeah, I don't even think in those terms. I don't know. That wasn't
the Blair Witch it's the same time frame that they was hanging ninjas. What are you talking?
Yeah, like the Blair Witches happened in America.
It wasn't no medieval. It wasn't so knights and dragons and what the hell? It was no counts and stuff. My God, it was when niggas was still
now
getting
you're going
lynched.
too far. Now let me bring it back to your point though. So even in your point though, it was the men that were claiming that these women were these things, right?
Our government,
the church,
was run by who? And you talking about witches? I'm imagining in a time when there was witches, there were not women in government or women represented in government.
There was not women in government.
So it was men.
Yes.
Right? And why would a man call a woman all these names and say they got to go hunt for them and stuff like that?
Why are you moving the argument? Who cares why they would call them any of that?
You brought
You're
up
making an
witches,
argument based off of morality when we already justify our laws on morality. So you're saying they're trying to restrict people of moralities? That's the whole point.
Though?
You want to restrict people's moralities, but then you don't for others. You're just picking and choosing.
No. You guys said religion is what built the Constitution, right?
Who said that?
Right.
These men, they said that.
That's what they've been saying here, bro.
I'm arguing against your point. Stop moving to other people. You made a claim that we should restrict people's. You saying we should not restrict people's morality through law and government.
I want you to have all the runway.
We should not restrict people's morality through law and government when we already done that. That's the whole point of our law and government.
Which I said, if everybody was moral, wouldn't have to be the case. So they're protecting your ability.
If my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle. Like, what the hell? Like, this is so dumb. Like, our government is there because we know as a fact that humans don't have that capability.
I understand.
This is so dumb, bro. Oh my God. And you're 40.
Out, bro. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
These people been understanding what I was saying. I got Bomb Cherry to understand what I'm saying, and she got good sense. Now you want to, I don't know if he's trying to be on with other people that like don't make sense and stuff like that or ain't understanding, but this shit crazy, bro. I was trying to understand his point. I thought I'd understood him, but I still know that men were the reason why people would have been dogging women back then who wanted an abortion or needed an abortion. And it's the same motherfucking sentiment right now. These same soft ass men that feel like it's the women's fault for whatever other reason, and this is the way we can kind of control them. This is a form of birth control. And this is, they trying to use it, they trying to use it for birth control. It's so fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? That I hope that these next laws do make us have to cut our nuts off or something like that. If y'all really want to get real with it. Or I hope women I hope women just like abstain from some of these dumbass niggas. If you got a husband already, stay out this market. Like these motherfucking, like these niggas is on some other shit, man.
I need a second husband. Wink, wink.
I love you, Bob Terry. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
He back in?
My shit, bitch.
Yeah.
Nah, my mic, like your voice keep cutting out every once in a, and I gotta reset the shit. No, like I said, I don't have an issue with baby deletions at all. I don't do whatever you want. I mean, at some point I was young, I was like, get that junk shit. So I'm not a hypocrite about it because at some point, and when I was young, I understood that I wanted it, and so I wasn't sitting there crying like get rid of it. My only thought process, like I said, I would regulate it differently. I'm not fighting you against on baby deletions. I only fought you against the argument you were making for why we shouldn't, or why people were trying to say like the government. Your whole argument was that we shouldn't restrict people's morality through the government. And I thought that was dumb because that's the whole point of it. That's my only argument, not about the baby deletions. That was just the example you were using.
Go ahead. Otis who? I like the new setup.
Oh damn! I ain't mean to show that. That's for a whole nother podcast. But anyway, you see it now. Yeah. But anyway, it's a lot, man. It's a lot.
You full of it. You did try to show that on purpose. I just want to say that. I had to
Stop
stop.
being rude, sir. I love you, Eater, man. Stop being rude. You's a rude ass Texan. This conversation is very touchy. It's very triggering. It's a rabbit hole type situation. But no one really did address what Joshua said. And what I mean by that, I'm really talking about Bomb Cherry and Detroit and what he brought up. And it's going to be touchy, but I'm going to bring it up. When Josh made the point that the majority of baby deletions, I don't know the number, the majority of the baby deletions, or what word did he use? Were not none
medical.
Yeah, no, well, they're all medical, but it wasn't done for to save their life or anything like that. There wasn't a reason for that. So
yeah, it was to save their life,
but not the majority of them.
No, I would give it that all of them was to save their life. The young woman who who realized she's not built to be no mother right now. She saved her life. Okay, the ones who medically had some issues going on, she saved her life too.
No,
so listen, y'all don't get to tell a woman what is best for her.
You don't wait, Otis.
Let me finish. I didn't even land my plane yet.
But Otis, you don't think that's a valid argument though?
No. First of all, I want to answer this question, Detroit or Miss Bomb Cherry. What is moral about a woman and a man, for that matter, because it takes two, to go out, lay down, have a child, and then one day decide within that time frame that is so-called deemed legal when it was legal to just get rid of it? What's moral about that? Because like Josh said, and let's use real numbers, the majority of those situations are not done for medical purposes for us to change to save their lives. It's not. It's done for recreational purposes. And that's where the majority of people have an issue with that.
I don't think Bomb is making the moral argument. She clearly said all it did was save the woman's life in two forms, medically and in her own personal life when she's not ready for a child. She didn't bring up a moral argument.
That's right.
All right,
Detroit did.
That's a great point. Hold on. Also, workout man with $2. Was Otis ever known as DMX? Shout out to DM Otis. Go ahead, Bob, and then we got Detroit. I believe he wanted to jump in on this part of this topic as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
I never mentioned anything about morals. In fact, I'm saying the complete opposite. But it's nobody's business what I morally believe in and not. It's a decision, like to have an abortion. I get where some of you men, you never experienced it in some way or another. But for most women, it's not that simple. It's not like she just said, "Oh, let me get this money and go down there." She had to make some decisions, decide which one is best for her. Which, you know what I mean? And
I just want to say that Bomb said she never agreed with that moral argument that Detroit said. I just want to make sure we put that out there.
No. What I said is the laws. I'm saying the laws is not built through morals, because whose morals, right? I'm not a Christian, right? They got more other religions than Christians. Even though y'all think y'all the largest group, y'all are not. Y'all like the third or fourth largest in the world. Okay. So whose morals? Because they got some where they believe in, like, if my child do something,
Your mic is messed up, Bomb.
Thought that was me.
No, yeah, I said, but Otis, if we believe that America wasn't built from a Christian lens, that is crazy.
Okay, let me answer Otis, because Otis asked me that question. You good, Bomb? Go ahead, Bomb, if you got it.
No, I'm sorry, my internet. I don't know which string y'all just not working.
You good now.
I'm a reboot. But what I will say is, I'm not Christian, and so I know for me it's easy to see how things isn't just built on Christianity. But for those of you who are Christian, I understand where everything you do, you believe is surrounded around your Christianity. But I do the same thing you do, and I don't believe in what you do. I don't kill people, and I'm not a Christian.
We're not talking about individually. We're talking about the country as a whole.
Yes, but this country was separated from other countries due to religion, so they got freedoms of religion. That's how America was built. They left kings and shit so they can have their own religions. How they want to do it. So y'all don't even know how their own country was built and why.
All right. So go ahead. So she.
I want to answer Otis if I could.
Okay. Go ahead, but I like where Bomb is going. I want to tackle that as well. But go ahead, Detroit.
Sorry. So my answer to that is, anything moral. To me, you have a judge that's coming. All of us do. You know what I mean? I don't feel like we should be the judges here on earth. So in a case like that, if it didn't infringe on you or me, and a couple or a woman decided to have an abortion, yes, that didn't infringe on my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So why would that not be something that's available to them? And the thought of it is, I guess, they're hurting our society by not having these children. But it's not these guarantees that everything's going to be okie dokie for everybody is crazy to me when everybody has lived through whatever. And, even if you haven't experienced it, you can see other people's experiences unless, you are, I don't know. I'm not going to say, let me shut my mouth on some things. I would just say that, no, I think that there is a moral judgment that we all are going to answer to. And I don't think that humans are the right creatures for that kind of judgment.
All right. And Otis, you want to respond to it?
So let's get rid of the prison. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was still muted.
Liar.
That's
real quick. I won't expound on it. This is just a topic where individuals basically agree to disagree. Morality. All I'm going to say is this. Here's my stance. I'm going to leave it alone, and then we could talk about something else. I'm pro-life until it has something to do with the life of the mother, and incestual. Hopefully I'm saying that word right. Hopefully I don't talk like either man or Sharon in those two situations. Other than those two situations, being serious now. Other than those two situations,
what were they?
Incest, and if it's going to affect the life of the mother on that table, I don't believe in that situation. I don't. I'm pro-life all the way. Let me finish. I'm gonna land my plane. I feel in my heart, I need to do the research on these numbers, that a lot of women are utilizing that procedure as a form of BC, birth control, and that's morally wrong. I have a big issue with that, and I'm done with it. And then we just agree to disagree, and that's it.
That's okay. And I would say you're pro-choice then.
Before you go, Detroit, work academics. Work academics with $2. Y'all don't want to mess with Otis. He's a rough rider.
Why are people messing with
Thing is, Otis is pro-life by definition.
No, he's not pro-life by definition. Pro-life means they only care about the fetus. And then once the fetus is born, they don't care about the child. They don't care about the mother. That is what pro-lifers all, and I read it before I even said it. Go and look it up and see what pro-lifers believe in.
Otis, do you also believe in the death penalty?
Yes. Right on the damn spot based on what you did. Past gold, past jail.
Ain't that something? You changed it up.
That is up.
What you mean I changed it
up? I'm pro-life, but I don't believe in the death penalty, but I also believe that all life is precious from beginning to end. That's what the issue with abortion became. It became an issue of we're now putting the mother's happiness above the child's life. We were putting life over the pursuit of happiness, life of one over the pursuit of happiness of another.
Yeah,
That's
because
the
other people
issue.
can't survive without the mother, and y'all keep calling them babies, but they're not even
They are,
babies yet.
but they are.
But they're not.
They by definition
How you take care
are
of a
human
13-week-old fetus?
I
You
just think the
can't without
simple
the
fact
mother.
that we're arguing if they're babies or not shows the difference in morality of people. So I mean, we could argue this until we're blue in the face, but I really don't think it's gonna go anywhere.
Hey, I don't believe in the death penalty, so that's where my morals are.
Like, I don't believe in the death penalty, and I also don't believe in abortion because I believe both of them are killing. But in that same breath, I'll shoot you out. I'll shoot you at my front door. But that's
I
protecting
will
my
too,
family's.
absolutely. Yeah,
That's
somebody
not
come breaking in my house, I'm you done for. Like, you know,
Because
crazy,
then
bro.
it's no longer just my life.
In no form
Do
of
you-
logic.
See,
because
this
I have to
Y'all
deal with
standing
my
on all
morals.
this
And I have to
morality.
deal
Y'all
with
not standing on no logic. God damn.
exactly.
Do y'all know
what
what
you mean?
by definition mean? Let me ask that. Do you
Hold
know what that by definition mean? Because
Yes, by what the written definition is.
So then go tell me when a baby becomes a baby. Go and tell me. Go look it up.
How you
A
gonna
baby.
Don't hit him with,
That's
don't
what
hit
I'm
him with
saying.
facts.
Human.
Y'all niggas
So
arguing.
technically speaking,
Y'all
a
arguing.
human embryo.
Dumb
talking in
as
circles.
fuck,
Question:
man.
how you not going to believe in the death penalty, but you say if somebody come to your door and break in, you're going to shoot them dead?
Here's
Right.
why.
Why not call?
Because
why not call the
hold up,
police?
you just asked me the question. I'm gonna answer it.
Why not?
He
Why not
talking
call
to
the
me.
police?
Oh,
The what?
Why
why
not
not call the police if I feel like I'm in
All right,
danger,
hold
my
on, hold on.
family's
This is
in
what we're
danger,
gonna
my
do. This
house
is what
is
we're
in
gonna do.
danger.
We're gonna hold on. We're gonna let Sway jump in, and then Shadow and Detroit will be able to get in there. Go ahead.
It's just too much for me. The logic train never logics. I get it, man. We all in our feelings about what we justify as right or wrong, but it's just funny to me when someone would say, "Yo, if somebody you didn't say this in blanketed terms, but essentially, if someone pulled up to your house to rob you and you weren't sure if your life was in danger, you shot them. But if somebody raped the whole family and deleted him and then got locked up, he shouldn't be murked." That right there is an illogical train of thought for me.
You got
And
me?
then when people say we can't delete babies, but we can delete people, we can delete people, but we shouldn't delete. Like all that just is like, God dang! Like why can't we just stand on a logical
Let me
train
get
of
my Malcolm X
just
on.
consistency?
I think there's there's a conflation that you're
All right,
missing.
all right. So go
There-
ahead.
there's a
Thank
So
you.
look, we're gonna go with
Thank you, Josh.
Shadow. Then we go, and then we're gonna go with the originator of the topic right at hand, Detroit. So go ahead, Shadow, then Detroit.
So here's exactly why I'm going to say what I'm saying, and I'm going to stand on this. At the end of the day, if I have to put your life against the life of my family or me, then I will forfeit your life. That doesn't mean I'm going to do it with pride because I believe you should have had the right to live, but you don't have the right to take my life. I'll kill you
like
in a
the
heartbeat.
mother.
I'll
Like
kill
the
you in a
mother.
heartbeat if it'll protect. I will kill anybody in a heartbeat over my children.
All right, let me
Without
ask
a
you
second thought.
Can I ask you a follow-up question real quick?
Sure.
So if let's say you and all your kids and your family, whoever got deleted, should anybody get your get back? Should the government get your get back? Should somebody in your family get your get back? Or nah, he got all y'all. So at that point, hey.
I mean, at that point, it's nobody else's responsibility. I was challenged at that time. Like I said,
Like
I
a woman
believe
having
in
an unwanted baby, right? She didn't want that baby.
But get this, she had a choice not to have sex either.
It's okay if it's cool if it's you, but for nobody else. All right, man. All right.
All right, so let me Bomb, your
happened to you,
microphone is
cool.
acting
No.
up again. Bomb, your microphone acting up again. Go ahead, Detroit. Let's see how you defend the position that you do not want the death penalty, but somebody was to break into your house.
And so I guess you an abortion is just another type, huh?
And she said that on mute too. That's crazy. And so go ahead, Detroit. How you going to defend that position?
I'm gonna defend this and I'm gonna leave here because I gotta get out of here. So the scenario you gave, if I catch, like if I wake up middle of the night and God forbid, but like somebody's attacking somebody in my family. Now I'm making my moral decision, knowing all the laws of this land, right? Of what I'm going to do. Yes. Pew pew. He or whoever they are, done. Yep. Right? So It's not about whether I feel like I should get back. Like in that moment, I'm protecting my family. Anything after that, after an arrest and everything like that, you want get back. And that's not what our system is supposed to be about get back, is it? That's what the words that you were using. I understand the sentiment to it, because like, yeah, absolutely. Like if I found out somebody did something in my Go ahead. If I found out somebody did something to my kid or something like that, and the police let me in a room and were like, here's the gun, do what you want to do, I still have to make the moral decision of what I'm doing. Right?
Okay,
I'm making a moral
hold on.
decision.
I want to see where he's going logically. So if you show up your house, the front door is kicked in, somebody's in there robbing it, nobody's in there, do you feel like you have the right to take that person's life, or you should just leave and wait till the police get there?
If there's not a life in danger and I got my gun, then I'm gonna try and apprehend them or do what I got to do until the police come. That's a different scenario.
You gonna try to hold them down?
Not hold him down, but if I got my gun on him, if I got my gun on him, he can't get out the house because he got to get through the same doorway he just broke in.
Well, what if he coming through the front door? He coming through the same door he went through.
You giving all these hypotheticals, bro, but getting around to the point of morals. Give me a moral.
I'm trying to understand your thought process.
Hold on, let me try. So what he's saying is that if you say come home, no human being is in danger. They just taking your stuff. You have your.
He's gonna live.
All
this shit needs discernment.
You walk up to your house. You see that. What I'm saying, you walk up to your house and you see you see your doors busted in. You pull out your thing. You walk inside the house and you see the man. And the man said, "Oops, I'm sorry," and he just wants to leave. What is the next move?
Stay your ass right there. The police are on their way.
So what if he choose to move, leave?
Right.
Then I'm got to make a decision at the time. I mean, the whole thing was about killing versus not, and I'm trying to make the point that. Go ahead.
Right, and that's what we're just trying to get. We're just trying to get to the.
Hey.
Yeah, we're just trying to get to the logic on the whole situation.
I'll write all these hypotheticals.
Right,
I
wish I could hold on. We have to go with this kind of conversation. We have to kind of go to a hypothetical to see when it is not okay to make the decision to take a life, because we can't actually do this kind of conversation any other way but a hypothetical, because ain't nobody going to try to put you in a life or death situation where you got to make that choice, right? So it only can be a hypothetical at this point when we talk about life or death, right? So
in that situation,
it's important because it seems as if you're willing to make the hypothetical take a life if it's in your household, but if somebody was to do the deleting and take in it and force it and do a whole bunch of horrible things, you don't believe in a death penalty there. And so people just trying to understand where's the logic is, when does it stop?
Yeah, because what if you weren't there? What if your family was home alone and you was on a business trip and all that stuff happened when you weren't there? Would you not still want that man dead?
Oh, I
That's
would want
protection
so much
versus revenge.
I would want.
I'm arguing against your logic, your morality, you individually. If you can't stand on that, even if I want,
you're not arguing my logic.
I still want that man dead in the stands of the court of law or me. I don't care who got to get him. He need to get got. If you can't stand on that, you are running an illogical consistency in your brain.
But you are you're going on revenge. He's not talking revenge. He's saying in the fucking moment, if somebody's in my goddamn house and my family's there to kill them.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so now,
he's trying to make a dumbass argument, trying to make something that's not what we're saying.
Hold on, Josh.
If he deserves death when you're there, he deserves death when you're not there, dummy.
Hold on, Sway. Hold on. I don't want to turn much.
You think you're God.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that
it's your logic.
Hold on. Detroit argument is different from yours, Josh. Y'all got two different arguments. So, Josh, your argument, you don't believe in a death penalty, but you'll also delete somebody, correct?
Specifically, if life is at risk.
Okay, fine. So now
I'm very specific about what I'm saying.
Fine. So now we want to see your logic. So now, if this person took some vagina from a family and he deleted them after, do you believe in a death penalty then?
No, Again, I don't believe. I don't believe in legal death penalty.
I'm just questioning. So you saying that the only time you see life being taken is in the moment, and after that is revenge in your eyes.
It's in self-defense. If it's not in present self-defense, it is no longer. It is literally no longer defense. It's revenge.
Perfect. So
and the laws prove that.
Okay, so now if the person robbing your house, it's in your house,
Okay.
he's just robbing. Nobody's in physical danger. He's just robbing.
Okay.
What is you have your weapon? What are you gonna do? He's in your house. He's just stealing the TV.
Nothing in that house is worth his life until my family's there. Until another life is present. That's where the consistency begins.
Okay, well,
there has to be a threat to life.
May I
challenge your logic, Josh, right? So you show up late. You show up where your family in the living room and they all pew. They all deleted already. You can't do nothing for them. Are you turning around and running away?
Are they dead?
Yes, they're done. They deleted.
Like he's actively killing them.
They already gone.
Done.
Hold on, slow down, slow down. Hold on, let's slow down. Hold on, so you can.
Because there's a gray area. I'm trying to make sure I got it right.
There's no gray area is what I'm telling you.
Hold
They
on.
done.
I got you, Sway. So he's saying you come home, they already gone. You can see it ain't no life in them, and the man is still inside your household. What are you doing?
Sitting on the couch crying about it.
If the person who has just taken life is still in my house, when I entered that house, I am then in imminent danger. That argument doesn't work. Because
No,
I would
you're
kill him
not.
because
Run away. So you would
I
not
would
run
kill
away.
him.
No,
So
you're
you
not.
would not run away.
Why did
Why
you
would-
just
On a little
leave?
piece of flesh.
Literally, there's imminent danger.
So you wouldn't run away,
y'all.
right? You
Hold
wouldn't
on.
run
Let's
away and call the
hold on, we
police.
just see- hold
You
on,
would
hold
put
on, y'all.
yourself
We-
in
hold on,
danger.
hold
Niggas
on, please.
retarded.
Hold on, please. We just seen the logic. We don't have to make it seem like it's a gotcha. But let him explain his logic, and we could just point out the different fallacies or incorrect this, and we could just have the conversation. But it don't have to be a gotcha moment. Go ahead, Josh. You still feel they already okay?
I
so
will
Josh,
still deem if I walk in my house.
Hold on, Josh. We understand your premise that you feel like that's still danger because he was capable of doing that. So now so let's move the hypothetical further. He deleted those people, and he put the weapon down and he said, I did my work. For whatever reason, he's a crazy. He put the weapon down, he's not in danger, he's not gonna hurt nobody else. You walk in the house, and what is your next move now? You know that he's
We're
not
gonna hold him at
danger.
gunpoint until cops come. He's going to jail.
What if he choose to leave?
Again,
Are there no other witnesses besides me and the perpetrator?
You just said he killed my family. Wait, you just said he killed my family.
Scenario now.
Wait, you just said he killed my family, right?
Hold on,
You
y'all.
might be at the alley you wanna be.
Let me just explain. The reason why we moving it. The reason why I'm moving it because he explained himself on that level, and then now we move to another level, and we just seen how consistent or inconsistent. When does the threat to life changes, and when it's okay
imminent
to
danger,
life and when it's not. That's all it is. It's not necessarily
Imminent danger is hilarious. He said he wouldn't run away and call the police. He would walk into the home and tackle danger. He will go into danger. He will put himself into danger. Is the logic. And then now he could justify doing the pew pewing.
Can I?
So y'all said he noticed me. Again, you just story.
I don't want to turn it into a screaming match. Hold on. So let's keep it. You all getting challenged tonight. I just got one question. Bomb Cherry, who the hell is that in your goddamn picture?
Buckwheat. That's my auntie Cheryl.
No, all right. I ain't know all y'all names was goddamn Bomb Cherry.
Exactly.
Oldest, if you don't get your oldest food fork, I know. So, but that's what I'm saying is you willingly could have separated yourself from danger, and you chose to go into danger, and that's the illogical portion because you saying that I am defending myself. There's no defense there. If you're going into a house that you can't save anybody, you're literally choosing to take that under your other hands.
Question: how would I know? How would I know?
Well, you don't know
I can't save anybody without entering it.
That's my point there. But then let me say this.
I literally
I'm
put
gonna get off
the
here.
example out, bro.
No,
Please.
Can I
I literally
please
put
let me
the
say this so I
example
can
out,
go.
bro. Like I said, man, I put it pretty plain and clear, just black and white. I didn't leave gray. I said, you open the door, you see them, they pew, nothing you can do, they deleted. That's the example. There's nothing you can do. Are you running away and calling the police, or are you going into that house?
Again,
so I'll answer that one. Let me answer that one.
There's a bunch of assumptions that have to be made immediately.
Josh, let me answer this. I'll let you have it. Let me
stop trying to get. No, you're trying to get a gotcha moment, and it doesn't work like that because y'all are using situational awareness.
We're trying to follow your logic.
Situational awareness that matters.
No, we're trying to follow your like. Do you really value people's life, or do you just need an excuse to kill them? That's what we're trying to figure out.
You guys, let me say this really quick.
If you value their life, I got you. If you value their life, you would run away because his life would be more important. You can't do nothing in that situation to bring any of those people back. So we saying that how you're thinking is illogical. It's not, you're not lining up with all these points that you've been saying earlier.
So here's why I'm going to say that's wrong.
Hold on,
Detroit, go.
He want to get something else so he could get his mind okay. He don't want to go in the house and drink because he didn't get these last points out. Go ahead, Detroit.
I don't drink, man. I didn't drink all last year. I didn't even drink at New Year's, y'all. But no, listen, you might have found the one scenario where everything lined up, where now it's just me and God making this decision. Now, in that situation, hold on. You found the one little caveat. So now there's no other witnesses. It's just me and old boy. You know, I don't know. That's where morally, man, like, yeah, I won't say what I would do, but you're right. I might have
it's fine. And I use that example to challenge the logic. It's not that I know, but other examples.
You gotta remember, like that's one level of that's a high level of all this didn't happen, right?
But generally, but that's what I'm saying. Like when we use this, we're not talking about in an extreme way, like in some countries you steal, they chop their hands. But I know in situations where you deem someone, regardless of if you're there, deserves to be deleted. I don't understand why fight if it's our government or if it's you. If it's the government or if it's you, then it don't matter. It's to you and your logic and your morality.
I got you, right. I got you. But the deserving to die in most of those cases where we were able to apprehend the person, or I wasn't there to defend it at the time and everything like that. Everything else is revenge, which morally is wrong.
So
revenge.
That's my whole point.
I'm about to dip out. I'm gonna dip out, but I just want to. I'm gonna challenge you one more time, Detroit, because I challenged Josh. I'm gonna challenge one more time, Detroit. Right? If it wasn't you that showed up, but if it was the police, do you want them to do the pew-pewing?
No, I would want him to be apprehended.
I'm asking Detroit.
Listen, no, I don't want anybody to kill anybody. If the situation led to something where this dude got killed, absolutely. I'm not as comfortable with killing motherfuckers as maybe some of y'all are, because I just guess I know the ramifications of death, and y'all are like the glory of what you potentially could have been able to do, I guess, is more interesting. But I'm telling you, like, morally, you are making a choice. Just like laws aren't there to make you moral, you have morality or you don't. And if you if you infringe on somebody else's their rights and things like that, there's punishment for that. Going back to what we started off with. I don't know if y'all thought y'all moved me some kind of way, but morally,
talking circles.
It was not about moving you anyway. You stood on being illogical, which is fine. And it's the ones that know it.
To say that you're just gonna pew pew, and then so what's the ramifications if you pew pew and that person didn't, if they had the chance to be apprehended and you killed them just because of revenge?
It's not about my logic, right? It's not about me.
Don't you end up locked up?
Right? So if you say that if you're the one that sees them, if you're the one that shows up, right? And now you believe if you're all in. But that's what I'm saying. You guys are saying if you're the ones that show up, you get to determine.
I discerned everything that you just said. I discerned everything that y'all didn't talked about in here, and y'all not using the same discernment to see where y'all arguments are like shaky at best.
They're not. It's cool, bro.
But they are.
Josh, peace out, bro. Chat, have a good one. Bomb Cherry, love you. Jerron, thanks for having me on. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, man, they new to this space. They don't work that way. It don't work that way.
All right, bet.
Yeah, but hello, Josh.
Wait, let me ask you a question then. I want to put a real anecdotal situation, something that actually happened. In 2012,
Oh my God,
a guy
please
walked up to me.
Don't do
Hold
it.
on.
No,
Hold
just
on.
stick to the
No.
examples. They're better.
Your example, it doesn't make any sense
It
because you're
does.
leaving in the moment. Have you ever walked in on a bunch of dead bodies?
That's the point, Josh.
No. Hold on. Have you
That's
ever
the
walked
point.
in on a bunch of dead bodies?
Oh my God, that's the point, Josh.
I've actually had to pull the trigger on people, though.
You're gonna prove my argument.
I've had to pull the trigger.
God damn it, Josh! Watch what you say online. God damn it!
My bad.
You're gonna
My
prove
bad.
my argument by running
For
down
your
this
own
example,
sake, not for
bro.
mine. For your own sake. It ain't
My
no
bad.
statue when you say that. Ain't no statues to that.
Look, I've already done the time for it. Everything I've had to do, I've done the time for it. It's in my PSR. I've dealt with it.
You're gonna prove.
Here's
my
what I'm
point.
saying.
Go ahead.
You have to understand, situational awareness matters. If I walk into my house and all of a sudden I look and my family's on the ground, unless I know for a fact that they're dead, then the situation isn't the same. If I can walk in and I can assume that they're dead, that's one thing. But I won't know until I check them. And I'm going to blow his fucking head off if I believe that there's a chance my family might be alive. You're saying, oh, I magically know. I don't know that for a fact.
No,
I won't
I'm just
know.
jumping to. Listen, I can put an example for you where you check them and find out, and then that nigga, like he in the back, he in your garage checking for your shit for some whatever. So he's not even in the room where you found the body. So you have enough time to check the bodies and then preserve the area. Once you know there's an intruder still there, are you going to go confront him or are you going to run away and call the police?
Is he coming back towards me?
No.
Oh my God.
It matters. Because imminent danger matters.
He don't even know you there.
I said no. I answered the
even know
question.
you
No,
there.
he's not trying to kill you.
He don't know
Here's
you
the
there.
answer. If he's gone to the back and he's not back in my area, I don't feel threatened. I'm not gonna go chase him down. I'm not gonna chase him down to kill him.
Premises. He got to come back to your area at some point to leave.
He's already committed murder.
I just said you want to delete him.
I have the identity of reliability. There's an identity of reliability that he could kill me still.
You could leave too, no? Could you leave?
Y'all are trying to dismiss self-defense like it's not a real thing. I don't understand your argument.
Could you leave and call the police?
If the first thing I would have done is called the cops whenever I realized my family was dead.
Can you answer my question first? Could you leave and call the police?
Yes.
If I don't believe anybody's in the house, I would leave. Absolutely. If I need to check my family, they're dead.
Like I said,
I'm stepping out, calling the cops.
You see him.
I'm giving you the order.
Wait,
I'm giving you the order of operations.
Give me a second. Because like I said, I'm not gonna keep answering. I'm laying the premise out. You see him. He don't see you. That means you know he's still there. You've already confirmed your family's dead. Now you have a choice. Either you confront him, making yourself known, or you leave and call the police.
Bet. I'm gonna leave and call the police because he hasn't recognized me yet.
Damn. All right. Jesus Christ.
But I'm definitely gonna bring law enforcement at that point.
And you wouldn't want him deleted afterwards, right? After law enforcement gets involved?
No, because it's no longer in that moment. I'm no longer protecting anything. It's revenge. Revenge is where the problem starts.
I guess.
The reason I don't believe in abortion is because those kids don't have there's literally no protection there. To me, they are in fact children.
Like I said, I mean, the logic just don't really logic to me because I don't know, man. It's just like if a police officer showed up to your house and I guess you would justify him pew-pewing too if he felt like his life was in danger. Right? It didn't have to be you, but if the police officer showed up to your house and he felt the same way, your life was in danger, that his life was in danger, he could pew-pew him too, right? That you'll be cool with that?
I mean, you're bringing up a random situation, so I guess.
No, I just
if life is in danger, I believe in self-defense. Long story short, I don't know what scenario you're trying to bring up, but if it's in self-defense, then I believe it.
I just replaced the person.
Doesn't mean deletion though, but that's a whole nother conversation. That's what I'm saying. That's why you confuse me and Detroit confuses me. In my thought process, how could you not believe in the death penalty, but at the same time believe in that scenario, you in the house with your family, somebody comes in and you going to take their life. You have a choice.
Because I believe in self-defense.
Hear me out, please.
Okay.
Stop. At that moment, everyone has a choice. If somebody breaks in the house, I'm upstairs with my wife in the room, and we know somebody breaking in, I have two choices. One, baby, be quiet. Let's go in the bathroom and let's call the police. Make sure you get in the tub. Or two, let me get my 9. Baby, you go in the bathroom. I'm finna go downstairs and take him out. You have a choice.
No. Some people, even if you get caught, you let him delete you because you release so hardly to not taking lives.
So my point is, you have a choice. Either if you believe in the death penalty, if you don't believe in the death penalty, my thought process is, well, you're not going to take that guy out. And if you do try to protect yourself, you're not going to shoot for the head. You're going to shoot for the leg or another extremity just to put him down. That's what I'm saying. So it's not making sense to me. I believe in the death penalty. So I'm going to try to take you out, period, based on what you did.
Okay. So Otis, I want to make sure I've got what you said, okay? You're saying that I have the moral choice at the point when I realize somebody's entered my house, and I can either choose to take them out or let the cops deal with it later, right?
Take him out or call the police 911, yes.
Take them, right, and let the cops deal with it, right?
Yes.
So it's one of those two scenarios.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not saying I disagree with you, bro. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a difference in the scenario when it happens. Because at a certain point in time, the thing that becomes my primary concern is the safety of my family. Is my family in danger? And if there's a scenario where there is an imminent threat to my family, i.e., if I see a shadow at my front door and I don't know if they're carrying something or not, I have to then make a choice to either protect my family or potentially put my family in danger. By me not acting, I then create a problem that I could put my family in danger by not responding. That's
Okay,
all
Josh,
I'm saying.
Watch this, Josh. I got you. Now watch this. Please don't move the goalposts. I got you. Watch this. Protecting yourself and protecting your family. The intruder comes in. I get you. Now, you got a clear shot of him. You got a clear shot, Josh. He's in the crosshairs. You got him from the head down to his knees. Based on your belief, and you're not believing in the death penalty, what part of the body are you aiming for? Quickly, no explanation.
Generally, I aim for the leg first. I'll aim for the leg, then I'll aim for the chest.
Okay, say less. Got you. Now we're on the same page. You're still not going to go for the headshot. I'm going for the headshot.
I'm not going to immediately try to kill him. Notice
Sharon,
I said I was shooting.
Wait.
Notice I said I was.
Can I get the host involved? If you was like pro-life, right? You didn't believe in the death penalty and stuff and like abortion and all that.
If you
were confronted with somebody that you wasn't necessarily sure if they were armed or not, would you shoot them in their body or would you maybe shoot somewhere around them?
If I had that position, I wouldn't shoot them at all. I probably wouldn't even have a gun.
See, that's crazy. I would think so too. But go ahead, you two.
Yeah, I will have a bat. If anything, I have a bat with a sock on the top of the bat.
Inside your home, it's staying your ground, baby.
He'd have a slingshot or something, right?
Not in all states, but over here on this side of town, you still gonna have to prove that your life was in danger for taking somebody's life, even if they broke into your house.
Shit.
And do y'all know why? Do you know why you gotta have a sock on your back just in case?
A what on your back? What?
A sock. Teach y'all some goddamn life skills.
I don't know.
No, it's what?
The reason why you should have a sock on your back, if that's your weapon of self-defense, if you swing it and for some reason that person's strong enough to catch the bat, you could pull the damn bat out because he's gonna grip onto the sock and you got another chance to swing
sock on bat.
A sock on your back, yeah.
That's smart.
I thought you said sock on your back. B-A-C-K.
I know. I thought he was saying back too.
I thought he said. I knew what you were using because he was talking about a weapon.
And let me tell this. And this is for
context clues. Jesus Christ!
Shut the hell up!
And this is especially for the ladies that do not want to carry a firearm in their house, and you just have a bat in your house. Put a sock on it, so just in case, because we know that you don't have the strength to swing it hard enough to where a man would probably try to catch that bat if a female swing at. He catches it. His hand is on the sock. You can pull it away, and you got another swing at him.
Oh, that's smart. You hit him in the kneecap too, ladies. You grab it and then you go low because he already got his balance off going high. One hand is high. Now you smack him right in the freaking kneecap.
So he also can't carry a bullet once it's fired. He can catch it all he wants.
All right, pro-life.
I'm just saying.
Exactly.
If you're in danger, again, imminent danger.
Hold on. The only reason why I'm saying that is because that's just advice that I give to people that do not want to carry a firearm. Everybody is not equipped for a firearm. It is not as easy to pull a trigger as people try to make it seem to be. A lot of people that do have firearms don't even go to the gun range to even know how it feels to shoot their own firearm and have to understand how that works. Majority of people, when they have a firearm or weapon, is usually, especially when it's a female, a lot of times what happens is that weapon is used against them. So therefore, what I'm trying to get people to understand, so if you do have a bat and you're a female in the house, that's your weapon of choice, you should put a sock on it, because most of the time that adrenaline rush, you ain't gonna be able to swing hard enough. He's gonna catch it. At least you got a chance to use it one more time because you could pull it off. Okay.
I mean, that's fair logic.
Put a sock on that joint. And fellas, put a sock on your damn thing. How about that?
Well, I know that was coming.
Sharon, who taught you that?
Huh?
Your mama?
No, getting into squabbles. You know, you learn a thing or two. If your weapon ever gets stolen from you, like,
you saw that.
I gotta figure out something else because that ain't working the way how I thought it was gonna work. When you squabble enough, hey, you're gonna get some life experience.
Oh, so
you know, because back in my day, we used a sock for a lot of things. You know, you put a lock in that joint, you put some pennies in it. You know, a sock was that's a weapon. Goddamn it!
You sound like you've been to Rikers.
I just have a question for the men who believe in the death penalty or don't. Right? Do you believe in Borets? And why your hair sticking straight up on your head, baby? That's all.
You've been telling me for the last 30 minutes. No offense, Miss Bomb. I'm not going to entertain that bullshit.
You need to laugh.
Oh, you breaking up? You bugging?
Up, Miss Bomb. Your mic messing up, Miss Bomb.
The white man is oppressing your Wi-Fi. Yo, come on, man.
He's breaking up. I can't hear.
That's that Delaware Wi-Fi, shorty.
Miss Bomb, we can't hear you, Miss Bomb. Unfortunately, your mic is bad.
Miss Bomb, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Like you're breaking up bad.
Bracy, what's going on?
All right,
Bracy, the only reason why shout out to everyone on the panel and on the chat. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Peace to you.
Thank you.
This motherfucker. Yo, the only reason why I don't agree with the death penalty is because there's been Sharon, you've been locked up too, man. Sharon, you've been locked up too, bro. I mean, yeah, did you get locked up for, you know?
I'm sorry, Sharon,
you got locked up. Sharon, you got locked up. You got locked up for purse snatching and stealing hubcaps. I understand, but still, you're a criminal too, sir. But the only reason I don't agree with it is because there's many cases of men who the cases get overturned after 2 years, 5 years, 20 years. So we know that the system is flawed. For the most part, the system does work, but there are flaws in there. So imagine if someone gets deleted through the death penalty and come to find out they were innocent. So I don't know. I think there has to be a substantial amount of evidence before you could do that. You know, put them on the on that docket.
With the death penalty, you do need a lot of evidence to prove that, and also it doesn't happen like in a year. You still got to do 20 to 25. So,
Sharon, man, yeah, but that's not even. Come on, Sharon.
Right,
you
talking about the times where we had like lack of the technology and like cameras and stuff.
Right, that's true too.
Okay, that's true. Yeah,
cell phones.
Yeah, that's true. So, because a lot of people, you're right. Because a lot of people that are being exonerated. Now the DNA thing is funny. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. The DNA thing is real funny.
Yeah, they
It's
didn't
real-
have it, and they didn't even believe
No,
in
no,
it.
no, no, no. Even now, it's real wacky the way they move with the DNA.
Why you had a child support case that came out?
Nah. DNA on a. Nah, I mean on other things. Nah, I mean DNA on other things.
On your
And
hand? You had DNA on your hand. What happened?
Oh, he was skeeting somewhere and he got caught.
Skeeting? What? Bomb cherry.
I understand.
Bomb cherry.
Obviously, I understand your position.
Hold on, Bomb. I was talking about gunpowder residue. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, she talking about skiing. Bomb cherry, you know all about skiing because you was the first webcam girl on the internet.
Oh, here we go.
You the first webcam girl. You the first whore online. Like, let's not do that.
That's crazy. That's wild.
So Fighter, I understand your position.
Yeah,
you know, trying to err on the side of like precaution. But let me ask you a question. Do you think would you say there's no definitive way of just knowing concretely somebody did something definitively?
No. I would definitely say
My internet acting up, but I'm gonna reboot and then you like, yo, you still fighting. Don't go nowhere, Sharon. I'll be right.
Leave and come back, whore.
He know how much of a whore I was. He knew what he was watching.
Leave and come back, whore.
Trying to learn about pussy.
Man, I was not looking at you. I was not looking at you, shorty. I wasn't thinking about you.
I can tell you suck dick. I can tell. Look at his lips. That's why you got that gap between your teeth for a big dick to fit through. Don't fuck with me, nigga.
Stop it.
Bruh.
My God.
Bruh, she's a camera girl, bro, and she brags about it. Like, come on. She says, yo, I was the first webcam girl online. I was come on, man.
And you're a cameraman. So
Sharon.
What? Do you not have a picture of you in just a bow tie and nothing else? Do you have a picture of you shirtless and a bow tie on your neck?
What?
Sharon, what are you talking about, man?
Do you have any pictures of you with just a bow tie on your neck and nothing else on? Yes or no?
No.
Boy, hey,
no,
look,
that's a lie. You're lying. Why you lying? Why you lying on me, Sharon? Sharon, do people here think you gay, Sharon? Do most people think you gay?
Stop it. Come on, man.
Hold on. I got a question for Otis. And we see one of our brothers in a picture with just a goddamn bow tie on his neck and no shirt on. What are we going to think?
Sharon, have you and your wife had threesomes? Yes or no? You admitted it.
What are y'all doing? Come on, bro.
I don't know what he's doing because I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him. He got to go somewhere else, which is crazy. God. So again, Otis.
Sharon, have you and your wife had threesomes? Yes or no? With men? Like it been another guy and you like,
come on, man.
No, now we going low. Oh, so you had threesomes with your wife, nigga? Yes or no?
Hey, y'all, I gotta go feed my kids.
Anyway,
y'all have a good Happy New Year, y'all.
No, hold on. Before you go.
Yeah, you started, boy. You started, little boy.
Yeah, but you lying.
You started, little boy.
You see a picture, and you see your homeboy, and you see
I gotta go do my midget.
Do you have threesomes with your wife? Sharon, have you had a threesome with your wife?
Making up lies. All I gotta do is tell the truth about you. Do you have
no?
Do you have a photo with you, just no shirt on, and a bow tie looking like a Chippendale? Yes or no?
No. Go find it. Go find it. If I got one, go find it.
Okay, I'll go find it. And stop talking about my wife. I don't talk about nothing else about you. I'm talking about
you were talking about me for no reason out of nowhere. That's gossiping.
Exactly.
Man,
so
that's gossiping.
Be a man. Okay, so be a man.
Is that gossiping? Yes or no?
No, it's not gossip. No, it's not gossip.
It's not gossip. Nobody ever thought that of me before.
Okay.
Ever. Oh, your shirt say stay. I thought it said gay. Okay.
Yeah, I know you gay. I'm back, shorty. Okay. First, let me warn everybody. Okay, my 7 years of hyenas is over. I had 7 years of bad luck, and last night the shit is over. And you motherfuckers gonna stop playing with me, okay? Now you the one who said your DNA was somewhere. Okay, and all I said was that you skeeted, and then it went blank. So did the nigga run? No, that nigga still up here. Okay, but what I'm gonna tell you is, like somebody said, they call you Chippendales. I call you Chippendicks, nigga. The D is for dicks, okay? We know what you do with your mouth, okay? But why you turned off the cam? Because all I mentioned was Skeety. I didn't even get to say what I was gonna say, and then I kept saying, I like you. But now we enemies just for this little moment.
So Bomb Cherry,
You know I was the hoe because you tried to buy me, nigga. You wanted to buy me so I could point at my boys.
Bomb Cherry. So hold on, relax, Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry, relax. Just let
no time to relax.
Let it die down. I don't want to go at you. I don't want to go at you. So
you ain't gonna be.
let it die. Let it die.
At me, nigga. It ain't.
All right. So you came at. You're right. You okay? Listen.
We warring, nigga. It's 2026. Y'all know I've just been sitting down for 7 years. You know, I'm a voodoo artist.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Voodoo.
I had to sit down. I had to sit down for 7 years for the shit that I've done.
We don't believe in voodoo. We don't believe in voodoo. That's
okay. Fake. Well, that's okay. That's okay. I was sitting down for 7 years, and now I'm up, nigga.
All right, Bomb Cherry, relax. I don't.
No, ain't no relaxing, nigga. I'm free. I'm free.
Solutions gang.
Go ahead. What you got to say?
All right, we good, Bomb Cherry. We good. Let's leave it right there. I don't want to argue with women. I'd rather beat up Sharon in real life. Beat that.
Oh, you want to beat up? You want to? Please, Sharon, don't stand over. The nigga gonna bend you. Don't. The nigga want to beat you from the back.
Come on, man. Come on. Stop.
I don't know. You see, niggas think I'm old and you think I'm an easy target, but you're fucked up, nigga.
Bomb Cherry, I know who you. Bomb Cherry, I know who you are.
Just say you're sorry. It'll be done. But I am gonna make it. Yes, you're gonna say you're sorry, nigga. And if you're not, when Sharon in his stream, I'm gonna start mine.
Okay. All right. All right. So let me say my piece.
Say I'm sorry. Okay. Nigga, say I'm sorry.
Bomb Cherry, I'm sorry that you're such a fucking whore.
Okay, good.
Oh my God.
I appreciate it, y'all. Y'all know I've been sitting for 7 years. You gonna learn why people was worried about Bomb Cherry in this area, nigga. But anyway, go ahead, Sharon. We're gonna have fun over here until we not.
Get ahead, set it up. We're about to end it over here shortly. Go ahead, do your thing. I got you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sharon, this is your fault.
Yo, he gonna blame.
I'm blaming on Sharon.
No, just say you're sorry and it'll be.
Nah, we could just dead it.
Okay. See you later, Sharon. I'll see you. Bye.
Or we could do content.
And even to Joshua, I had fun with Joshua. Joshua didn't call me a whore. I was playing with his picture and everything. Nigga, I'm gonna show you. I know what you've been buying, nigga. I know which website you on over there. Looking at them men in them big chests.
What?
You lucky you took down the video, fighter.
Go find it. Go find anything that you talking about.
I'm glad you took the video down. That was smart because when you was over there talking crap about a young lady, you were showing pictures of yourself and you showed the picture of yourself as a Chippendale. It's okay. You showed the picture.
Sharon, do you do threesomes with your,
Hey, fighter, can I ask you a question? This is a serious question. It's just
I didn't want to go there, but when he just I gotta.
let me ask you a question. I'm serious, though. This is just for my edification. I'm so serious. I like to ask serious questions.
Go ahead.
When two people are going back at it, like joking and stuff like that, would you agree that at some point when somebody could definitely take it too far out and below the belt, would you agree with that?
No, it's all fair in love and war.
Okay, well, you answered my question. Okay.
So that's why I try to keep it peaceful because I know how far I could go.
You kept that peaceful,
but you're not going anywhere when you come up with a lie. Like the crazy part is that y'all actually believe that y'all lies mean something. That's the weirdest part about it.
But you admitted that you do Diddy stuff, which like, come on, man.
Right. And then so go ahead, pull it up. Like the way how you pull up, go ahead and pull it up.
You're lucky. You're lucky. You lucky I didn't screen record it. You're lucky.
Hold on. Y'all always lie and say I said something, I do something, and then all you gotta do is pull it up. and y'all don't have no evidence whatsoever, ever. Y'all just come over here to clout chase because you got a dying channel. You don't know how to build your own channel, so you want to come over here and lie for no real reason. It's okay. Like, you have a picture with yourself. It was two ladies on the side of you with a bow tie, looking like a Chippendale stripper, and it is okay. It is what it is.
Is it maybe you just forgot you had that picture? Finally,
you put that picture out there.
Sharon,
did you put the picture out there? Yes or no?
Sharon, did you speak about having threesomes?
Did you put the picture out there? Yes or no?
Did you ever talk about having threesomes? Just admit it. Why did
it's nothing to admit?
Have you ever had a threesome?
No, because that's not what you're trying to say. You saying, have I ever had sex when a man was in the room? And that's a no. Because that's what you're trying to say. But you're too dumb. You think that you're smarter than everybody else. So no, I never had sex with somebody and another man was in the room ever in my life.
You sound like Bill Clinton right now. Like, I did not have sex with that man. Like, come on, bro.
Right, because now that I made it very clear, right, that I never in my life had sex while another man was in a room with me at all. That shows the fact that you are trying to paint out a picture that once upon a time that I had some kind of interaction with one female and two dudes. That never happened in my lifetime.
No, I think it was probably one other guy, but whatever. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know the specifics.
You want to try to continue the.
I don't know the specifics, man.
This is why you want to continue. So again, have you shown on your YouTube page? Have you shown on your YouTube page of yourself shirtless and a bow tie?
With two women on my side, yeah.
All right, then. So therefore, again, Sharon did not lie. Again, hashtag SNL. Sharon.
With two baddies on my side.
So again, I don't have to lie on y'all. I tell the truth about y'all.
That's heterosexual behavior.
And this is when y'all miss it, right? And y'all
is that heterosexual?
That you are acting like you are acting. You don't understand how you are acting. You're not acting manly when you can't. You hide from your own truthfulness. You was a stripper. You was out there with a goddamn thong on, not me.
I wasn't out no thong, nigga. Shut the fuck.
Exactly, because we know what them Chippendale dudes do. We know who's backstage in those Chippendale shows. You ain't back there by yourself. Just like the ladies when they doing they stripping, they ain't back there by themselves neither. It's a whole group of y'all back there. So you go ahead and do your thing, Playboy. And we understand what your culture is all about. We know you, the game, and anybody else that put on that Chippendale bow tie. We know what y'all about. It is what it is, and it ain't mostly straight men doing no stripping for no ladies. Man, we know that for a fact.
Wow. Now, listen, I'm listening to the conversation. I'm not on either side of the fence. So you just made a statement, Sharon, that I didn't know was true. So you're telling me that most male exotic dancers are males in that industry, period? Most of them are gay?
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
I'm not even trying to be funny. Damn.
Okay. 100%.
Okay. Damn.
And he was a part of that community, and it is what it is. He self-admitted it. like I said, Otis, all I gotta do is tell the truth about these brothers. That's it. I ain't gotta lie. I ain't got to lie to kick it like some of these other dudes. And speaking of Triple X. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Your scary ass.
What?
That's what I thought.
Who, me?
Don't be scared to hit the goddamn link, you punk.
Sharon.
Damn, I did not know that. I'm serious, man. Hey, when I'm honest about shit. If I don't know. I did not know that.
Well, Otis, now you know. You see any man with just a bow tie and no shirt on, you know.
Sharon, you jealous. Sharon, you jealous. You jealous, nigga. You jealous, nigga.
That's crazy.
That's some jealous. That's some hating shit. You jealous, boy.
I'm jealous. That's crazy.
You jealous, boy. And you know there was some bad bitches too. There was some two baddies.
Hey, one thing we also know, Otis, right? We also know that those queer men, they always have some bad ones around them all the time.
Now here we go. Now here we go with the accusation.
We know that for a fact.
Sharon, you started this, Sharon. Sharon,
we know that for a fact.
I wanted to start the year right. Listen, I came up because,
like I said, what you got to do is make up a lie. I don't lie on y'all. I tell the truth about what y'all do and what y'all say. I don't have to make up nothing because I'm a man. I don't have to make it up. Y'all do it for me. The things that y'all do, you can't even make it up. Nobody will believe that you was actually out there chipping Daleing to make $1. Hey, listen, we understand you got to do what you got to do, mama. We understand you got to strip to pay tuition. We understand. It is what it is. We get it.
Sharon.
I'm not to say you lying, Sharon, but I'm gonna do my research. I'll do my research. But that is interesting. That is crazy to me. That is wild. That didn't even cross my mind. Damn.
Just think about it. Oh, there's like what straight man want to be in a room full of other men oiling each other up with thongs on? Like, how's this going to work? Think about just think about how that's going to work. It can't.
I'm not thinking about this side. I'm thinking about the side of when he's in front of all them women and they touching on them and he's getting them tips. That's the side I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about in the room and listen. I'm not.
Hey, look, Otis. Hey, Otis. Yeah, Otis, look, somebody got to fluff him up before he go out there.
Oh, my gosh. Stop it,
Shout out to Work Academics. LOL, Sharon knows too much about the gays. Interesting. The toss of visit with the $2. Not quite Chippendale. Chippin' Toofendale, perhaps.
Wow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Wow.
Chippendale. Rescue fighters.
Bro, yo, you know why I came? Hold on, Sharon. You know why I came over here, Sharon? You know why I came over here?
Hey, Otis, he came over there. He was going to cook. Hey, he wound up getting a whole new thing. So
look at it. He's thinking about some shit. Look at him. What's up? What's up,
Sharon? Listen, Otis.
And Dale.
You cooking right now. You getting it. But listen, Otis, I came over here, right? And I said, okay, who live right now? And I see, Sharon live. And when I saw in the thing, it was saying about death penalty. I'm like, oh shit, I think I have an opinion about that. And Sharon turned the conversation left. Sharon, now you giving me a reason to go live. I mean, now you giving me a reason to go live.
Hey, you know what's crazy about it, fighter? I've been giving y'all. Hey, look. Hey, you know what's crazy? I've been giving these brothers inspiration all year long. He want to try to act like just now was this the first time. No, I've been giving you that inspiration all.
But Sharon, let's keep it real. At least he's being honest about it. I will give it to Fighter. I give that to Fighter. Fighter is purposely over here, and I kind of respect it a little bit for us being the YouTube world. I can see where it pisses you off. I do. I get it. But I can see what Fighter is doing, and he's not hiding it. He's purposely over here to poke you so he can go live with.
No, wait, Otis. No, wait, Otis. When I came here, what?
He ain't poking nothing over here, Otis. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. He got that bow tie on.
Hey yo. Listen. Well, I came over here to talk about the death penalty thing, and Sharon took it elsewhere. I mean, he always steers to the gay stuff, and that's okay. That's his lifestyle. There's a lot of people like that in New York City.
Mind you, last time when I was on his channel, he talking about sausages and salamis.
Bro, Sharon, what is good with you, bro?
Is that right or wrong? Was you over there talking about sloppy salamis? On your channel,
man. No, bro. Why are you doing that? No, Sharon, go find the clip.
Maybe I got it wrong, but I remember you having a conversation with a whole bunch of other brothers on the panel, and y'all talking about being sloppy with salamis. I don't know,
man. That's no.
Was it a conversation about it?
No, man. No. Stop.
I lie
Stop.
again. Don't make me
Stop.
bring it up.
No.
Maybe go find
Sharon, did you speak about having threesomes with your wife?
Not in the sense that you ever trying to
Did you ever say?
Not in the way how you keep. I already proved my point. I ain't
You
never
meant-
in my lifetime having sex with somebody and it was another man in the room. So that shit is
all right.
dead.
Did you ever say? You said it's not gay for your wife to peg you. You said that before. If your girl peg
Never
you, it's
said
not
that
gay.
a day in my life.
You said
Never.
that, bro.
We already pulled up the video footage.
You said as long as this woman, anything a woman does to you is not.
You make
You
an
said that.
excuse. You make okay. And again, we pulled that footage up because that I ain't never delete none of my videos. That footage is still up to this day. We pulled it up, and I ain't never say it. Again, I lied. This is what y'all got to do. Y'all have to lie. This is why y'all never actually bring up any evidence, because once you bring up the evidence, it shows how dumb you are, and it shows how you just try to make narratives and false claims on me, but you have no proof behind what you are saying whatsoever. I don't have to answer you. Go find the video.
What you said about the
pull it
pegging?
up. But you guess what? You can't. You know why? Because the person that you hang out with, he was the one that said it. The people that you want to hang out with and you show love to, they said that a tranny looks better than any natural woman. The people that you hang out with, they like the fact that you had a goddamn collar around your neck, chip, tooth, and nail. It is what it is. I do not do that. You and your people, they into that. The people that you rock with, they have tongue rings in their mouth as a man. I don't know what he's going to do with that tongue ring because it don't make no damn sense. And again, it's y'all. Y'all don't have no proof of what y'all are saying. Y'all, but every
Sharon,
time
who got a tongue ring? Who got a tongue ring?
I could go by what y'all say and what y'all do.
Who got a
Y'all
tongue
pull it
ring?
up yourself because you cannot stop, but it just pours out of you. But guess
Who got a
what?
tongue ring?
I ain't a part of it. I'm not a part of it. That is y'all and y'all people. Y'all
Can I
people
ask
know
Fighter
who
a
y'all are.
question? Can I ask Fighter a question? Since he's bringing up the topics, and I promise you, this is when I ask questions, Fighter, I'll be so genuine. I'm not trying to crack jokes. I'm not trying to have no gotcha moments, no nothing. So here's my question for you, and I'm so serious. I'm just like that. With you asking these questions about what a married man is doing in his own bedroom, my question is, what's the issue? Or more pressing, why are you concerned? A legitimate question where what two married individuals, they're married, they have a contract with one another. What's the issue with them doing what they're doing in their own bedroom? Why? Seriously, a legit question. Go.
All right. So, Otis, so you see the back and forth that's going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's trying to insult me, spreading lies. So I'm trying to speak on the truth. Don't.
Yes, you're going to get mute because you're lying. You self-admitted it. What I said was not a lie. You said it. You said, yes, I do have that picture. So I did not lie on you. Not one lie was told on you. Not one. Now, if you're going to base your statement, make sure you tell the truth again. I keep showing time and time again. Y'all base what y'all say about me on lies. Tell the truth.
I don't care what gay activity he does. I mean, that's behind. That's him. Like, I don't care about that. Like, that don't help me sleep at night.
So again, tell the truth. Tell the truth.
He asked me a question.
Yeah, but you got to be truthful, not make a lie.
I said I don't care about what you do with your woman for real. I'm just insulting you with the truth. You told me about threesomes with your girl.
With who? So okay, let's go with this argument. Let's go with this dumbass.
We don't have to go there.
We will. Let's go with the dumbass argument. So if
it's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah. So if I ever did say that, so I said. So now tell me what I said. I said I had it was another male in my bedroom. Now you can't, because you don't.
Wait, hold on.
Don't be a liar, bro. Don't be a liar. Have I said I had sex with a woman and another male was in the bedroom? Go ahead. Did I say that?
No, you didn't specify.
And again, Otis,
you didn't specify.
Otis, all I
I hear
gotta
you.
do is this. These men want to lie and try to make me something that I'm not for whatever reason. I have no idea why. All I gotta do is tell the truth about they. No
So you don't let her get some side dick?
No matter how many
You don't let her get.
fabricated lies they come up with. All I gotta do is tell the truth about them, and that's why they really mad at me, Otis.
You don't let her get some side dick. Let her get some side dick, man.
Listen, hey, fighter.
And now he just want to be disrespectful because he think that's going to make me all excited and be mad and crash out. It doesn't work because you are lying, literally.
Why
so like
don't
your
she
lies
deserve
do
it?
not
She
change,
deserve
your lies do not change anything in my life. Your lies don't mean anything.
You're not being fair.
Maybe when y'all get older, y'all realize that insults really work when they are truthful.
Right, that part.
So the problem is that when I say something about y'all, it is truthful, and that's why it's hurt, and that's why y'all be so blue. That's why y'all be so depressed in a dark room. That's why, because you can't go in the mirror and look at yourself and be honest.
I'm camed up.
That is why you just want to, and y'all think disrespectful mean that you did something, and because you are able to paint some fake narrative that it actually means something. You and Pierce, all of y'all do the same exact thing. All y'all could do is lie.
Okay.
Every single time. You ain't no difference from him. Same exact thing. All I gotta do is ask some serious questions, and then when you gotta be truthful, the whole shit falls apart every single time. It's crazy.
Robin,
exactly, Robin. I don't talk about my sex life at all, but I try to even allow the conversation to happen so it could be honest. But it is what it is, right? And the truth of the matter is, I don't have these type of conversations ever.
You did speak about it,
and the weirdest part about it, when we was having a conversation, this dude, he came up there, a young dude, he came up there because he let some girl play with his butthole, and they was teasing him about it. And I was like, nah, chill, leave him alone. I don't think that means he is gay. It's a gay act. But I don't think the man is gay because he's still turned down by a female. But these men want me to be something that I'm not so badly. They would try to make a lie. And that's why when they did pull it up, because they pulled it up on DJ Wiz Doctor channel, they pulled up and played it, and they see that I ain't say nothing about it. I completely disagreed. It was other people that brought it up. That's the craziest thing about it. They can never prove their point, and I do not erase any of my videos.
So
every one of them is up.
So fighter, based on this, again, I'm just asking the question. I love this shit. I just like it. Based on his statement, Sharon's statement.
Otis, you like the good cop?
No, I love clarity.
Good cop, bad cop. I get it. Go ahead.
But it doesn't seem like you like to answer the questions, though. I'm just here.
I'm right here. I'm not running.
So based on his answer to that question about the young man coming up on the panel and he said what he said, how do you feel about his answer? And is that answer, quote unquote, acceptable to you or not? The floor is yours.
I would have to see it again because
he just said what he said.
No. Because when he said some plausible stuff that everyone on the panel was like, "What the fuck?" I remember the moment. This is years back. Everyone was looking at Sharon like, "What the?"
Okay,
fuck?
but let's just for conversation's sake. For conversation's sake, say what he said was true, and I'm going to go with the fact.
Okay. If that's true, what he's saying, if that's what happened, that's gay. That's gay. That's gay, bro. Like, what you mean? Like, getting pegged by, even if it's a woman, that's gay. That's gay activity, bro. It's gay, bro. You're gay. You like that?
I don't think he said pegged. I think he's for the record. Correct me if I'm wrong. He said playing around the anal area. He didn't say pig. That's two different things.
The young man got his groceries ate, and they was trying to call
the groceries ate. Yeah.
And they was trying to call the man food. I was like, hey, listen, as long as the young man is doing something with a female, we cannot call it. We cannot call it gay.
And everybody was looking at you. Everyone was looking at you. Suspect, right? Everyone on the panel. Do you remember that day when you was on that panel? This is like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
So if you
does everyone think you're like suspect?
If you want to base your story on what everybody else thinks of me, instead of what I actually said, it is no argument that I can have with you because you're going about, well, you know, everybody else felt a certain way. I don't give a fuck how they felt. It's about what I said. You said I said something that I didn't say. That part.
Sharon,
Otis,
Sharon.
you see how it falls apart right in front of their face?
Yeah, I mean, that's why questions are important. That's why I was asking a legit question.
Otis, I know, Otis. I get it. I know what's going on here. I get it, Otis. You have to agree with him to a certain degree. I get it. I understand. Like, I understand what you're doing.
Sharon, I don't agree with him or his cousin that, for real, I know Brownsville a great man, but on YouTube space, I don't agree with them. I really don't. I don't. Everybody know that. Oh, I mean, what the hell?
Wait, there's other. I don't. Wait. There was other men. Wait, the one person that said it, we clown them. We clown them, man. We clown them.
Yo, Otis, it is so crazy that they will protect the people that actually say all the questionable stuff that like they were literally like, yeah, I don't mind doing this, that, and the third. They
didn't know they said it. I've been around long enough. I ain't been around long, but I have peeped that. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I have peeped that. That's why it's entertaining to me. That's why I rock fighter because I know
but the person that actually never said anything like that, they keep trying to pin that on me. And they got people that actually said those things like, yeah, I did that. I don't mind doing this. I don't mind that. I don't mind a little finger in there. Those people, they 100%.
I never heard it. I never heard it. We would have clowned them.
They 100% straight. Yeah. A tranny, I know a tranny that'll look better than 90% of all real women. They just glance over that.
Whoever said that, did they get clowned for that? Did they get clowned?
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Did they get clowned for that?
Hey, look, it got men in these spaces.
Answer the question.
We got men in our spaces.
Answer the question.
They will literally marry a 12-year-old girl. They would glance over that. Literally.
Man, I don't want to, man.
Literally. They would act like it never was said. They act like it was never said. But me, that I never said something. I never in my life actually said what he said I'm saying. And they would still stick with that until whenever.
Sharon, who said that? Who said that?
To anybody that's willing to listen to them, they are willing to say it. That's crazy to me.
Sharon, who said that about a 12-year-old girl?
That is crazy to me. I'm not trying to rehash anything.
Right. Nigga, you brought it up.
Right, because you're too dumb to understand what the topic of the conversation is. I'm talking about people that actually said things and nobody is actually holding those people accountable for what they are saying. But you and other people like you, stop unmuting yourself. And people like you would try to hold me accountable for something I did not say.
People like you.
Literally in real time.
No, because Otis, it's funny how people they mention threesomes, but they don't mention how the women has their thing going on too. They always mention, oh yeah, we invite women, but they invite men too. Bracy, be real, Bracy. So your woman allows you to have other women, and you allow her to have a man on the side. You don't think she deserves some dick?
Why are you so fascinated?
No. I'm asking him a question.
But why is that so important to you? What's going on in this man's bedroom?
Otis.
It's not true. But even if it was true, hypothetically, why are you so? I don't get that. I promise you, that is. I know I'm finna start something, but I promise I'm not. That is weird to me.
Otis, when I came up,
I don't understand why another man is inquiring about what's going on in another man's bedroom. You don't find. I'm serious. You don't find.
Okay. Okay, Otis. When we came up here,
hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
Let me talk.
You're saying that you have some evidence. You was there, and I said that my wife has other men besides me.
I wish I would have screen recorded it. I'm asking
you a question. Are you saying that I said, because my wife doesn't come on panels, so you saying that I said that it is okay for my wife to be with other men? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't get the screen recorded.
So why are you bringing that up?
Okay. So again, they would try to make every fucking lie about me for whatever. I don't understand.
Otis, when I came up, what was I talking?
I don't understand what's this big.
I was talking death penalty.
Okay, I don't understand what is this big obsession with lying on me. I really don't get it. It's an obsession at this point. It's something really wrong with these brothers. I don't know what it is, but at this point, it is something wrong with men holding integrity in real time. They have a problem with that kind of man. Any man that is living what he is talking about, they have a problem with that. A man will come on these panels, right, and say that he don't like how a vagina look. He don't like how a vagina smells. Women can't do nothing this. Women can't do nothing that. And women can't do nothing. Everything he says about a woman is in the negative, from their personality to their physicality. They would say that man is straight and he's a manly man. Mind you, he haven't been with a woman in 5 to 10 years. Mind you, he don't have no children. Mind you, he have no current girlfriend. They would say that man that said all of those things is a straight man. This is to the length that these brothers will go to, and this is why they are called rim brothers.
Sharon, I came over here on some chill shit. You started it. You started this, Sharon.
Thank you. I'm glad we started because we could see how much y'all lie. And it gotta be a new word for it. I don't know what we're gonna have to call it because it's a new version of a gay man. I don't know what it is because it's not a natural gay man that is all proud of who he is and he just out there in the world. These new type of gay men is another. We have to come up with another word for them.
I'm so glad I ain't got to come up with that. Listen, I'm 55. I ain't got all this foolishness, man. Listen.
Yo, it is something wrong with these double peanut butter brothers, man. See, me, I like a little jelly. You know what I'm saying? I'm peanut butter and jelly because I think those two go together. Peanut butter.
Well, a little dick on the side.
Peanut butter and peanut butter crunchy don't go together. And right, and again, he want to make up a lie because he think being disrespectful is cute. He actually think it means something by lying on somebody. And again, all I gotta do is ask him because he can't answer it truthfully and honesty, but he want to just lie and make some false narrative saying that I said something about. This is ridiculous. Just because he's upset because he was a goddamn Chip Tooth and Dale dancer. It ain't my fault that you was goddamn doing that. You had to do whatever you had to do to go pay tuition. That ain't my fault.
Y'all crazy, man. I don't know how. Listen.
What's wrong with them? They ain't had no goddamn fathers in their life, I guess.
My father will whip your ass right now. Stop playing with me.
Even if he does, it doesn't make you any less who you. All right, Otis, I won't say it. Man. All right, I won't say nothing.
Come on, stop doing that.
I read Otis. Otis said, "Sharon, calm
down, come on, man. Yeah, come on, bro."
Otis said, "Leave him alone."
It's the new year,
right now.
Sharon, you weird, Sharon. You're weird, bro. You're weird, bro.
What I do notice, you know what? I'm gonna have to agree with. Straight men are weird in this space. I'm starting to realize that.
For real.
Straight men are the weird ones.
Real strong straight men. We are considered weird. Yeah, correct. I got 100%.
You. Otis, god damn, get off your knee pads, bro. Get the fuck.
See, now he want to
throw knee pads, bro.
Now he want
to knee pads, man. God.
That is insanity.
I love Fighter because I know what Fighter do. I'm not tripping on Fighter. Fighter is here for content. I know he is.
Otis, I
see him on Izzy. He's strictly here for content. This is his stick.
His strategy.
Otis, but I came to talk about the topic about the death penalty thing in the chat. He put
but somehow you're so easily triggered to go into some undercuts and just go below the belt in topics that you know that. Come on now. But you know this, but you use it as your strategy.
So Otis, the last time I was up here, listen to me. The last time I was up here,
they calling him supremacy. That's his new name, supremacy. They say his new name is supremacy. You know what they do in DR. You know it's that Cueva Doches. You know,
Sharon, man, why are you doing this, bro?
Damn.
Why are you doing this, bro?
I don't know why I keep trying to tell y'all.
I feel like you're doing it. bro.
I keep trying to tell y'all, stop lying on me because all I gotta do is tell the truth about you. Stop doing it, bro. I don't know why y'all don't learn. Everybody that went against me, the truth came out about them. Hey, it is what it is. You gotta live it. When you look in the mirror, you know you had that damn bow tie. You can't get that bow tie image and what you had to do with those, what you had to do whatever you had to do that day. You can't get that out your image. You can't unsee that.
I was around bad bitches. I was with bad bitches.
Say whatever you gotta say.
I got their number in my phone to this day. What do you
say? Whatever you gotta say, my brother. It is what it is.
You made some good money doing that, fighter. Seriously, I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Because if I can be honest with you, and my wife is right here, she's not going to come on camera, but she might cuss me out when I'm about to say it. But she knows it's true. I used one of my fantasies was wanting to be a exotic dancer. So I'm serious. And I mean, did you make some money? And were you good at it? And how long did you do it? And did you have fluffers?
What? Okay, so let me tell you. Why are you asking another man about what he does in a bedroom? Didn't you say that earlier?
See, where you get back?
Why are you worried about what a man is doing in the bed? Didn't you just say that?
I'm asking.
You asking me if I had a fluffer? You asking me like all these weird questions, bro. You see what you do, Otis? You see how you buried yourself, Otis?
I was being serious, man. You think I'm joking? I promise you, I'm serious. I'm being vulnerable here, like I always am. I wanted to be an exotic dancer. I really did. My name.
Hold on, Otis. Shout out to Work Academics with 2. They said, Otis, stop calling him fighter. Call him bow tie. Bow tie. Can you please?
I ain't gonna disrespect that man like that. I ain't gonna do him like that. But I'm serious though, fighter. I'm dead serious, bro.
Okay, Otis. So you want to know how good I was with the women? You want to know if I was good with it?
No, see,
that's what you asked. That's what you asked me.
Your ass on there, bro.
I asked you, did you make good money? That's what I asked you.
No. You said, were you good at it? You asked me, were you good at it?
Did you make good money?
You asked me if I was good at it.
Yo, they said bro had it. Yo, what's up with the bow tie and the G-string? Is that standard male booty shaking etiquette? What's going on?
Not only that, we gotta ask. We gotta question how did he?
It was a jock strap. Got it.
Hold on. Unlikely. Also, we gotta find out how did he get oiled up before he hit the stage? Who oiled you? Who did that? Where did you get this oil from?
I ain't think about that part for real. See, I didn't think about that.
I'll answer that question. So after this live, I'm gonna go live on my joint and I'm gonna talk all about that.
No, answer the question.
I'm gonna talk all about that.
No, I'm curious.
All about that.
Who fluffed you?
Who fluffed you?
Let me Google what that means. Fluff. Meaning, right?
The term? I don't know.
Yo, unlikely. Every time they try to lie on me, all I gotta do is tell the truth about them, my brother. That's it. Every time.
You know, the crazy thing is, bro. This is something. This is an actual action, and what you said was just words. It was just words, but like people be committing actual actions, and you be like, "Yeah, that's interesting." Hey, how much you got paid like every night for that though?
You better stop with somebody tell you to set your ass up next.
Wait, so unlikely. So I'm gonna answer your question. Unlikely. How much you was gonna get paid for sucking the horse's dick again?
500 million. No. Look, it's cool. 500 million.
So you the horseman. You the horseman. We should have.
Okay. Hold on.
We shouldn't even talk to you.
Right. But think about this though. That's like something I said. Okay, there you go. Getting emotional.
You a different cat.
Okay. I'm a different character. Got you. No. Don't even mute him. Don't go. I want him to be emotional.
Because he's here address something, then he's not allowing you to address it back.
Exactly. It's so crazy. So look, bro. That's something I said, right? And that was a joke, right? You actually dressed up and was shaking your, shaking your eye, and you know it was men in the audience, right? Like keep it 100. Like as much as like if you go to a strip club, it ain't like you could go no men in the audience. You can't do that.
Oh God!
It was men looking at you, shake your eye, bro. That's real. That's real life.
Hold on.
I don't know. Like if you think that what you did is worse than what I said, it's crazy.
So you said you'll suck a dick.
So now I know why he had to go.
No,
you said you suck a dick.
Because he don't know how to stop. Now I understand why he had to go to the gym and learn how to be a boxer. Because he's like, nah, I can't. Like, I got emasculated too much. Somebody put oil on my body and fluff me up. Nah, I got to get back.
He left?
No, he didn't.
He back. Okay.
But he don't know how to stop interrupting.
You don't know how to show proper etiquette. Like, bro, don't get mad, bro. We talked about your situation. I asked you how much money you made, and you immediately went to talking about penises, bro. That's even stranger.
Hold on. Speaking of oiling somebody up, hold on. Welcome to the show. Who don't go?
My all ups is public, bro. My all ups is on federal property only, man. Only on federal property is my oils, man. Don't do this with Uda. My shit in front of them feds, homie.
Oh man, yo, that's
my oils
crazy.
is legal, homie. My oils is legal, homie.
Yo, Uda.
Hey, yo, Uda.
Hey,
what the hell's going on, though, bro?
Real quick.
Hey, yo, Otis, let me ask you a question real quick. Damn, I wanted to.
Hold on, let me
Hold on,
Uda, this man, he showed a picture of himself with two ladies on the side of him with his Chippendale outfit on, and he didn't know that, because me and you, we know what's going on out here in New York City. We kind of women done told us the stories about, hey, look, those things ain't what it is, right? Because he said, like, oh, Sharon, how you know? Because I speak to women. That's how I know. And they would say, hey, I went to this dumbass thing, and it had this stupid ass dude with a goddamn bow tie on and a missing tooth, and he all in the back getting oiled up, and ain't nothing but men back there. Who put that oil on him? I don't know. Who fucked him up before he came outside? I don't know.
What happened, fighter?
Hey,
why when I grabbed it, he had a sock in there? It wasn't even his. I don't know. Well, I don't know why he did that.
What?
I don't know. What you asking me?
Yeah, come on. You see what I'm saying?
You can tell us the truth, fighter. What really happened back there?
Uda, you just heard what he said, bro. Come on.
I'm gonna say pause, but what happened? Fighter?
Who talks like that, bro? Who talks like that, bro?
Yeah,
what happened though? What's going
Uda. Let me tell you, Uda.
He was a male stripper. I think that's what he was. I'm not trying to come at him. Yeah, he was a male stripper, right?
You remember Uda? You remember Chippendales? Remember how? I remember
Chippendales.
Yeah. So he was Chip Tooth and Dale. That was the.
Oh my
God.
You cook it right now. You got it, man. You cook it right now. You got it right now, buddy.
You cooking, but what
cooking right now,
fighter? What made you show the picture?
Wait, but was you a male stripper first? Was you a male stripper?
I was making money pleasing women.
What does that mean, fighter? Come on, you ain't got it, bro. I'm not going to come at you.
You was yo, bro.
I'm trying to.
Were there men in the audience?
You gotta specify. Nah. I spent 40 days at the trial. I don't know if them niggas is escorts or not. What had happened, bro?
Yeah, now you making yourself sound like you was an escort or something. You making it sound crazy.
Listen,
come on, bro.
It ain't nothing wrong with being a male stripper.
You was scripping and say you was scripping.
Right.
You just said you was squatting.
All I'm gonna say, I was pleasing women.
Let's not make them feel bad because I have legitimate questions. I don't want them to feel bad because I'm so
you was
serious.
for hire? They was hiring you?
Ladies, yes.
What does that mean though? Could we get clarification on what that means?
And did you make good money? And were there men in the audience as well?
Bro.
No, stop. Otis, slow down. Otis, damn.
I just want to.
Yo,
Otis, you be going too fast, bro. Damn.
You gotta unpack this. Okay. It's a long trip. You gotta unpack this. So what you said now, fighter?
Oh man, yo. Oh man, why you do that, Otis? That was funny as hell. Yo, No, wait. No, first we got to confirm what he was though, because we don't know if that's what he was doing. Otis, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Either you were scripting or scorting. Which one? Scripting or scorting?
Oh my God.
I'm on probation. I don't know if I should be talking about this.
Don't say that, then.
Oh, bro. Come on, bro.
Free, homie. This was for free. You know what I'm saying? This is for free.
How many times was it like a weekly? Was it like something you did every week, or was it like at that point you was actually getting money off that shit? They be making like 9 bands. I heard they be making.
Well, you know, well, I had some ladies tell me, you know, because I've always been a boxer, an athlete, you know that, and the women tell me like, yo, you're good looking, you have a nice body, 6-pack, all that. You might as well. I mean, I got some ladies that they got money. No man.
Oh, so it was a one-time thing?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Was it wives there? Oh. Wait, how many people was in the audience?
Nah, it'd be like private. Like it'll be like bachelorette parties.
Okay.
Man.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Okay, I got you.
So you was coming out scripting him. If you going to the bachelorette party, you coming out straight scripting.
So let me ask you a question. I'm so familiar.
Yo, was it couples there? Was it couples there?
Nah. It was like it'll be bachelorette parties and I with my joint now. Bitches going crazy. Like they're going crazy. Is the bitches going crazy?
So
like,
hold on. So you was
probably like.
Hold on, you was popping out the cake?
Nah. I walk in, I walk in like I have like a uniform, like I have like a work uniform, like it could be anything.
Work uniform.
Yeah. So that I could be a cop, I could be whatever. Firefighter. I think the firefighter was the one.
So hold on, and was your outfit strip away? Like you could just pull on the pants?
Oh, pull away. Oh
yeah.
So
basically,
okay,
it like snap on joints. Snap on joints.
So they got specific stores that you can buy that from.
He had a warm up. He had a warm up pair.
They got the Ultimate Warrior warm up shit.
Like you know, like you like the NBA joints.
I'm trying to get clear. So there's the actual stores you can go and you could buy your apparel.
Oh no, you can buy.
Did you buy your apparel?
You could buy them shit?
Or somebody bought it for you?
eBay, Amazon. You know, eBay, Amazon.
Oh, that nigga had that shit.
Oh, you bought it?
Yeah, man. You got to invest in your money. If you're gonna get money,
I guess we could assume that you couldn't wear boxers at these events. You had to wear something a little bit more revealing.
Not boxer briefs. I mean, you want to know, like, you want to know how, like, what else you want to know?
Strap.
Do you want to know how much? Nigga,
nah, yo, you definitely didn't wear boxer briefs. That's cat, bro. You had jock straps or something showing your eye, bro. Women like that shit when y'all be stripping, bro. Don't keep it a stack, bro. They put a bikini on you or something, like, you know, like, or like some male drawers. You had drawers on or something.
Oh God, that shit is crazy.
You know you ain't had no boxer briefs on. That's not even how it go. That's not even the apparel. Like they throw some weird shit on y'all. Not weird, but you know.
Let me ask you a question, fighter. Was it like, and I'm so serious here. This is so interesting to me. Was it like a particular song that got you into it that you almost like blacked out and you went like, whoa, you almost forgot where you was? You was in it.
That thong?
And what song was that? If you don't mind sharing it with us.
You know they played that thong. You know they played that. That's so analyst. You know he had to dance to some shit like that.
I want to know the answer. I'm so curious. I'm fascinated by this.
That's a good question. What songs did you dance to, bro? What was the song that made you really get in your vibe, like that you remember?
Seriously.
All right. So I'll tell you, but it's getting a little weird now because I feel like
you was that you did it.
You was doing it.
Yeah, but it's a little different because they're women and your guys are men, so it's a little different. You know, there's different conversation.
It was men in that audience, bro. I promise you.
No.
Fighter.
You in New York, fighter. Stop it.
Do you right now? I'm living vicariously through you right now.
I don't fucking know. Stop.
At a bachelorette party? At a bachelorette party? Oh, okay.
You don't think? What you mean? A gay dude is a girl's best friend?
Nah, you're wildin', bro.
Okay, come on, fighter. Look, fighter. Fighter. I just came from fighter. I did like 3 weddings over the summer. Weddings and birthday showers, right? For the firstborns. It was gay dudes. Almost every woman had a gay friend that came with. Like the single ones, they had a gay friend.
Wait, you said doing bachelorette parties?
No, I'm saying they everywhere. I'm saying especially there.
Oh no!
If you look, Pete, what you said? You said you flash your shaboinka. You don't think the gay dude would be like, yo, I'm trying to go to that.
That's why though. Now I don't know how they. I'm not really invested on how gay men think.
Well. I'm talking about the women. The women have all I said was it was men there. You just trying to it wasn't no men there, and I just think that's kind of not valid. Because
at a bachelorette party, men there they're gonna throw the vibe.
Stop stressing the bachelorette part. Let's get very specific.
Hey man, gay dudes be in those situations, bro. With their girlfriend.
How long did you do it? 6 months, a year, 3 months? How long did you do it?
No, I did it for a little minute.
Okay. So out of that little minute that you did it, and I'm not judging because I promise you I wanted to be an exotic dancer. My name was going to be Slim Jim, for real.
You did it for a minute and you don't think no gay dudes was in none of the audience?
Listen, and that's what I'm saying. Thanks, Unlikely. And that's my question. Out of all the times you did it, it had to be some being at least one of them. Stop it.
Hey, yo, if a gay dude try to give you $100, you ain't taking it? You male stripping.
I'm not you, bro.
Nah, but hold up.
Why are you trying to force gay shit on me? Like that's
I ain't forcing nothing on you.
You're trying to force gay.
There's no force. All I'm saying is you will say you was a male stripper. If a woman came up and gave you $100, would you take it? If a woman came up and gave you,
if a woman,
yeah,
that's kind of low.
What you mean? So what?
I answer for.
So you wouldn't? No.
He'll take it if a man gave it.
He'll
to
take
him.
it.
He would have to.
Opportunist. I mean, because hold. What if?
Right? That means it's business. Hold on, let me read this. Work calculators with the $5. Everyone is grilling bow tie. Let's ask Sharon how much about stripping. Sharon, how would women know what happens backstage? That cover story crazy. It's okay.
Yeah, that's gay, bro. Y'all taking it too far.
No, listen. We just having a conversation.
Bro, male stripping is kind of gay, bro. Like, why you keep trying to act like you? Do you realize that being a male, like to really actually do that, to have your ass cheeks and something else that's not boxes. And you out there just like gyrating that air, bro. That's you don't think that's gay? That's crazy. How you
know?
The way
that's what he twerks. He was
damn man.
He was twerking, and then that's not gay. But everything else, if I ask him, but no, I'm not even. If I ask him though, I just asked him if a woman came and gave you $100, he like, nah, that's weird. But you being in whatever the fuck spandex niggas probably put you on overall draws, like with the strap that go all the way up here type bullshit, and you did that. But you want to talk and be mad masculine now? See, I don't understand y'all, man. That's weird, bro.
Why do you guys?
But he know damn well he had the underwear with the elephant on the front and his thing was
Stop it.
Nigga had the trunk. Nigga had the Lamborghini drawers on. Nigga had the trunk in the front. Nigga ain't had the Lamborghini drawers on with the trunk in the front. Don't do that. Leave it be.
Oh, listen, fighter. All jokes aside, they cracking jokes. The questions I was asking was
you know
serious.
Uda is a comedian.
I really wanted to know.
Shout out to Fighter. I shout out to Fighter for being honest though. Niggas
Yo, shout out to Fighter though. Yo, hey, listen, man. Shout out to you, bro. Like,
he had on the Lamborghini drawers, nigga. That nigga had the trunk in the front, son.
You see, I ain't coming at you. I'm just calling it what it is. Like, don't come on, like yo, listen, it's 20. Bro, I ain't mad at you, bro.
Thanks for answering the question because I was
genuinely. Look, I gotta go. I gotta do some things. We've been here for almost 11 hours.
Damn. Okay.
Bon Cherry's probably cooking him up already. Yeah, oh my goodness.
Oh, you started some shit. Oh, this is like the end of you. I'm going back. I'm going back.
You gotta go back.
You fought with somebody in.
Unlikely. So let me say.
All right,
so I got it.
Later. I love y'all.
Before you end it, Sharon.
Oh shit. We out.
I'm going live.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.